అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్యే లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
So how to find the directions? It is not easy to find the directions, isn't it? Why it is not easy? Let us see. So see here, we have discussed about the magnetic compass. What we have discussed about the magnetic compass? Magnetic compass is an instrument which is used to find the directions wherever you are. A magnetic compass, it is used to find the direction in the minecrafts, in the aeroplanes, in the forest, or in the ships, and wherever the navy people will be using, army people will be using, mountaineers will be using. So all those people will be using to find the directions at a particular place. Where it is kept, at that place it is going to show us direction.
Movement in the animals means what? See here, take the case of this dog. This dog, it can go from one place to another place. Now take the case of this tree. This tree it can grow in size, but this tree it cannot move from one place to another place on its own.
Now I want you to take a sheet of paper. Take a sharpened pencil and mark a dot on the paper. So observe the invisible dot. The dot formed here is called as a point. This is the location of Hyderabad in Telangana map, and we are using a point to locate it. Now let us go through line segments. So children, now I want you to take a paper, fold it into half. So now you will find a line formed in between the paper. So this line is called as line segments. Now let us take a look again to this Telangana map. Here is a point at Hyderabad, and there is one more point at Warangal. We are using a line segment to draw the shortest path from Hyderabad to Warangal.
Gender equality is nothing but providing access to all opportunities and chances equally without any differentiation or the discrimination. Initially, women were all treated very less, and they are by their body nature and their physique, they are considered to be less strong or brave than the men. In the olden days, women were confined only to the household works like cleaning utensils, washing, taking care of children, sweeping, etc.
వెల్కమ్ టు లూసిడ్ స్టడీ. పిల్లలు ఎలా ఉన్నారు? బాగున్నారు అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఇంకా బాగా ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తూ తర్వాత 5వ తరగతి పూర్తి చేసుకొని 6వ తరగతి వచ్చినటువంటి పిల్లలందరికీ స్వాగతం. ఎందుకంటే 5వ తరగతి వరకు మనకి పాఠ్యాంశాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి తర్వాత గ్రామర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి అవగాహన ఏమీ ఉండదు. కేవలం గుణింతాలు, అక్షరాలు అవి నేర్చుకొని చిన్న చిన్న పదాలను నేర్చుకుంటూ ఉంటాము. ఆ పదాలను నేర్చుకునేటప్పుడు మనము ఏ విధంగా అక్షర స్వరూపం ఉందో చూస్తాము. తర్వాత మనకు ఎవరంటే ఇష్టం ఎక్కువ? మనకి తాతయ్యలు, అమ్మమ్మలు, నానమ్మలు చాలా ఇష్టం. తర్వాత ఇంకా ఎవరి ఇష్టము ఎక్కువ అంటే మన అమ్మ. మనం అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకునేటప్పుడు ఎక్కడ నేర్చుకుంటాము? అమ్మ ఒడిలో ఉండి నేర్చుకుంటాము. అమ్మ ఒడిలోనే అక్షరాభ్యాసం చేస్తాము. ప్రస్తుతం మనం చెప్పుకోబోయేటువంటి పాఠ్యాంశం పేరు అమ్మ ఒడి. ఏ పిల్లవాడైనప్పటికీ కూడా చిన్న పిల్లలను తీసుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, ఉదాహరణగా అమ్మ ఒడిలో అమ్మ ఎత్తుకుంటేనే సుఖంగా సంతోషంగా ఉన్నట్టు భావిస్తారు. వాళ్ళకు ఒక రక్షణ లాగా భావిస్తారు. అందుకే ఇతరులు ఎవరు ఎత్తుకున్నా కూడా ఏడుస్తుంటారు. చూడండి, వాళ్ళ అమ్మని గుర్తించేటువంటి కొంచెం జ్ఞానం వచ్చింది అంటే అమ్మ అంటేనే ఎక్కువ ఇష్టపడుతూ అమ్మ ఒడిలోనే ఉండడం ఎక్కువగా ఇష్టపడుతూ ఉంటారు. అమ్మ చేతుల్లోనే ఉండడం కూడా ఎక్కువ ఇష్టపడుతూ ఉంటారు. అందుకు మనకు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి పాఠ్యాంశం పేరేంటి? అమ్మ ఒడి. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, అమ్మ పిల్లల్ని హాయిగా కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని వాళ్ళకి చేతులు పట్టుకొని మరీ అక్షరాలను దిద్దిస్తున్నట్టుగా మనం ఇక్కడ చూస్తున్నాం. అందుకే ఏంటి, మనం అక్షర జ్ఞానం ఎక్కడి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటాము, ఎక్కడి నుంచి ప్రారంభం చేసుకుంటాము అంటే మన అమ్మ ఒడిలో కూర్చొని మన అక్షరాలను దిద్దడం అనేది ప్రారంభం చేసుకుంటాము. అక్షరాభ్యాసం చేసేటువంటి సమయంలో కూడా మనం అమ్మ ఒడిలో కూర్చొని అక్షరాలను దిద్దడం ప్రారంభిస్తాం అనమాట. అందుకని ఇక్కడ ఏం చెప్తున్నారు చూడండి, అమ్మ ఒడిలో పిల్లల్ని కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని ఒకరి తర్వాత ఒకరిని కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని ఇక్కడ అక్షరాలు నేర్పిస్తూ ఉంది అమ్మ. మనకి అమ్మ ఒడి పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని మనకు అందించినటువంటి కవి గారి గురించి చూద్దాం. కవి పరిచయం. బాడిగ వెంకట నరసింహారావు 15/8/1913 నుంచి 6/1/1994 మధ్యకాలంలో జీవనం చేశారు. ఈయన కృష్ణా జిల్లాలోని కౌతరంలో జన్మించారు. బాలరసాలు, పాలబడి పాటలు, ఆవు హరిశ్చంద్ర, బాలతనం, చిన్నారి లోకం, పూల బాలలు, ఋతువాణి వంటి 17 పుస్తకాలను రాశాడు. ఈయన మొత్తం 17 పుస్తకాలను మొత్తం బాలలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి పుస్తకాలనే రాశారంట. బాలబంధుగా ప్రసిద్ధులు. అలా పిల్లల గురించి అనేక పుస్తకాలు రాశారు కాబట్టి ఈయన బాలబంధుగా కూడా పేరు తెచ్చుకున్నారు. బాల సాహిత్యాన్ని ఉద్యమ స్ఫూర్తిలో వ్యాప్తి చేయడమో తన జీవిత ధ్యేయంగా బివి నరసింహారావు పెట్టుకున్నారు. బాల సాహిత్యాన్ని ఉద్యమ స్ఫూర్తి, ఒక ఉద్యమ రూపకంగా పైకి తీసుకొచ్చి బాలల సాహిత్యానికి సాహిత్యంలో ఒక భాగాన్ని కలిగించడమే ఒక ఉద్యమం లాగా, ఉద్యమానికి రూపుదిద్దినట్టుగా చేసి ఒక ఉద్యమం తన జీవిత ధ్యేయనే ఆ ఉద్యమ వ్యాప్తి కోసం, బాల సాహిత్య వ్యాప్తి కోసము ప్రయత్నం చేశారంట. వింజమూరి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహారావు రాసిన అనార్కలి నాటకంలో అనార్కలి పాత్ర ధరించి అనార్కలి నరసింహారావుగా ఖ్యాతి గడించారు. తర్వాత వింజమూరి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహారావు రాసినటువంటి అనార్కలి నాటకంలో అనార్కలి పాత్రని ఎవరు నరసింహారావు గారు నటించారంట. నటించి అనార్కలి నరసింహారావుగా పేరు పొందారు. ఆయన రచనలే కాకుండా నాటకాల్లో కూడా పాత్రలు వేశారంట. ఆ నాటకం లక్ష్మీ నరసింహారావు అనేటువంటి ఒక కవి రాసినటువంటి అనార్కలి నాటకంలో అనార్కలి పాత్రను పోషించి అనార్కలి నరసింహారావుగా పేరు గడించారు. ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యభాగం బాలబంధు బివి నరసింహారావు సంపూర్ణ రచనలు 2వ భాగం నుంచి తీసుకోబడింది. ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యాంశం అయినటువంటి అమ్మ ఒడి అనేది బాలబంధు అనే పుస్తకంలోని బివి నరసింహారావు సంపూర్ణ రచనలోనే 2 సంపుటాలుగా చేశారట, 2 సంకలనాలుగా చేశారు. అంటే కొన్ని కథలను కలిపి లేదా కొన్ని కవితలను కలిపి ఒక చోట అచ్చువేశారు. అవి 2 భాగాలుగా వేశారనమాట. ఆ 2 భాగాల పేర్లు ఏంటి అంటే బాలబంధు. ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యాంశం బాలబంధు 2వ సంకలనం నుంచి తీసుకోబడినటువంటిది. అది రాసిన కవి బివి నరసింహారావు గారు. ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చారు చూడండి, మనకి ఆయన ఫోటో ఇచ్చారు. బివి నరసింహారావు గారి ఫోటోని ఇక్కడ మనం క్లియర్గా చూడవచ్చు. ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం యొక్క ఉద్దేశం ఏంటి అంటే అమ్మ ఒడిలో నేర్చుకొని ఎంత అందంగా మనం అక్షరాలను దిద్దుకుంటామో అంతే అందంగా మన హృదయంలో ముద్ర వేసుకొని అమ్మ ప్రేమకి ప్రతిరూపకంగా అక్షరాలని మనము అమ్మకు అందజేయాలని ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం ఉద్దేశం. అమ్మ ప్రేమను అక్షర జ్ఞానానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఆ ఉద్దేశాన్ని తెలపడమే ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం ఉద్దేశం. అంటే మనకి అమ్మ ఎంతో ప్రేమగా కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని తన ఒడిలో కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని అక్షరాలు నేర్పిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ఆ అమ్మ ప్రేమకి ప్రతిరూపకంగా మనం ఇచ్చేది ఏమీ లేదు, ఆమెకి అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకొని చూపిస్తే ఆవిడెంతో సంతోషిస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ అమ్మ ప్రేమను అక్షర జ్ఞానానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి తెలియజేయడమే ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం యొక్క ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం. అమ్మ ఒడి చదువుల బడి మాయమ్మ బడి మాకొక గుడి. అమ్మ ఒడి చదువుల బడి మాయమ్మ బడి మాకొక అమ్మ ఒడి చదువుల బడి. అమ్మ ఒడిలో కూర్చుంటేనే అదొక బడిలాగా మేము భావిస్తాం. మా అమ్మ ఒడి మాకొక గుడి. అదే విధంగా మేము ఏ విధంగానైతే ఒడిలో కూర్చొని అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకుంటామో దాన్ని బడిలాగా భావిస్తామో బడి గుడితో సమానమని భావిస్తాము. మా అమ్మ తన ఒడిలోనే నాకు ఎన్నో సంగతులు నేర్పిన నా తొలి గురువు. మా అమ్మ తన ఒడిలో కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని ఎన్నో సంగతులు నేర్పించినటువంటి మొట్టమొదటి గురువు ఎవరు అంటే మా అమ్మ మాత్రమే. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, పిల్లాన్ని ఒడిలో కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని లాలిస్తూ బుజ్జగిస్తూ మనకు కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. లోకంలో ఉన్నటువంటి మంచి చెడులను నేర్పిస్తూ దాంతోపాటు అక్షర జ్ఞానాన్ని కూడా అందించేటువంటి అక్షరాభ్యాసం చేయించేటువంటి మొదటి గురువు ఎవరు అంటే ఇక్కడ మనం అమ్మగా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ చెప్పిన శుద్ధులు అనిశంబు ఒప్పిన బుద్ధులు. అమ్మ చెప్పిన బుద్ధులు అనిశంబు ఒప్పిన బుద్ధులు. అమ్మ చెప్పే మంచి మాటలు ఎల్లప్పుడూ ఉపకరించే తెలివితేటలు. అమ్మ చెప్పే శుద్ధులు మంచి మాటలు, అమ్మ చెప్పే మంచి మాటలు అనిశంబు ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా, అనిశంబు అంటే ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా మంచి బుద్ధులు నాకు అలవడతాయి. ఆ బుద్ధులు ఆ అమ్మ చెప్పగా ఏమవుతుందో ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ మంచి మాటలు నా చెవుల్లోకి వెళ్ళి హృదయంలో ముద్ర వేసుకొని నేను భవిష్యత్తులో మంచి మార్గం వేసుకోవడానికి, మంచి చెడును తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఆ అమ్మ చెప్పినటువంటి శుద్ధులే ఎల్లప్పుడూ నాకు ఉపకారం చేస్తాయి, నాకు అవి మార్గాన్ని చూపిస్తాయి. అమ్మ చెప్పే మంచి మంచి మాటలు ఎల్లప్పుడూ ఉపకరించే తెలివితేటలు. అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి శుద్ధులే మంచి మాటలే భవిష్యత్తులో నేను తెలివిగా ఏ మార్గంలో వెళ్ళాలో, ఏ మార్గాన్ని ఎంచుకోవడం దానికి ఒక దిశానిర్దేశం చేస్తాయి అమ్మ చెప్పినటువంటి శుద్ధులు అని మనం తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, పిల్లవాడిని ఒళ్ళో కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని లాలిస్తూ బుజ్జగిస్తూ రకరకాల కథలు, పాటలు, పద్యాలు ఇలా అనేక రకాలుగా మనకు నీతులు చెప్తూ ఆ నీతుల్ని మన జీవితంలో మనం ఎలా అన్వయించుకోవాలి, ఎలా అన్వయించుకుంటే మనం మంచి మార్గంలో నడిచి వెళ్తాము, ముందుకు వెళ్తాము, భవిష్యత్తులో మంచి పేరు తెచ్చుకుంటాము, మంచి ఉన్నత స్థానాన్ని చేరుకుంటామని రకరకాల కథల ద్వారా కావచ్చు, పద్యాల ద్వారా కావచ్చు మనకి నేర్పించేది మొదటి గురువు అమ్మని అని మనం ఇక్కడ అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ పెదవుల హాసము నిత్యము మాకు వికాసం. అమ్మ పెదవుల హాసము, అమ్మ చిరునవ్వే మాకు నిత్యము వికాసము, మా అభివృద్ధికి ఒక మార్గము. మా అభివృద్ధిని కోరుకునేది అమ్మ మాత్రమే. అమ్మ పెదవులపై చిరునవ్వు మాకు నిరంతరం తెలివినిస్తుంది. అమ్మ నవ్వుతూ చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రతి మాట కూడా మా హృదయంలో నిలిచిపోయి అమ్మ రూపాన్ని మా హృదయంలో నిలుపుకొని అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి ఆ మంచి మాటలన్నీ మంచి మార్గంలో వెళ్ళడానికి ఉపకరించే సాధనాలుగా ఎల్లప్పుడూ మేము భావిస్తాము. అవి మా అభివృద్ధిని చెందించేవిగా ఉంటాయి. అమ్మ చెప్పే ప్రతి మాటలు కూడా. అమ్మ పెదవుల హాసము నిత్యము మాకు వికాసం. అమ్మ చిరునవ్వుతో చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలన్నీ కూడా భవిష్యత్తులో మాకు అభివృద్ధికి తోడ్పడతాయి. నిత్యం మాకు వికాసము, మా అభివృద్ధిని కోరుతూ ఉంటాయి, మా అభివృద్ధిని ఎల్లవేళలా కాంక్షిస్తూ ఉంటాయి. అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలు, నవ్వుతూ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలు, అంటే కోపం చూపించకుండా అమ్మ ఏం చేస్తుంది, అన్ని విషయాలు మనకు నేర్పిస్తుంది. ఒకవేళ కోపగించుకొని కనుక చూస్తే మన అమ్మ దగ్గర నేర్చుకోలేం, భయపడుతుంటాం. కానీ అమ్మ ఏం చేస్తుంది, ప్రేమపూర్వకంగా నవ్వుతో మనకు అన్ని మంచి బుద్ధులు నేర్పిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. అవన్నీ కూడా భవిష్యత్తులో మనకి దిశానిర్దేశం మార్గాన్ని చూపిస్తూ ఉంటాయి. అందుకే అమ్మ పెదవుల హాసము నిత్యము మాకు వికాసం. అమ్మ చిరునవ్వులు చిందించేటువంటి మొహంతో చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రతి మాట కూడా మా బంగారు భర్తకి ఒక దిశానిర్దేశం చేస్తాయి, లేదా ఒక మార్గాన్ని చూపించేవిగా ఉంటాయని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ మంజుల భాషణము శ్రావ్యము వీణుల భూషణము. అమ్మ మంజుల భాషణము శ్రావ్యము వీణుల భూషణము. అమ్మ మంజుల భాషణము, అమ్మ ఏదైతే మాట్లాడుతుందో, ఎంత అందంగా మాట్లాడుతుందో అవన్నీ శ్రావ్యము వీణుల భూషణము. అవి చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలన్నీ శ్రావ్యమైనవిగా, అంటే వినడానికి ఇంపుగా ఉండి మా వీణులకు భూషణాలు, మా చెవులకి ఆభరణాలుగా మాకు కనిపిస్తాయి. అమ్మ అందమైన మాటలు వినడం మా చెవులకి అలంకారం. అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలే మా చెవులకి అలంకారాలుగా మేము భావిస్తాము. ఎందుకంటే మాకు అలంకారాలు లేనప్పుడు కూడా అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలే మేము అలంకారాలుగా స్వీకరిస్తాము. కారణం ఏంటి అంటే అమ్మ చెప్పే మాటలన్నీ మంచి బుద్ధులే, మంచి విషయాలే ఉంటాయి. మంచి నీతికి సంబంధించినవి కావచ్చు, శాస్త్రానికి సంబంధించినవి కావచ్చు, ఏవైనా ఉండొచ్చు. అవి అమ్మ చెప్పే మాటలన్నీ కూడా మా భవిష్యత్తుకి దిశానిర్దేశం మార్గము చూపిస్తాయి. కనుక అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మంజుల భాషణం ఏవైతే అందమైన మాటలు చెబుతూ ఉంటుందో, శ్రావ్యము వీణులు మేము విన్నప్పుడు వాటిని మా చెవులకి మేము అలంకారాలుగా, భూషణాలుగా స్వీకరిస్తాము. అమ్మ చెప్పే మాటలు ఎప్పుడూ కూడా నీతివంతమైనవి ఉంటాయి. ఆభరణాలు లేనప్పుడు కూడా మేము ఆభరణాలుగా వాటిని స్వీకరిస్తాము. అంటే అమ్మ ఎప్పుడు మంచి మాటలే చెప్తుంది, నీతి వాక్యాలే చెబుతుంది. వాటిని మనము ఆచరించాలి, నేర్చుకోవాలి ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా అని తెలియజేయడమే ఇక్కడ ఉద్దేశం. అమ్మ హృదయ అనురాగము దివ్యము భవ్యము యోగము. అమ్మ హృదయ అనురాగం, అమ్మ హృదయం అంతా కూడా ప్రేమతో నిండి ఉంటుంది. దివ్యము భవ్యము యోగము. ఆ అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలు దివ్యమైనవి, భవ్యమైనవి, భవిష్యత్తును చూపించేవి, యోగవంతమైనవి, మంచి యోగాన్ని కలిగించేవిగా ఉంటాయి. అమ్మ హృదయ అనురాగం, అమ్మ హృదయం అనురాగంతో నిండిపోయి ఉంటుంది కనుక తను చెప్పే మాట కూడా భవ్యము, భవబంధాలను తెంచేది, శుభకరమైనది, ఉత్తమమైనది, ఉత్తమ మార్గాన్ని నిర్దేశించేది, భవ్యము భవిష్యత్తును నిర్దేశించేది, యోగము అనుసరించడానికి వీలైనటువంటిది. అమ్మ చెప్పే మాట దివ్యమైన మాట, భవిష్యత్తును నిర్దేశించే మాట, యోగ్యమైనది. అంటే మనకు ఒక అనుసరణీయకి యోగ్యమైనది, అనుసరించడానికి యోగ్యమైనది, అనుసరణీయమైనది. అందుకు అమ్మ హృదయ అనురాగము దివ్యము భవ్యము యోగము. అమ్మ ప్రేమ ఉత్తమమైనది, శుభకరమైనది, అన్నిటినీ సమకూర్చేది. అమ్మ ప్రేమపూర్వక మాటలే మన భవిష్యత్తును దిశానిర్దేశం చేస్తాయి. భవ్యము దివ్యము యోగము, భవిష్యత్తులో అనుకరించదగినటువంటివి, దివ్యమైనటువంటివి అమ్మ మాటలు అని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ హృదయం అనురాగంతో నిండి ఉంటుంది, మంచి దివ్యత్వాన్ని కలిగి ఉంటుంది. భవ్యము భవిష్యత్తులో మంచి మార్గాన్ని చూపించేదిగా ఉంటుంది. యోగము అనుసరించడానికి వీలైనదిగా ఉంటుంది అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రతి మాట కూడా. నాట్యం నేర్పిస్తున్నట్టుగా మనం ఈ పిక్చర్లో చూడొచ్చు. అమ్మ నేర్పించేటువంటిది ఏదైనా కూడా దివ్యమైనదిగా మనము భావించుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ నేర్పించేటువంటిది ఏదైనా కూడా, అది నాట్యం కావచ్చు, పద్యం కావచ్చు, పాట కావచ్చు, ఏదైనా కూడా దివ్యము, యోగ్యము, భవ్యము, ఇవి మూడు కూడా కలగలిపి ఆమె ప్రేమపూర్వకంగా మనకు అందిస్తుంది. మన భవిష్యత్తుకి మంచి మార్గాన్ని చూపించేవిగానే ఉంటుంది. అవి అమ్మ ప్రేమతో కలగలిపి మరి మనకు అందిస్తుంది. అమ్మ చల్లని కరణములు దానమ్మునకు ఆకరణములు. కరములు అంటే చేతులు. అమ్మ చల్లని చేతులు దానమ్మునకు ఆకరణములు అంటే దానం చేయడానికి నిలయాలుగా ఏది కోరితే అది ఇస్తుంది. మనకు చూడండి, అమ్మ ప్రేమలో ఒక భాగమైంది ఏది అంటే పిల్లలు ఏది కోరితే అది అందించడమే అమ్మ పని. అందుకే ఏమంటున్నాడు, అమ్మ చల్లని కరములు దానమ్మునకు ఆకరణములు. మనం ఏది కోరితే అది మనకే కాదు, ఇతరులు ఎవరైనా ఏది కోరినా ఇస్తూ ఉంటుంది. అమ్మ చేతులు దానమునకు ఆకరణములు. అమ్మ చేతులు దానమునకు ఆకరణములు. ఏది కోరితే అది ఇవ్వడానికి ఒక నిలయంలాగా అమ్మ చేతులు మనకు అందిస్తూ ఉంటాయి. అమ్మ చల్లని మేలైన చేతులు దాన ధర్మాలకి నిలయాలు. దాన ధర్మాలు చేయడానికి ఒక నిలయాలుగా, స్థానాలుగా మనము గుర్తించవచ్చు. అమ్మ చల్లని కరములు, అమ్మ అందించేటువంటి ఏదైనా చేతుల ద్వారా అందించేటువంటి వస్తువే కావచ్చు, ఏదైనా కావచ్చు, మనకది ఆకరములో అమ్మ చేతులకు నిలయాలుగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. అంటే మనం ఏది కోరినా మన కోరికను నెరవేర్చడానికి ఎల్లవెల్లలా మనకు అందుబాటులో ఉంటుంది అమ్మ. అమ్మ చరణ తలమ్ములు క్షేమమ్ము పండు పొలమ్ములు. అమ్మ చరణ తలములు, చరణములు అంటే పాదాలు. అమ్మ పాదములు తాకినటువంటి ఈ నేల క్షేమము పండు పొలములు, మన క్షేమాన్ని కాంక్షిస్తూ ఉండేటువంటి పంట పొలం లాంటిది అనమాట. అమ్మ తాకినటువంటి ఈ భూమి మన క్షేమాన్ని కోరుకునేటువంటి పంట పొలం లాంటిది. అమ్మ పాదాలు తాకిన నేల శుభాలు పండించే పొలం వంటిది. అమ్మ తాకినటువంటి ఈ నేల ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా మన క్షేమాన్ని కోరుకునేటువంటి పంట పొలం, మన క్షేమాన్ని కోరుకోవడమే పంటలాగా భావించేటువంటిది అమ్మ తాకినటువంటి నేల అని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మ కన్నుల కాంతులు లోకమ్మునకు సుఖశాంతులు. అమ్మ కన్నుల కాంతులు లోకమ్మునకు సుఖశాంతులు. అమ్మ కన్నుల కాంతులు, అమ్మ కళ్ళ నుండి వచ్చేటువంటి కాంతులు ఈ లోకానికి అంతటికి కూడా సుఖాన్ని, సంతోషాన్ని కలిగించేలాగా ఉంటాయి. లోకము అంటే ప్రపంచం. ఈ ప్రపంచానికి అందరికీ కూడా, అందరికీ అమ్మ ఉంటుంది. ప్రతి మనిషి అమ్మ లేకుండా ఈ భూమి మీదకి రాలేదు. అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి ఆ చల్లని చూపులు, అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి ఆ కళ్ళ నుండి వచ్చేటువంటి కాంతులు లోకానికి అంతటికీ కూడా సుఖశాంతులను ఇచ్చేలాగా ఉంటాయి. సుఖాన్ని, శాంతిని కోరుకునేలాగా ఉంటుందంటే చూడండి, అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి ప్రతి ప్రేమ కూడా, ప్రేమపూర్వకమైనటువంటి విషయం కూడా మన సుఖాన్ని, మన సంతోషాన్ని కోరుకునేలాగానే ఉంటుంది. మనకి ఏది చేసినా అది కోపంతో చెప్పినా, ప్రేమతో చెప్పినా కూడా అమ్మ మన సుఖాన్ని, సంతోషాన్ని కోరుకునే చెప్తుంది. కానీ వేరే మార్గంలో వెళ్ళాలని మాత్రం అమ్మ ఇప్పుడు మనల్ని భావించదు. అమ్మ కళ్ళలోని కాంతులు లోకానికి సుఖాన్ని, శాంతిని ఇస్తాయి. ఎప్పుడూ కూడా మనము సుఖపడాలి, శాంతంగా ఉండాలి, సుఖంగా ఉండాలి అనేసి ఆలోచించే చెబుతుంది. ఏ మాట చెప్పినా కూడా ఎప్పుడూ కూడా మన క్షేమాన్నే కోరుకునేది తల్లి. ఆమె కన్నుల కాంతులే మన భవిష్యత్తుకి ఒక వెలుగు రేఖను నింపుతాయి. మనం చీకట్లో వెళ్తున్నాం అనుకోండి, మనల్ని మందలిచ్చేది ఎవరు అంటే అమ్మ, మన వెలుగునిచ్చేది ఎవరు అంటే అమ్మ. కాబట్టి అమ్మ కన్నులే, అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి కన్నుల కాంతులే మన భవిష్యత్తుకి వెలుగునిస్తాయి. ఒకవేళ మనం చెడు మార్గంలో కనుక వెళ్ళామనుకోండి, అమ్మ స్నేహపూర్వకంగా మనల్ని మందలిచ్చి అది మంచి మార్గం కాదు, చెడు మార్గం అని చెబుతూ తన కన్నులనే కాంతిని మనం వెళ్ళేటువంటి చీకటి మార్గంలో వెలుగు నింపేలాగా చేస్తాయి. అంటే అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి మాటలు తన అనుభవపూర్వకంగా చెబుతుంది కాబట్టి ఏదైనా మన మంచిని కోరుకునే చెబుతుంది. జీవితం చీకటిమయం అయిపోతే గనక అమ్మ చూపించేటువంటి కన్నుల కాంతులే మన జీవితానికి, మన భవిష్యత్తుకి వెలుగుని ఇస్తాయని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అమ్మయే నా సర్వస్వము, ధైర్యము, బలము, గర్వము. అమ్మయే నా సర్వస్వం. నా జీవితానికి అన్నీ కూడా, నా జీవితంలో ఏది మంచో, ఏది చెడో, ఏది చేయాలో, ఏది చేయకూడదో, ఏ మార్గంలో వెళ్తే నేను ఉన్నత స్థితికి చేరుకుంటానో అన్నిటిని చెప్పేది అమ్మ. అందుకే అమ్మయే నా సర్వస్వం. ధైర్యము, నాకు ధైర్యం ఇచ్చేది కూడా. నేను ఏదైనా ఒక మార్గంలో వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు భయపడి వెనకడికి వేస్తున్నాను అనుకోండి, భయపడకుండా నాకు ధైర్యం చెప్పేది అమ్మ. అందుకే అమ్మాయి నా ధైర్యము. బలము, నేను బలహీనుగా ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా, ఏదైనా ఒక సందర్భంలో నేను బలాన్ని కోల్పోయినట్లయితే నాకు బలాన్ని అందించేది కూడా అమ్మే. గర్వము, నన్ను చూసి గర్వపడేది కూడా అమ్మనే. నేను ఏదన్నా చెడు మార్గంలో వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు మంచి మార్గంలో వెళ్ళమని నాకు ధైర్యం చెప్పేది అమ్మనే, బలాన్ని ఇచ్చేది అమ్మనే, గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అయ్యేది అమ్మనే. కాబట్టి అమ్మయే నా సర్వస్వం. అమ్మే నా ధైర్యం, బలం, గర్వం, సర్వస్వం. నాకు బలాన్ని ఇచ్చేది, ధైర్యాన్ని ఇచ్చేది, గర్వపడేది, తర్వాత నాకు అన్ని దిశానిర్దేశాలు చేసేది, నా సర్వస్వము కూడా నాకు అమ్మనే అని చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. చూడండి, అమ్మ లేకపోతే మనం లేము, ఈ భూమి మీదకి అసలు మనమంటూ లేము. అమ్మ అని ఉంటేనే మనం ఈ భూమి మీదకి వచ్చాము. ఈ మంచి చెడు ఏదో కూడా ఆమె మాటల ద్వారానే, చేదల ద్వారానే ఆమె ఆచరించి మనకు చూపిస్తుంది. కనుక ప్రతి విషయం కూడా అమ్మని అనుసరించి మనము నేర్చుకోవాల్సింది. అందుకే అమ్మ మనకన్నిటిలో కూడా సర్వస్వము. ఆ సర్వస్వంలో ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయంటే ధైర్యం, బలం, గర్వం. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకు నేర్పించేది ఎవరు, మనకు అందించేది ఎవరు అంటే మళ్ళీ అమ్మనే. అమ్మనే మన సర్వస్వంగా భావించి మనం అమ్మ దగ్గర నుంచి అన్నీ స్వీకరించాలి. అవేంటంటే ధైర్యం, బలం, గర్వం. ధైర్యం, బలం, గర్వం ఇవన్నీ కూడా అమ్మ దగ్గర నుంచి మనము నేర్చుకోవాల్సిందే. అందుకే మనకు అమ్మ సర్వస్వం. అన్ని నిధులు అమ్మలాగే అమ్మ దగ్గరే ఉంటాయి. మనకి ఏది కావాలన్నా అది అమ్మ మనకి నిక్షేపంలాగా ఇస్తూ ఉంటుంది. కనుక అమ్మ చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రతి మాటని కూడా మనము పెడచెవిన పెట్టకుండా, అంటే వినన్నట్టు వదిలేయకుండా, అమ్మ ఎల్లప్పుడూ మన క్షేమాన్ని కోరుకుంటుంది కాబట్టి అమ్మ చెప్పే ప్రతి మాటని మనం వింటూ ఆచరణలో పెట్టాలని, అమ్మకి ఇవ్వాల్సినటువంటి గౌరవాన్ని ఇవ్వాలని, ఇస్తూ ఆమె చూపించినటువంటి మార్గాన్ని నడుచుకోవాలని విద్యార్థులుగా మీ వంతుగా మీరు తల్లిదండ్రులు చెప్పే ప్రతి మాటని, అలాగే గురువులు చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రతి పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని విని నేర్చుకుంటారని ఆశిస్తూ ముగిస్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
आंध्र प्रदेश के, एपी के, क्या बेटा, 6वीं कक्षा का दूसरा पाठ का नाम है, पाठ का नाम तितली है. क्या है बेटा? तितली. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ तितली? तितली मीन्स बटरफ्लाई. बटरफ्लाई माने सीताकोकचिलुका. ओके, सीताकोकचिलुका. तो बटरफ्लाई क्या करती है, कैसी होती है, देखने में कैसी लगती है हमें, और कहां से कहां जाती है, कहां से कहां जाती हैं, उसके बारे में आज हम यहाँ पर जानकारी लेंगे. तो बेटा यहाँ पर तितली पाठ हमें कई प्रकार की रीति रिवाजियां सिखाती हैं. मन को किस तरह आह्वान करना चाहते हैं और किस तरह हमारे मन को लूटने के लिए कोशिश करती है तितली, ये सब कुछ के बारे में हम इस पाठ में अभ्यास करेंगे. तो देखो बेटा, तितली का अर्थ सीताकोकचिलुका, तेलुगु में सीताकोकचिलुका कहते हैं. बटरफ्लाई, कैसी बटरफ्लाई क्या करती है, ऐसे उड़ती जाती. यहाँ पाठ हमें यह सबक सिखाता है कि तितली कैसी होती है. रंग बिरंगी तितली हमारे मन को किस तरह उलझाने के लिए कोशिश करती हैं, हमारे मन को किस तरह उत्प्रेरित करने के लिए कोशिश करती है, उसके बारे में यहाँ पाठ हमें जानकारी देता है. तो देखो बेटा, पहले यहाँ पर चित्र दिखाई दे रहा है. क्या है? चित्र है. चित्र में क्या है? एक तितली है. क्या है बेटा? तितली. ओके, तितली है और आसमान भी दिखाई दे रहा है. क्या दिखाई दे रहा है? आसमान. आसमान मीन्स आकाशमु. आसमान मीन्स आकाशमु, जो हमें स्काई, आकाश भी हमें दिखाई दे रहा है इस चित्र में. और कौन है बेटा? दो लड़के, एक बच्चा और एक बच्ची, एक लड़का और एक लड़की, दोनों लड़के और लड़की दोनों भी हैं. तो क्या कर रहे हैं? हो गार्डन में खेल रहे हैं. यहाँ पर फूल, ओके, फूल का गार्डन है ना बेटा. ओके, और बाजू में एक छोटा सा नाला भी है, पाउंड भी है, చెరువు కూడా ఉంది. చెరువు పక్కన అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి గార్డెన్ లో ఆడుకుంటూ ఉంటున్నారు. ఏదా బెలూన్ చేత. ओके, हाथ में बैलून, और तितली को पकड़ने के लिए जाली की तरह यहाँ पर उपयोगी कर रहे हैं. ओके ना बेटा, यहाँ पर एक उड़ती जा रही है. क्या है बेटा? ये तितलियां हैं. क्या है? तितलियां हैं. उसी तरह तितली जिस तरह यहाँ पर उड़ती जाती है, उसको देखकर वे बच्चे लोग क्या होते हैं, बच्चे नहीं, हम लोग भी, सभी लोग क्या करते हैं, क्या होते हैं, बहुत खुश होते हैं, आनंद होते हैं. देखने के लिए कैसी होती है? रंग बिरंगी होती है तितलियां. तितलियां कैसी होती हैं? रंग बिरंगी तितलियां होती है. रंग बिरंगी माने कलरफुल. ओके, रंगू रंगुला. और यहाँ चित्र में क्या दिखाई दे रहा है? फ्लावर्स. ओके, क्या है? फूलों के पेड़. ओके, वृक्ष, छोटे छोटे तरु वहां पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और छोटे छोटे, और यहाँ पर कुछ पेड़ भी दिखाई दे रहा है. यहाँ पर एक गार्डन भी है, और एक बच्चा और एक बच्ची भी यहाँ पर दिखाई देती है. और यहाँ पर रंग बिरंगे फूल भी यहाँ पर दिखाई देते हैं. आसमान में बादल छा रहे हैं. आसमान में क्या छा रहे बेटा? बादल छा रहे हैं. ये पूरे बादल है. बादल माने क्लाउड्स, मेघालु. क्लाउड्स मेघालु, मेघ पूरे छा गए हैं, ये सब कुछ इसके बारे में यहाँ पर चर्चित किया गया है। ओके नेक्स्ट, तो देखो बेटा ये पार्ट तितली पार्ट है। तितली एक कविता के रूप में यहाँ पार्ट को कविता के रूप में बताया गया है। वहाँ किस तरह यहाँ पर कविता है हम अभी जानेंगे। तितली आई तितली आई तितली आई तितली आई, रंग बिरंगी तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई, तितली आई तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई, मीना आजा रीना आजा मीना आजा रीना आजा, नीली पीली तितली आई, मीना आजा रीना आजा मीना आजा रीना आजा, पीली नीली पीली तितली आई तितली आई तितली आई, रंग बिरंगी तितली आई, मीना आजा रीना आजा मीना आजा रीना आजा, नीली पीली तितली आई, नील गगन से उड़ती आई नील गगन से उड़ती आई, फूलों का रस पीने आई फूलों का रस पीने आई, तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई। इस तरह यहाँ पर कविता के रूप में हमें तितली पार्ट का पद्य को इस तरह बताया गया है। क्या बोल के, तितली आई ओ ए बेटा तितली आई है यहाँ पर, और रंग बिरंगी तितली कैसी है कहते हैं, रंग बिरंगी है कहते हैं, कैसी है रंग बिरंगी। और तितली आई, मीना आजा रीना आजा, ए मीना आओ और रीना आओ और सब लोग आओ, आना माने टू कम। ओके, नीली पीली तितली आई नीली पीली तितली आई, नील गगन से उड़ती आई, कहाँ से आई, नील गगन से उड़ते आई, फूलों का रस पीने आई, किसका रस पीने के लिए आई है, फूलों का रस को पीने के लिए आई है। तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई रंग बिरंगी तितली आई, कैसी तितली आई, रंग बिरंगी माने कलरफुल। ओके नेक्स्ट, यहाँ पर बताया गया है तितली आई कौन आई कहते हैं, तितली आई। तितली का अर्थ होता है बटरफ्लाई, क्या है बटरफ्लाई का अर्थ होता है सीताकोक चिलुका, सीताकोक चिलुका వచ్చింది, सीताकोक चिलुका వచ్చింది, बटरफ्लाई आई है। रंग बिरंगी तितली आई, वो तितली कैसी है कहते हैं रंग बिरंगी। व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ रंग बिरंगी, रंग बिरंगी मीन्स कलरफुल కలర్ఫుల్ తో बोले तो बहुत रंग बिरंगी, రంగు రంగుల అనేకమైనటువంటి రంగులు కలిగినటువంటి తితలి సీతాకోక చిలుక। और तितली आई, मीना आजा रीना आजा, ओ मीना आओ 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 जल्दी आओ, रंडी रंडी तंदर रंडी, आओ आओ माने आजा माने रंडे, मीना आओ, मीना बोल के लड़की को बुला रहे हैं और रीना बोल के लड़की को भी बुला रही है। मीना आजा रीना आजा। और नीली पीली तितली आई, नीली पीली माने नीले रंग की और पीले रंग की। ओके, नीली पीली, नील का अर्थ होता है ब्लू कलर, नीले का अर्थ होता है ब्लू कलर की, पीली का अर्थ होता है येलो, पीला येलो कलर की और नीले रंग की, दोनों भी एक तितली आई है। कई प्रकार की तितली यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है। आइए, ఓకే, తితలి వచ్చింది, సీతాకోక చిలుక వచ్చింది, రంగు రంగుల సీతాకోక చిలుక వచ్చింది। ఓ మీనా రండి और రీనా రండి, ఇద్దరు రండి మనము ఆడుకుందాము। नीली पीली तितली आई, नीले रंग की और पीले रंग की, ब्लू कलर की और येलो कलर की తిత్లి సీతాకోక వచ్చింది, సీతాకోక చిలుక వచ్చింది, రండి మనం అందరము కలిసి మెలిసి ఆడుకుందాము అని అర్థం। ये उसका भावार्थ है बेटा। ओके, दूसरा है नील गगन से उड़ती आई। कौन से गगन से उड़ती आई है, नील गगन से उड़ती आई। फूलों का रस पीने आई। रस का अर्थ है रसमो। పువ్వులలో వెళ్ళేటటువంటి రసము। फूल क्या होता है? फूल में क्या होता है? रस होता है। ఓకే, తేనెటీగలు ఆ పువ్వులకించి రసాన్ని తీసుకెళ్లి మంచిగా తేనెను తయారు చేస్తుంది కదా, अदे विधंगा जब फूल होते हैं, फूल के नीचे अंदर में खाने के लिए बहुत अच्छा स्वाद देने वाला एक रस होता है, वही है रसमु। रसमु बोलते हैं। ओके, फूलों का रस पीने के लिए आती है। तितली कहीं के लिए आती है? फूलों का रस को पीने के लिए आती है। और तितली आई, रंग बिरंगी तितली आई। कैसी तितलियां हैं कहते हैं वहां पर? रंग बिरंगी, कलरफुल है, सो रंग बिरंगी तितलियां यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है बोल के यहाँ हमारे पाठ में बताया गया है। और उड़ना माने टू फ्लाई, ఎగరడము। ఓకే, ఇలా ఎగరడము, ఆకాశంలో ఉరకడము, పరిగెత్తడము, ये सब कुछ इसका अर्थ है। नीले गगन माने ब्लू कलर లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఆకాశములో, నీల గగన్ में ఉడితి आई। ఉడితి మానే ఫ్లయింగ్ చేసుకుంటా వస్తున్నాయి। ఏమిటిది? ఏం ఫ్లయింగ్ చేసుకుంటా వస్తున్నాయి? సీతాకోక చిలుకలు, రండి नीना और मीना। तितली आई, रंग बिरंगी तितली आई। तितलियां कैसी है कहते? रंग बिरंगी है कहते, बहुत अच्छी है कहते। तो देखो बेटा यहाँ पर चित्र में दिखाई दे रहा है, क्या है चित्र क्या है? चित्र में छोटे छोटे फूलों के पेड़ हैं, पौधे हैं, और फूल रंग बिरंगे फूल दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वहां पर क्या है बेटा? कई प्रकार के तितलियां भी हमें यहाँ पर मौजूद है। यहाँ पर ये दिखाई दे रही ना तितली बेटा, ये तितली कैसी है? बहुत अच्छी है, कलरफुल है, देखने लायक है। तो देखे तो हमारा मन पूरा अट्रैक्शन हो जाता है, मन को भाने लग रहा है। ओके, हमारे मन पूरा उसको चाहने लगा है। क्यों? वहां पर देखने के लिए कैसी है तितली? बहुत रंग बिरंगी, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से एक तितली यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है। ओके, नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर एक रेड कलर में एक तितली भी दिखाई दे रही है। पीछे क्या है बेटा? पूरा आसमान है। क्या है? पूरा आसमान है। आसमान क्या है बेटा? कहीं पे आसमान में पूरा नीला छा गया है, और आसमान पूरा सही तरीके से यहाँ पर नील गगन बन चुका है। ओके, इसका ये अर्थ है। ओके, यहाँ पर क्या है बेटा? फिर पानी है। कई का पानी है? समुद्र का पानी है। చెరువు, సముద్రము లేదా చెరువు, एक छोटा सा नाला समझो, नाले का पानी भी वहां पर दिखाई दे रहा है। और यहाँ पर कई प्रकार की छोटी छोटी तृण माने घास भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। ओके, तो इनकी प्रकृति हमें कैसी लगती है? देखने लायक होती है। और ठंडी प्रकृति से हमें क्या होता है? आनंद लगता है, बहुत खुश होता है। ओके, जब हम खुशी से झूम उठते हैं तो प्रकृति को देखने से हमें क्या लगता है बेटा? हमारा मन बहुत पुलकित होता है, आनंद होता है। प्रकृति हरा भरा जो पेड़ पौधे होते हैं, वहां पर टाइम को स्पेंड करने से हमें क्या लगता है? बहुत आनंद होता है, खुश लगता है हमारे मन को बहुत खुश लगता है। इसी तरह तो फ्यूचर में हम कभी भी क्या करना है बेटा? पेड़ पौधों को काटना नहीं, इस प्रकृति को बचाना है। हमारी इस प्रकृति को बचाना हमारा कर्तव्य है। हमारे सुमित्रानंदन पंत जी ने सही तरीके से क्या प्रकृति के बारे में विवरण किया गया है। उन प्रकृति की सुंदरता के बारे में हम सभी लोग क्या करना है? अपनाना है। ओके, जैसा इस प्रकृति में तितली पाठ में तितली के बारे में बताया गया है, और सो वातावरण नेचर के बारे में और फूलों के बारे में भी बताया गया है। ऐसे फूलों को, इस तरह के फूलों को देखकर हमें क्या लगता है? आनंद होता है, खुश होते हैं। क्योंकि यहाँ पर रंग बिरंगे फूल होते हैं। इसी तरह हमारी लाइफ भी कैसी होनी चाहिए? रंग बिरंगी, कलरफुल होनी चाहिए। कभी भी खुश रहना चाहिए। हम भी हमारे मन से हम क्या कैसे रहना है बेटा? खुश रहना, आनंद रहना। ओके, एक दूसरों से मिलजुल कर रहना ही हमें ये हमारा एक कर्तव्य है। और तितली कैसी होती है बेटा, बहुत खुश आनंद से उल्लास होकर अपने आसमान में उड़ती जाती है। ओके, यहाँ पर इस तरह फूल और आसमान में कई प्रकार की लालिमा छा गई है। उस लालिमा को, उस प्रकृति को देखकर हमारा मन पूरा पुलकित होता है, आनंद होता है, खुश होता है। और यहाँ पर पढ़ाई के साथ साथ क्या है, खेल कूद भी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है बोल के यहाँ पर हमें यहाँ बताया गया है। तो यहाँ पर देखो बेटा, है ये चित्र में क्या है, सभी चित्र कैसा है बोलो तो अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, मीन्स अट्रैक्शन करे जैसा, तो नहीं कि हम खाली चित्र को देखें तो भी अट्रैक्ट हो जा रहे, तो नहीं कि प्रकृति को सही भी हमारे आंखों से डायरेक्टली देखे तो हमें कैसा लगता है, बहुत खुश होता है, आनंद होता है। उसीलिए हम क्या करना है, पेड़ पौधों को बचाना है और जंगल को नहीं काटना है और पूरे पक्षियों को, किसी भी एक प्राणी को दुखी नहीं देना चाहिए और एक दूसरों से मिलजुल कर रहना। इस पाठ से हम सब कुछ सबक सीखते हैं, सीखा है। ओके ना बेटा। नेक्स्ट देखो बेटा, पेड़ को पालने से कैसा होता है, ऐसा पक्षियां भी आती हैं और हमारा वातावरण भी सही तरीके से रहता है। सूर्य की रोशनियां भी पेड़ पर आती हैं और पेड़ पर रोशनी आने से यहाँ से हमें ऑक्सीजन, हमें मानव को मिल जाता है, मानव को हमें ऑक्सीजन भी बहुत अच्छी तरीके से मिल जाएगा। ओके, यहाँ पर क्यों बोले तो यहाँ से रोशनी से इस पेड़ को स्वच्छ हवा, पेड़ को सही रोशनी मिलने से वहाँ पर पेड़ हमें क्या करता है बेटा, ऑक्सीजन देता है। ओके, हम CO2 को छोड़ते हैं, CO2 कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को छोड़ने के बाद में वहाँ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कौन लेता है, पेड़ पौधे ले लेते हैं और पेड़ क्या करते हैं, हमें श्वास लेने के लिए स्वच्छ हवा हमें देते हैं। कैसी हवा, ऑक्सीजन के रूप में हमें स्वच्छ हवा हमें देते हैं। इसलिए हमें इस प्रकृति को बचा कर रखना हमारा कर्तव्य है बोल के हम इसे थोड़ा सा एक सीखने के लिए प्रकृति के बारे में, प्रकृति के लिए मैं आपको बताना चाहता था, इसलिए मैंने ये बताया है बेटा। ओके, ग्रामर पार्ट जो है और इसमें जो बिट्स है उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे दूसरे अभी सामने। ओके,
Hello children, I am Satish. You are watching me on Lucid Study. Children, how are you all doing? Good? Today we are learning a very interesting chapter. In our 6th class, the first chapter is, can you guess? Yes, you all are waiting to know the chapter. Very good. Children, the chapter name is Tenali Ramakrishna. The word tells the native of the word is Telugu origin, Telugu background. It means when the person is Telugu man, we are going to learn something very interesting and the greatness of the particular Telugu man. Wherever you go, right from the past, from the history, so many Telugu people became successful in their lives. And one of them is Tenali Ramakrishna. Can you guess who is he? Did you hear any time Tenali Ramakrishna name? Yes, don't think that a person who is from Tenali is Tenali Ramakrishna. Are you thinking like that? Oh yes, good, you are right. Yes, his name is Ramakrishna. As he is from Tenali in Guntur district, his name is given like Tenali Ramakrishna. What is his profession? He is a poet. Do you know any other things about this great man? Yes, did you read any stories from your childhood? Oh, you might be thinking you have seen so many videos on YouTube about his stories, greatness and comedy. When you talk the word comedy, we cannot call this great man a comedian. There is a formal word, we call him with jester. Do you know the spelling? I'll tell you the spelling. Tenali Ramakrishna is a jester. Can you pronounce? Jester. What is the meaning of jester? Jester is a person who speaks something in a funny way. It means what he does? Yes, he makes people laugh, smile with his funny way of talking. Now, what can you see on the screen? You can see the picture. Yes, what is the picture? Do you remember anything? Okay, what kind of things you are observing here in the picture? Oh, you have seen a person who is sitting on the high chair. Do you know what is it called? It is called throne. This is called throne. Throne is high chair. తెలుగులో మనం సింహాసనం అంటాము. సింహాసనంలో ఎవరు కూర్చుంటారు? మహారాజు కూర్చుంటారు. Very good. Children, the one who is sitting in the throne is called Sri Krishna Devaraya. Who is Sri Krishna Devaraya? Sri Krishna Devaraya was emperor. So here Sri Krishna Devaraya is an emperor and Tenali Ramakrishna is jester. Sri Krishna Devaraya was an emperor of Vijayanagara kingdom. Okay, what is the meaning of emperor? Emperor means Maharaju. Okay, fine. Now, can you see where is Tenali Ramakrishna here? Tenali Ramakrishna is not he, neither he. Then the one who covered his head with pot tells that he is Tenali Ramakrishna doing some kind of funny things. What are these other two people? They are called ministers. Okay, they are called ministers. The other word of ministers is courtiers. Courtiers, the one who lives, the one who stays in the court is called courtiers. Children, then courtiers means, is there any court? Yes, Sabha. Sabha is there. What happens in Sabha? What happens in court? Yes, Maharaja will give judgment to the people. Okay, Maharaja will listen the necessities, requirements, problems of people. That's what happening in the court. I think you all have gone for a while to the time and period of kings and queens. Yes or no? Now you will read and understand the story Tenali Ramakrishna. This story is in the form of conversation. It means dialogues will be there. When you are reading the dialogues, you need to maintain the accent, the tone, especially expression. That's what you are going to learn in this lesson, Clever Tenali Ramakrishna. Let us look at the picture. The man who is showing a painting is called Chitravarma. Chitravarma, by profession, a famous painter in the kingdom of Sri Krishna Devaraya, that is Vijayanagar kingdom. And the one who is watching with surprise is called Sri Krishna Devaraya, the emperor. And the other character is Tenali Ramakrishna. These three characters are very, very important in our story. Chitravarma was the most famous painter in Sri Krishna Devaraya's court. The emperor was pleased with Chitravarma's paintings. People also liked these paintings. Let us see what is it. Who is painter? Chitravarma. Good. What is Chitravarma's profession? Painting. Now there will be a question. Who was Chitravarma? Chitravarma was the most famous painter in Sri Krishna Devaraya's court. The emperor was pleased. What is the meaning of pleased? Happy. Pleased means happy. The emperor was pleased with Chitravarma's paintings. People also liked his paintings. Of course, Chitravarma was a famous painter in Sri Krishna Devaraya's court. Next, what happened? One day, Chitravarma was busy painting. Okay, he engaged his time in painting. Then, Emperor Sri Krishna Devaraya happened to visit him. What happens when Sri Krishna Devaraya visited Chitravarma the painter? Let's learn. Chitravarma says, "Welcome, your majesty." What is the meaning of majesty? Your Majesty, Maharaja. Okay, this is high honor, high honor, high honor that we give to a great man. In other words, the biggest title that we give to the great man, Your Majesty. Krishnadevaraya replies, oh, what a beautiful picture. It looks so natural. Do you see all the exclamation marks are there in the sentence? Exclamation marks. Where do you use exclamation marks? Yes, when you feel surprise, happy, you express your happiness. Then we use the exclamation mark. The courtiers replying, yes, Your Majesty, really it is wonderful. Sri Krishnadevaraya replies, no painter on earth can compete with you. What is the meaning of compete? Match. Be equal with you. Chitravarma, you are a unique painter. What is the meaning of unique? Special, gifted. And you are the exceptional painter. Nobody can paint like you. You shall be rewarded. It means we have to give you awards and rewards for your talent. What do you say, Ramakrishna? Sri Krishnadevaraya asks Ramakrishna's opinion. Then Ramakrishna says, yes, my lord, equal to Your Majesty, my lord. Understood? Maharaja, Prabhuva. This is what we say to the kings. Such an artist he is. Oh, great artist. He deserves your encouragement. Yes, Maharaja, we have to, you have to give awards and rewards. You have to encourage such talented people in the court. Like this, Tenali Ramakrishna also accepted with the decision of Sri Krishnadevaraya. Sri Krishnadevaraya's dialogue. That's great. Let him ask for anything. Okay, we are interested to give him. We are willing to give him something like awards and rewards. And let him accept for that. He shall get whatever he wants. Whatever he asks, we are ready to give him. Then Chitravarma says, thank you very much, Your Majesty. It's all your affection and encouragement. Me prema and me protsaham. Your affection and your encouragement must be there, and we are ready to accept what you give. Now Sri Krishnadevaraya replies that your presence in the Council of Advisors will be a boon to the Vijayanagara Empire. What is the meaning of Council of Advisors? Advisors means one who gives advices. Salahalichevaru. And Council of Advisors, there will be group of people. This is collective noun, Council of Advisors. Now, will be a boon to the Vijayanagara Empire. What is the meaning of boon? It could be like a blessing, help. Now, Chitravarma replies, I am afraid, I am sorry, I am not so great, Your Majesty. Your blessings are worth the strength of 1,000 elephants. Your blessings itself is as strong as thousands elephant strength. You giving me a position of an advisor is unmatchable. That's more than what I am. Krishnadevaraya replies, no, a great painter like you should be rewarded in fitting manner. Fitting manner is suitable manner. Understood? Suitable. Perfect. Now dear students, actually look here, what is the profession of Chitravarma? A painter. What is the decision that Sri Krishnadevaraya took for him? Appointing him as a advisor. Okay, now let's see. Your Highness is merciful. Oh my God, me becoming an advisor is you are merciful. Me daya. That's what he says. Sri Krishnadevaraya replies, thinking for a while, and he snapped. Snapped means doing like this. Okay, making a kind of sound with fingers. Okay, finger sounds is called snap. You will be my chief advisor from today onwards. Oh my God, not even small advisor, chief, prime, big advisor from today onwards. See dear students, what was the opinion when Sri Krishnadevaraya asked Chitravarma to be the advisor? Now how he feels? Definitely he feels very happy. Then he says, Your Majesty, what? I cannot understand. how I am blessed, your majesty. That is how he expresses his happiness. For that, Ramakrishna says, excuse me, your majesty. He is talented in painting, but would it be a right decision to make him like this, he says. It means Tenali Ramakrishna asks Sri Krishna Devaraya to rethink of the decision that he has taken. He is a painter by his profession, but Sri Krishna Devaraya, the emperor, appoints him as an advisor. How come it will be, work out? That's what Tenali Ramakrishna's doubt. Then Tenali Ramakrishna expresses his doubt. Your Majesty, excuse me, I am sorry. He is talented in painting, but would it be a right decision to make him? This is how he speaks. For that, Sri Krishna replies with proud. The emperor of Vijayanagara knows what is right. Minister, please make an announcement that Chitravarma will be the chief advisor hereafter in the court. Announce it. I have taken the decision and I will not take it back. Then the minister, yes, your majesty, I will make an announcement in our empire. But Chitravarma's plans and actions led to confusion everywhere. He had never handled the matter of court before. His decisions were irrelevant. His conclusions lacked sense. With this, the people grew impatient. Here, Chitravarma has not been to the affairs of court. He doesn't know how to give judgment. He doesn't know how to give advices. So all his plans, what happened? Actions led the people into the confusion everywhere. He had never handled such a tricky, tough situations. His decisions were irrelevant. See the word irrelevant. Actually, relevant is the word, its opposite is irrelevant. Ir is prefix. Then it gives the opposite meaning. Not connected. Okay, now his conclusions lacked sense. It means his decisions having no sense. With this, the people grew impatient. What is the meaning of impatient? Not happy. It means they were confused. They got all confusions because his decisions were not so good and not so interesting, not so clever. Okay, now here patient is the base word and its opposite is impatient. Im is prefix. Yet the emperor continued to support him. The elders of the empire decided to seek help from the courtiers. Jester Tenali Ramakrishna comes here in this matter. Tenali Ramakrishna has told them that he had an idea and assured them not to worry. One day, Tenali Ramakrishna approached the emperor Sri Krishna Devaraya. All these ministers went to Tenali Ramakrishna and telling, if this is the case, something damage is going to happen to the king and to the court. Tenali Ramakrishna, you are a jester, you are a clever man. You teach all the lessons to the Maharaja. You teach all the lessons to the king. Please go and talk with king. When minister said like this, Tenali Ramakrishna thought and saying, don't worry, I have a plan. I will implement the plan. What is the plan and how he will implement? Let us see now.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. Today we are going to discuss very interesting chapter in mathematics, that is first one, numbers all around us. Okay, so see, whenever we wake up, we will see numbers, we will play with numbers and we will use numbers knowingly or unknowingly, right? So you know some numbers up to some level. So in this chapter we are going to learn some large numbers and how to represent numbers. All this we are going to discuss in this chapter. Okay children, let us enter into the chapter. See, we know that these digits or number system, whatever are there, these are the backbone of our mathematics, right? So without numbers there is no mathematics. That much importance is there for the numbers in the mathematics. Okay, so see, these are the digits we have, and with these digits we are going to make numbers. See here, digits are starting from 0 and they will end by 9. So from next what is the number? That is 10, right? So 10 I will write by taking 2 digits and merging them. See, after 9, 10. So I have taken 1 and 0 together and formed a number. So numbers are formed by using these digits. Okay. So digits means from 0 to 9. Least digit is 0 and the greatest digit is 9. Okay. Similarly, numbers will start from 10 and they will not have any end. Okay. So largest number we cannot find. Okay. So similarly, smallest number is 0. Okay. Next, why we will use numbers in our real life? We will use numbers for comparing and ordering the numbers. Okay. Suppose you have got 20 marks in previous test and your friend got 18 marks in the test. So here some comparison must be required, right? So that order also required. Who is the topper? Who is the next? Who is the next? Like that, the marks will be arranged. Here also, that is why numbers are useful in real life. Not only in classroom purpose, they will use for some other comparison purpose also. Like last year population of India is this much it is, next year this is going to increase by this much. Like that, numbers are very much useful for comparing and ordering. Okay. So let us see how to order huge number. See here, to compare the order of digits, what we have to do? We have to align the digits by its place value. Okay, by place value we need to arrange them first. Later, compare the digits in each place. So compare the digits in each place and starting with the greatest place value. Greatest place value will be at the extreme left. Okay, that is the greatest place value. And the least place value of a number will be extreme right. Okay, we know this already. Now see, let us take one example and we will understand this better. See, example 1. Compare and write the following numbers in ascending and descending order. Okay, see, the numbers are given by first one 29845, second one 29923, 38962, next 126845, 8496, 36897. So here these many numbers are given. We need to compare and we need to write in ascending or descending order. So ascending means what? From smallest to greatest. Okay, descending means from greatest to smallest. Okay, so to compare the numbers, first we will count how many digits are there in that number. Okay, if a number contains more digits, then that number will be greater. Suppose I have to compare 345 and 65. Now tell me which one is big. So here we will count numbers. How many digits are there here? 1, 2, 3 digits are there. Whereas here only 2 digits are there. So if number of digits are more, then the number is big. So 345 is bigger than 65. Suppose the numbers are same. Suppose the digits in the two numbers are same. Suppose if I take 345 and 225. Now here see how many digits are there? 1, 2, 3. Here also 1, 2, 3. 3 digits are there. Now to compare these two numbers, we will go for the highest place value. That means extreme left. Here we need to compare. So here 3 is there, here 2 is there. So 3 is bigger than 2. Therefore 345 is greater than 225. Okay, like this we will compare. Let us go for these numbers whatever given. Now let us count the digits in the given numbers. Count the digits here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means this is greater than of all these three. Here 5, here 5, here 5, but here it is 6 digits are there. So this is the bigger one. Next one you see 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the smallest number because here 5 digits, here 5 digits, here 5 digits, here 6 digits, here only 4 digits. So this will be smaller. Next one, see, compare how many are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 places are there. Now tell me, first we will write in ascending order. So ascending order. Tell me which one is the smallest. Ascending means from small to big. So which one is the smaller among all these? 8, 4, 9, 6, because it is having only 4 place values. Next, after this, which one? So 5 digit numbers we need to compare. Okay, let us compare 5 digit numbers here. Now 8, 4, 9, 6 is done. We wrote that. Next, we need to compare 5 digit numbers. Let us compare 5 digit numbers. See, in 5 digit numbers, how to compare? So we need to compare the leftmost first. Okay, so highest place value. See, here 2 is there, here 2 is there, here 3 is there, here also 3 is there. Among these 4, these 2 are bigger. Now we will compare these 2. Now compare these 2. Here leftmost place value is same 2. Now we will go for next one. So here 9 is there, here also 9 is there. So next again we will go for next one. Next here place value is 8, but here it is 9. So tell me which one is smaller. So this is smaller. So we will write that. So 2, 9, 8, 4, 5. Okay, this is smaller. After this, which one is smaller? This one. What is that? 2, 2, 9, 9, 2, 3. This is smaller. Okay, now see, this one is over and this is also done. We wrote. Next, we need to compare these two 5 digit values. Now let us compare these these two numbers. See here, first greatest place value is 3 both sides. Next place value is here 8, whereas here 6. Now tell me which one is smaller among these two. So this is smaller. I am going to write this now. So what is that? 3, 6, 8, 9, 7. After that, which one is we have to write? So this one is over. Next we are going to write this one. What is that? 3, 8, 9, 6, 2. After that, only one is left, that is 1, 2, 6, 8, 4, 5. That we will write. So last one, 1, 2, 6, 8, 4, 5. Okay. So like this we will write in ascending order. Okay. Now descending order. So descending order means what? From highest to lowest. If you reverse this order, that will be your descending order. Let us write in descending order. So first we will write the bigger number. What is that? 1, 2, 6, 8, 4, 5. This is the bigger one. After that, so 3, 6, 8, 9, 7. So after this, 3, 8, 9, 6, 2. So 3, 8, 9, 6, 2. After this, which one is big? So 3, 6, 8, 9, 7. So 3, 6, 8, 9, 7. After that, which one is big? 2, 9, 9, 2, 3. 2, 9, 9, 2, 3. After that, which one is big? 2, 9, 8, 4, 5. 2, 9, 8, 4, 5. And the last one, so that is 8, 4, 9, 6. So like this, we will write in descending order. Okay, this is the way we will write in descending order. Understand, children? So whenever you want to compare two numbers, how to compare? We will compare from the leftmost. Okay, we will compare from extreme left two numbers. So if both numbers are same, extreme left is same, then we will come for the next one. Okay. Now let us enter into the exercise. See, first one, identify the greatest and the smallest among the following numbers. So see the first set of numbers. So in these we need to find the greatest as well as smallest. So to find the greatest or smallest, first we need to count the number of places. So let us count. Here how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here also 1, 2, 3, 4. All are having 5 digits. Okay, fine. Now which one we need to compare? The leftmost, extreme left we need to compare. Okay. So in the extreme left, see here in the first number it is 6, second number it is 7, again 1, again 7. Now tell me which one is big in this 6, 7, 1, 7. Which one are big? These two are having the same number, which is big. Okay, 7 and 7. These are the big. Now see, now which one is the smallest among all these? This one. So 1 is small. So smallest is 154. 15476 is the smallest. Now the greatest, again you see, these two are having 7 in extreme left. Now we will compare the next digit. Compare the next digit. Here it is 6. Here it is 5. Now in these two, which one is great? 6 is great. So the biggest number in these two is this one. Okay. So here I will write 76547. Okay. Next one we will see. Now see here, count the numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But last number you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 digits are there. So which one is big? So the number which is having more digits is the biggest one. So this is the biggest one. I will write here. So 274347. Okay, this is the greatest. Now smallest we need to compare. So these three are having equal number of digits. So now let us compare. So in leftmost, these two are having 6 and this is having 7. 7 is bigger than 6. So we will eliminate this. Now we will compare these two. Both are having same digit at extreme left. Now we will go for next digit. What is the next digit here? Here it is 4. Here it is 6. Now which one is small in these two? 4 is small. So the smallest is this number. So what is that number? 64567. So this is the smallest and this is the biggest. Okay. Next question, see, write the numbers in the ascending and descending orders. Ascending means just now we discussed. So in the first set of numbers we need to write them in a ascending order. So let us write in ascending order. See here, from small to big. So how many digits are there? Let us count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All are having same number of digits. Now let us compare the leftmost one. Compare the leftmost digit. Here 7, here 7, here 2, here 8. Now tell me which one is the smallest among these? 2 is the smallest. Okay. So we will write the first one as 24625. So first one is over. Now next compare remaining. So which one is next small we need to check. So this is over. This number is done. Next number we need to check. Here leftmost digit is 8. Here 7 and 7. 7 is small or 8 is small? 7 is small. So we will compare these two now. So let us compare these two. These two having leftmost digit as 7. Next digit we will compare. So next digit here it is 5, but here it is 7. Now tell me which one is small in these two? This one is small because 7, 5 is there. Here 7, 7 is there. So 7, 5 is small. So we will write the next one. See, next number is 75645. Okay. Now this number is also done. Next number what it will be? Next number will be after this 7, 7 is smaller. So this one will be the next number. So what is that? 77845. Now last one is left, that we will write here. The last one 85690. So like this we will write in ascending order. Okay. Now next one also same. See here, number of digits we will count. First number is having 4 digits. Second number is having 5. Third one is having 5. Sixth one also having 5. So now tell me which one is the smallest. The number which is having less digits is the smallest number. See here, it is having only 4 digits here. So we will write that first. So what is that? 6790. First number, this is over, done. Next we will compare this. Now compare the leftmost digit. Leftmost digit is here 2, here it is 1, here it is 5. Now tell me 2 ones 5, among these which one is smaller? So this number is smaller, that is 16176. After that which one is smaller? See, 1 is over now, this is also done. Next number what is that? 27890, that is the next one. After 1, 2 now, So this is also we are going to write now. What is that? 27890. 27890. Now only one number left, that is 50000. So like this we will arrange them in ascending order. Okay. Now see, we have to write these numbers now in a descending order. That means from big to small. Okay. So we need to identify which one is big among these first. First, count the number of digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All are having 5 digits. Now compare the leftmost digit. See here it is 7, here also 7, here 2, here 8. Which one is big among these? 8 is big. So we will write this one first. So 85690. So this number is over. So after 8, which number is, after 8, which number is big here in the given one? 7. So but these two having the same number 7. So now what we will do? We will compare the next digit. Compare here 5, here 7. Now tell me 5 is bigger or 7 is bigger? 7 is bigger. So we will write this number next. So this number we are going to write now. So 7, 7, 8, 4, 5. So after this, which number is the bigger one? Next one is this one. So what is that? 75645. 75645. So after this only one number left, that is the smallest one, that is 24625. Okay, like this we will write in a descending order. Now next one, see, count the number of digits here. First one 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so which one is the bigger one? Means this is having only 4 digits. So leave it, that is the smaller. So remaining all have 5 digits. So we will compare the digit in leftmost. So here it is 2, here it is 1, here it is 5. Now tell me which one is big? 5 is big. So we will write this one first. So what is that? 50000. Next, after 5, which one is big? 2 is big. So we will write this one next. So we will write this one. So what is that? 27895. After this, which one is big? 1 is big. This is having the more number of digits. So this we will write next. That is 16176. Now we are going to write the remaining number, that is 6790. Like this we will write in descending order. Okay.
Hello kids, so we are in grade 6 with our first chapter talking about the food we need. Ante manaku avasaramaina aharam. Yes, see, now this is the first chapter of AP content book, and hence the contents that are involved actually talks about the different types of food materials. Ante rozu manam teeskune aharam gurinchi, aharam teeskuntunavu ante అందులో ఎన్ని రకాల ఇంగ్రీడియెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అలాగే ఈ కొత్త టర్మినాలజీస్ అన్ని కూడా మనం తెలుసుకుంటాం. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ ఒక డిష్ ప్రిపేర్ చేయాలి అంటే వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ కాంపోనెంట్స్ డూ వి రిక్వైర్, వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంగ్రీడియెంట్స్ డూ వి నీడ్, దీస్ ఆల్ వి ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు లెర్న్ ఇన్ దిస్ టాపిక్. The first subtopic talks about the variety of food, ante vividha rakala aharam. Yes, so we are starting with activity 1. See, it tells that look at the following food items in the stall. Actually what happened? Stall ekkadi nunchi vachindi? See, in our content book we have a small story about the girl named Kirtana and her brother Abhishek. Aithe Kirtana alage valla brother Abhishek villu village lo unnaru. Now in their village there was an exhibition going on. Now they visited the exhibition. Our exhibition lo they have seen that there were many food stalls which are displayed with lots of varieties of food, as you can see here. Noru urutundi kada? Exactly the same way even they felt, and they saw these all varieties of food materials. Can you guess entivi? Yes, we can see the rice, here the chicken curry, yummy, and here yes, bamboo chicken, yes, and we have sprouts, then we can see vada, right? and ragi laddus, right? So you can see here laddus, gulab jam, apple, rose milk, alage pottikalu antam, right? Ante ivi చిన్న లీవ్స్ ని బుట్టల్లా చేసి దాంట్లో పిండి వేసి చేస్తారనమాట. అండ్ యూ కెన్ సీ హియర్ ద ఖీర్ అండ్ ద జాక్ ఫ్రూట్, హియర్ ద యమ్మీ ఐస్ క్రీమ్. ఎస్, so these were all the varieties of food materials that were displayed in the stall in the exhibition. Right? Now just think about all these varieties of food materials what we have seen now. And in our content book, we have got a table form which is talking about table number 1, saying that write the names of the above food items in the table given below. అది ఇందాక మనం చూసిన ఫుడ్ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా వాటిలన్నిటిని కూడా టేబుల్ ఫామ్ లోని మెన్షన్ చేయాలి. బట్ ఇక్కడ ఒక క్రైటీరియా ఉంది. దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఐ లైక్ టు ఈట్. ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసిన పిక్చర్స్ లో మీకు అంటే నాకు నచ్చింది ఏంటి, అలాగే ఐ డోంట్ లైక్ టు ఈట్, విచ్ వన్ యు ఆర్ నాట్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ టు ఈట్, మీకు నచ్చండి ఇక్కడ మెన్షన్ చేయండి. యాక్చువల్ గా దేర్ వోంట్ బి ఎనీ సచ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్ విచ్ వీ డోంట్ లైక్. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ప్యూర్ వెజ్, then of course all the non-veg items comes under this column, right? I have never eaten before. Now you have ever tried before. Now mention in this table. Alage I have never seen before. Asalu eppudu chudaledu deento ila food item chestaru ani. If such kind of any item, mention in this table. Hence this is how we segregate the different food items basing upon these criteria. Alage next manaki activity 2 em cheptundi. What did you eat yesterday? Just make a list of the food items which we eat every day. అయితే నిన్న మనం ఏం తిన్నాం, అలాగే make a list, ask your classmates what they ate yesterday and write in the table below. This is one of the beautiful activity which we have to conduct in the class. So better you take your lunch time, and lunch time lo just complete this activity with the help of your teacher. Well, very good. You have a serial number 1, 2, 3, 4, name of the student, write your names, or include yourself also, and also mention your 5 to 6 members of your friends' names in this and ask them, adagandi, which food item they have eaten yesterday. Ante already ate, past tense, ninna vallu em tinnaru anedi mottam food items mention cheyandi. See, basic ga manam ee activities enduku chestunnam, లైక్ ఇందాక మనం స్టాల్స్ డిఫరెంట్ వెరైటీస్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్ చూసాం. అలాగే వాటిలో మనకు నచ్చింది ఏంటి, మనకు నచ్చంది ఏంటి, అలాగే వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ సీన్ బిఫోర్ ఆర్ ఐ హ్యావ్ నెవర్ సీన్ బిఫోర్, ఈ డిఫరెంట్ కేటగిరీస్ లో డివైడ్ చేసాం. See, the basic criteria of these activities are none other than that we consume lots and varieties of food materials daily, and every food material has its own speciality. అలాగే కొన్ని వెరైటీస్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్ ని కూడా మనం కన్స్యూమ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాం. బట్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఎప్పుడు on some occasions. If you go for a marriage party, if you go for a birthday party, if you have a get together party, now we consume different types of varieties of dishes. Avana? So we talk here about now how these dishes are made. Asalu ee food materials ela chestaru? Now see, manam roju we observe our mother, or our cook doing, cooking lots and varieties of food material. Aithe oka food item ప్రిపేర్ చేసినప్పుడు ఆర్ దే యూజింగ్ 1 or 2 ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్? అసలు ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ అంటే ఏంటి? సో హియర్ వి ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు వాచ్ అబౌట్ ది ఫుడ్ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్, అంటే ఆహార పదార్థాలు. ఎస్, సో వి ఆర్ స్టార్టింగ్ విత్ యాక్టివిటీ 3 విత్ అ టేబులర్ ఫామ్. అయితే ఇక్కడ ఏం మెన్షన్ చేశారు? ఫుడ్ ఐటమ్స్ అంట, అలాగే రిక్వైర్డ్ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ అంట. అసలు మ్యాటర్ ఏంటి? ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ. సో వీ హ్యావ్ అ బాయ్ నేమ్డ్ శశి. నౌ హీ వాంటెడ్ టు ఈట్ పులిహోర యాజ్ ఇట్ వాజ్ సండే. Now he asked his mother that mama to prepare pulihora, and now he is excited to know, like he is also of grade 6. Now he wanted to see how his mother prepares pulihora. Pulihora cheyali ante asalu ememi materials kavali, asalu avasaramaina ingredients enti anedi telusukovadanlo chaala excited ga unnadu Shashi. Now his mother said to prepare a list accordingly as she dictates. Now there were various types of materials that were told by his mother to buy from the shop and bring it. Now our materials enti? Exactly, as you guessed, we need rice, oil, tamarind, right? We need some grains such that we go for different taste in the food, and ground nuts, different type of mustard seeds, and even curry leaf. We need chilies, we need salt, we need water. Yes, so these all are the materials which were gathered by Shashi's mother. So these are the various materials that were gathered by Shashi and his mother to prepare pulihora. Aithe we say that, Shashi was surprised to know that we need only 2 materials to prepare the boiled rice. Now guess. Exactly, everyone know this. We need only the rice grains and some hot water. So as we see, rice and water are enough to prepare the boiled rice. Now Shashi was wondering that what about different ingredients or different materials that were used by his mother? Yes, so we mentioned that the materials which were used to prepare a dish are said to be as ingredients. Vaatini manam ingredients antam anamata, right? So padarthalu dane. So we use different type of ingredients to prepare different food materials and different dishes cheyadaniki different ingredients use chestam. Due to which we get a good flavor, good taste and even good smell, we say, right? So these are the things that were used to prepare pulihora. Now watch those items accordingly and fill the tabular form. Very easy. Now what are the different food materials that you are watching yourself, where you can make a list of the ingredients required for them? Yes, so make a list of different food items and the required ingredients to prepare. First start with pulihora. As you can see, Shashi's mother is preparing the pulihora. So we say pulihora, and the materials all we just dump them here. We need rice, we need water, we need salt, we need oil, right? And all the other can be done. Whereas now go on listing various food items in the tabular form such that you will have an idea that there were various ingredients that were used or that were mixed to cook with each other, hence to give out an output of a good dish. Oka manchi food ఆహారం ప్రిపేర్ చేయాలి అంటే మనకు కావాల్సిన మెటీరియల్స్ ని మనం ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ అన్నాం. సో ప్రతి మెటీరియల్, ప్రతి ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ కి ఒక ప్రత్యేకత ఉంటుంది అండ్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ టేస్ట్, రైట్? సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ అండ్ ద dishes that were prepared through them. Now generally we say that when we buy the packed food items from the grocery shops or from any shops, like biscuit packets, chips which you people eat a lot, right? And even any kind of food material. Now if you just turn the food packet, you will find this word named as ingredients. So list of ingredients and mention chesi untayi a food packet aina sare. Just go through the food packet and try to list out whether the same ingredients you have listed them in the table or not, just for fun to understand the concept, right? So try cheyandi, when you buy a food packet, turn the packet and try to find out whether any list of ingredients are mentioned or not. Yes, they are the materials which were used to prepare that particular food item which is present in the food packet. Understand? So this is about the food ingredients. So we are now discussing about the sources of food materials. Danne manam ingredients ani nechukunnam, right? So deenne manam ahara padarthala moolalu antam. Moolalu means sources. Ekkadi nunchi labhistunnai. Yes, see, manam ingredients different types untayi ani chusam, and due to these combinations we get a tasty and flavored food annam. But have you ever thought where these ingredients are coming from? Exactly, danne manam sources antam. So we say that there are various sources like plants, animals and also other sources where these ingredients are obtained from. So see, basically ingredients from plants ante em use chestam manam? Vegetables, fruits, pulses, cereals, right? Etc. There are many things which are obtained from the plants. Likewise, alage manam ingredients from animals anukunte, what are the things? Yes, first me mind lo kochedi chicken, right? So we say chicken, mutton, even the milk, right? So we get from the animal. And even if you go on talking, pork, the eggs, right? These all are also obtained from the animal source. Alage inka ingredients em cheppochu from other sources. We say like salt. Exactly, indakala manam pulihora making lo kuda chusam that Shashi's mother is using salt. Even we use salt to get a good taste, right? Yes, adi ekkadi nunchi vastundi? Yes, we will discuss. So here comes the tabular form talking about the ingredients used to prepare food items and their sources. Yes, ekkadi nunchi labhistayi ani anna. Yes, This is the tabular form where you can see, talking about the food items, already list chestunnai. Alage ingredients and sources like, plants, animal and other sources. So if you see here, the first food item is mentioned as cooked rice. Ante already cooked chesina rice. Aithe daniki kavalsina ingredients enti? Yeah, పులిహోర చేసినప్పుడు కూడా మనం ఫస్ట్ బాయిల్డ్ రైస్ చేయడానికి ఏం కావాలి అన్న మనకి శశి చాలా సర్ప్రైజింగ్ ఫీల్ అయ్యాడు that we need only 2 ingredients, away raw rice and water. Now we see the second food item like payasam. Yummy. We need the first one as semia, the first ingredient. Alage sugar kavali, milk, dry fruits. Yes, we get a good taste. Then ఒకవేళ మనం నెక్స్ట్ ఫుడ్ ఐటమ్ చూసి చట్నీ ప్రిపేర్ చేయాలంటే ఏంటి? ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ కోకోనట్ చట్నీ ఆర్ యు గో ఈవెన్ ఫర్ ద గ్రౌండ్ నట్ చట్నీ, సో కోకోనట్ ఆర్ గ్రౌండ్ నట్స్ తీసుకోవచ్చు, రైట్? సో ఇఫ్ నాట్ కోకోనట్, సమ్ పీపుల్ ఈట్ గ్రౌండ్ నట్ ఆల్సో, సో గ్రౌండ్ నట్ చట్నీస్ GN, రైట్? అండ్ అలాగే ఆయిల్, చిల్లీస్, సాల్ట్ ఇవన్నీ మిక్స్ చేస్తే we can make we can prepare a beautiful chutney. బట్ మన మెయిన్ ఐడియా ఏంటి? సోర్సెస్ అసలు ఎక్కడి నుంచి లభిస్తున్నాయి? ఎస్, ప్లాంట్ సోర్సా, యానిమల్ సోర్సా, లేక వేరే సోర్సెసా? ఇఫ్ వి సీ ద ఫస్ట్ వన్ రా రైస్, ఎస్ దే ఆర్ obtained ఫ్రమ్ ప్లాంట్. అలాగే మనం వాటర్ ప్లాంటా, యానిమలా? నో, వి సే ఇట్ యాజ్ అదర్. లైక్వైజ్ సేమియా, ఎస్ ఇట్స్ అ ప్లాంట్ సోర్స్. అలాగే ఇఫ్ యు టాక్ అబౌట్ షుగర్, yes, sugar cane నుంచి sugar లభిస్తుంది, so it's also plant source. And milk కి వచ్చేసరికి animal product, so we say it as animal, right? We say dry fruits, yes, they are obtained even from the plants. Now we say coconut tree, groundnut తీసుకున్నా groundnut కూడా ప్లాంటే కదా, so we say it as plant source. Oil, yes, sunflower oil ఇవన్నీ. నా ఫ్లవర్ అంటున్నాం, ఫ్లవర్ పార్ట్ నుంచి కానీ ఆయిల్ ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, మరి ఫ్లవర్ ఏ పార్ట్? ప్లాంట్ పార్టే కదా, we say it as plant. నా చిల్లీస్ కూడా ప్లాంట్ సోర్సే. అలాగే సాల్ట్, yes, again like water, other source, because we generally obtain salt from the seas, right? So due to some lot of filtrations we get salt crystals. So alage inka different food items ni manam ala list penchukuntu velte we find different types of food materials from plants, like the plant parts vachesariki leaves, fruits, seeds, anni rakala part ni manam consume chestam. Like plants lo if you talk about about animals especially, so meat anedi manaki again animals nunchi ostadi, goat, hen, and even we consume pig for the pork and eggs from the hen. Alage milk, curd, ghee, cheese, all these are obtained from the milk. Mari plant part vachesariki even leaves and flowers and seeds part ni kuda manam consume chestam. Stem part ki vaste, yes, the stem part of the plant. Now take some seeds, they also like mustard seeds, these are nothing but the seed part of the plant. అలాగే డిఫరెంట్ లీవ్స్ ని కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తాం, డిఫరెంట్ రూట్స్ తీసుకుంటాం, పొటాటో, క్యారెట్, బీట్రూట్. ఎస్, so we consume different types of food materials every day, and also the ingredients that are obtained from different parts of the plant and also from the animals. Alage konni other sources and chadavem, right? So we say that these are the different ingredients, so these are different sources from where our ingredients are obtained. అయితే ఈ obtained ingredients edible part నుంచి వస్తున్నాయా? Now let's see what are the different ingredients that are obtained from the edible part of the plant. So talking about this table, yes, table number 5, nothing but plant parts as food. మనం previous గా చూసాం, first ingredients ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తాయి, then వాటి సోర్సెస్ ఏంటి అంటే అవి ఎక్కడి నుంచి మనకి లభిస్తాయి, లైక్ ప్లాంటా, యానిమలా, అలాగే వేరే సోర్సా అని. Likewise, now we are talking especially about the edible part of the plant, like you are talking about the leaf part or seed part, fruit part, right? Bud part, so root part, ఏ part నుంచి మనకి source, the particular ఈ food ingredient అనేది మనకి లభిస్తుంది. Yes, so if we take the first example, so that is nothing but mango. So first one, now what part of the mango tree we are consuming mango? A part plant ki? Yes, the fruit part. Mint ante pudina. Yes, it is the leaf part of the plant. So we say leaf in plural, leaves. Then we say sugar cane. Chepkunam sugar gurinchi maatladinappudu. Yes, it is the stem part of the plant. Then we talk about potato. Fruta. No, they are the root part of the plant. Then the onions. Exactly, even they are the root part. Then we see the cabbage. Fruta. No, they are actually the flower part of the plant. Then if we talk about the apple, yes, manandarki telsu, that is nothing but the fruit. So likewise, almost till 12, we have various, spaces given in the content book in the tabular form, where you go on adding others, like, you take the cauliflower, as we have taken cabbage. So cauliflower also comes under the fruit, also comes under the flower part. Likewise, you take the lady's finger, you take tomato, garlic, ginger, right? Different other food materials. Now you can easily write down which edible part we are consuming. See, daily we consume different type of food items. Now we have seen where are the sources they come from. But if manam only edible parts manam tintunama, if cook chese oka vidhanam, the way they are prepared are all same. Now the way you cook the onion is the same way you cook the cabbage. Yes. So here we are going to talk about the way you prepare the food material also vary. Danne manam method of preparations anna. Yes. Basing on the type of method we use to prepare the food, the item or the dish, now the taste varies. So basing on the food methods, basing upon the way we cook the food is very important.
Hello children, how are you all? Welcome to Lucid Study. This is Pratyusha, and today in this session we are going to learn about lesson called Our Earth in the Solar System, which is first chapter from your classic social studies of AP State textbook. So children, today we are going to learn about a very interesting chapter. I am sure I gave you assurance that you are going to enjoy thoroughly this lesson apart from learning. So here this lesson, Our Earth in the Solar System, ante Saura Vyavasthalo Mana Bhumi. So how is our Earth in the solar system? What are the various aspects that are related to our planet? So many things we are going to learn about our planet Earth on which we are living. So apart from this, we are also going to learn many other interesting aspects and facts. So without any further delay, let's quickly move into the lesson. So children, what are the objectives of this lesson? So what are the various things that we are going to cover in this lesson? We are going to learn about celestial bodies. So what are celestial bodies? That we are going to see. We are even going to learn about constellations, solar system, about sun, our star, the sun, and about different types of planets apart from Earth, and about Earth, our planet, our home Earth. About that also we are going to learn, about satellites, about moon, and about man-made satellites. Again, that also we are going to see. And we are even going to learn about asteroids, meteoroids, comets, galaxy, and universe. So all these aspects we are going to learn in this lesson. Now come on, let's get into the lesson. So first we are going to learn about celestial bodies. So children, what are these celestial bodies? Celestial bodies are nothing but all the planets, stars, satellites, asteroids, meteoroids. So all these collectively together they are called celestial bodies. So mana solar system lo mundem all planets, satellites, meteoroids, comets, ivanni collectively together they are called celestial bodies. So they all will be moving. Next, if we observe here children, these celestial bodies primarily what all they consist of. Under celestial bodies we have sun, which is a star, and planets. One of such example is our Earth, and satellites. One example is moon, and we also have asteroids, meteoroids, and comets. So all these collectively they are called celestial bodies.
So where are they present? All these together they constitute solar system. So ivanni kalipite ivanni ekkaduntayi? So all together they constitute our solar system, and group of solar system together or collectively they are known as Milky Way or galaxy. So Milky Way lo galaxy lo we will be having many number of solar systems, and again this group of Milky Ways or galaxies they are known as universe. So in Milky Ways, group of Milky Ways and galaxies, again they are present in the universe. So universe lone mottam manaki ivanni kuda untayi. Our universe is very big, it is very vast. So it consists of Milky Ways or galaxies, solar system and all the other celestial bodies. So children, have you ever observed sky during the night time? So generally during summer season we prefer to sleep on the terrace, right? So summer season lo chaala vediga untundi kabatti terrace paina midda paina padukodaniki manam general ga prefer chestam, avuna? So at that time, during when you are about to sleep, if you observe the sky, it will be very dark during the night time, and you can observe some objects shining or twinkling in the sky. Have you ever thought what are they? Yes, you are right, they are stars which will be twinkling during the night time. So children, have you ever thought why we cannot see moon or the other stars which will be twinkling during the daytime? Why we can see only in the night time? Ratri maatrame enduku chudagalamu, ratri maatrame enduku kanipistayi stars and moon anevi? Sun laga morning enduku kanipiyavu? Have you ever got this doubt? Yes, I will tell you why. So here the brightness of the sun will be very heavy or high. So it will be shining very brightly. So because of that brightness, we cannot see these moons and other stars which will be twinkling during the daytime. Ee brightness valla in sun anedi chala shining very brightly. So this brightness, it will not allow these other satellites like moon and other stars to shine. Hence we cannot see them during the daytime. And there are some celestial bodies which are very hot and which are very heavy also. So they are made up of gases. So such celestial bodies, they are known as stars. What do we call them as? Stars. So our sun is one of such star. Like our sun, there are also many other stars, but we cannot see them. Why? They are located very far away from us. Mana planet nundi chala dooranga undadam valla manamu vere stars ni chudalemu. This sun, it is very located. Sun is a star which is located very near to our planet Earth. That's why we can see this sun, a star, very clearly. And some other celestial bodies, they do not shine. And for them, what is the source of light? They are just lit by the light of stars. They are just lit by the light of stars. So these are called as planets, satellites, asteroids, meteoroids, etc. So the planet on which we live is what, children? Yes, you are right. The planet on which we live is our lovely Earth. So here Earth, if we observe it from a far distance, it appears just like moon only. So moon, it is the natural satellite of the Earth. It is the companion of our Earth. It is just like friend of our planet Earth, and it moves around the Earth. Just like our Earth, there are also 7 other planets, and some of those planets, they are having satellites and some they don't have. So mana planet Earth ki satellite enti? Moon. So mana planet ki satellite unnattugane vere planets ki kuda satellites unnai. Konni planets ki satellites anevi levu. So here this is all about the celestial bodies. Now here children, we are given a activity which is very interesting. So let us try to understand it. So here we are given with an activity. So what is this activity majorly meant for? To know how a day and nights occur. So day and nights anevi ela jarugutayi, how they are occurring. Let us observe the celestial bodies. So for this we need to observe these celestial bodies. So what are the required material here? Torch, sheet of plain paper, pencil and a needle. So these are the required materials. Now let's get into the process. Let's get into the procedure. So what is the first step, children, here? Place the torch in the center of the paper. So a sheet of paper you have to take, a plain paper here. So after taking that paper, you have to place the torch. You have to place the torch in the center of the paper with the glass front touching the paper. So that glass front part which is there, it have to touch the paper. So in this position, you have to place this glass in the, you have to place torch in the center of the paper. So torch must be placed in the center of the paper. What is the second step? Now you have to draw a circle around the torch. So here imagine, children, here he is asking us to take a piece of paper and you have to place torch here. So after that what he is asking to do? Now draw a circle around the torch. Now we are drawing circle around the torch and after that perforate the paper with the needle within the circled areas. Now we have even taken the needle, right? So with taking that needle, you have to perforate. You have to perforate this circled area. Next step. Now place the perforated circle part of the paper on the glass front. This part you have to place it in the glass front and wrap the paper around the torch with a rubber band. So after placing it, you have to wrap this paper with the help, you have to wrap this paper around the torch with the help of a rubber band. So next what we are going to do? In a dark room, stand at some distance facing a plain wall. So select a room and you have to stand at some distance facing a plain wall. So you will be facing plain wall. And what you have to do? Switch off all the lights. So all the lights you are going to off. Next, now flash the torch on the wall. You will see numerous dots of, now what you have to do? Flash the torch light on the wall. You will see numerous dots of light on the wall which look like stars at night. So lights anni off chesin tarvata, when you on the torch light on the wall, what you will see? You will see numerous dots of lights. Chinna chinna dots anni kuda kanpistayi, which is similar to that of the stars which twinkle during the night time. Next, switch on all the lights in the room. All the dots will be almost invisible. చీకటిగా ఉంది కాబట్టి డార్క్ గా ఉంది కాబట్టి when you flash the torch light on the wall, you have observed numerous dots of light. But when you on the light here in the room, all the dots will become invisible. So lights వేయగానే మనకి ఆ డాట్స్ అనేవి కనిపించవు. So here you may now compare the situation with what happens to the bright objects of the night sky after sun rises in the morning. So night చీకటిగా ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి these objects we are able to see, they are visible. But when sun rises in the morning, because of that heavy brightness of the sun, we are not able to see the other objects which will shine or twinkle during the night time. So this is the activity here. Now let's see the next one. Now next we have constellations, ante nakshatra rashulu. So what are these constellations, children? So constellations are nothing but the various patterns here, as you can observe, the various patterns
formed by different groups of stars. So these patterns, they are nothing but called as constellations. So these constellations, they are named after various animals, objects, depending upon the shape how they look. So here we have Ursa Major or Big Bear. So here we have a constellation called as Ursa Major or Big Bear. It is one of the constellation, and we also have one easily recognizable constellation which is known as Saptarishi. So what is it called? It is known as Saptarishi. It is a group of 7 stars. Sapta means 7. So Saptarishi, it is easily recognizable constellation. It is a group of 7 stars. So this is all about constellation. Now let's see the next one. So children, do you know this? An interesting fact. What is that? In ancient times, people used to determine the directions during the night time with the help of stars. So night అయినప్పుడు ఆ నైట్ టైంలో డైరెక్షన్స్ అనేవి వాళ్ళు ఎలా ప్రెడిక్ట్ చేసేవాళ్ళు, ఎలా చెప్పేవాళ్ళు? With the help of stars. And in the northern hemisphere, people determine the north direction with the help of north star. So north direction అనేది ఎలా డిటర్మైన్ చేసేవాళ్ళు? With the help of north star, and it indicates the north direction. So what does that north star indicates? It indicates north direction. It is called as pole star. So what it is known as? It is known as pole star. It always remains in the same position in the sky. So it doesn't move from one place to the other place. No movement will be there. It remains in the same place constantly in the sky. We can locate the position of the pole star with the help of Saptarishi constellation. So just now we have studied about Saptarishi and Ursa Major or Big Bear, no? So with the help of these constellations, we can locate the position of this pole star. So let's see the next one. Earth receives heat and light from sun. So sun, it is the closest star to the earth. So from sun only our earth, it receives heat and light. And not only earth, various other planets also, apart from earth, other planets also, they receive this heat and light from the sun. And here all these planets, asteroids, comets, meteoroids, all these, they are part of solar system, right? So they are present, all these, as you can see here, all these planets, satellites, stars, comets, meteoroids, asteroids, all this, they are part of solar system. They contribute solar system. So all these, they are together collectively known as solar system. So వీటన్నిటిని together collectively మనం ఏమని పిలుస్తాము? వీటన్నిటిని కలిపి solar system. We call them as solar system, and sun is the head of this solar system. Like we will be having a head in our family, right? Father, grandfather, anyone. In the same way, for this solar system, sun is the head. So this is all about solar system. Now let's see the next one. We are going to learn about sun. Ante Surjudu. Yes, our sun. So children, here sun is located at the center of the solar system. Sun is very huge star and made up of many hot gases. So sun, it provides some pulling force which binds the solar system. Some pulling force is provided which helps in binding the solar system, complete solar system. So here it is the main source of heat and light, as we have already learned. And what will be the surface temperature of on the sun? Can you imagine, children, how hot it will be? The surface temperature of sun is 6000 degrees centigrade. But we do not feel that much hot. Why? Because it is located very far away from us. It is located at a distance of 150 kilometers away from us.
సో అంత టెంపరేచర్ ఉన్న, అంత హీట్, అంత రేస్ మనం ఫీల్ అవ్వము, అవి మన వరకు రావు. Why? That much we are not able to feel because sun, it is located very far away from us. It is located at a distance of 150 kilometers away. That's the reason why we don't feel tremendous heat, because it is located very far away from us. So this is about sun. Now let's see the next one. So next we are having planets, ante grahalu. So children, as you can observe in this image, you can see different types of planets. So we totally have 8 planets in our solar system. What are they? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. So these are the 8 different planets that we have. So here children, according to the distance that they are located from the sun, according to their distance from the sun, they are placed in this order. And here the first 4 planets, that is Mercury, Venus, Earth and Mars, they are known as inner planets. So here they are very small in size, and mostly they are composed of various types of rocks. And the other 4, last 4 planets, that is Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, these are known as outer planets. So here they consist of different types of liquids and gases. So these planets, they majorly consist of various types of liquids and gases. So Mercury, as you can see here in this picture, it is the very closest or nearest planet to the sun, and our Earth, it is the third planet which is located close to the sun, and it is the 5th largest planet. So mana Earth anedi, where it is first Mercury, next Venus, next Earth. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Neptune, Saturn. So here these outer planets, they consist of various types of gases and as well as liquids also. So here Mercury, it is the nearest planet to the sun, as you can see in this picture. So here Mercury is the nearest planet. Jupiter, it is the biggest planet, and Mercury, it is also the smallest planet also. It is nearest planet to the Earth as well as smallest planet also. And here one more important thing children is Venus. It is known as Earth's twin. Why? Because the size and shape of this Venus planet is similar to that of Earth, our Earth planet. So size and shape Venus planet di mana Earth lage undadam valla it is known as twin of Earth. So this is all about planets. Now let's see the next one.
అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్యే లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
So natural numbers are those numbers which we count in our daily life, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and so on. So these numbers are also called as counting numbers. So we need to represent 6, -4, 0 and 4 on the number line. -4 is here and next is 0 and next is +4. That means +4. So this is how we represent these integers on a number line.
When you are observing this picture, a car is moving on the road, and what is happening to the trees? They are moving backward. When you are sitting in the car, the trees are moving backwards.
We have to heat the copper sulfate solution. Then what will happen? Whatever the water, it is going to evaporate. So after some time, we can see these blue colored copper sulfate crystals in this manner. So this process is nothing but the crystallization.
What is transport system? Why do we need this transport system? Transport system is the medium to carry goods and services from one place to the other place. Roadways includes buses, lorries, tractors, rickshaws and autos. Next comes airways. They are used to transport goods from one place to the other place, from one state to the other state, or from one country to the other country. People use these waterways to transport their goods and services from one place to the other place with the help of ports.
వెల్కమ్ టు లూసీ స్టడీ. హలో పిల్లలు, ఎలా ఉన్నారు? బాగున్నారా? బాగుండే ఉంటారు. ఎక్కడికైనా సరదాగా కానీ లేదన్నా ఫంక్షన్కి కానీ ఎక్కడికైనా వెళ్ళాలనుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ మనం ఏం చూస్తాము? అక్కడ ఉండేటువంటి బోర్డులని చూస్తాం. ఆ బోర్డులలో ఉన్నటువంటి పేర్లని చూస్తాం. ఆ పేర్లు వేటి సహాయంతో ఏర్పడతాయి? వెరీ గుడ్, అక్షరాల సహాయంతో ఏర్పడతాయి. ప్రస్తుతం మనం నేర్చుకోబోయే పాఠ్యాంశం అక్షరం. అక్షరాలతో బోర్డులు ఏర్పడతాయి అనుకున్నాం కదా. ఆ అక్షరాలు మానవ జీవితానికి ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంటో మనము ఈ పాఠ్యాంశంలో నేర్చుకుందాం. తర్వాత కవి మనకి అక్షరాలతో తనకి ఎలాంటి సంబంధం ఉంది, తర్వాత పిల్లవాడికి కూడా ఎలాంటి సంబంధ బాంధవ్యాలు ఉంటే తను ఆ అక్షరాలను క్షుణ్ణంగా నేర్చుకోగలుగుతాడు అనే అంశాలని కవి చాలా చక్కగా వివరించారు. వాటి గురించి మనం ఇప్పుడు నేర్చుకుందాం. అది 7వ తరగతి లెసన్ నెంబర్ 1 ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ సిలబస్లో ఉంది. చూడండి, అమ్మ తన పిల్లలకి అక్షరం నేర్పిస్తూ ఉంది. ఆ అమ్మ కళ ఏంటి? ఆ పిల్లవాడు చక్కగా నేర్చుకొని అభివృద్ధి పదంలోకి రావాలని ఏ తల్లి అయినా కోరుకుంటుంది. చూడండి, ఇక్కడ పిల్లలని పక్కన కూర్చోబెట్టుకొని తల్లి ఎంత ముద్దుగా వాళ్ళకి నేర్పిస్తుందో. అలా ముద్దుగా నేర్పించినప్పటికీ పిల్లలు నేర్చుకోవడానికి ఇష్టపడుతూ ఉంటారు కదా. అలా నేర్చుకున్న వాటిని వాళ్ళ హృదయాల్లో నిక్షిప్తం చేసుకుంటారు. మొదట కంటితో చూసి తర్వాత హృదయాల్లో నిక్షిప్తం చేసుకుంటారు. ఆ నిక్షిప్తం చేసుకున్నటువంటి అక్షరాలు ఎప్పుడైనా ఎక్కడైనా ఉపయోగపడవచ్చు. అక్షరాల యొక్క ఉద్దేశం, అక్షర జ్ఞానం యొక్క ఉద్దేశం. అక్షర జ్ఞానం అందించినటువంటి ఆది గురువు ఎవరు మనకు అంటే అమ్మ. ఇందాక మనం పిక్చర్లో చూసాం కదా, అక్షరాలను నేర్పించే మొదటి గురువు ఎవరు అంటే అమ్మ. మొదటగా తల్లి ఒడిలో కూర్చుకొని అక్షరాభ్యాసం చేయించుకున్న తర్వాతనే మనం గురువుల దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి అక్షరాలను నేర్చుకుంటాం, అంతే కదా. పుట్టగానే పాఠశాలకు వెళ్ళాం కదా ఎవరమైనా. పుట్టిన తర్వాత కొద్ది రోజులు గడిచిన తర్వాత అమ్మ ఒడిలో కూర్చొని కొంచెం పెరిగినాక మాటలు నేర్చుకున్నాక అక్షరాలు దిద్దుకున్న తర్వాత పాఠశాలకి గురువుల దగ్గరికి వెళ్తాం. అందుకు మనకు మొదటి గురువు ఎవరు అంటే ఇక్కడ మన అమ్మ. ఆమెను గౌరవిస్తూ అక్షరం యొక్క గొప్పతనాన్ని తెలియజేయడమే ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం. అమ్మ మనకి ఎంతో ప్రేమతో అక్షరాలను నేర్పిస్తుంటుంది. ఆ నేర్పించినటువంటి ఆ ప్రేమతో పూర్వకమైనటువంటి అక్షరాలను మనం నేర్చుకోవడమే కాకుండా అంతే ప్రేమపూర్వకమైనటువంటి అక్షర జ్ఞానం నేర్పించిన తల్లిని మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని, ఆమె కోరిక ఏంటి? మనం మంచిగా అక్షర జ్ఞానం నేర్చుకొని మంచి వృద్ధిలోకి రావాలని ప్రతి తల్లి కోరుకుంటుంది. సో అందుకని ఆ తల్లి కోరికను నెరవేర్చడమే మన కర్తవ్యం, మన బాధ్యత. ఆ అంశాన్ని కవి ఈ పాఠ్యాంశ రూపకంగా మనకి తెలియజేశారు. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, అక్షరం మనకి ఎందుకు అవసరం? అక్షరంబు వలయు కుక్షి జీవనులకు అక్షరంబు జిహ్వకిక్షురసము. అక్షరంబు తన్ను రక్షించుగావున అక్షరంబు లోక రక్షితంబు. అక్షరంబు వలయ కుక్షి జీవనులకు, ఈ భూమి మీద నివసించేటువంటి ప్రతి మానవుడికి కూడా అక్షర జ్ఞానం అనేది చాలా అవసరం. మీకు డౌట్ రావచ్చు, చదువుకోని వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉన్నారు కదా మేడం, చదువుకోని వాళ్ళు కూడా జీవనం చేస్తున్నారు కదా అనేటువంటి అనుమానం మీకు రావచ్చు. కానీ అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకున్న వాడికి, అంటే చదువుకున్న వాడికి చదువు లేని వాడికి తేడా అనేది కంపల్సరీగా ఉంటుంది. అంటే వాళ్ళ ప్రవర్తన కావచ్చు, మాట తీరులో కావచ్చు, ఏదైనా కావచ్చు. చదువుకున్న వాడికి చదువు లేని వాడికి తేడాని మనం గుర్తించవచ్చు బయటకు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు. అందుకేమంటున్నాడు? అక్షరంబు వలయు ఇక్షు జీవనులకు, ఈ భూమి మీద నివసించేటువంటి ప్రతి ప్రాణికి కూడా అక్షర జ్ఞానం అనేది చాలా అవసరం. అక్షరంబు జిహ్వకిక్షు రసము, అక్షరంబు జిహ్వకిక్షు రసం. ఆ అక్షరం అనేదంట మన నాలుకకి చెరుకు రసంతో సమానమైనటువంటిదంట. అక్షరంబు జిహ్వకిక్షు రసం. అక్షరంబు తన్ను రక్షించుగావున, ఆ అక్షరం ఏం చేస్తుందట, మనల్ని రక్షిస్తుందంట. మీకు డౌట్ రావచ్చు, చదువుకొని వాడు బతుకుతున్నాడు, చదువు లేని వాడు కూడా బతుకుతున్నాడు మేడం, చదువు మనల్ని ఎలా రక్షిస్తుంది, అక్షరాల్ని మనల్ని ఎలా రక్షిస్తుంది అంటే, కొంతమంది చూడండి, కొంతమంది వ్యవసాయం చేసుకొని బతుకుతూ ఉంటారు, కొంతమంది ఉద్యోగాలు చేసుకొని బతుకుతూ ఉంటారు. ఆ ఉద్యోగాలు చేసుకున్నటువంటి వాడికి ఉన్న హోదా రైతుకు ఉండొచ్చు, కానీ అక్కడ కొంచెం మనం తేడాను గమనించవచ్చు, చదువుకున్న వాడికి చదువు లేని వాడికి. అందుకే అక్షరము తన్ను రక్షించుగావున, ఎవడైతే అక్షర జ్ఞానాన్ని నేర్చుకుంటాడో ఆ అక్షరము తనని రక్షిస్తుంది. మాట్లాడే విధానం, సపోజ్ ఒక లాయర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినామో, ఒక పోలీస్ స్టేషన్కి వెళ్ళినామో, అక్కడ మాట్లాడే పద్ధతి, చదువుకున్న వాడికి చదువు లేని వాడికి పద్ధతి, మాట్లాడే పద్ధతిలో తేడా ఉంటుంది కదా. అందుకే అక్షరంబు తన్ను రక్షించుగావున అక్షరంబు లోక రక్షితంబు. అందుకని అక్షరము మనల్ని కాపాడుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఆ అక్షరము అంటే అక్షర జ్ఞానం అందరూ చేశారనుకోండి, ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ ప్రపంచమంతా, ఆ లోకమంతా కూడా రక్షింపబడుతుంది అని అక్షరం యొక్క గొప్పతనాన్ని మనం నేర్చుకోవచ్చు. మనకు అక్షరం అనేటువంటి పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని రాసిన కవి గురించి చూద్దాం. అక్షరం అంటే క్షరము లేనిది, నాశనం లేనిది. ఇందాకే అనుకున్నాం, మనం అక్షర జ్ఞానం నేర్చుకుంటే ఎక్కడైనా మంచి పేరు తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు, ఎలాగైనా బతకొచ్చు, ఆ అక్షరం మనల్ని రక్షిస్తుంది అని. ఇంకా అక్షరం క్షరము లేనిది, నాశనం లేనిది. చూడండి, మనం ఒకసారి ఒక పద్యాన్ని కానీ లేదా ఒక పాఠాన్ని కానీ నేర్చుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, అది మన మనసుల్లో ముద్రపడిపోతుంది. అది ఎంత కాలమైనా జీవించి ఉంటుంది. అంటే మన జీవితం బతుకున్నంత వరకు కూడా మన నుంచి ఆ అక్షరం విడదీయలేరు ఎవరు. ఆ అక్షరాన్ని కనుక మనము పుస్తక రూపం చేశామనుకోండి, అది ప్రపంచం ఉన్నంత వరకు కూడా నిలిచే ఉంటుంది ఆ పుస్తకం. అందుకే అక్షరము క్షరము లేనిది, నాశనం లేనిది. రావినూతల ప్రేమ కిషోర్ గారు ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం, అక్షరం అనే పాఠ్యాంశం రాసింది ఎవరు అంటే రావినూతల ప్రేమ కిషోర్ గారు. ఈయన ప్రకాశం జిల్లాలోని కొండపి గ్రామంలో జన్మించారు. ప్రకాశం జిల్లాలోని కొండపి గ్రామంలో జన్మించారు రావినూతల ప్రేమ కిషోర్ గారు. ఇక ఈయన తల్లిదండ్రులు మరియమ్మ, అంకయ్యలు. ఇక ఈయన రచన విషయాలకు వస్తే శ్రమవద్గీత, అజమాయిషి, నిషి, రెక్కల పుడమి, ఇంకు చుక్క, నిశ్శబ్ద గాయం, తామి, కల్లందిప్ప, ఇలా అనేక రకాల రచనలు చేశారు. చేసి ఇవన్నిటితో మంచి పేరు తెచ్చుకున్నారు రావినూతల ప్రేమ కిషోర్ గారు. ఈ రచనలే కాకుండా అనేక నాటికలను రాశారంట. ఆ నాటికలను రాసి ఆ నాటికల్లో తను నటించారంట కూడా. నాటికలు రాయడమే కాకుండా ఆ నాటికల్లో పాత్రల రూపకంగా తను నటించారట. ఆ నటనకు, రచనకు గాను రాష్ట్రంలోనూ రాష్ట్రేతర ప్రదేశాలలో ఉత్తమ అవార్డులు, ప్రశంసలు కూడా అందుకున్నారు. తాను రాసినటువంటి నాటకాలలో నటించి మంచి నటుడిగా, తర్వాత మంచి రచయితగా కూడా పేరు పొందారు రావినూతల ప్రేమ కిషోర్ గారు. దానికి అవార్డులు, ప్రశంసలు కూడా అందుకున్నారు. ఇక మన ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యాంశం అక్షరం విషయానికి వస్తే అది నలుగురం అవుదాం అనే కవితా సంపుటి నుంచి తీసుకోబడింది. నా గుండె గవాక్షాల్లోనే కాదు, మూసిన కనురెప్పలపై కూడా అక్షరాలు కవాతు చేస్తుంటాయి, నిరంతరం నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తుంటాయి. నా గుండె గవాక్షాల్లోనే కాదు, మూసిన కనురెప్పలపై కూడా అక్షరాలు కవాతు చేస్తుంటాయి, నిరంతరం నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తుంటాయి. నా హృదయంలోని 4 గదుల్లోనే కాకుండా, నా హృదయంలోని 4 గదులు, మన హృదయంలో 4 గదులు ఉంటాయి. ఆ గదులని చూసినప్పుడు కిటికీలాగా, గవాక్షం, చూడడానికి వీలు కలిగినటువంటి గదులు కలిగినటువంటిది కాబట్టి గవాక్షం అంటారు. మన హృదయానికి ఎన్ని గదులు? 4 గదులు ఉంటాయి. ఆ హృదయం అనే 4 గదుల్లోనే కాకుండా మూసిన నా కనురెప్పలపై కూడా. అండి, మనం అక్షరాన్ని నేర్చుకోవడానికి ముందు కంటితో చూస్తాం. ఆ కంటితో చూసినటువంటి ఆ రూపం మన హృదయంలో నిలిసిపోతుంది, నిక్షిప్తమైపోతుంది. అలా ఆ అక్షరము కంటిరెప్పలపై, హృదయంపై ముద్ర వేసుకొని ఎల్లప్పుడూ నాట్యం చేస్తూ నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తున్నాయి. ఇక్కడ ఆ పిల్లవాడు, అంటే ఆ అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి పిల్లవాడు నిద్రపోయి ఉంటాడు బహుశా. చూడండి, ఇక్కడ మనకు కనిపిస్తుంది, హాయిగా పడుకున్నాడు. ఇక్కడ పడుకున్నప్పుడు అక్షరాలన్నీ ఇలా ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి కవాతు స్కౌట్స్ గైడ్స్ చేస్తారు, లయబద్ధమైనటువంటి ఆ పాదాల కలయిక, కవాతు, పాద విన్యాసం, ఒక పాదం తర్వాత ఒక పాదం లెఫ్ట్ రైట్ చేస్తుంటారు కదా, అలా ఆ అక్షరాలు కూడా లెఫ్ట్ రైట్ అన్నట్టుగా, అంటే ఒక పాదం తర్వాత ఇంకొక పాదం వచ్చినట్టుగా, ఒక అక్షరం తర్వాత ఒక అక్షరం వస్తున్నట్టుగా మనం ఇక్కడ ఈ పిక్చర్లో చూసాం చూడండి. నిద్రపోతున్నటువంటి ఆ సమయంలో ఆ హృదయంలో ముద్ర వేసుకున్నటువంటి అక్షరాలు మళ్ళీ కంటిరెప్పల మీదకి వచ్చి కవాతు చేస్తున్నాయి. ఆ కవాతు చేసేటువంటి ఆ సమయంలో నిద్రాభంగం, నిద్రకు ఆటంకం కలిగిస్తున్నాయి. ఎప్పుడయ్యా? నిరంతరం నిద్రపోయినటువంటి ప్రతిసారి కూడా హృదయంలో ముద్ర వేసుకుపోయినటువంటి ఆ అక్షరాలు కంటిరెప్పలపైకి వచ్చేసి నాట్యం చేస్తూ కవాతు చేస్తూ నా నిద్రకు భంగం కలిగిస్తున్నాయి. ఇక్కడ కవి అక్షరజ్ఞానం నేర్చుకున్నాడు. ఆ నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి ఆ అక్షర జ్ఞానం తనకి నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తుంది, నిద్రపోనీయకుండా. అంటే సపోజ్ ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, మన మనసులో ఏదైనా ఒక ఆలోచన బలంగా ఉన్నట్లయితే, మనం ఏదైనా ఒక పని చేయాలనుకున్నాం, రాత్రి పడుకునే ముందు నేను పొద్దున్న లేవగానే ఈ పని చేయాలి, ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ టైం వరకు నేను ఆ పనిని పూర్తి చేసుకోవాలని మనం మనసులో అనుకొని పడుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు తెల్లవారుతుందా అంటూ మాటికి మెలకు వస్తుంది చూడండి, ఆ రోజు మనం సరిగా నిద్ర కూడా పోము. అలాగా ఈ కొత్తగా అక్షరాలు నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి ఆ అబ్బాయికి ఆ హృదయంలో ముద్రలు వేసుకుపోయినటువంటి ఆ అక్షరాలే మాటికి కంటిరెప్పల మీదకి వస్తూ కవాతు చేస్తూ తనకి నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాయట. పడుకున్న ప్రతిసారి కూడా తనకి కంటిరెప్పల మీదకే వచ్చేసి ఇంకా నువ్వులే అన్నట్టుగా నిద్రాభంగం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాయని కవి అందమైన భావన చెప్పారు. అంటే ప్రతి పిల్లవాడు కూడా ఏదైనా ఒక పనిని చేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు ఇవాళ కాదులే రేపు చేద్దాంలే అని అనుకోకుండా మనం ఏదైతే సమయానికి పూర్తి చేయాలనుకుంటామో ఆ సమయానికే పూర్తి చేయాలని చెప్పడమే మన కవి గారి ఉద్దేశం. ఇక్కడ కలలు రాలని రాత్రి అక్షరాలంటని తావు నా కంటికి ఒంటికి లేవుగా ఎంతైనా పంతులమ్మ గారి బుజ్జోన్ని ఆ మాత్రం అక్షరానుబంధం ఉండదా నిద్రపోయేటప్పుడు అమ్మ అక్షరాల కంబలి కప్పిందేమో. కలలు రాలని రాత్రి, అందరూ నిద్రపోయేటప్పుడు వచ్చినటువంటి కలలని మెలకుగానే మర్చిపోతారు. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఏమంటున్నాడు కవి, మనకి ఒక సామెత ఉంది, కలలు కనండి కలలని సాకారం చేసుకోండి అని. కలలు కని వాటిని అలాగే వదిలేయద్దు. ఆ కళని నెరవేర్చుకోవడానికి నేను ఎంతవరకు శ్రమ చేయాలి, నేను అనుకున్న లక్ష్యానికి నా కర్తవ్యం ఏంటి, నేను ఎంతవరకు పని చేస్తే నేను దానిలో ఉన్నత స్థితిని చేరుకుంటాను అని ప్రతి విద్యార్థి కూడా, సపోజ్ ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం నేర్చుకుంటున్నాము, ఈ అక్షరం తర్వాత ఈ అక్షరం ఉంది, ఈ అక్షర జ్ఞానాన్ని అంటే ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం యొక్క సారాంశాన్ని నేర్చుకోవాలంటే ఏ పద్యభావం నేర్చుకున్న తర్వాత ఏ పద్యభావం నేర్చుకుంటే నాకు పూర్తిగా వచ్చేస్తుంది అనేసి మనం ఒక ప్లాన్ ప్రకారం చేసుకుంటాం కదా. అలాగా ఆ కలలు రాలని రాత్రి వచ్చినటువంటి కలల్ని మర్చిపోకుండా అక్షరాలంటని తావు నా మనసులో ముద్ర వేసుకుపోయాయి, కంటికి ఒంటికి. అక్షరాలు ఒక కంటిలోనో హృదయంలోనో కాదంట, కంటికి ఒంటికి కూడా. అంటే మన కనురెప్పల పైన అని చెప్పాడు మొదట, ఇప్పుడేం చెప్తున్నాడు, మన ఒళ్ళంతా కూడా ఆ అక్షరాలే నిండిపోయాయి. ఎందుకయ్యా? కారణం ఏంటి అంటే, ఎంతైనా నేను పంతులమ్మ గారి బుజ్జోని, మా అమ్మ నన్ను గురువుగా చేసుకొని నన్ను ఒక శిష్యునిగా చేసుకొని నాకు అక్షరాలు నేర్పించింది కాబట్టి నేను పంతులమ్మ గారి బుజ్జోని కాబట్టి ఆ అక్షరాలను మర్చిపోకుండా ఉన్నాను. అక్షరాలను గుర్తుంచుకోలేనా? అమ్మ ఎంతో ప్రేమపూర్వకంగా నాకు అక్షరాలు నేర్పించింది కదా, ఆ నేర్పించినటువంటి అక్షరాలను నేను మర్చిపోగలనా? ఎలాగైనా గుర్తుంచుకుంటాను. గుర్తుంచుకోవడమే కాదు, నా ఒంటి నిండా కూడా అక్షరమయం అయిపోయింది. కారణం ఏంటంటే అమ్మ అక్షరాల కంబలి కప్పిందేమో, అక్షరాలనే కంబలి కప్పిందేమో. నాకు ఆ అక్షరాలనే కంబలి, దుప్పటి లేదా చెద్దరు. అక్షరాలు అంటే అక్షరాలు అని, ప్రకృతి వికృతులు. అక్షరం అనేది ప్రకృతి పదం, అక్షరం అనేది వికృతి పదం. అందుకే ఇక్కడ ఏమంటున్నాడు, అమ్మ అక్షరాలనే కంబలి కప్పిందేమో, ఆ అక్షరాలనే దుప్పటిగా కప్పిందేమో, అందుకే నా ఒళ్ళంతా కూడా అక్షరాలే నిలిచిపోయి ఉన్నాయి. కలలు రాలని రాత్రి కంటికి అక్షరాలంటని తావు ఒంటికి ఎక్కడా లేవు. కళ్ళ నిండా అక్షరాలే ఉన్నాయి, ఒంటి నిండా అక్షరాలే ఉన్నాయి. కారణం ఏంటంటే నేను పంతులమ్మ గారు అబ్బాయిని, ఆ మాత్రం అక్షరజ్ఞానం నాకు ఉండదా? ఎందుకు ఇంకొక కారణం ఏంటంటే, అమ్మ నాకు కప్పేటువంటి దుప్పటి కూడా అక్షరమయమైందే కప్పిందేమో, అక్షరాలతో కూడుకున్నటువంటి దుప్పటినే కప్పిందేమో, అందుకే నేను నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి అక్షరాలను నేను మర్చిపోకుండా ఉన్నాను. ఇక్కడ ఏమంటున్నాడు, నిరంతరం కృషి చేస్తూ మనం నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి అక్షరాలని మన జీవితంలో మమేకమైపోయేలాగా, మన శరీరంలో మమేకమైపోయేలాగా మనం నేర్చుకోవాలని చెప్పడమే కవిగారి ఉద్దేశం. ఈ విధంగా నేర్పిస్తారు అక్షర జ్ఞానం అంటే, చిన్నప్పుడు అన్నప్రాసన నాడు అలా ఒకటి నా చుట్టూ రేసి పట్టుకోమన్నప్పుడు ఎర్రగా బాగుందని పెన్ను పట్టుకుంటే అమ్మ అక్కున చేర్చుకొని కలం పట్టిన బిడ్డ ఇలను దున్నుతాడని ఆనందంతో ఒళ్ళంతా ముద్దుల్లో నింపిందట. చిన్నప్పుడు అన్నప్రాసన అంటే 5 నెలలు కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయి 6వ రోజున చిన్నపిల్లలకి అన్నం తినిపించడం అనేది మన సంస్కారం, ఆనవాయితీ, ఆచారం. అలా ఆ అన్నప్రాసన చేసే రోజున సరదాగా బంగారు నగలు పెన్ను అలాగా చిన్నపిల్లవాడి చుట్టూ రకరకాల వస్తువులు వేస్తారు. అందులో ఆ పిల్లవాడు ఏ వస్తువును పట్టుకుంటే దానిలో, సపోజ్ పెన్ను పట్టుకున్నాడు అనుకోండి, మంచి కవిత్వాలు రాస్తాడని, సాహిత్యకారుడు అవుతాడని, పుస్తకాలు పట్టుకున్నాడు అనుకోండి, మంచి జ్ఞానం అవుతాడని, పండితుడు అవుతాడని, అలా నమ్మడం మన ఆచారంలో ఒక భాగం అన్నమాట. అలా వస్తువులు వేసినటువంటి ఆ వస్తువుల్లో ఎర్రగా అందంగా ఉంది కదా అని పెన్ను పట్టుకున్నాడంట ఆ అబ్బాయి. ఎర్రగా అందంగా ఉంది కదా అని పెన్నును పట్టుకోగా అమ్మ అక్కును చేర్చుకొని తన కౌగుల్లోకి తీసుకొని, తన ఒళ్ళోకి తీసుకొని పెన్నును పట్టుకున్నటువంటి ఆ పిల్లవాడు ఇలను, ప్రపంచాన్ని పరిపాలిస్తాడని గట్టిగా నమ్మిందట అమ్మ. సంతోషంతో ఒంటి నిండా ముద్దులతో నింపేసిందంట. చిన్నప్పుడు అన్నప్రాసన చేసేటప్పుడు రకరకాల వస్తువులను చుట్టేస్తారు. ఆ విధంగా వేసినప్పుడు మన పాఠ్యాంశంలోని ఆ పిల్లవాడు ఏం చేశాడంట, ఎర్రగా అందంగా ఉంది అనేసి ఒక పెన్నును పట్టుకున్నాడంట. ఆ పెన్నును పట్టుకున్నటువంటి ఆ పిల్లవాడిని తల్లి సంతోషంతో ఆక్కున చేర్చుకుని ఒళ్ళంతా ముద్దులతో నింపిందంట. ఒళ్ళంతా ముద్దులతో నింపేసింది కదా అమ్మ. అలా ముద్దులు పెట్టినటువంటి ఆ అమ్మ ముద్దుల్లో అక్షరాల ముద్దర్లున్నట్లుంది. ఇంటి నిండా అక్షరాల శుద్ధలే. ఆ అమ్మ పెట్టినటువంటి ముద్దుల్లో కూడా అక్షరాల గుర్తులే నాకు కనిపిస్తూ ఉన్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రతి అక్షరంలోనూ అమ్మే కనిపిస్తుంది. అలా ఆ ముద్దులు పెట్టినటువంటి ఆ ముద్దుల్లో ప్రతి అక్షరం అమ్మ నేర్పించిందే కాబట్టి ప్రతి అక్షరంలో కూడా నాకు అమ్మనే కనిపిస్తూ ఉంది. నన్ను అక్షరాల పుట్టను చేసిన అమ్మకు అక్షరాన్ని అవ్వడం మినహా మరేమి ఇవ్వగలను? అలా పెట్టినటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్క ముద్దులో ఒక్కొక్క అక్షరము నా ఒంటికి ముద్రపడిపోయింది. శుద్ధలే అన్న, ముద్దర్లే అన్న గుర్తులు, చిహ్నాలు. అలా ఒంటి నిండా అక్షరాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి గుర్తులే కనిపిస్తూ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ అక్షరంలో ఎవరు కనిపిస్తున్నారు? మళ్ళీ తిరిగి అమ్మే కనిపిస్తుంది. పెట్టిన ప్రతి ముద్దులోనూ అక్షరాలు కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. ఆ అక్షరాల్లో అమ్మ కనిపిస్తుంది. అలా నన్ను అక్షర నిధిని, పుట్ట అంటే నిధి, నిలయం, తావు, అలా ముద్దులు పెట్టి ఒక్కొక్క చోట ఒక్కొక్క ముద్దు పెట్టినటువంటి ఆ ప్రతి ఒక్క ముద్దు ఒక అక్షరంలాగా నా ఒంటి మీద ముద్రపడిపోయింది. అలా ఏమైపోయింది, నా శరీరం అంతా కూడా ఒక నిధిలాగా మారిపోయింది, ఒక గనిలాగా మారిపోయింది, ఒక నిలయంలాగా మారిపోయింది, ఒక తావులాగా మారిపోయింది. అంటే తీస్తున్న కొద్దీ వస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. ఇక్కడ ఇంకొక విషయం కూడా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ఏదిచ్చినా, డబ్బిచ్చినా, బట్టలిచ్చినా, అంటే మన దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి వస్తువులను ఇతరులకు ఏది ఇచ్చినా కూడా అవి తరిగిపోతాయి ఎప్పటికో ఒకప్పటికి. ఎంత ధనవంతుడైనప్పటికీ కూడా బట్టలు, నగలు, డబ్బు దానం చేస్తూ పోయినా కొద్దీ ఏమవుతుంది, అవన్నీ తరిగిపోతాయి. కానీ ఒక అక్షరం మాత్రం తరిగిపోకుండా ఉంటుంది. అందుకే దాన్ని క్షరం లేనిది, నాశనం లేనిది అంటారు. ఇంకా పైగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతుంది తప్పితే అది నశించదు, నాశనం అయిపోదు, తరిగిపోదు మన దగ్గర. ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ మన దగ్గర బట్టలు ఉన్నాయనుకోండి, ఆ బట్టలను ఇస్తే ఏమవుతుంది, ఆ బట్టలు మనకు ఉండవు ఇంకా. లేదా ఏదైనా ఒక వస్తువు ఇచ్చామనుకోండి, ఆ వస్తువు అతని దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది, మన దగ్గర ఉండదు. అదే అక్షరం ఇచ్చి చూడండి, ఇంకా ఆ సమయానికి సందర్భానికి తగ్గట్టుగా జ్ఞానాన్ని పొందుతామే తప్పితే ఆ అక్షరము క్షరము కాదు, నాశనం కాదు, అభివృద్ధి చెందుతుంది. అలా అమ్మ పెట్టిన ప్రతి అక్షరం ముద్దర్లే కనిపిస్తూ, ఆ అక్షరాలే కనిపిస్తూ ఏమైంది నాకు అని అంటే, ఒంటి నిండా కూడా అక్షరాల గుర్తులతో పాటు నిన్నటువంటి ఒక నిధిలాగా, ఒక సమూహంలాగా ఏర్పడిపోయింది నా శరీరం. తీస్తున్నా కొద్దీ తరగని గనిలాగా వచ్చేటువంటి ఒక పుట్టని, ఒక నిలయాన్ని చేసింది అమ్మ నాకు. అలాంటి అమ్మకు నేను అక్షరాన్ని అవ్వడం తప్ప మరేమి ఇవ్వగలను? నేను మంచి అక్షర జ్ఞానాన్ని పొంది తిరిగి అమ్మ నేను ఇది నేర్చుకున్నాను అనేసి ఆమెకు చూపించగలను తప్పితే ఇంకా నేను ఆమెకి ఏమి ఇవ్వగలను? అదే ఆమెకు గొప్ప గిఫ్ట్. ఏ తల్లిదండ్రులైనా అంతే కదా, నా పిల్లవాడు ఈ క్లాస్లో చదువుతున్నాడు, ఆ క్లాస్లో పాస్ అయిపోయి మంచి రిజల్ట్ చూపిస్తే ప్రతి తల్లిదండ్రులు సంతోషిస్తారు. అలాగే అదే వాళ్ళకిచ్చే ప్రేమపూర్వకమైనటువంటి కానుక. ప్రతి తల్లిదండ్రులు మనకెంతో ప్రేమతో అక్షరాలు నేర్పిస్తూ ఉంటారు. అంతే ప్రేమతో నేర్చుకొని మన బాధ్యతని మనం నిర్వర్తించి మనం నేర్చుకునేటువంటి విషయాన్ని ఏ ఆటంకం లేకుండా నేర్చుకోగలిగితే గనక అంతకు మించినటువంటి గొప్ప కానుక తల్లిదండ్రులకి ఇంకేమీ ఉండదు. అమ్మ మనకు నేర్పించినటువంటి అక్షర జ్ఞానంతో మనం వృద్ధిలోకి రాగానే అక్కున చేర్చుకొని ఎంత బుజ్జగిస్తూ లాలిస్తుందో చూడండి. మనల్ని ఎంత ప్రేమిస్తుందో అమ్మ, అది అమ్మకు తెలుసు, మనకు తెలుసు. అంతే ప్రేమను మనము ఆమెకి తిరిగి పంచాలి. అంటే మనం అక్షర జ్ఞానం నేర్చుకోవాలని తను ఆశించింది. ఆ ఆశించినటువంటి ఆమె కోరికని మనము ప్రేమపూర్వకంగా ఆమె కోరిక నెరవేరిస్తే గనక అంతకు మించినటువంటి కానుక, అంతకు మించినటువంటి సంతోషం ఇంకేమీ ఉండవు తల్లిదండ్రులకి ఈ ప్రపంచంలో. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అక్షర జ్ఞానం అనే పాఠ్యాంశం పూర్తయింది.
वेलकम टू लूसिड स्टडी। प्रणाम बच्चों, मेरा नाम रामदास चौहान है। मैं आपको हिंदी पढ़ा रहा हूं। आंध्र प्रदेश के 7वीं कक्षा का पहला पाठ का नाम है ज्ञान हमको दीजिए। ज्ञान हमको दीजिए पाठ के बारे में चर्चा करेंगे। बच्चों, यहां पहला पाठ ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, ये 7वीं कक्षा का है। यह पाठ राम नरेश त्रिपाठी जी से लिखा गया है। कवि का नाम राम नरेश त्रिपाठी जी का जन्म 1891 में इनका जन्म हुआ है और 1962 में इनकी मृत्यु हुई है। देखो बेटा, यहाँ पर पाठ बहुत अच्छी तरीके से सुंदर ढंग में बताया गया है। अब चित्र में एक लड़का और एक लड़की सूर्य भगवान से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, प्रभु जी से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, हमको ऐसे ज्ञान दीजिए जैसे कुटुंब समाज सभी को हमारे ऐसे धरती के ऊपर सभी को सही तरीके से निभा सके। और यह प्रार्थना हम अपने भगवान से और गुरु से किया जाता है। इन विधियों के बारे में हम आज चर्चा करेंगे। देखिए बेटा, तो यहां पर ज्ञान हमको दीजिए नामक पाठ, इसका अर्थ होता है ओ भगवान, हे प्रभु, मागो ज्ञानानिव्वो। ज्ञान का अर्थ होता है बुद्धि, हमें ज्ञान दीजिए, माँ को बुद्धि निवंडे, ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, हमको बुद्धि दीजिए बोल के यहाँ पर इस पाठ का अर्थ है। तो यहाँ पर एक पाठ कविता पाठ है। कैसा पाठ है बेटा? कविता पाठ है। ज्ञान का अर्थ होता है जानना, తెలుసుకోవడం। ज्ञान का अर्थ होता है जानना, తెలుసుకోవడం। हम జ్ఞాన్ గురు సే పాతే హే, గురువు దగ్గర నుంచి మనము జ్ఞానాన్ని పొందుతాము। మనము ప్రార్థన భగవంతునితో చేస్తాము, भगवान से हम प्रार्थना करते हैं। तो भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हुए गुरु के पास से हम ज्ञान को पाते हैं। वहां प्रार्थना करते हैं, हम उनसे पाकर ऐसे ही रीति रिवाजी बनाया करते हैं। तो हम गुरु हमें ज्ञान प्रदर्शन करता है और हम भगवान से प्रार्थना करके हम ऐसे कई प्रकार की विधियों को निभाते हैं और उसी विधियों के बारे में यहाँ पर हम आज चर्चा करेंगे। జ్ఞానం గురించి ఇవ్వబడినటువంటి టాపిక్, దాని గురించి మనము చర్చ చేద్దాం। तो देखो, एक कविता के रूप में बताया गया है। प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, शीघ्र सारी दुर्गुणों को दूर हमसे कीजिए, दूर हमसे कीजिए। लीजिए हमको शरण में, हम सदाचारी बने, लीजिए हमको शरण में, हम सदाचारी बने। निंदा किसी की हम किसी से भूल कर भी ना करें, भूल कर भी ना करें। ईर्ष्या कभी भी हम किसी से, ईर्ष्या कभी भी हम किसी से भूल कर भी ना करें, भूल कर भी ना करें। हे प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, ज्ञान हमको दीजिए। सत्य बोले झूठ त्यागे, मेल आपस में करें। प्रेम से हम गुरुजनों की नित्य ही सेवा करें। प्रेम से हम संस्कृति की नित्य ही सेवा करें, नित्य ही सेवा करें। हे प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, हे प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, ज्ञान हमको दीजिए। इस तरह राम नरेश त्रिपाठी जी ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से स्वर कविता के रूप में हमें एक पाठ बताया गया है। इस तरह गाते हुए मधुर स्वर में हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है, आनंद होता है कविता। हमने तो ये कविता पढ़ ली है, इसका भावार्थ क्या है हम अभी समझेंगे। देखो बेटा, चित्र में एक बच्चा एक बच्ची और दो बच्चे हैं, भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं। वहां पर एक चिड़िया आ रही है, भगवान से क्या बोल के प्रार्थना कर रहे, ఏమని వాళ్ళు ప్రార్థన చేస్తున్నారు, ఏమంటున్నారు? देखो, हे प्रभु आनंददाता, हे प्रभु ओ भगवंतुड़ा, ओ प्रभु, ए प्रभु भगवान, ए प्रभु ఆనందదాత, ఆనందం అనే ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చేటటువంటి దాత, దాత అంటే డోనర్, దాత దానం చేసేవారు। ఆనందాన్ని దానం ఎవరు చేస్తారు? భగవంతుడు। ఏ ప్రభు ఆనందదాత జ్ఞాన హముకో దీజియే, ఏ భగవాన్ ఓ భగవంతుడా మాకు జ్ఞానాన్ని ఇవ్వండి, బుద్ధిని ప్రాప్తి చేయండి। और शीघ्र सारे दुर्गुणों का दूर हमसे कीजिए। शीघ्र माने तొందరగా, शीघ्र माने తొందరగా, शीघ्र सारे, सारे माने पूरे, टोटल మొత్తం। दुर्गुणों का, दुर्गुणों అంటే చెడు బుద్ధులు, ఓకే, బ్యాడ్ హ్యాబిట్స్। और दूर करना माने दूरम చేయడము। हम माने हमको, हमसे, हमसे कीजिए, इन दुर्गुणों का हमसे दूर कीजिए। मीन्स దుర్గుణాలను మాలో ఉన్నటువంటి దుర్గుణాలను బయట తీసేయండి ఓ భగవంతుడా, మీరు ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చేటటువంటి దాతలు కదా, అందుకోసమే మీతోటి నేను ప్రార్థన చేస్తున్నాము। लीजिए हमको शरण में, మీ శరణంలో, लीजिए माने लेना, తీసుకోవడము, हमको అంటే మాకు, మాకు మీ శరణంలో తీసుకోండి। శరణ మానే ఆచరణలో, మీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఒక రెస్పాన్సిबिलिटी మీరు తీసుకోండి అన్నమాట। ओके, तो उनकी इस रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वहां गुरु भगवान से लेने के लिए बोल रहे, प्रार्थना कर रहे। लीजिए आपको, हमको आपके शरण में, हम सदाचारी बने। क्या बेटा? आपके शरण में लीजिए, तो మీరు మమ్మల్ని మీ శరణంలో తీసుకుంటే, అంటే మీ యొక్క చేతిలో మీరు మమ్మల్ని హ్యాండ్ ఓవర్ చేసుకుంటే, మేము సదాచారి మీన్స్ ఎల్లప్పుడుగా మీకు ఆచారులుగా, ఓకే, ఎల్లప్పుడుగా మిమ్మల్ని పూజిస్తూ ఉంటాము, మీ ఆచరణలలో పాలిస్తూ ఉంటాము అని చిన్నపిల్లలు భగవంతుడితో ఈ విధంగా ప్రార్థన చేస్తున్నారు। ఏమని? ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా మీతోటి ప్రార్థన చేస్తూ ఉంటాము, మీ యొక్క ఆచరణలో నడుస్తాము। సదాచారి అంటే, సదా అంటే ఎల్లప్పుడు, చారి అంటే ఆచరించడం, సదాచారి బనే మానే తయారు కావడము। ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ నిందా కిసీకి హమ్ కిసీ సే। నిందా, నిందా का अर्थ होता है నిందలు మోపడం, और किसी के ऊपर चाड़ी लगाना, चाड़ी बोलना, నింద కిసికి హమ్ కిసి సే భూల్ కర్ భీ నా కరే, ఇంకొకరి పైన మేము చాడి మర్చిపోయి కూడా చేయకూడదు. ఓకే, భూల్ కర్ భీ, భూల్నా మానే మర్చిపోవడము, భూల్ కర్ భీ चाड़ी ना करे, दूसरों के ऊपर निंदा ना करे. ईर्ष्या कभी भी हम किसी से भूल कर भी ना करे. ईर्ष्या का मतलब होता है జలస్, అంటే అరే అయినా ఒక స్థానానికి వెళ్ళిపోయాడు తనని లాగుదాం, అలాంటి. ఈర్ష్య అంటే జలస్ ఫీలింగ్. జలస్ ఫీలింగ్ మేము ఇంకొకరి పైన ఈర్ష్యని కలిగించుకోము. ఎందుకంటే మేము వాళ్ళు కూడా మంచి స్థానానికి వెళ్ళాలి, మాతో పాటు ఇంకొకరు కూడా మంచి స్థానానికి వెళ్ళాలని మేము కోరుకుంటాము. ఈర్ష్య కిసీసే హమ్ భూల్ కర్ భీ నా కరే, ఇంకొకరి పైన ఈర్ష్యను పుట్టించే విధంగా మమ్మల్ని ఉంచకండి, మా బుద్ధిని మంచి చేయండి ఓ భగవంతుడా అని ప్రార్థన చేయడం జరిగింది. హే ప్రభు ఆనందదాత, ఓ ప్రభు, ఓ భగవంతుడా, ఓ భగవంతుడా, ఆనందదాత, ఆనందాన్ని దానం చేసేటటువంటి ఓ భగవంతుడా, ఏ ప్రభువు, ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, ज्ञान हमको क्या करे, दीजिए, ऐसे ज्ञान दीजिए कि हम किसी से भी झगड़ा ना करें, सही तरीके से पढ़ाई करें, सही तरीके से मिलजुल कर रहे, ऐसा हमको ज्ञान दीजिए बोल के यहाँ पर पूरे बच्चे अपने भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं. सत्य बोले झूठ त्यागे मेल आपस में करे. तो देखो बेटा, सत्य का अर्थ होता है सत्यमु, बोलना, बोले मीन्स बोलना, చెప్పడము. झूठ मीन्स అసత్యము, తప్పు లేదా అబద్ధము. త్యాగే అంటే వదిలేయడము, త్యాగం చేయడం, సాక్రిఫైస్ కర్న. మేల్ ఆపస్ మే కరే, మేల్ మీన్స్ మేలును, మంచి పని, సహాయము. ఆపస్ మే ఇంకొకరికి, ఆపస్ ఆపదలో, మే ఆపస్ మేల్ ఆపస్ మే కరే అంటే సత్యాన్ని, ఎల్లప్పుడూ సత్యాన్ని మాట్లాడేటటువంటి జ్ఞానాన్ని ఇవ్వండి ఓ ప్రభువు, ఓ భగవంతుడా. మరియు झूठ త్యాగే, మేము ఎప్పుడు కూడా తప్పు అంటే అబద్ధాలు మాట్లాడకుండా, చెడు పనులు చేయకుండా మమ్మల్ని దీవించండి, మమ్మల్ని అలాంటి జ్ఞానాన్ని ఇవ్వండి. हम आपस में दूसरों की सहायता कर सके, हम आपस में दूसरों की सहायता कर सके जैसी एक हमें बुद्धि दीजिए भगवान बोल के प्रार्थना करते. और प्रेम से हम गुरुजनों की नित्य ही सेवा करें. क्या बेटा, प्रेम, प्रेम मीन्स लव, प्रेम तो प्रेम से हम गुरुजनों की, गुरुजनों माने गुरुవు, टीचर, ओके, गुरुవు. और नित्य ही, नित्य माने ఎల్లప్పుడూ, ఆల్వేస్. సేవా, సేవా माने సేవా करना, సేవ చేయడము, हेल्प करना, पूजा करना, ये इसका अर्थ है. तो देखो बेटा, प्रेम से हम गुरुजनों की नित्य ही सेवा करें. ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా మేము మా యొక్క గురువులను, ఎల్లప్పుడూ కూడా మా యొక్క గురువులను మేము పూజలు చేసే విధంగా, మీన్స్ వాళ్ళను సేవ చేసే విధంగా, సేవ చేసే విధమైనటువంటి గుణాన్ని, సహాయం చేసేటటువంటి గుణాన్ని మాకు అర్పించు ఓ భగవంతుడా, ఓ దేవుడా అని ప్రార్థన చేస్తున్నారు పిల్లలు. ప్రేమ సే హమ్ సంస్కృతికి నిత్య హి సేవా కరే, ప్రేమతో, ప్రేమతో మేము మా యొక్క సంస్కృతి మీన్స్ కల్చర్, సంస్కృతి మీన్స్ कल्चर, हमारी संस्कृति की नित्य, नित्य माने हर पल, ऑलवेज, ఇక్కడ ఉందిగా పైన, सही उसी तरह यहाँ पर नित्य मीन्स ऑलवेज, ఓకే, నిత్య హి సేవా కరే, మన యొక్క సంస్కృతిని ఎల్లప్పుడూ కాపాడుకునే విధంగా, సేవలు చేసే విధంగా మా యొక్క జ్ఞానాన్ని ప్రదర్శించండి, మాకు ఒక మంచి జ్ఞానాన్ని ఇవ్వండి ఓ భగవంతుడా అని చెప్పడం జరుగుతుంది. హే ప్రభు ఆనందదాత, హే ప్రభు, ఓ ప్రభు, ఆనందుడైనటువంటి ఓ దాత. और ज्ञान हमको दीजिए, ऐसा ज्ञान हमको दीजिए कि हम हर पल एक दूसरों से मिलजुल कर रहे और एक दूसरों से प्यार करें, जैसे हमें ज्ञान हमें दीजिए बोल के यहाँ पर प्रार्थना किया जा रहा है. ओके बेटा, और तो यहाँ पर देखो बेटा, चित्र में यहाँ पर एक विद्यार्थी गुरु से पादाभिवंदन कर रहा है, प्रार्थना कर रहा है, अपने गुरुजी से क्या कर रहे हैं, काल मोक्तुन्नारू, एवरदी गुरु యొక్క. तो यहाँ पर गुरु से भगवान के समान बताया गया है, गुरु का स्थान भगवान से समान बताया गया है। इसी तरह यहाँ पर क्योंकि भगवान को बताने वाला ही गुरु है, स्वयं भगवान ने ही, प्रभु ने ही गुरु का स्थान बहुत अच्छे स्थान पर, बड़े स्थान पर बताया गया है। इसी तरह यहाँ पर हम भगवान के समान, భగవంతుడితో సమానముగా మనం గురువు యొక్క స్థానాన్ని కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది। इसी से रिलेटेड एक छोटी सी कविता है, वहां देखो बेटा, गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागो पाए, गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागो पाए, बलिहरि गुरु आपने गोविंद दियो बताए, कबीरा गोविंद दियो बताए। जब हम मंदिर जाते, पूजा करने के लिए मंदिर जाते, तो जब हमें मंदिर में हमारे गुरु, हमारे टीचर मिले, तो उनको हम पहले प्रार्थना करते, हाय नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग मैडम बोलते, गुड मॉर्निंग सर बोलते, यस बोलते या नहीं, नमस्कार सर बोलते, प्रणाम बोलते हैं हम उनको। क्यों? हम గుడికి పోయినా, మనం గుడికి వెళ్ళాం కదా, గురువుతోటి ఎందుకు మాట్లాడతాం? డైరెక్ట్ గుడిలో వెళ్ళి పోయి ప్రార్థన చేసుకొని రావచ్చు కదా, గురువుతోటి మాట్లాడే అవసరం లేదు కదా। క్యూ? ఎందుకు మాట్లాడతాం మనం మధ్యలో? ఎందుకంటే ఆ దేవుని గురించి పరిచయం చేసేవారే గురువు। ओके, उस भगवान के बारे में परिचय देने वाला ही गुरु है। ओके, इसलिए यहाँ पर स्वयं भगवान ने ही गुरु का स्थान अपने से ज्यादा बताया गया है, ऊंची स्थान में बताया गया है। స్వయం భగవంతుడే గురువు యొక్క స్థానాన్ని ఒక మెట్టు పైకే ఉంచారు। तो इसी तरह यहाँ पर गुरु को हम क्या करना है? आदर करना है। गुरु से बोलू को ఆదరణి करना है, పాలన करना है, వాళ్ళు చెప్పినటువంటి మాటల్ని మనము వినాలి అని అర్థం। तो देखो बेटा यहाँ पर ये इस तरह इसका भावार्थ है बेटा।
Hello children, I am Satish. You are watching me on Lucid Study. Children, I welcome you all to the 7th class lesson number 1, that is My Painted House, My Friendly Chicken and Me. Oh, the title is very beautiful. And I ask you here, what is the first lesson of your English? That is My Painted House, My Friendly Chicken and Me. Okay. Here, what do you understand when you read the title? Okay, you understand like house and painted. It means painted house, right? A house which has paintings. Okay. Now, friendly chicken. Chicken. What is chicken? Not the curry you eat. Chicken is here the chick, small bird. Is there no? Yes, that is what chicken, and it's very friendly chicken. Okay, and me is the writer of the lesson. Me is the person who narrates the things, who explains the lesson to all of us. Understood? Here, what he wants to say, he clearly mentioned that painted house. What the writer, what the narrator wants to tell us, clearly mentioned in the title itself, My Painted House, My Friendly Chicken and Me. It means he is going to tell a lot about, his painted house, friendly chicken and me. That's what we understand when you read the title. Yes or no? Very good. Children, now look at the picture. Observe the picture carefully. Now, my first question is this a village or a city? This picture tells us a village life. Okay, now whom you can see here? Children. Yes or no? Girls and boys. Can you guess their age? Can you guess their age? 10 years, 15 years? Not 15 years. 10 years, 12 years or less than 10 or 12? Okay, approximately less than 10 or 12. And different animals you can see. Yes or no? Like ox, cow, buffalo, pig, and dog, cat, sheep. Okay, we have like this different animals. Of course, your favorite rabbit also. Good. And each animal is doing some work. And when you come back to the children, every children is engaged. A girl is carrying the water in the pot, and one is peeping what she is doing, and here the girl is giving milk to cat. Yes or no? Here children are collecting eggs from hen, and one boy is giving grass to goats and his pet animals, dog also we can see here. And here rabbit is it's collecting the fresh twigs like branches, and it's eating its food. And pig also we can see there cows and buffaloes are having their food. Yes, children, this is what we can see, everything, and especially well. Here we also can see well and houses. Are these all from the same colony? Of course we can. Like this, students, whenever you see a picture, you need to understand the picture very thoroughly. And picture reading, picture narration, picture explanation, picture comprehension is very, very important in a student's life. Okay, now this is what the picture we understood, and we also don't deviate from the title. Okay, my painted house, my friendly chicken, and me. Here no house is painted. Yes or no? This village scenery depicts which country? Yes, America, Germany, China, India. So here you can easily understand that this village picture scenery, children and their activities tell us that they all are Indian children. Very good. Now suppose if the children of other country, suppose if the children belong to any other country, European country, Australian country, or American country, or African country, okay, then what kind of things they do? Their dressing style and the animals and the works, tasks, children's jobs and the houses, everything will be totally different. Yes or no? Yes. Now the same thing we are going to learn in the lesson, my painted house, my friendly chicken, and me. In this lesson, we are going to learn so many different new things we are going to learn in this lesson. Okay, good. Where are the children? Is the first question we have under the picture. The first question, where are the children, is asking us. Now look at the picture and tell me, where are the children? They are all in a village. Yes, correct answer. Is it a village or a town? Why? Definitely this is not town. This is a village, because all the tasks, jobs and environment, scenery tells us that yes, these all things happening in village. That's why village is the correct answer. What are the boys looking at? Boys are looking at animals. Boys are looking at other things. Boys are looking at different activities. Yes or no? Yeah. And next, are the children friendly with the animals and discuss? Yes. Because here every child is having a kind of relation with the animals. Especially I like this boy, milking, this boy and girl milking. I liked that picture. Yes, here dear children, see, every child is having a kind of connection, relation with the animals here. And what are the children doing? Children are doing different activities. Here in this picture, we are not seeing any elders. All the activities are done by children. Now, let us read about an 8-year-old girl. What is the age of the girl? 8-year-old girl's life story, who lives in a painted house in South Africa. This is important. So, in this lesson, we are going to study about a life story of, an 8-year-old girl. Where is she from? She is from South Africa. Where is she living? In a painted house with her mother and with her aunts and her mischievous younger brother and her best friend Chicken. Who are the characters? Girl, she is 8 years, and mother and aunt and we have her brother who is very naughty, brother, and her favorite best friend, chicken. Very good. Chicken. What is chicken? Here, chicken is always hen. Okay, baby hen. We call it small hens. We call them, yes, chicks. Understood? Yes, we call them chicken here. Girl, 8 years old, and her mother, Ranch, and her brother and her best friend chicken are the main characters in the lesson. What is the title? My Painted House, My Friendly Chicken, and Me. This is the first lesson. And what are the characters in the lesson? 8 years old girl, girl's mother, girl's aunt, girl's brother, and girl's best friend chicken. Okay, let's read the lesson. Now, let us read the lesson. Okay, very good. Hello, stranger friend. I am Thandi, an Jubilee girl in South Africa. I am 8 years old and my best friend is a chicken. You may laugh at that, but when I tell my friend secrets, she can talk all she wants. But no one can understand her, except another chicken, of course. My chicken listens to my stories. She has other uses too. If you play with her and take her mind off what's going on, you can very quickly snatch a feather or two when she is distracted. She doesn't notice and the feathers will come in handy later. Of course, this is the first para and introduction of the lesson. The lesson is being addressed to stranger friend. Hello, stranger friend. Who is stranger friend? Unknown friend. Stranger means unknown. Here, who is writing this lesson? Thandi is writing. Thandi is the speaker. Thandi is the narrator. Thandi is telling to all of us. Who is Thandi? Jubilee girl. Okay, Jubilee is a community. It's a tribal community. In South Africa, the girl's name is Thandi. And she is telling all our activities, likes, dislikes, everything to stranger friend. Who is stranger friend? Who is the unknown friend? That's the reader is the unknown friend. Do you know Thandi? You don't know. So Thandi is a stranger friend to you. Understood? And you, all your classmates are your known friends. They are not stranger. They are familiar to you. They are not strangers. Right? Who is stranger then? Somebody whom you don't know. You don't know their name. You don't know their faces. You don't know their class. You don't know their country. And you can also call them as your friends. And the name is given here, stranger friend. Oh, great. That's super, right? So she is addressing, hello stranger friend, and she is introducing herself. I am Thandi and I am an Jubilee girl in South Africa. Now how do you introduce? Hello stranger friend, I am, and you will say your name. And I am an Indian boy or I am an Indian girl. In this way you will introduce to your stranger friend. Okay, now I am 8 years old. Great. Good. She is also telling what is her age. And my best friend is chicken. What is this? Is your best friend chicken? Chicken means chicks. Okay. How you will have friends like chicks? You may laugh at that. Yes. But when I tell my friend secrets, she can talk all she wants. Oh. She talks, it seems, but no one can understand her. And except another chicken, of course. Of course means definitely. Look here, it talks also. Not with us, with another chicken. It means she has so many chickens with her. Understood? Now a dog can understand the dog sounds. Am I right? Yes, a donkey can understand the donkey's sounds. A man can understand the man's words, sounds. Yes or no? In the same way, a chicken also can understand another chicken's words. I mean to say, when it talks, they don't talk generally words, they make some sounds. It's for funny. Now let's read once again. Yes, the narrator, the teller of the story is Thandi, and she is an Njibili girl from South Africa. Okay, Njibili is a community, and her age is 8 years old, and her best friend is a chicken. So whenever you think that chicken, how come a chicken be friend? Yes, you may laugh at that, but when I tell friend secrets to that chicken, she can talk all she wants, but no one can understand except another chicken, of course, definitely. My chicken listens to my stories. Oh, now here in this para, Thandi is telling about my friendly chicken. Okay. Now whether she will say about painted house, now let's wait. Okay. Now let's read about her friendly chicken. My chicken listens to my stories. She has other uses too. Okay, what are the other uses she has? If you play with her and take her mind off what's going on, you can very quickly snatch a feather or two feathers when she is distracted, diverted. Understood? Yes. Distracted means out of track. Okay. Here, what the writer is telling, my chicken listens to my stories. Apart from that, and there is another use. What is the another use? Look here. If you play with my chicken with her and take her mind off, okay, involve her in some other activities, and if that goes on, you can very quickly snatch. What is the meaning of snatch? Snatch means seize, grab, pull with force a feather or two feathers when she is diverted, when she is diverted from the task. Okay, look, and in this way you can divert and collect, pick, grab, snatch a feather. She doesn't notice that, and the feathers will come in handy. It means come in handy means be useful. Okay, be useful later. Of course, definitely we can use those feathers for our purpose later. This is how Thandi is telling about her chicken.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Satya. How are you guys? Hope you are doing fine. So now let us get into semester 2, the first chapter, and that is ratio and proportion. You have already learned this topic in your grade 6. But now we are going to add some more topics like percentage, profit and loss, interest, etc. So I hope you remember the definition of ratio and the definition of proportion too. No worries if you don't remember it. Let us recall and revise everything. So first let us start with ratio now. Let us see what is ratio. So we have completed our introduction. Now let us learn the meaning of ratio. What does ratio mean? And how do we use this term in our real life? See here children, we have some fruits. We have apples. We have mangoes. How many apples are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 apples. How many mangoes are there? 1, 2. 2 mangoes, 6 apples. Now from this we have a question also. What is the ratio of apples to mangoes? What does ratio mean? Ratio means I have told you. It is the comparison of two quantities. Now see here. What is the first quantity? Apples. How many apples are there? 6. Write them. Now this is the symbol we use. Denote ratios to represent ratios. 2 dots, one upon the other. Now next we have completed apples. Let us see mangoes. How many mangoes are there? 2 mangoes. That's it, we have written. What is the ratio of apples to mangoes? 6 is to 2. We read this as is 2. If we have 4 like this too, then we say 4 is to 2. Okay? Now see the second question. What is the ratio of mangoes to apples? How many mangoes are there? First term is mangoes. So now we have to write first mangoes. We have 2 mangoes. Put ratio symbol. How many apples are there? 6 apples. So ratio of mangoes to apples is 2:6. Ratio of apples to mangoes is 6:2. Ratio of mangoes to apples is 2:6. Always remember, the one which is asked first should be written as first term. The one which is asked second should be written as second term. First term, second term, always important while writing ratios. If you write first term as second term or second term as first term, then your complete answer will be wrong. So remember, as they asked apples first, we should write the count of apples only first, then mangoes. Here they asked mangoes first, so we should write count of mangoes first, not apples. Which is asked first, consider that as the first term. Okay, done. See, now we have 2 ladies. Okay, so the weight of this lady is 50 kgs. It is the first lady. Let us consider her as first lady. Now the weight of second lady, let us consider it as 30 kgs. Now we should find out the ratio of weight of first lady and second lady. What is asked in the question? Ratio of weights of first lady and second lady. We asked first lady first. So her weight should be written as the first term. What is the weight of first lady? 50 kgs. What is the weight of the second lady? 30 kgs. So ratio is 50 kgs is to 30 kgs. Here 50 kgs is considered as first term. 30 kgs is considered as second terms. Now let us learn the definition of ratio. We have understood what does ratio mean. Let us read the definition now. What is ratio? A ratio is ordered comparison of quantities of same units. What does same units mean? If first term is in meters, then second term should also be in meters. If first term is in kgs, then second term should also be in kgs. If first term is in centimeters, then second term should also be in centimeters. So kgs, meters, liters, milliliters, all these are units. Both the terms should have same units. Kg here, kg here. Grams here, grams here. Liters here, liters here. Both the quantities should have the same units, not the different one. Then only we can consider them as ratio. If they are different, then they are not in a ratio. Now what is the next one? We use this symbol to represent a ratio. Obviously, we have used it in our previous examples also. The ratio of two quantities A and B is written as A is to B, and we read this as A is to B. We know this. We have read in our previous examples also. 4:6, 6:4. Now, if there are two ratios A and B, their ratio is written as A is to B, and we read them as A is to B. A is to B. This is how we have to pronounce these ratios. Now we have an example here. 7:9. Now what is the first term? 7. What is the second term? 9. How do we pronounce it? 7:9. Okay? See, we discussed about first term and second term. This first term and second term, they have a specific name. What is that? Let us see. A and B are called terms of the ratio. See here, children. The first quantity is called antecedent. We have a ratio 1:2. This is the first term. This is the second term. 1 is the first term. So 1 is called antecedent. 2 is the second term. So 2 is called consequent. In the ratio 7:9, first term is 7. So 7 is called antecedent. Second term is 9. 9 is called consequent. So always in a ratio, first term is called as antecedent, second term is called as consequent. Now we have a review exercise. Let us put all our intelligence and talent together and let us solve this. The first one, find the ratio of the following. First one, 5:8. What is the ratio of 5:8? First term is 5. They gave first 5. So first term will be 5, antecedent is 5. Put ratio symbol and write 8. 5 is to 8. This is the ratio of 5 and 8. Now see the second one, 10 and 15. First term is 10, second term is 15. You know what, children? The most important thing, ratios can be written as fractions. First term we should write as numerator. Second term we should write as denominator. 10 is to 15 can be written as 10 by 15 because 10 by 15 is nothing but 10 divided by 15. Again comparing two quantities. So here always remember, children, the way we write is different. Ratio can be written as fraction. It can be written as in the form of division too. So I wrote this ratio as fraction. You know, fractions can be reduced. We can write 10 by 15 as, see, 5 2s are 10, 5 3s are 15. So we can write them as 2 by 3. 2 by 3 again I'll write it as ratio. I will get 2 is to 3. Again numerator first term, denominator second term. Never forget this. Numerator antecedent, denominator consequent. Never forget this. Now the third one, 25 kg, 20 kg. 25 kg, 20 kg. Both of them are not different. Both of them are in kgs. So we can write them now. The answer will be 25 kg is to 20 kg. But we can write them as fraction also. 25 by 20. Both are divisible by 5. So we can reduce them. 5 5s are 25. 5 4s are 20. So 5 by 4. See, 25 kg is reduced as 5 kg. 20 kg is reduced as 4 kg. So what is the answer? 5 kg is to 4 kg. After reducing. Before reducing, answer is this. But after reducing, answer is this. Now next, 5 liters, 500 milliliters. Can we write them as a ratio? No, we cannot write them. First term is in liters, second term is in milliliters. As the units are different, now we have to convert them into same units. I'll convert liters into milliliters so that both the units will be same. Now I'll write 5 liters. Children, you know that 1 liter is equal to 1000 milliliters. So 5 liters is equal to 5000 milliliters. Because 5 into 1000 will give you 5000. So instead of writing 5 liters, I'll write 5000 milliliters. So 5000 milliliters and 500 milliliters. Now can we write them as ratio? Obviously, because both units are same, milliliters, milliliters. Now what is their ratio? 5000 milliliters is to 500 milliliters. I'll write them as fraction. 5000 milliliters by 500 milliliters. Both the zeros are different. 5 ones are 5, 5 tens are 50. So in numerator we have 10, denominator we have 1. Both are in milliliters. So what is the ratio? Numerator is the first term, 10 milliliters is to 1 milliliter. This is the answer. So never forget it, children. If the units are different, then you have to convert them into same units and then find the ratio. If the units are not same, then you should never directly write them as a ratio. You have to convert them and then you have to write. Now next, 2 kilometers, 500 meters, 1 kilometer, 750 meters. Can we write them as a ratio? Why we can't write them as a ratio? Because one is in kilometers, one is in meters. Again, another was in kilometers, another one is in meters. Units all are different. Now let us convert everything into meters so that all the quantities will be same. I'll convert 2 kilometers and 1 kilometer into meters because already these both are in meters only. I'll convert 2 kilometers first. 2 kilometers into meters. Children, you know that 1 kilometer is equal to 1000 meters. Therefore, 2 kilometers is equal to 2 into 1000 meters. 2 into 1000 is 2000. So 2 kilometers is equal to 2000 meters. I converted 2 kilometers. Now I'll convert 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer can be written as 1000 meters. So 2 kilometers, I'll write them as 2000 meters, comma 500 meters, 1000 meters, comma 750 meters. Now let us write them as ratio. So 2000 meters, 2000 is to 500 is to 1000 is to 750. A is to B is to C is to D. We can think like that. Now how can we reduce them? I'll write this as 2000 by 500. This is one fraction by 1000 by 750. Okay, let us reduce them. See, both zeros cancel. 5 ones are 5, 5 fours are 20. We have 4 by 1 here. 0, 0 cancel. 25 3s are 75. 25 4s are 100. So what is left? 4 by 1 by 4 by 3. See here children, we should multiply these both. We should multiply these both. Or else you can leave them like that only if you want. You can simply write them as, see, first term 4 is to, second term 1 is to, third term 4 is to, fourth term 3. So what is the ratio? 4 is to 1 is to 4 is to 3. Now next, 3 hours, comma 1 hour 30 minutes. See, again units are different, so we have to convert them. Let us convert everything into minutes. No, it will be easy. Let us convert 3 hours. Children, you know that 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. Therefore, 3 hours is equal to 3 into 60. 3 6 are 18, 180 minutes. So 3 hours is equal to 180 minutes. Now what about 1 hour 30 minutes? 1 hour 30 minutes. 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. So 60 plus 30 is 90 minutes. So 1.5 hour is equal to 90 minutes. So 3 hours I'll write it as 180 minutes. Now 1 hour 30 minutes I'll write it as 90 minutes. So 180 minutes is to 90 minutes is the answer. I'll write them as fractions. So 180 minutes by 90 minutes. 0 0 cancel. 9 ones are 9. 9 twos are 18. So 2 by 1 is left. 2 by 1 is written as 2 is to 1. So what is the ratio? Ratio is 2 is to 1. Now next, 40 days, 1 year. Days, year. Units are different. I'll convert 1 year into days. So 40 days is there. What about 1 year? 1 year is equal to 365 days. So 40 is to 365. We can write them as 40 by 365. Can we reduce them? Yeah, because both are divisible in 5 table. 5 8s are 40, 5 7s are 35, 1 is left, 5 3s are 15. So what is the answer? 8 by 73. 8 by 73 can be written as 8 is to 73. This is the answer.
Good morning children, welcome to the Lucid study. Today we are here with the topic how do the new plants arise? Kotta mokkalu ela erpadtayi of your class 7 chapter 1 AP. So in this topic we will be discussing modes of reproduction. What are the different kinds of modes of reproduction? Asexual reproduction in plants, vegetative propagation, sexual reproduction in plant, different parts and types of the flowers. Like what are the different types of the flowers also we will be discussing in this chapter. Complete and incomplete flowers. So what are complete and what are incomplete flowers? Bisexual and unisexual flowers. Which is a bisexual and which is a unisexual flower? Reproductive part of flower. Pollination and at last seed dispersal. So we will be covering all this topic. Valli, a girl, along with her mother was making flower garlands. When she was making these garlands with rose flowers, suddenly she got a doubt. Where are the seeds in the rose plants? So Valli, a girl, she was making flower garland with her mother. And She was helping her mother in the work. And suddenly she got a doubt and she asked her mother, "Mother, where are the seeds in the rose plant?" So she asked her mother, "Where are the seeds in the rose plant?" A conversation between Valli and her mother. "Mother, where do you find seeds in rose flowers or rose plants?" "Oh dear, I never saw seeds of rose flowers." So she is saying, "I did not saw the seeds of the rose flowers." "What? You never saw seeds of rose flowers? Then how did you plant rose plants in our backyard?" So she did not saw the seeds in the rose plant, that is rose flower. "And how you can plant the rose plant?" she was asking. And mother, she replied, "I just planted a branch which grew into a new plant." So she had cut the stem of the rose plant and she planted it. Then she got the rose plant. I wondered how stems develop into the plant. How the stems they develop into the plant. To plant a rose plant, you just cut the stem of the plant and plant it. You will be getting a new plant. "Valli, not only rose plants, I even planted hibiscus in the same way." You know hibiscus, this is Mandaram Chattu, yes? So even hibiscus also I planted in the same way. Valli's mother was replying that. And later, "Really, I am surprised. But to grow new plants, we need seeds." To grow the new plants, we need seeds, right? That's true. But some plants we can plant with a cut stem also. How can we get new plant from a branch? She was asking that. And later her mother told, "I don't know. You should gather information about it. You are an educated girl." Because her mother was not so educated and she told her that you should gather the information about that. And later the conversation between Valli and her mother. After the conversation with her mother, a number of questions came into her mind. Can we grow all plants by planting their stems? Can we grow all plants by planting their stems? How do new plants arise? How do the new plants arise? Actually, some plants they arise with the seeds and some plants they arise with the stem also. Have you ever faced such questions? Have you ever faced such questions? Yes. Even we got such question. How new plants arise? So let's find out the answer for that. Reproduction in plants. All plants are capable of reproduction. Even the reproduction, it occurs in plants also. All plants they are capable of reproduction. What is reproduction? The process of giving rise to new ones of their own kind is called as reproduction. All plants produces new plants like them. So what is this reproduction? The process of giving new ones of their same kind, that is called as reproduction. The process of giving rise to new ones of their own kind is called as reproduction. Have a look at this. The rose plant, they are identical because from this rose plant, if you cut the stem and plant it, you will be getting the same rose plant. So this is identical. So this is called as reproduction because it is giving the new ones of the same kind. The next, have a look at the picture. Different modes of reproduction. This is picture A and this is picture B. In the picture A, the rose stems are being taken, and in the picture B, the germination from the seed is occurring. So these are different modes of the reproduction in plants. So picture A, if you observe, this is a stem of the rose plant. If I want to plant a new plant of rose, then from the rose plant I'll just cut the stem of that and I will be planting into another pot. Then I'll be getting the new plant. That is one of the mode of the reproduction, to plant it. And some plants, they are germinated from the seeds. So if you sow a seed only, then only the new plant will be generated. Then only the new plant will be coming out like this. It is a seed sown in the soil, and later the germination process will be taking place through seed, and here with a stem. So this is picture A and picture B. Now questions based on that. Observe the picture A, which part is producing new plant, and observe the picture B, which part is producing new plants. In the picture A, we saw that the stem is producing the new plant, and in the picture B, we saw that the seed is producing the new plant. Now, do all the plants reproduce in the same way? Do all the plants that reproduce in the same way? No, because some they are reproduced with the stem. They are giving rise the new plant from the seed. Plants reproduce in two ways, that is with seed and without seed. So the plant they reproduce in two ways, that is with seed and without seed. Sexual reproduction in the plant. So what is the sexual reproduction in the plant? Can you see the diagram? A seed is sown in the soil and it is germinated from the seed to the plant. This type of reproduction in plants is called as sexual reproduction. Reproduction in plant with seed is called as sexual reproduction. And the next is asexual reproduction. What is this asexual reproduction in plants? Some plants they give rise to the new plant with a stem. If I plant a stem of the rose plant example, it will be grown into a new plant, that is without seed. That is called as asexual reproduction in the plant. So reproduction in plant without a seed. Without a seed, the reproduction is taking place in the plant. That type of reproduction is called as asexual reproduction, and you can take the example of rose plant, even hibiscus also. Rose plant and hibiscus, they reproduce by the asexual mode of the reproduction. They reproduce by asexual mode of reproduction. So this is about the sexual reproduction and the asexual reproduction in the plants. Sexual reproduction in plants is with seed, and asexual reproduction in plants is without seed. If you cut the stem of the plant and if you plant it, you will be getting a new plant. That is called as asexual reproduction in the plants. So activity 1. Discuss with your friends and teachers and fill the table given below with yes or no. So he has given you a tabular form, and in this tabular form he has given you some names of the plants and reproduced through seeds and without seeds. So he has given you some list of the plants, how they are reproducing. Jasmine, tamarind, curry leaf, that is also called as karvepaku, and banana, arati, coriander, kottamira, and drumstick, it is munaga. And now we will be saying that whether it is reproducing with the seed or else without seed. The plant jasmine, the malle, if you cut the stem of the jasmine plant and if you plant somewhere, you will be getting a new plant there. So the jasmine, it reproduces without seed. So the jasmine, it reproduces without the seed. Next is tamarind. Tamarind, if you want to plant a new plant for the tamarind, you will be seeing the seeds. Maybe you have seen the seeds of the tamarind tree. You just take that seed and sow in the soil. You will be getting a new plant, that is through germination of the seed. So it is reproducing with a seed. Reproduced through seeds. And the next is curry leaf. Curry leaf is karvepaku, I said. And this curry leaf, it is reproduced through the seed also and without the seed also. If you sow the seed of the curry leaf, you will be getting a new plant. And if you cut the stem of the curry leaf and if you plant somewhere, you will be getting a new plant. So both the modes are possible. And later, banana tree. If I want to plant a new banana tree, how I can plant it? Reproduce through seeds. No, it's not possible for the banana tree to reproduce with the seeds. It reproduces without the seeds. So it is yes for the banana tree. It reproduces without the seeds. And the next is coriander. Coriander is a kothimira. How we can plant the coriander plants, right? So coriander, if you sow the seeds of the coriander, you will be getting the new plants. So it reproduces through the seeds. Later, drumsticks, and drumsticks, they are very rich in the calcium, and this it will be reproducing with seeds also and through the stem also. So both the modes of the reproduction are possible for the drumstick. So it is yes for both of them. This is some of the information regarding the plants which are germinating through the seeds or else with the stem, and in some cases both are possible. So based on the information from the tabular form, some questions based on that. Which plant reproduce through the seeds? Which plants reproduce without seeds? Through the seeds is called as sexual reproduction in the plant, and without seed it is called as asexual reproduction in the plant. Which plant reproduce by both the means? From the above discussion, we can conclude that some plants reproduce through seeds and some plants reproduce without seeds, and some plants they reproduce by both the means. Asexual reproduction in plants, we will be discussing about this now. So can you see the jasmine plant and can you see the banana plant here? These plants they reproduce asexually. They will not be generated into the new plants with the seeds. If you cut the stem of the jasmine plant and if you plant it, you will be getting a new plant. And banana also, but the banana tree, it will be not growing through the seeds. Around the banana tree, a small new plants, baby plants will be generating, and that one, just the farmer, he will be picking up and place in the other places. That is the mode of the reproduction in the banana. That is asexual mode of the reproduction. Have you ever seen seeds in jasmine? Have you ever seen seeds in banana? The seeds in the banana and seeds in the jasmine will be there, but the reproduction, it will be through the asexual mode. I said right, if you cut the stem of the jasmine and if you plant, you will be getting a new plant. It is a asexual mode of the reproduction in the plant. Reproduction in plants through other parts of the body other than the seed is called as asexual reproduction in the plants, I said. It is an example for the binary fission. In the binary fission, it is a mode of the asexual type of the reproduction. The parent cell, it is having a nucleus and it will be replicating into two. That is fission. Fission is a splitting and it is having nucleus. The nucleus, it will be splitted into two and it is called as a DNA duplicates. Duplicates means getting doubled, and later it is forming two daughter cells, and the two daughter cells, it will be getting splitted up. That is called as fission, and it will be forming individual cells. That is two daughter cells in the individual form, and each one of them having their own nucleus. The parent cell, it is getting splitted, that is called as fission, and it is duplicate having doubly, like they are getting doubled, that is called as DNA duplicates, and later the cytoplasm, it is getting divided, that is called as fission. Whenever it is getting divided, that is called as fission, and later the two daughter nuclei or else two daughter cells are being formed individually. That is called as binary fission. Bi means two, fission means splitting. So this is a asexual mode of the reproduction.
The topic that we are going to discuss today is absolutely, it's in front of you. So you just look at the name, the universe and the earth. Come on, just give a cheer up, universe and the earth. విశ్వము మరియు భూమి. మనం ఇవాళ విశ్వం మరియు భూమి గురించి తెలుసుకోబోతున్నాము. సో మనం ఇప్పుడు అంతరిక్షంలోకి వెళ్ళబోతున్నాము. సో ప్యాక్ యువర్ బ్యాగ్స్, hasten your seat belts, sit tight and watch the universe and the earth story. When we talk about universe, do we know anything?
or do we don't know anything? When we talk about the earth, do we know anything about the earth? Do we know nothing about the earth? These are some really things that we need to know and we need to understand. The things that we are going to see, or the concepts that we are going to learn or know about in this particular chapter or topic, the universe and the earth, would be the universe itself, the earth, environment, pollution, and disaster management, or disasters you can say. సో మనం ఈ పర్టికులర్ వచ్చే చాప్టర్లో విశ్వం మరియు భూమిలో మనం ఏమి తెలుసుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తున్నాము. మనం విశ్వం గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాము, అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం భూమి గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాము, పర్యావరణంలో ఉన్న అంశాల గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాము, కాలుష్యానికి కారకులు ఏంటని తెలుసుకుంటాము, అలానే విపత్తుల గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాము. మనం తెలుసుకుంటున్నాము. వీఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు లెర్న్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్స్, బట్ వాట్ యూ విల్ గెట్ వన్స్ యూ నో దట్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్, యూ విల్ బీ ఏబుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద ఆరిజిన్ ఆఫ్ ద యూనివర్స్ అండ్ ద ఆరిజిన్ ఆఫ్ ద సోలార్ సిస్టమ్. యూ విల్ నో అబౌట్ ద కంపోనెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్. పర్యావరణం గురించి మాట్లాడినప్పుడు వాటిలో ఉండే అంశాలు ఏంటి, అలానే విశ్వం ఎలా ఆవిర్భవించింది, భూమి ఎలా ఆవిర్భవించింది అని మనం తెలుసుకుంటాము. ది సేమ్ టైమ్ వీ విల్ ఆల్సో ట్రై టు అప్రిషియేట్ ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ మినరల్స్ ఇన్ ద ఎర్త్. మన భూమి మీద ఖనిజాలు మనకి ఏ విధంగా తోడ్పడుతున్నాయి అనేది మనం చూస్తాము. భూమిలో ఉన్న ఆవరణలు ఏమిటి, వాట్ ఆర్ ద రీమ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎర్త్, వాట్ ఆర్ ద కంపోనెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎర్త్, దట్ ఆర్ ద ఎలిమెంట్స్ ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయి మనం అవి తెలుసుకోవడానికి ట్రై చేస్తాం. అలానే వాట్ ఆర్ ద వాటర్ బాడీస్ దట్ ఆర్ దేర్ ఆన్ ద ఎర్త్, ఇట్ క్యాన్ బి అన్ ఓషన్, ఇట్ క్యాన్ బి అ సీ, వాట్ ఆర్ ద వాటర్ బాడీస్ దట్ ఆర్ ప్రెసెంట్ ఓవర్ దేర్. అండ్ వీ విల్ ఆల్సో ట్రై టు నో అబౌట్ ద రిలేషన్, వీ విల్ గెట్ టు నో దట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద రిలేషన్ బిట్వీన్ ద కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్. అంటే ప్రకృతి లేదా పర్యావరణంలో ఉన్న అంశాలు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటికి మధ్య ఉన్న సంబంధం ఏంటి, అవి ఒకదానికి ఒకటి ఎలా లింక్ అయి ఉన్నాయి, వాటికి ఉన్న అనుబంధం ఏమిటి అని మనం తెలుసుకుంటాం. అలానే కాలుష్యానికి గల కారకులు ఏమిటి, లేదా కాలుష్యం, అది గాలి కాలుష్యం అవ్వచ్చు, నీటి కాలుష్యం అవ్వచ్చు. వెన్ యూ టాక్ అబౌట్ పొల్యూషన్, ఇట్ కెన్ బి ఎయిర్ పొల్యూషన్ ఆర్ వాటర్ పొల్యూషన్. How are they affecting it, or what is that causing the air and water pollution? We will also talk about disasters and how to prevent the disasters, which is basically disaster management. మనం విపత్తుల గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాము. అలానే విపత్తులు ఎలా వస్తాయి, లేదా విపత్తులను మనం నివారించుకోవాలి, కాపాడుకోవాలి, ఆపదలు వచ్చినప్పుడు అంటే ఎలా నిర్మూలించాలి అనేది కూడా మనం తెలుసుకుంటాము. ఒక్క నిమిషం కనుక మనం ఈ పిక్చర్ చూస్తే, if we just look at this picture for just a small while or 1 minute, we will be just fascinated to know how many things are there. If you look at the things that are there, it's like innumerable, right? There are so many innumerable things in the universe. It can be a thing which might be seen in daylight. It can be a thing which is luminescent in the dark night. కొన్ని పగటిపూట చూడడానికి వీలైతే, కొన్ని రాత్రిపూట చీకట్లో వాటికున్న సొంత వెలుగు ద్వారా చూడడానికి వీలవుతుంది. Well, it can be anything. Without wasting much of the time, we'll go to know about universe. Here it comes. Very much exciting, interesting topic, the universe. Before trying to know about anything, we at least will always try to know the name of the thing. మనం ఏ విషయం గురించి అయినా వివరంగా తెలుసుకునే ముందు అట్లీస్ట్ దాని పేరు తెలుసుకోవడానికి ట్రై చేస్తాం. In the same way, the universe, the English name universe actually came from a Latin word. The universe name originated from a Latin word called universum. A Latin word, universum, which means all matter, all space. Which means all matter, all space. మనం యూనివర్స్, విశ్వము, ఏదైతే ఆంగ్ల పదం ఉందో యూనివర్స్, అది ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చింది, దాని ఆవిర్భావం ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చింది అని మనం కనుక గమనిస్తే, యూనివర్సమ్ అనే ఒక లాటిన్ పదం నుంచి వచ్చింది. దాని అర్థం ఏమిటి అంటే అంతా పదార్థమే, అంతా శూన్యమే. ఇట్స్ ఆల్ మ్యాటర్, ఆల్ స్పేస్, విచ్ మీన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ బట్ స్టిల్ యూ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీథింగ్. That is universum, from where you got the word universe. And interestingly, universe is a very big thing. Yantala ante, instead we won't say very big, we say vast, chala peddadi. It's a vast space that you have a lot of things, whether some you might know like sun, solar system, some you may not know because it is very big and there are ఇన్యూమరబుల్ అన్ఇమాజినబుల్ ఎలిమెంట్స్. అంటే మన ఊహకు అందనివి, మనకు తెలియనివి, తెలిసినా కూడా కౌంట్ చేయలేనివి ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి ఈ విశ్వంలో. ఇఫ్ వి అట్లీస్ట్ ట్రై టు గెట్ టు నో ద నోన్ థింగ్స్ ఇన్ ద యూనివర్స్ దట్ వీ ఆల్రెడీ నో ఫ్రమ్ ద పాస్ట్ ఆర్ ద చైల్డ్హుడ్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్, వి నో దట్ దేర్ ఆర్ లైక్ థింగ్స్, celestial bodies like sun, planets, galaxies, asteroids, satellites, etc. As we already know, universe is so big that in fact no one knows how big it is. Why? Because the range of the universe is infinite. Remember, infinite. The range of the universe is infinite. అంటే విశ్వం చాలా పెద్దది అని అందరికీ తెలుసు, కానీ ఎంత పెద్దదో తెలియదు. అదేంటి పెద్దది అని మరి ఎలా తెలిసింది ఎంత పెద్దదో తెలియనప్పుడు అని అంటే అంచనాల ప్రకారం, ఎందుకంటే దానికన్నా పెద్దది ఇంతవరకు ఏది చూడలేదు మనం, అది మనకు ఊహకు అందనిది. The reason behind that is the range of the universe is infinite. అంటే దాని ఏదైతే కొలమానం మనం చేయగలమో అది అంతులేనిది. The range of the universe is infinite. Universe is so big that humans are not capable of doing it because the range is infinite. Now when we do study about something, we need to give a name to the study itself, right? So the scientific study of the space or the universe is actually called as astronomy. మనం విశ్వం గురించి అంతరిక్షం గురించి తెలుసుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తే ఆ శాస్త్రాన్ని మనం ఖగోళ శాస్త్రం, ఆస్ట్రానమీ, దట్స్ వాట్ వి కాల్. అండ్ అదర్ నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ఆస్ట్రానమీ, ఖగోళ శాస్త్రానికి ఉన్న ఇంకో పేరు, ఆంగ్ల పదం ఆస్ట్రానమీ కాకుండా ఉన్నది కాస్మోలాజీ. In English we call astronomy, in Russian you call cosmology, which both of them means the same. It is basically the scientific study of the universe. But what about the person who is doing the scientific study, right? You know the scientific study is called as astronomy, but what about the person who is doing it? He is called astronomer. ఖగోళ శాస్త్రం గురించి చదివే శాస్త్రవేత్త లేదా ఎవరైనా సరే వాళ్ళని మనం ఖగోళ శాస్త్రవేత్త, ఆస్ట్రోనామర్ అని అంటాము. వన్ అమాంగ్ ద సచ్ ఆస్ట్రోనామర్స్, వన్ ఆఫ్ ద పయనీర్స్ ఇన్ ద ఫీల్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఆస్ట్రోనామీ ఈజ్ అ ట్రూ జెంటిల్మెన్ నేమ్డ్ Galileo, who was from a country called Italy, which is in Europe continent. మనం గనక చూస్తే ఖగోళ శాస్త్రవేత్తల్లో అందరికన్నా ప్రాముఖ్యులు మొట్టమొదటి వారు గెలీలియో. ఈయన ఇటలీ దేశస్థుడు. Why are we talking about Galileo? Why not some other person? Because he was the person who invented a device called telescope. With the help of telescope, he was able to view the magical wonders out in the space of the universe that are actually happening, which actually led to know about a lot many unknown things before. ఆయన ఒక్కళ్ళే కాదు, ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ గెలీలియో who had done the scientific study. There were a lot of people who actually moved by this move. They also had done their amount of research on space and universe. But one thing which even now a lot of scientists or lot many people doesn't agree, or they don't have a consensus upon one thing, that is actually what led to the origin of universe. అంటే విశ్వం గురించి మాట్లాడుకున్నప్పుడల్లా శాస్త్రవేత్తల మధ్యనైనా ఒక కామన్ మ్యాన్, నార్మల్లీ మనిషి అయినా సరే ఒప్పుకోంది ఏమిటి అని అంటే, ఒక ఏకాభిప్రాయం లేనిది అంటే విశ్వం ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఆవిర్భావం చెందింది, అది ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఆవిర్భవించింది. వాట్ లెడ్ టు ద ఆరిజిన్ ఆఫ్ యూనివర్స్. వెన్ వీ టాక్ అబౌట్ ద ఆరిజిన్ ఆఫ్ ద యూనివర్స్, it was actually a person from Belgium country, which is again in Europe, a person named Georges Lemaitre. He was the person actually who proposed a theory. తను ఒక సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రపోజించారు. ఏమని అని అంటే, ఇట్స్ బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ థియరీ, మహావిస్ఫోటన సిద్ధాంతం. అండ్ వాట్ డస్ ఇట్ టెల్? ఏం చెప్తుంది మనకి మహావిస్ఫోటన సిద్ధాంతము అని కనుక మనం చూస్తే, ఈ విశ్వం అనేది 13.7 బిలియన్ సంవత్సరాల క్రితం విస్తరణ చెందడం, వ్యాప్తి చెందడం మొదలుపెట్టింది. ఇట్ వాస్ 13.7 billion years ago that the universe started expanding itself. But how? What led to the expansion? That might be a question which might be coming right now in your mind. What led to the expansion of the universe 13.7 billion years ago? 1370 కోట్లు, 1370 crore years ago. What led to the expansion? ఈ వ్యాప్తికి కారణం ఏమిటి? There was a tiny atom which is very small, which is like a ball-sized atom. It was having infinite temperature, infinite density. That tiny atom was having infinite temperature and infinite density. ఆ చిన్న అణువు ఏదైతే ఉందో చూసారో, మన కంటికి కనిపించింది, ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ మనకి తెలియదు అసలు. ఆ చిన్న అణువులో అంతులేని ఉష్ణోగ్రత, అంతులేని సాంద్రత ఉంది. The infinite temperature and the infinite density inside the tiny atom led to a huge explosion, resulting in the formation of shattered pieces, which later on went to become the celestial bodies that we are seeing right now. ఆ అంతులేని ఉష్ణోగ్రత, అంతులేని సాంద్రత వల్ల ఏదైతే విస్ఫోటనం జరిగిందో దాని నుంచి వచ్చిన చిన్న చిన్న ముక్కలు మనం ఈ రోజున చూస్తున్న ఖగోళ అంశాలు, ఖగోళ వస్తువులు. They are the celestial bodies or the planets or the stars that we are seeing today. A star, మనం అనుకుంటున్నట్టుగా నక్షత్రాలు అవ్వచ్చు, it can be a galaxy, planets, satellites, any other celestial objects which are formed in the universe. మనం అనుకుంటున్నట్టు అది ఒక నక్షత్రం అవ్వచ్చు, నక్షత్ర మండలం అవ్వచ్చు, గ్రహాలు అవ్వచ్చు, ఉపగ్రహాలు అవ్వచ్చు, ఖగోళ వస్తువులు అవ్వచ్చు ఈ విశ్వంలో. In fact, that Big Bang which actually happened, it's very surprising to know that expansion is even happening right now as well. ఇప్పటికీ కూడా మనం ఏదైతే విశ్వంలో ఉన్నామో అది వ్యాప్తి చెందుతూనే ఉంది ఇప్పటికీ ఇంకా. సో మనం ఇలా వెళ్తున్నాము. మనం అంటే ఎవరు? ఈ విశ్వం ఇలా వెళ్తుంది. ఎంత వేగంతో వెళ్తుంది? వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్పీడ్ ఎట్ విచ్ ద యూనివర్స్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్పాండింగ్? ఇట్ ఈస్ 70 కిలోమీటర్స్ పర్ సెకండ్. 70 కిలోమీటర్లు ప్రతి సెకండ్ వేగంతో మన విశ్వం వ్యాప్తి చెందుతోంది. Well, at the same time, as we already know, after Galileo, a lot of scientists have done their research on space and universe. According to their estimates, they believe that there are 125 billion galaxies in the universe. ఎవరైతే శాస్త్రవేత్తలు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ అంచనా ప్రకారం సుమారు అంతరిక్షంలో విశ్వంలో 12,500 కోట్లు, డబ్బులు కాదు ఇవి, నక్షత్ర మండలాలు, గెలాక్సీస్, 12,500 crore galaxies are there in this universe. In fact, one galaxy is so big that if you try to measure the distance of one edge of the galaxy to the other edge of the galaxy, it comes to around 1,20,000 light years. ఒక అంచు నుంచి ఇంకో అంచునకు మధ్య ఉన్న దూరం 1,20,000 కాంతి సంవత్సరాలు. ఇప్పుడు ఈ కాంతి సంవత్సరం ఏంటి సార్? వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ లైట్ ఇయర్? ఐ హర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లైట్, ఐ హర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్, ఈవెన్ లీప్ ఇయర్. Now what is this light year, sir? Please don't confuse me. Well, don't worry, I will tell you what is a light year. The distance that light can travel in 1 year is called light year. అంటే కాంతి దాని వేగం 3,00,000 కిలోమీటర్లు ప్రతి సెకండ్కు ఏదైతే దాని వేగం ఉందో ఆ వేగంతో ఒక సంవత్సరంలో అది ఎంతైతే దూరం ప్రయాణించగలదో ఆ దూరాన్ని మనం లైట్ ఇయర్ లేదా కాంతి సంవత్సరం అంటున్నాము. సో యూ కెన్ ఇమాజిన్ హౌ బిగ్ ఎ గెలాక్సీ ఈజ్. If 1 light year is so big, just imagine 1,20,000 light years. That's how big galaxies are.
అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్యే లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
Three D shapes means what? 3D. 3D means it should have 3 dimensions. This is a cuboid. If you dismantle it, you will find 6 faces. Okay. Generally, your shoe box is the best example of your cuboid. Okay. So if you dismantle it, how many faces you will have? 6 faces you will have. If you dismantle it, it will be like this. This box is said to be hollow cuboid. Okay.
Just see, look at the diagram how this plant cell, outermost layer of the plant cell look like. This is the structure of plant cell, the closer view under microscope, and you can see here there are 2 layers combined. This innermost layer we call it as cell membrane, right? And what is the outermost? Nothing but cell wall. It is known to be as an important part of the cell. It helps in functioning of the whole cell process.
2 types of friction. One is static friction, another one is sliding friction. Static friction. So there is a force which is acting in the opposite direction, which is making the object to move. It is called as static friction. Next is sliding friction. When one object tries to move over the another object, the 2 surfaces are in contact to each other, is called as sliding friction.
See here, in this story of early tools, so human beings generally they were using only their hands to carry out various activities. See, for example, to hammer the nail on a wooden surface, human beings, they were using only their hands. Is it clear? But as slowly the intelligence of the human beings has increased, so human beings started using stones to hammer the nails.
Conventional symbols on a map, and also representation of physical features on a map, and also atlas, some of the different kinds of maps, mean annual rainfall. So let us look at here the map. So here in this map you can see 3 kinds of rainfalls are there. కొంత భాగం మాత్రం చాలా తక్కువ రెయిన్ఫాల్ ఉంటుంది ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో, అనంతపూర్, కర్నూలు అనే ప్రదేశాలు. అదే రకంగా మిగతా భాగాలైన నెల్లూరు, ఒంగోలు, గుంటూరు ఇలాంటి ప్రదేశాల్లో మీడియంగా వర్షపాతం అనేది ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట ఏంటి సంవత్సరానికి. కానీ పశ్చిమ గోదావరి, అదే రకంగా తూర్పు గోదావరి, అదే రకంగా విశాఖపట్నం, విజయనగరం లాంటి ఏరియాస్ ఏంటంటే పర్ యానంకి అబౌవ్ 100 సెంటీమీటర్స్ రెయిన్ఫాల్, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ హై రెయిన్ఫాల్ అనేది ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట.
నవమాసాలు మోసి మనల్ని ఎన్నో పురిటి నొప్పులు పడి మనల్ని కనేది ఎవరు? మనల్ని ఇంత పెద్దగా చేసింది ఎవరు? అమ్మ. అమ్మ అమ్మ కోసం మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? మనకి అమ్మ ఎంతో చేసింది, అమ్మ కోసం మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? ఇవంటే మన పాఠం అదే. మనల్ని నవమాసాలు మోసి కని పెంచి ఇంత పెద్దవాళ్ళుగా చేసింది, మనల్ని ఎంతో గొప్పవాళ్ళుగా తీర్చిదిద్దుతుంది, మనకు గుర్తింపు తేవడానికి తను కృషి చేస్తూనే ఉంటుంది. అదే మన పాఠం. అమ్మ. అమ్మ మన కోసం ఎంతో చేస్తుంది కదా. మరి మనం అమ్మకి ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? అమ్మ కోసం మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? అమ్మ కోసం చదువుకుంటున్నామా? అమ్మ కోసం పనులు హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నామా? అమ్మ కోసం ఏదైనా తీసుకొచ్చి గిఫ్ట్గా ఇస్తున్నామా? అమ్మ మంచిగా ఉండాలని ఆలోచిస్తున్నామా? అసలు ఏం చేస్తున్నాం మనం అమ్మ కోసం? మనకే తెలియాలి మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామో. మనల్ని మనం ప్రశ్నించుకోవాలి ఒకసారి. మనం ఏం చేయగలిగితే అది అమ్మకు చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే అమ్మ మనకు జన్మనిచ్చింది, అమ్మ మన కోసం ఎంతో చేస్తుంది. కానీ మనం అమ్మకు చేసేది చాలా తక్కువ. నువ్వు జీవితం అంతా కూడా తనకి సేవ చేసిన అది తీరని రుణం, తల్లి రుణం. అలా ఈ పాఠంలో మనకేమవుతుందంటే గరుత్మంతుడు తన తల్లి కోసం ఎంతో చేస్తాడు, తన తల్లి యొక్క దాస్యాన్ని విముక్తి చేస్తాడు. అంటే అమ్మ కోసం చేసినటువంటి పాఠమే మనకి ప్రేరణ. అదే మన పాఠం, అమ్మ కోసం.
మనకి 8వ తరగతిలోని మొదటి పాఠ్యాంశంగా ఉంది అమ్మ కోసం. అమ్మ మనకెంతో చేస్తుంది. పొద్దున లేచిన దగ్గర నుంచి రాత్రి పడుకునే వరకు అన్నీ అమ్మ చేస్తేనే మనకి రోజు గడుస్తుంది కదా. మరి ఇన్ని చేస్తున్న మన అమ్మ కోసం మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? ఏమీ చేయట్లేదు. అమ్మ ఏదైనా చిన్న పని చెప్పినా కూడా అమ్మ ఊరికే నాకే ఎందుకు చెప్తావు అని మనం గోల చేస్తాం కదా, మారం చేస్తాం కదా. అలా చెయ్యొద్దు. అమ్మ కోసం మనం చేయగలిగిన పని చెయ్యాలి. అదేవిధంగా మనకు ఈ పాఠ్యాంశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి కశ్యప మరియు కద్రువల యొక్క పుత్రుడుగా ఉన్నాడు గరుత్మంతుడు. మరి ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు అమ్మ కోసం ఏం చేశాడో తెలుసా? అమృత భాండాన్ని తీసుకొచ్చాడు. అమ్మకు ఉన్నటువంటి శాపానికి విమోచనాన్ని కలిగించాడు. చూసారా అమ్మ కోసం ఎంత చేశాడో ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు. మరి మీరేం చేస్తారు మీ అమ్మ కోసం? మీ అమ్మకి ఏ చిన్న సహాయం అవసరమైనా మీరే చేయాలి. మరి చిన్న పిల్లలుగా ఉన్నప్పటి నుంచి, పుట్టిన దగ్గర నుంచి మీరు పెరిగే వరకు అన్నీ చూస్తూ, మిమ్మల్ని ఆడిస్తూ, లాలిస్తూ, పాలిస్తూ మిమ్మల్ని ఇంత పెద్దగా చేసింది. ఇప్పుడు 8వ తరగతి చదువుతున్నారు మీరు. ఇంత పెద్దగా అయ్యారంటే మీరు అమ్మ అన్ని చేస్తేనే కదా ఇంత పెద్దగా అయ్యింది. మీరు కూడా అమ్మకి ఏదో ఒకటి చేయాలి. అమ్మకి అవసరమైన చిన్న చిన్న సహాయాలు చేస్తే చాలు. మిమ్మల్ని ఏమైనా కొండను తెచ్చిపెట్టమంటుందా మీ అమ్మ? కాదు కదా. చిన్న చిన్న సహాయాలు చేస్తే చాలు. తినేటప్పుడు నీళ్ళు మర్చిపోతే కాస్త నీళ్లు తెచ్చివ్వండి అంటే ఆ నీళ్లు తెచ్చిస్తే చాలు, సంతోషపడిపోతుంది. అలా చిన్న చిన్న సహాయాలు మీరు చేయగలిగినవి ఏవైనా ఉంటే అమ్మకి చేయండి, అమ్మ కోసం చేయండి. మరి మనకి ఈ పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని అందించింది నన్నయ్య భట్టు అనే కవి. మనకి అమ్మ కోసం అనేటువంటి పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని ఇచ్చాడు. ఈ కథలో గరుత్మంతుడు ఉంటాడు పుత్రుడిగా. ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు తల్లికి ఉన్నటువంటి
శాప విమోచనం కోసం అమృత భాండాన్ని తీసుకొని వస్తాడు. మరి ఆ కథంతా ఏంటో చూద్దామా?
కద్రువ వినత కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి భార్యలు. పెద్ద భార్య కద్రువకు కశ్యపుని వరం వల్ల 1000 మంది కుమారులు పుట్టారు. అసలు ఈ కద్రువ వినతలు ఎవరు? వీరిద్దరూ అక్క చెల్లెళ్ళు అన్నమాట. వీరి యొక్క తండ్రి దక్ష ప్రజాపతి. దక్షుడు అతను ఒక రాజు. అతనికి ఇద్దరు కుమార్తెలు కద్రువ మరియు వినత. వీరిద్దరిని ఒక రాజుకిచ్చి పెళ్లి చేస్తాడు. ఆ రాజు పేరే కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి. ఆ కశ్యప ప్రజాపతికి తన 2 కూతుళ్ళని ఇచ్చి వివాహం చేస్తాడు దక్ష ప్రజాపతి. అయితే ఇక 2 భార్యలు అయ్యేసరికి వారిద్దరి మధ్య విభేదాలు ఏవో ఒకటి తలెత్తుతూనే ఉంటాయి. ఇద్దరు ఒకే తల్లి యొక్క పిల్లలైనా కూడా, మరిద్దరు అక్క చెల్లెలైనా కూడా సవతి పోరు అనేది తప్పదు. అలాంటి పరిస్థితిలో ఉంటారు 2 అక్క చెల్లెలు. తన దగ్గరికే ఎక్కువసేపు వెళ్తాడు, తనతోనే కొద్దిసేపు ఎక్కువగా గడిపేస్తాడు నా భర్త అని కద్రువ అనుకుంటుంది. కొన్నిసార్లు వినత కూడా అదే అనుకుంటుంది. ఆ 2 అక్క చెల్లెల మధ్యన కూడా సవతి పోరు వచ్చేస్తుంది కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి వలన. ఈ కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి యొక్క 2 భార్యలకు సంతానంగా ఇక పెద్ద భార్య కద్రువకి ఏమవుతారంటే ఆ కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి వల్ల 1000 మంది కుమారులు పుడతారట. కశ్యప ప్రజాపతి వరం వల్ల కద్రువకి 1000 మంది కుమారులు పుడతారు. 1000 అంటే 1000, ఒక 1000 మంది పిల్లలు పుట్టేస్తారు. వారందరూ కూడా ఎవరు? సర్పాలు. అందులో ఆ సర్పాలలో 1000 మంది సర్పాలలో మొట్టమొదటి వాడు కర్కోటకుడు. అతని పేరు కర్కోటకుడు అన్నమాట. తల్లి మాట జవదాటని వాడు కర్కోటకుడు. కద్రువ ఏది చెప్తే అది చేస్తాడు, అది మంచైనా చెడైనా. కానీ తన అన్నదమ్ములు మాత్రం వినేవారు కాదట. కర్కోటకుడి యొక్క అన్నదమ్ములు. కద్రువ యొక్క గుణము కొంచెము బాధించేదిగా ఉండేది. వినత చాలా బాధపడుతూ ఉండేది. అయితే ఏమవుతుంది, వినతకి 2 కుమారులు మాత్రమే ఉంటారు. కద్రువకి 1000 మంది పుట్టారు కదా, మరి నాకు ఇంకా పుట్టలేదు అని తను గర్భం దాల్చినటువంటి విషయం తెలుసుకోకుండానే వినత ఏం చేస్తుంది, గర్భం యొక్క స్థానంలో బాదుకుంటుంది, కొట్టుకుంటుంది. ఇలా ఆ బాధిన సమయంలో ఏం జరుగుతుందంటే ఆల్రెడీ తను గర్భవతిగా ఉండడం తనకు తెలియదు కాబట్టి అనూరుడు అనేటువంటి కుమారుడు అర్ధ శరీర భాగంతో పుడతాడు. శరీరము సగం వరకే ఉంటుంది, కింద తొడల భాగం ఉండదు. అనూరుడు అంటేనే అర్థము కాళ్ళు లేనివాడు అని అర్థము. అతనికి తొడల భాగం నుంచి కింద శరీర భాగం ఉండదు. అతని అనూరుడు. వినత యొక్క మొదటి పుత్రుడు అనూరుడు. అయితే ఈ కద్రువకి 1000 మంది పుట్టారు, నాకు పుట్టలేదనే బాధతో ఇలా జరుగుతుంది. కానీ తను అనూరుడిని చూసి చాలా బాధపడుతుంది. అతని యొక్క తెలివితేటలు, అతనిలో ఉన్నటువంటి నిగ్రహ శక్తిని చూసి సూర్య భగవానుడి యొక్క రథసారథిగా వెళ్ళిపోతాడు అనూరుడు. ఆ వెళ్తూ వెళ్తూ తల్లికి ఒక విషయాన్ని చెప్తాడు. అమ్మ, నువ్వు ఒక తప్పు చేశావు, దానివల్ల నేను అర్ధ శరీర భాగం కలిగి జన్మించాను. నీకు తర్వాత జరిగే సంతానానికి ఇలా చెయ్యకు, నీకు మంచి బిడ్డ పుడతాడు, వాడు చాలా శక్తివంతుడు అవుతాడు తల్లి అని అనూరుడు వినతను వేడుకుంటాడు. అప్పుడు ఎన్ని సంవత్సరాలు జరిగినా 500 సంవత్సరాలు తను గరుత్మంతుడి కోసం ఎదురు చూస్తుంది వినత. ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు మహాశక్తి సంపన్నుడవుతాడు. అన్ని ఈ సర్పాలను కూడా సంహరించేటువంటి శక్తి ఉన్నటువంటి సంపన్నుడు అవుతాడు గరుత్మంతుడు. అయితే ఈ అనూరుడు చెప్తాడు, అమ్మా, నీకు ఇలా నన్ను అర్ధ శరీర భాగంతో జన్మించడం వలన ఒక చిన్న శాపం కలుగుతుంది. ఈ 500 సంవత్సరాలు నువ్వు ఏదైతే ఎదురు చూడకుండా నన్ను గర్భవిచ్చికి చేసి అర్ధ శరీర భాగంతో నాకు జన్మనిచ్చావో దాని యొక్క ఫలితంగా నీకు 500 సంవత్సరాలు కద్రువతో సవతిపోరు ఉంటుంది. నీకు ఆ కద్రువతో ఒక పందెం ఉంటుంది, ఆ పందెంలో ఓడిపోయి మీరు తనకి దాసిగా ఉండవలసి వస్తుంది, దాస్యం చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది అని చెప్తాడు. ఆ దాస్యం నుంచి విముక్తి కూడా గరుత్మంతుడే చేస్తాడు. ఆ 500 సంవత్సరాలు నువ్వు దాస్యం చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది కద్రువకి అని చెప్తాడు. అలా తర్వాత 500 సంవత్సరాలకి గరుత్మంతుడు పుడతాడు. అనూరుడు సూర్య భగవానుడికి రథసారథిగా వెళ్ళిపోతాడు. ఇలా విషయాన్ని అంతా తెలియజేస్తాడు వినతకి. సూర్య భగవానుడికి రథసారథిగా అంటే ఆ సూర్య భగవానుడు 7 గుర్రాలపై కూర్చొని మొత్తం ప్రపంచమంతా ఆకాశంలో విహరిస్తూ ఉంటాడు కదా. ఆ రథసారథిగా రథాలను తోలేటువంటి వ్యక్తిగా, రథాలను నడిపించే వ్యక్తిగా అనూరుడు వెళ్ళిపోతాడు. ఇక వినత పందెంలో ఓడిపోయి కద్రువకు దాసి అయిపోతుంది. ఈ కొడుకు వెళ్ళిపోగానే తనకు ఒక సందర్భంలో కద్రువతో ఒక పందెం జరుగుతుంది. ఆ పందెం ఏమిటంటే బయట విహరించడానికి వెళ్తారట కద్రువ మరియు వినత. తనకు సంతానం కూడా లేదు కదా వినతకి ఏమి పని, సంతానం లేకపోవడం వల్ల పని ఉండకపోవడంతో కద్రువతో కాలక్షేపానికి బయటికి వెళ్తుందట. ఆ బయటికి వెళ్ళిన సమయంలో ఒక శ్వేత గుర్రం కనిపిస్తుందట. ఆ శ్వేత గుర్రం ఏంటో ఇక్కడ చిన్న విశేషాన్ని తెలియజేస్తున్నాను చూడండి. అది ఇంద్రుడి యొక్క గుర్రము, శ్వేతాశ్వము. అది తెల్లగా ఉంటుంది, మంచిగా నిగనిగలాడుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఎలా ఇంద్రుడి యొక్క గుర్రం అది. దాని పేరు ఉచ్చైశ్రవము. దాని పేరు ఉచ్చైశ్రవం అనేటువంటి శ్వేతము ఇంద్రుడి వద్ద ఉండేదట. అది తెల్లటి రంగులో ఉండేదట. అయితే ఒక రోజు ఏమవుతుంది, కద్రువ వినతతో అంటుంది, ఈ శ్వేత గుర్రం ఉంది కదా, ఈ శ్వేతాశ్వము తోక వద్ద నాకు చిన్నగా నల్లగా కనిపిస్తుంది అని అంటున్నట. కానీ వినత మాత్రం నాకు చాలా తెల్లగా అద్భుతంగా కనిపిస్తున్నది, నాకు ఏ విధమైన నలుపు కనిపించట్లేదు అంటున్నట. అయితే కద్రువ అదే సమయంగా చూసుకొని, సరే పందెం వేద్దామా, మన ఇద్దరం కలిసి పందెం వేద్దాం, నేను ఓడిపోతే నీకు దాసిగా ఉంటాను, నువ్వు ఓడిపోతే పందెంలో నాకు దాసి పని చేయాలి అని పందెం వేస్తుంది కద్రువ. ఆ విషయాన్ని తెలుసుకొని ఏం చేస్తుందంటే కద్రువ, ఆ శ్వేతం తెల్లగా ఉందనేటువంటి అనుమానం తనకు కూడా ఉంది. కానీ పందెంలో ఓడిపోతే తను వినత దగ్గర దాస్యం చేయాలి, వినత యొక్క కుమారులకు దాస్యం చేయాలి అనే ఆలోచనతో ఏం చేస్తుంది కద్రువ, తన 1000 మంది సర్పాలు ఉన్నాయి కదా, కుమారులు, సర్ప కుమారులు ఉన్నారు కదా కద్రువకి, ఆ 1000 మందిని పిలిపించి మాట్లాడుతుంది. మీరు చూడండి, నేను ఒకటే మాట చెప్తున్నాను, ఎలాగైనా సరే రేపు ఆ శ్వేతాశ్వం రాగానే మీరు దాని తోకను చుట్టుకొని, ఎవరో ఒకరు వెళ్ళి ఆ శ్వేతంకు తోక ఉంటుంది, ఆ తోక వద్ద చుట్టుకొని నాకు నల్లగా కనిపించేలాగా చేయండి అని పుత్రులందరినీ ఆదేశిస్తుంది. అలా చేయడం తప్పు మాత, మేము చెయ్యము అని నిరాకరిస్తారు ఆ 1000 మందిలో ఉన్నటువంటి 999 మంది. కానీ కర్కోటకుడు మాత్రం తల్లి మాట జవదాటకుండా, తను అగ్రుడైనటువంటి వాడు, పెద్ద కుమారుడు కాబట్టి తను ఏం చేస్తాడు, సరే మాత నేను చెప్పింది చేస్తాను అని చేస్తాడు. ఆ తర్వాత రోజు ఏం జరిగింది, శ్వేతం రానే వచ్చింది. రాగానే ఆ కర్కోటకుడు వెళ్ళి ఆ తోక వద్ద చిన్నగా చుట్టుకున్నట్టుగా ఉన్నాడు. అయితే కద్రువ మొదలు పెట్టేసింది, ఇంకా వినతతో సంభాషణ ప్రారంభించింది. చూడు వినత, చూడు, ఆ శ్వేతానికి తోక వద్ద నల్లగా కనిపిస్తుంది, నేనే గెలిచాను, నువ్వు ఓడిపోయావు అని వినతతో అంటుంది. వినతకి కద్రువ చేసినటువంటి ఉపాయం తెలియక, వినత అర్థం చేసుకోలేక అక్కడ నిజంగానే నల్లటి మరక ఉంది అని భ్రమించి ఆ దాస్యాన్ని ఒప్పుకుంటుంది, కద్రువ వద్ద దాస్యం చేయడానికి ఒప్పుకుంటుంది. ఇక వినత యొక్క కుమారులో ఒక కుమారుడు ఆల్రెడీ వెళ్ళిపోయాడు సూర్య భగవానుడికి రథసారథిగా. ఇక మిగిలింది ఒకే ఒక కుమారుడు గరుత్మంతుడు. ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు మరియు వినత ఇద్దరూ కలిసి కద్రువకి దాస్యం చేస్తారు. కద్రువ యొక్క 1000 మంది కుమారులకు కూడా గరుత్మంతుడు దాస్యం చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. దాస్యం చేయడం అంటే దాసిగా వారి వద్దే ఉండి వారికి కావాల్సిన పనులన్నీ చేయడమే దాస్యం అంటారు. అలా వారిద్దరూ కూడా కద్రువ మరియు 1000 మంది సర్పాల వద్ద దాస్యం చేయడానికి ఒప్పుకుంటుంది వినత. అలా ఆ దాస్యం నుంచి విముక్తి చేయడమే మన పాఠం యొక్క ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం. ఇక్కడ ఈ పాఠ్యాంశంలో మొత్తం అదే విషయం ఉంటుంది. గరుత్మంతుడు తల్లిని వేడుకోవడం, తల్లి కదంతా గరుత్మంతుడికి వినిపించడం, గరుత్మంతుడు తన తెలివితేటలతో తల్లికి దాస్య విమోచనం చేస్తాడు. తన అమ్మ కోసం దాస్య విమోచనం చేయడానికి ఎంతో కృషి చేస్తాడు, ఎంతో కష్టపడతాడు. అసలు ఆ కష్టం ఏంటి, అసలు ఈ కథ అంతా ఏంటో ఒకసారి చూద్దాం. తల్లితో పాటు గరుత్మంతుడు కద్రువ కుమారులకు సేవలు చేస్తూ ఉండేవాడు. ఇక తల్లి దాస్యం ఒప్పుకుంది కాబట్టి ఏం చేస్తాడు, కద్రువకి సేవలు చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది వినత. ఆ కద్రువ యొక్క కుమారులైనటువంటి 1000 మంది సర్పాలకు గరుత్మంతుడు కూడా సేవ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు. మహాశక్తివంతుడైన గరుత్మంతుడు తమ దాస్యానికి కారణం తెలుసుకోవడానికి తల్లి దగ్గరకు వెళ్ళాడు. అరే నేను అసలు ఇంత శక్తి ఉంది నాలో, ఈ శక్తినంతా నేను వృధా చేసుకుంటున్నాను, ఎందుకు నేను వీళ్ళకి దాస్యం చేస్తున్నా, అసలు ఏంటి సంగతి అని తల్లి దగ్గరకు వెళ్తాడు. ఆ తల్లి దగ్గరకు వెళ్ళి తెలుసుకుంటాడు. ఈ పాఠం నన్నే రాసిన శ్రీమదాంధ్ర మహాభారతంలోని ఆది పర్వం ద్వితీయాశ్వాసంలోనిది. ఆది పర్వం ద్వితీయాశ్వాసంలోనిది. శ్రీమదాంధ్ర మహాభారతంలోని 2వ ఆశ్వాసంలోనిది మన పాఠం అమ్మ కోసం. కవి పరిచయం చూద్దాం. మనకి పాఠ్య భాగాన్ని అందించింది నన్నయ్య. నన్నయ్య యొక్క చిత్రం ఇది, ఊహా చిత్రం ఇది. నన్నయ్య యొక్క ఊహా చిత్రం ఇది. ఇక ఆదికవి వాగని శాసనుడను బిరుదులు పొందిన నన్నయ్య 11వ శతాబ్దానికి చెందినవాడు. ఇతను 11వ శతాబ్దానికి చెందినవాడు. ఇతనికి 2 బిరుదులు ఉన్నాయి, ఆదికవి మరియు వాగను శాసనుడు అనేటువంటి 2 బిరుదులు ఉన్నాయి. రాజమహేంద్రవరం రాజధానిగా ఆంధ్రదేశాన్ని పరిపాలించిన తూర్పు చాళుక్య రాజు రాజరాజ నరేంద్రుని ఆస్థానంలోని వాడు మన నన్నయ్య. ఎవరట? రాజమహేంద్రవరం రాజధానిగా చేసుకున్నారు. రాజమహేంద్రవరం అనేటువంటి ప్రాంతాన్ని రాజధానిగా చేసుకొని ఆంధ్రదేశాన్ని పరిపాలించిన వారు ఎవరు అంటే తూర్పు చాళుక్య రాజు రాజరాజ నరేంద్రుడు. అతని ఆస్థానంలో కవిగా ఉన్నటువంటి వ్యక్తి మన నన్నయ్య. వ్యాసుడు సంస్కృతంలో రచించిన మహాభారతాన్ని అనుసరించి తెలుగులో రచించిన కవిత్రయంలో మొట్టమొదటి వాడు నన్నయ్య. మనకు కవిత్రయం అంటే 3 వ్యక్తులు గుర్తొస్తారు, నన్నయ్య, తిక్కన మరియు ఎర్రన. ఆ కవిత్రయంలో మొట్టమొదటి వాడే మన నన్నయ్య. ఇతను వ్యాసుడు సంస్కృతంలో రచించిన మహాభారతాన్ని ఏదైతే సంస్కృత భాషలో ఉందో దాన్ని తెలుగు భాషలోకి అనువదించారు కవిత్రయంలో. దానిలో మొట్టమొదటి వాడు మన నన్నయ్య అని ఇక్కడ కవి పరిచయంగా తెలుసుకుంటున్నాం. ఆంధ్ర శబ్ద చింతామణి అనే వ్యాకరణ గ్రంథం రచించిన తర్వాత భారతంలోని ఆది సభా పర్వాలను అరణ్యంలోని 4వ ఆశ్వాసంలో 142 పద్యాల వరకు ఆంధ్రీకరించాడు. మొట్టమొదటి వారెవరు మనకు కవిత్రయంలో అంటే నన్నయ్య. తర్వాత నన్నయ్య రచన చేసిన తర్వాత మిగిలిన భాగాన్ని తిక్కన ప్రారంభించాడు. తిక్కన తను రచన చేసి పూర్తి చేసిన తర్వాత మిగిలిన భాగాన్ని ఎర్రన రచించారు. అలా మన నన్నయ్య ఎంతవరకు రచించారంటే భారతంలోని ఆది పర్వము అంటే మొదటిది అదే ఆది పర్వము. ఆది పర్వం నుండి సభా పర్వాల వరకు రచించాడు. అరణ్య పర్వంలో 4వ ఆశ్వాసంలో 142 పద్యాల వరకు ఆంధ్రీకరించాడు, తెలుగులోకి అనువదించాడు. తర్వాత ఎవరొచ్చారంటే కవిత్రయంలో 2వ వాడైనటువంటి తిక్కన తన ఈ మహాభారతాన్ని తెలుగులోకి అనువదించే ప్రక్రియని తన భుజాన వేసుకున్నాడు తిక్కన. ఇక చాముండిక విలాసము, ఇంద్ర విజయము నన్నయ్య యొక్క ఇతర రచనలు. నన్నయ్య మహాభారతాన్ని తెలుగులో రచించడమే కాకుండా చాముండిక విలాసము, ఇంద్ర విజయము అనేటువంటి రచనలు చేశారు. అక్షర రమ్యత, ప్రసన్న కథా కవితార్థ యుక్తి, నానా రుచిదార్థ సూక్తి నిధిత్యము నన్నయ్య కవిత్వంలోని ప్రధాన లక్షణాలు. నన్నయ్య కవితా విధానం ఎలా ఉంటుంది అని తెలియజేసేటువంటి అంశాలు ఇవి. అక్షర రమ్యత, అక్షరాలని చక్కగా కూర్చేవాడు. ప్రసన్న కథా కవితార్థ సూక్తి, ఆ కథను కూడా ప్రసన్నంగా ఉండేలా చూసుకునేవాడట. నానా రుచిదార్థ సూక్తి నిధిత్యము, అన్ని రకాల రుచులని అక్కడ మనకి కనబడేలాగా రచన చేసేవాడట నన్నయ్య కవిత్వాన్ని. అనుసృజన పద్ధతిలో శైలిలో తర్వాత కవులకు మార్గదర్శకుడయ్యాడు నన్నయ్య. తను చేసిన సృజనాత్మకత రచన, తన రచన శైలి విధానము కూడా అంత బాగుండేదట. నన్నయ్య తర్వాత వచ్చినటువంటి కవులు కూడా దాన్ని అవలంబించేవారట. అలా నన్నయ్య కవితా రచనకి ఒక మార్గదర్శకుడిగా నిలిచాడు అని ఇక్కడ కవి పరిచయంగా మనం తెలుసుకుంటున్నాము. ఆయత పక్షతుండాహరి నక్కుల శైలములెల్ల నుబుగా చేయు మహాబలమ్మును ప్రసిద్ధయుంగల నాకు నీ పనింబాయక వీపునం దవడు బాముల మోవను వారికిం బనులు సేయను ఏమీ కారణము చెప్పుము దీన్ని భయోరుహానన. అంటే తన తల్లిని అడుగుతున్నాడు ఆ గరుత్మంతుడు. నేను చెప్పాను కదా పాఠ్యభాగ ప్రారంభంలోనే దీనిలో 2-3 క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఉంటాయి, కద్రువ మరియు వినత. కద్రువుల యొక్క 1000 మంది కద్రువ మరియు కశ్య ప్రజాపతి యొక్క కుమారులు 1000 మంది, నాగులు అంటే సర్పాలు, మరి రెండో భార్య అయినటువంటి వినత యొక్క కుమారులు అనూరుడు మరియు గరుత్మంతుడు. ఇలా 4 వ్యక్తులు ఉంటారు. ఈ 4 చుట్టే మన కథంతా కూడా జరుగుతుంది. అలా గరుత్మంతుడు తల్లిని అడుగుతున్నాడు, వయోరుహాననా అంటే పద్మము వంటి ముఖము గల తల్లి, ఓ నా తల్లి ఏంటి? ఆయత పక్ష తుండాహతి అంటే విశాలమైన పక్షతుండు, ఆయత పక్షతుండు అంటే విశాలమైనటువంటి, గరుత్మంతుడు అంటే గ్రద్ద. ఆ గ్రద్దకి ఎలా ఉంటాయి రెక్కలు? చాలా విశాలంగా పెద్దగా ఉంటాయి. కంపారిటివ్గా వేరే పక్షులతో పోల్చితే గద్ద యొక్క బాహువులు అంటే భుజాలు మరి దాని యొక్క రెక్కలు ఎలా ఉంటాయంటే చాలా విశాలంగా పెద్దగా ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. అలా విశాలమైన రెక్కలతో ఆయత పక్ష తుండాహతి హక్కుల శరీరములల్లా నుజ్జుగా చేయు మహాబలంబును. అలాంటి ఆయత పక్షతుడైనటువంటి విశాలమైన రెక్కలు ఉన్నటువంటి గరుత్మంతుడు చెప్తున్నాడు తన గురించి, వాడి అయిన ముక్కుతో కుల పర్వతాలన్నింటినీ పిండి చేయగల గొప్ప బలము, నక్కుల శైలములెల్లా నుగుగా చేయు మహాబలము. ఎలా అంటే ఆ పర్వతాలన్నింటినీ ముక్కుతోని శైలంతోని నుగ్గుగా అంటే మొత్తం పిండి పిండి చేసేయగలిగినటువంటి శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలున్న గరుత్మంతుడిని నేను. నా భుజాలు పెద్దవి, నా రెక్కలు పెద్దవి, నా ముక్కుతో నేను దేన్నైనా పిండి చేయగలను. ప్రసిద్ధి నొంగల అంతటి ప్రసిద్ధి కలిగినటువంటి అంత గొప్పదైన బలము కలిగినటువంటి నేను, కీర్తిగల నేను అని చెప్తున్నాడు ఇక్కడ. అలా నాకు నీ పని బాయక వీపు నందవడు బాముల మూవను అంటే నా వీపు పైన నాకు నీ పని బాయక, ఈ పని చేయడానికి బాయక వీపునన్ నా వీపు పైన చెప్తున్నాడు. నీచమైన పాములను ఎల్లకాలం వీపు మీద మోయడానికి బావడు వాయుల వీపునందవడు బాముల మోవను. ఆ నీచమైనటువంటి పాముల అంటే ఇక్కడ పాములని మోవను. నా వీపు పైన నేను గరుత్మంతుడనైన నేను నా వీపు పైన ఆ నీచమైనటువంటి నాగులను పాములను మోయడం ఏమిటి తల్లి, నాకెందుకు ఈ బాధ అని అడుగుతున్నాడు. వారికి పనులు చేయను నేమి కారణము చెప్పుము. వారికి నేను ఒక దాస్యుడిగా ఇలా పనులు చేయడం ఏంటి అసలు? నేను ఎందుకు వాళ్ళని వీపు పైన పోయాలి? నేను ఎందుకు వారికి సేవ చేయాలి, పనులు చేయాలి? అసలు ఏమిటి కథ అంతా నాకు చెప్పు తల్లి. దీన్ని వయోరుహాననా, వయోరుహాసము మంచి ముఖము కలిగినటువంటి పద్మము వంటి ముఖము కలిగినటువంటి ఓ తల్లి నాకెందుకు ఈ బాధ చెప్పుమా అని ప్రాధేయపడుతున్నాడు గరుత్మంతుడు వినతతో.
नमस्कार बच्चों, मेरा नाम सतीश कुमार है। मैं आपको हिंदी पढ़ा रहा हूँ। आज आंध्र प्रदेश सिलेबस के 8वीं कक्षा के प्रथम पाठ हम होंगे कामयाब इस कविता पर चर्चा करने जा रहे हैं। कविता का नाम क्या है? हम होंगे कामयाब। पहले इस कविता का अर्थ जानेंगे। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी नो द मीनिंग ऑफ द टाइटल। हम माने वही माने मनमु, होंगे कामयाब। कामयाब माने क्या है? सक्सेसफुल। डेफिनेटली वी विल बिकम सक्सेसफुल पर्सन। हम होंगे कामयाब। मूलतः एक कविता जो है अंग्रेजी में लिखी हुई है, इंग्लिश में लिखी हुई है। मूल कवि जो हैं चार्ल्स आल्बर्ट है। इन्होंने पहले अंग्रेजी में लिखे थे, इंग्लिश में लिखे थे। इनके बारे में अगर जानकारी प्राप्त करना है तो इनका जन्म जो है 1851 में हुआ है और इनकी मृत्यु जो है 1933 में हुआ है। इनकी प्रसिद्ध रचना, इनका फेमस बुक जो है न्यू सॉन्ग्स ऑफ पैराडाइज। मूलतः हम होंगे कामयाब ये कविता पहले अंग्रेजी में लिखी हुई हैं, बाद में हिंदी में रूपांतरण किए हैं। हिंदी का अनुवादक जो है ये है गिरिजा कुमार माथुर। इनका पूरा नाम क्या है? गिरिजा कुमार माथुर। इनका जन्म जो है 1919 में हुआ, इनकी मृत्यु जो है 1994 में हुई है। इनकी प्रसिद्ध रचना का नाम है मैं वक्त के हूँ सामने। इनकी बहुचर्चित वेल नोन बुक है। ये जो है पुरस्कार माने क्या है? अवार्ड, साहित्य अकादमी अवार्ड भी ये जीत चुके हैं। हम होंगे कामयाब पहले अंग्रेजी में लिखी हुई है और इसको हिंदी में अनुवाद किए हैं। अनुवादक का नाम है गिरिजा कुमार माथुर। चलिए बच्चों, हम कविता में प्रवेश करेंगे। शैल वी एंटर इनटू द पोम? देखिए, हम होंगे कामयाब, इसको जो है गाना के रूप में भी हम गा सकते हैं। पहले कविता पाठ करेंगे। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी रीड द पोम, लेटर वी विल डिस्कस अबाउट द पोम। होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। अगर गाने के रूप में गा सकते हैं। बहुत प्यारी कविता है। पहले इस कविता का अर्थ जानेंगे। देखिए, होंगे कामयाब, मैंने अभी अभी बताया था कि कामयाब माने क्या है? सक्सेस, माने हम जरूर कामयाब होंगे, मतलब डेफिनेटली वी विल गेट सक्सेस इन आवर लाइफ। होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब दोहरा हुआ है, माने रिपीटेड है। देखिए, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब। हम माने वही, हम सब लोग, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। यहाँ एक दिन क्यों लिखा है? आज नहीं है तो कल है। माने जिंदगी में जो है अनेक सारे समस्याओं को जो है हम सामना कर रहे हैं। कभी जीत, कभी हार, ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఓడిపోతాం, ఒక్కొక్కసారి గెలుస్తాం. కానీ వి షుడ్ నాట్ లూజ్ అవర్ హోప్. మనం ఎప్పుడు ఆశను చంపుకోకూడదు. आज नहीं तो कल, आज हम पढ़ने के लिए बैठे हैं, आज नहीं तो कल, लेकिन जरूर पढ़ना है। वही बता रहे, एक दिन जरूर जो है अपनी जिंदगी में सक्सेसफुल बनेंगे। होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों, डेफिनेटली वी विल गेट सक्सेस इन అవర్ లైఫ్. ఖచ్చితంగా మనం జీవితంలో విజయం సాధిస్తాము. हो हो मन में है विश्वास. मन माने क्या है? दिल, मनस्सु. విశ్వాస్, విశ్వాస్ మానే క్యా హై? కాన్ఫిడెన్స్, విశ్వాసం. మన మీద మనకి విశ్వాసం ఉండాలి. ఇఫ్ వి లూజ్ అవర్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఆన్ us, వి కాంట్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్. మన మీద మనకి విశ్వాసం ఉండాలి. మనం మీద విశ్వాసం లేకపోతే ఏ పని చేయలేం. సో कवि वही बता रहा है. देखिए, मन में है विश्वास, मेरे मन में विश्वास है. पूरा है विश्वास, आधा नहीं है, पूरा है. पूरा मतलब फुल कॉन्फिडेंस है. अब एग्जाम की तैयारी करते हैं ना, तो एग्जाम की तैयारी कैसे करते हैं? फुल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ करते हैं. वही जो है पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. कितनी प्यारी कविता है. देखिए, माने अगर वाक्य में कहना चाहे तो हम जरूर जो है जिंदगी में सफलता पाएंगे. आज नहीं तो कल जरूर हम अपनी जिंदगी में सफलता पाएंगे. हमें पूरा विश्वास है. तो उसी प्रकार जो है अगर तेलुगु में बताना है तो జీవితంలో ఖచ్చితంగా మేము గెలుస్తాము. ఈరోజు కాకపోతే రేపు మాకు ఖచ్చితంగా విశ్వాసం ఉంది. अगर तेलुगु का अनुवाद है तो वैसा है. फिर से मैं बता रहा हूँ. होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. ओ हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। ऐसे गाने के रूप में गाए तो याद रह जाता है। ठीक है, आगे की पंक्तियां देखेंगे। होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। यहाँ इसका अर्थ देखा जाए, शांति माने क्या है? पीस, है ना। हम लोग जो है अहिंसा के मार्ग में, नॉन वायलेंस के मार्ग में हम लोगों ने आजादी पाए हैं, है ना। तो यहाँ बता रहा है कि होगी शांति चारों ओर। चारों ओर माने नलुदिक्कुला, नालुगु दिक्कुला माने శాంతి ही छाई हुई है। మొత్తం నాలుగు వైపులా ఏముంది? శాంతి ఉంది। होगी शांति चारों ओर और होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन माने आजकल जो है कहीं ना कहीं अशांति फैली हुई है। शांति का विलोम शब्द क्या है? अशांति। लेकिन कवि जो यहाँ भविष्य की शुभ कामना करते हुए, शांति की कामना करते हुए अभिव्यक्त कर रहे हैं कि होगी शांति चारों ओर। आज देश में అశాంతి ఛాయి హుయి హై। ఈరోజు అశాంతి ఉండొచ్చు, కానీ రేపు ఖచ్చితంగా శాంతియుతంగా ఉంటుంది। होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन, जरूर जो एक ना एक दिन पूरा शांति से भरी हुई हो जाती है। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। देखिए यहाँ जो है ये रिपीटेशन हुआ है। हर कविता में जो है ये पंक्तियां जो है दोहराती हैं, मतलब रिपीटेशन होता है। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास। माने कवि जो है खासकर स्पेशली पोएट जो है हम लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डअप करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। विदाउट कॉन्फिडेंस वी कांट डू एनीथिंग। మన మీద మనకి విశ్వాసం లేకపోతే ఏ పని చేయలేం। దాన్ని మేల్కొల్పడానికి కవి చెప్తున్నాడు అన్నమాట। तो उस विश्वास को बढ़ाने के लिए, वो जागृत कराने के लिए कवि जो है संदेश दे रहे हैं। फिर से मैं दोनों कविताओं को बता रहा हूं। होंगे कामयाब, देखिए कैसे पढ़ रहा हूं, ऑब्जर्व कीजिए। होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। होगी शांति, शांति स्त्रीलिंग है ना, इसलिए होगी। और चारों ओर, एक ओर नहीं है, चारों ओर। होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। भविष्य की शुभकामना करते हुए कवि कह रहे हैं हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। बहुत सरल भाषा में लिखी हुई कविता होने के कारण पढ़ते वक्त ही हमें समझ में आ जाता है। చదువుతున్నప్పుడే మనకు అర్థమవుతూ ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట। और आगे की पंक्तियां देखिए। हम चलेंगे साथ साथ, डाल हाथों हाथ, हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन। ये भी देखिए, यहाँ हम माने कौन है? वही मनमंदरू माने हम सब भारतीय, ऑल वी आर इंडियंस। चलेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे। चलेंगे माने चलना नहीं है, आगे बढ़ेंगे, कहीं रुक ना जाएंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथ साथ कैसे आगे बढ़ना है? मिलजुल कर, कलिसी मेलिसी। कि भारत में जो है अनेक प्रकार के धर्म के लोग हैं, अनेक प्रकार की भाषाएं हैं, फिर भी जो है मिलजुल कर, हाथ में हाथ डालकर आगे जा रहे हैं। डाल हाथों हाथ, आपस में जो है हाथ में हाथ डालकर मिलजुल कर जो है हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन। आज हो सकता है कि कहीं ना कहीं भेदभाव होंगे, डिफरेंसेस होंगे, इसलिए जो है हम चल नहीं पा रहे, लेकिन जरूर एक ना एक दिन जो है हम लोग जो है मिलजुल कर हाथ में हाथ डालकर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। माने ఎన్ని మతాలు ఉన్నప్పటికీ ఎన్ని కులాలు ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా అందరం కలిసిమెలిసి ఐక్యంగా చేతిలో చేయి వేసుకుని అందరం ముందుకు వెళ్దాం। ओ कवि कहना चाहता है, हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन, जरूर जो है हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। बाद में देखिए, नहीं डर किसी का आज, नहीं डर किसी का आज। डर माने क्या है? भयम, भयम माने फियर। आज जो है हम किसी से डर नहीं रहे हैं, नहीं डर किसी का आज। आज जो है हम लोग बिना डर के रह रहे हैं। डर जो है बहुत भयानक चीज है। अगर मन में डर है तो कुछ भी काम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन आज जो है हमारे मन में डर है ही नहीं। नहीं डर किसी का आज, आज किसी को डर नहीं है, नहीं डर किसी का आज। मैंने 3 बार बताए, देखिए, नहीं डर किसी का आज, नहीं डर किसी का आज, नहीं डर किसी का, 3 बार बताए। माने इसका मतलब क्या है? आज हम किसी से नहीं डर रहे हैं। एक दिन हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, नहीं डर किसी को आज। एक दिन माने आज जो है हम किसी से नहीं डर रहे हैं। डर जैसी भावना जो है लुप्त हो गई है, वो मिट गया है डर। इसलिए बिना डर के बहादुरी से आज हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। माने कवि इस कविता के द्वारा क्या कामना कर रहे हैं? बिना डर के हमें आगे बढ़ना है और किसी भेदभाव के हमें आगे बढ़ना है। हाथ में हाथ डालकर जो है हमें आगे बढ़ना है। हम सब लोग जो हैं एक हैं। उसी संदेश को जो है इस कविता के जरिए दे रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
Hello everyone, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Usha and today we are learning 8th standard English. Now you tell me, who play an important part in your life? Yes, our family members. They play an important part in our life. Our family consists of our parents, our siblings, our grandparents and cousins, uncles, aunts, right? They all play a very important role in our life. They help us in our development. Parents support us all the time, whether we are successful or we are in failure. They always motivate us, right? So family is a very important part of our life. So we should build a strong bonding between each other. We should build our relationships in a strong manner. Today we are going to see Unit 1, which is under the theme family, and we have 3 readings in that. In reading A, The Tattered Blanket, reading B, My Mother, it's a poem written by Rabindranath Tagore, and reading C, it is a letter to a friend. Now let us see why is family so important. How does it play an important role in our life? So now look at these pictures carefully. What can you observe in these pictures? Here, this is a nuclear family and this is a joint family. What is a nuclear family? Nuclear family consists of only parents and children. But a joint family consists of grandparents, uncles, cousins. They all live together. We all live together. Then it is called a joint family. If only parents, our siblings and we live together, then it is called a nuclear family.
Which type of families do you see nowadays? Mostly nuclear families. In the previous days, in olden days, all of us used to live together. All of the family members used to live in one house. They used to share their jobs. They used to live together. They used to help each other. So, they used to spend a nice time. But because of so many changes that are happening, people are coming for work, people are going to study somewhere. So, the families are parting. They are maintaining only small families. If you come to the city, we can't afford a big family. We don't get space to live. So, what happens? They are starting one nuclear family. Joint families became very less. In previous years means people used to live in villages where there is lot of space and everyone used to stay together. They used to work together. Nowadays, because of their work or studies, they are moving to different places. So, they are maintaining only small families, which is called a nuclear family. Now, which family do you like? Normally, we like to stay with all the family members. But because of circumstances, we can't spend time with them. We can't stay with them. So, mostly nuclear families are there in cities. Now, in villages also only small families because everyone are going here and there. Now, today we are going to see reading A. The name of the lesson is The Tattered Blanket. It is connected with the family values. This story is about the family values which are diminishing in the society. The family values which are diminishing nowadays in the society. People are not maintaining strong bond. Even parents and children are not having a great bond together. They are not maintaining any relationships. So, this lesson is based mainly on those diminishing family values. And tattered here means torn, the torn blanket. And the author of this lesson is Kamala Das, who is a great writer from Kerala, and her pen name is Madhavi Kuti. Let us see about the author. Now let us see some more details about the author. Kamala Das, she is the daughter of the famous Malayalam poet Balamani Amma and V.M. Nair. She was born on 1932. She was born in the year 1932. She is an internationally known poet and short story writer and novelist who writes effortlessly both in English and Malayalam. Her pen name is Madhavi Kuti. She has received many awards for her literary work. She received many awards for her literary work and she is a Malayalam writer and she has written so many stories in Malayalam and English. Her stories are concerned with the condition of women and the way they are betrayed. Her stories are mostly about the women betrayal. They are concerned about the women. She wrote columns on women's issues, child care, politics, etc. She worked as a journalist and she wrote many columns on the social issues, mainly regarding women. What are the issues women face? And also about child care and politics. She has received many awards for her literary work. She received so many awards for her literary works. Some of them are Asian Poetry Prize, Kent Award for the English writing from Asian countries, Asian World Prize, Sahitya Academy Award and Vailar Ramavarma Sahitya Award. What are the awards she received? Asian Poetry Prize, Kent Award for English writing from Asian countries, Asian World Prize, Sahitya Academy Award and Vailar Ramavarma Sahitya Award. These are all the awards she had received for her literary work. Let us see the lesson, the tattered blanket. Tattered meaning torn. The torn blanket. Here torn means it represents a mother's tattered soul. Let us see in this lesson why it got tattered. Here there are three main characters, Amma, Gopi and Kamala. Gopi and Kamala are siblings. Let us read this lesson. When he arrived unexpectedly at his home in the countryside in his office car and got down at the gate, his mother, who was lying in an armchair on the veranda, made a futile attempt to get up. Here, unexpectedly means suddenly, without any notice. When he came without any notice, suddenly at his home in the countryside. Countryside means village. Village is called countryside. In his office car and got down at the gate, his mother, the person's mother. Who is the person here? Gopi. Gopi's mother, who was lying in an armchair. She was sitting in the veranda on an armchair. She made a futile attempt, unsuccessful attempt. She made a futile attempt to get up from the chair. When she heard some noise, when she heard some car, she wanted to get up from her armchair. Somebody came. That's why she wanted to get up. Kamala, there is somebody at the gate. She said, somebody is in a car. She called Kamala. Kamala is her daughter. She called Kamala. She said that somebody is at the gate because there is a car outside. Kamala, her eldest daughter, a widow who was sitting huddled up on the thinna on the veranda, her head and ears covered with a thin bath towel, got up reluctantly, walked slowly to the gate and screwing up her eyes, peered into the darkness. Kamala, who was her elder daughter, she is a widow. Widow means a person, a woman who loses her husband, and she was sitting on the thinnas. Thinna means a sit out. In villages you find them in front of your house. Her head and ears covered with thin bath towel. Her head and ears are covered with a bath towel. She got up reluctantly. Reluctantly means unwillingly. Reluctantly means unwillingly. Walked slowly to the gate and screwing up her eyes, peered into the darkness. She wanted to see who came. It was dark, so it is not visible to her properly. So she looked carefully with lot of attention. She saw a bald, fat, middle-aged man walking in through the gate. Whom did she see? A bald, fat, middle-aged man. How is the man? He is bald. He is fat. He is middle-aged. He was walking in through the gate. He is walking through the gate. Here bald, fat and middle-aged, these are adjectives, as man is a noun. So all these three are describing the man. So these are adjectives. A bald, fat, middle-aged man is a noun phrase. A noun phrase consists of here articles, adjectives and a noun. It can be used, a noun phrase can be used as a subject or object. Oh, Gopi, she said in her grating voice. Why this sudden unexpected visit? She recognized him. She told, oh, Gopi. She said in her grating voice. Why this sudden unexpected visit? He came unexpectedly. So she asked him, what is this? Why is this unexpected visit? Kamala, who is it? Her mother asked loudly from the veranda. Her mother heard the car. She saw somebody coming inside. So she asked, Kamala, who is it? She was sitting in an armchair, right? From there, she called Kamala and asked, who is it? Who came? Gopi, the man said. The man himself answered, Gopi. There was a meeting in Thiruvananthapuram. I just dropped in on my way back. Here, this is Gopi. I had a meeting at Thiruvananthapuram. You know Thiruvananthapuram is capital of Kerala. I had a meeting there. So, I came on my way back to see you. Who, Kamala? Who is it? There was a note of alarm in Amma's voice. Who, Kamala? Who is it? She couldn't hear him. So, she asked again, who, Kamala? Who is it? Amma, why are you so scared? Kamala, Gopi's elder sister, asked her a little awkwardly, as if you are seeing Gopi for the first time. What did Kamala ask? Amma, why are you feeling so anxious? Why are you so scared? You are not seeing Gopi for the first time. Amma, it's me, Gopi, he said again. He bent down and brought his face close to her wrinkled cheeks. Amma, it's me. Gopi wanted her to recognize him. He thought she is not able to see him. So he bent down near to his Amma and told, Amma, it's me, Gopi. Gopi? Kamala, I can't believe it. Has his school closed for the vacation? Who? You're Gopi? Kamala, I can't believe this. Is his school closed for the vacation? Means here you are able to understand that Amma forgot everything. She is still thinking that Gopi is in school. Amma is often like this these days. She doesn't recognize anybody, Gopi's sister explained. But sometimes her memory is quite sharp. Then she asked me if you have sent any letter. I tell her everything is fine with you, Vimala and the kids. What is the point of telling her that you haven't written for a year? Poor thing. Wouldn't dream of making her unhappy. I wouldn't dream of making her unhappy. Kamala is telling her brother that Amma, nowadays she couldn't remember anything. She forgot everything. But sometimes her mind was so sharp at that time. She remembers her son and asks if he had written any letter. Kamala always tells that he writes every day because she doesn't want to make her Amma unhappy. And she also said that everyone are fine and he keeps on asking about her. I got a promotion last year. After that, I am always on my toes and there are tours quite often. I don't get time to write letters. On my toes. On my toes means busy. He is very busy. What did Gopi say? That he was so busy. He had to go for tours. He had to go to different places because of his work. So he doesn't get any time to write letters to Amma, because Kamala complained that her mother would be asking whether he wrote any letter or not, and she was always telling a lie to her that he writes every day. Why don't you ask Vimala to write, or doesn't she get any time to? Then Kamala asked, okay, you are busy, but why don't you ask Vimala? Vimala is Gopi's wife. Why don't you ask her to write? Is she also busy? What are you mumbling over there? Amma said loudly. Mumbling here means talking in a low voice. What is mumbling? Talking in an unclear and low voice. What are you mumbling over there? Amma said loudly. What did Amma say? What are you mumbling? What are you talking? I am not able to hear you. I heard somebody coming in a car. Who is it? She asked. Again, Kamala, I heard somebody coming in a car. Who is it? You are not answering me. You are mumbling over there. I told you it's Gopi. I already told it's Gopi. But Gopi is in Delhi, isn't he? She remembers that her son is in Delhi. So she asked, but Gopi is in Delhi, isn't he? This is a question tag. This is called a question tag. Yes, Amma, it's me. I have come from Delhi. What did Gopi say? Yes, Amma, it's me. I have come from Delhi. She remembers that her son is in Delhi.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. Today in mathematics we are going to discuss the first chapter, rational numbers. Okay, ఈ రోజు మనం అకరణీయ సంఖ్యల గురించి తెలుసుకోబోతున్నాం, right? Before entering into this chapter, what we are going to learn in this chapter? See, first one we are going to learn about history of numbers, then operations on rational numbers, and then properties of rational numbers, and representation of rational numbers on number line, and last one representation of rational numbers in P by Q form. ఓకే, సో ఇవన్నీ మనము నేర్చుకోబోతున్నాం. సో ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ నంబర్స్, లెట్ us డిస్కస్. సో హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ నంబర్స్ అంటే మనకి అసలు స్టార్టింగ్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద నంబర్స్ వీ హ్యావ్. సో జనరల్లీ వీ హ్యావ్ కౌంటింగ్ నంబర్స్ ఇన్ ద బిగినింగ్. సో కౌంటింగ్ నంబర్స్ మీన్స్ 1 2 3 4 like this. So those numbers are said to be natural numbers. Later invention of zero happened, so that the zero was mixed with natural numbers and together they called as whole numbers. So whole numbers means zero as well as natural numbers together we can say whole numbers. Later there is a need of negative integers also, negative numbers also, so that negative numbers zero and these natural numbers all together are said to be integers. Okay, after that more numbers are required, so that they invented rational numbers. So rational number means what? So any number that is in the form of p by q is said to be a rational number. Okay, so in between any two integers, suppose 1 and 2, in between are there any numbers exist? So there are many numbers exist, so in that rational numbers will be there. So that we are going to discuss in this chapter. Okay, see what do you mean by rational number. So the set of rational numbers is denoted by letter q. Natural number is denoted by n, whole numbers is denoted by w, integers will be denoted with z, and the rational numbers will be denoted with q. Okay, so because quotients, these are all quotients, that is why with the q they will represent. Next, q is the set of all numbers of the form p by q. This is important. So rational number means what? If a number is in the form of p by q, then what is pq here? Pq are integers, and most important thing is this: q should not be 0. Okay, we cannot divide any number with 0. Division with 0 is not possible. We already know this. That is why we can define a rational number as a number which is in the form of p by q is said to be a rational number where the denominator is not 0. Okay, clear with the definition. See, some rational numbers I wrote: 1 by 3, 3 by 4, 7 by 8, minus 7 by 8, 1, 2 by 3. 2 is also rational number, because you can ask me that it is not in the form of p by q, how 2 is rational number? Here you can see 2 can be written as 2 by 1. Okay, so 2 by 1 we can write, so that it is a rational number. Even 0 is also a rational number. See here, 0 by any number you write, 0 by 5, the answer will be 0. So 0 is also a rational number. Denominator should not be 0, numerator can be 0. Okay, so 15 by 7, so many examples we can give. Right, now understood what do you mean by rational numbers? Let us discuss the operations on these rational numbers. What are the operations we have in mathematics? Addition, subtraction, multiplication as well as division. Right, so we will discuss about addition and subtraction, because addition and subtraction must be done in the same manner. Okay, so let us discuss addition and subtraction of rational numbers. Okay, plus and minus of rational number. Plus means addition, minus means subtraction. Okay, so how to do addition and subtraction, let us see. So I will consider two rational numbers. Suppose 3 by 5 plus minus I will take one more number as 7 by 9. So how you have done addition in fraction, the same manner here also we have to do addition and subtraction in case of rational numbers. Okay, just recall those 7th class first chapter fractions. Our thing will be easy here. Okay, how to add these two rational numbers, let us see. First, to add two fractions, these two are fractions, right? So to add these two fractions, what we have to take? We have to take LCM of the denominator. See here, 5 and 9 both are co-primes. There is no common factor, so that what we can take LCM, we will just multiply. So multiply 5 into 9, that is 45. Okay, easy way, just multiply the denominators, then do cross multiplication of the denominators and numerators like this. So like this, if you multiply and in between sign is plus, so if you do it, it will be more easy. Okay, now 9 3s are 27 plus 5 7s are 35. If you add these two, 62 upon 45. So like this we have to add these two rational numbers. Suppose if you want to subtract these two, same process we will do. Just sign change, that's all. So 3 by 5 minus 7 by 9 is there. Now how we will subtract these two? Same, denominators are not same. So if denominators are not same, then what we have to do? We have to take LCM of the denominators. LCM means how to take these two are co-primes, just we will multiply and then do cross multiplication. Okay, same as here. So I will do multiplication. So 45 and do cross multiplication. 9 3s are 27 minus 5 7s are 35. Now 27 minus 35, how much? That will be minus 8 by 45. So like this we will subtract the given rational numbers. Okay, only denominators we need to check. If the denominators are same, then we have to add directly or subtract directly. If they are not same, then we have to take LCM and do cross multiplication. It will be more easier. Okay, understood what is addition and subtraction? You have already done this in 7th class in terms of fractions. Okay, so here we are doing in terms of rational numbers, right? Next operation is multiplication of rational numbers. Multiplication of rational numbers means what? So how to multiply two fractions? Let us see. Suppose I have given you two rational numbers a by b and c by d. How to multiply these two? Very simple. Other than addition and subtraction, multiplication is more easier. So how to do it? Just multiply the numerators and multiply the denominators, then your thing is over. Okay, so a into c, ac by bd, that's all. Just multiply the numerators and multiply the denominators, your answer will be ready. Okay, so for example, if I take 2 by 7 into 9 by 11, so what will be your answer? I need to multiply the numerators and I need to multiply the denominators. Okay, so 2 into 9 by 7 into 11. 2 into 9 will be 18 by 7 into 11 is 77. That's all. So multiplication is over. Okay. Before going to division, we need to know what do you mean by a reciprocal of a rational number. Reciprocal means, so just ulta palta means we need to do reverse the fraction. Okay, fraction reciprocal you have already known, but same whatever you applied there, the same thing we will apply here. Okay, suppose if fraction is, if rational number is in p by q, so its reciprocal will be q by p. Just we need to change numerator into denominator and the denominator into numerator. Okay, so if you do like that, it will be reciprocal of the given fraction. Okay, or rational number. Suppose example I will take, what is reciprocal of minus 5 by 9? What is reciprocal of minus 5 by 9? Just I told you to change denominator into numerator and numerator is into denominator. Okay, so I will change that. So if you change that, it will be 9 by minus 5. 9 by minus 5 is nothing but minus 9 by 5. That's all. Okay, so reciprocal means what? Just we need to change numerator into denominator, denominator into numerator. Okay, so like this we will do that one. Now we will enter into the division. Very important. See here, division of rational numbers. So I have given an example. So see here, sign we need to be very careful. If you divide two negative rational numbers, then the answer will be plus. So that minus into minus, plus into minus and minus into plus, these you should know already. Okay, so if you know this will be more easier for you. Okay, right. See here, remember that to divide by a non-zero number, multiply the reciprocal of the number. So did you understand? So I will explain you to better understanding. Okay, see here I have taken two rational numbers a by b and c by d. I want to divide these two rational numbers. So how I can divide? So simple, very easy. See, I want to divide. So a by b divided by c by d. Now see how I will change. See here, but this division will be changing into multiplication by reciprocaling the second fraction. Okay, second fraction will be reciprocal. So if you reciprocal it, it will be B by C. So your answer will be AD by BC. Okay, to divide two rational numbers, what we have to do? The second one must be reciprocal and then multiply. That is the way of doing division of two rational numbers. How you did in fractions, the same way we can do in rational numbers also. Clear now all operations, right? So if you still have doubt, please recapitulate all these so that you will understand much better, right? Now all numbers have different properties. Okay, so let us discuss about properties of rational numbers. Okay, to discuss this, first what are the properties we can test for rational numbers? So any numbers we will test with some properties, whether it will follow or not. Okay, so those properties I will tell you now. First one is closure property. What do you mean by closure property? Closure property is nothing. If you add two rational numbers, the answer will be rational number or any other number. So answer will be obviously rational number. So if you add two rational numbers, if the answer is again a rational number, that property is said to be closure property. Okay, see here A, B are two different rational numbers. If you add these two, the result is again a rational number. So hence what we can say, rational numbers obeys closure property under addition. Clear? So next, if you see subtraction, if you subtract two rational numbers, again you will get the same rational number, right? If you subtract two rational numbers, answer will be again a rational number. So this property is obeying under subtraction. Closure property is obeyed by rational numbers under subtraction. Similarly, if you multiply two rational numbers, again the answer will be a rational number. So this is a multiplication closure. Okay, so rational numbers will obey closure property under multiplication also. And last, division. Division, one condition is there. What is that? Division of rational numbers is also a rational number. So if you divide two rational numbers, then the answer will be again a rational number. But here one case is there, special case. What is that? If you consider one rational as 2 by 7, the other rational number if you consider as 0, then division here not possible. Okay, so that is why you need to be careful. Exemption is there here. What is that? In case of 0, except 0, rational numbers will obey closure property under division. Okay, you should not take the second rational number as 0. Okay, if you take 0, then it will be a contradiction. So if you want to divide two rational numbers, the second one should not be 0. Then only division of two rational numbers is possible. And if you divide, the answer will be again a rational number. Right? Next. See, next, commutative property. Commutative property is nothing. See, if you add two rational numbers in one order, suppose if I add 2 by 3 plus 5 by 3, answer will be how much? It will be 7 by 3. Am I right? Suppose if I change the order while addition, if I change it, so if you change it, what happens? 5 by 3 plus 2 by 3, what is your answer? Again answer 7 by 3. That means if you add any two rational numbers in any order, then the answer will be same. That means A plus B is equal to B plus A. So reverse. Okay. So that is what I say. A plus B is equal to B plus A. But in case of subtraction, it is not possible. See here. Subtraction is not possible. A minus B is not equal to B minus A. So we can say that rational numbers are not commutative under subtraction. Similarly, multiplication, if you multiply two rational numbers in any order, see, suppose if I take 2 by 3 into 7 by 5, what is my answer? So my answer will be 14 by 15. Suppose if I change the order, 7 by 5 into 2 by 3. I am reversing the order now. What will be the answer? Again the answer is 14 by 15. So what we can say? Rational numbers are commutative under multiplication also. Like division is not commutative, because if you divide two rational numbers, if you reverse them and again if you divide them, the answer will not be same. That is why rational numbers are not commutative under division. Okay, subtraction as well as division, these rational numbers are not commutative. Okay, right. Next, associative. Associative is very easy. See here, we have to consider three rational numbers here. Up to now we have taken only two, but in associative how many we have to take? Three we have to take. Okay, I will take three rational numbers. So I will take, see, 2 by 3 plus 5 by 3 plus 3 by 3. So what will be your answer? First, Bodmas rules. According to Bodmas rules, we have to solve the bracket first. So 2 by 3 plus 5 plus 3, 8 by 3. Now if you solve this, your answer will be 10 by 3. So for this you got answer 10 by 3. Suppose if I change bracket, okay, if I change bracket, see, if I change bracket like this, 2 by 3 plus 5 by 3 plus 3 by 3. Now tell me what is your answer? So it will be 7 by 3 plus 3 by 3. Again answer is 10 by 3. That means I am getting the same answer even if I am changing the brackets. So that means what we can say, rational numbers are associative under addition. Okay. So see here, a plus b plus c is equal to a plus b plus c. That means changing the brackets. So even if you change the brackets, it will give you the same answer. Okay. Next, if you see this subtraction is not associative, because subtraction will always give you negative answer. That is why this will be false in case of associative. Even multiplication is also associative. If you multiply three numbers in any order, the answer will be same. So multiplication is associative under multiplication in rational numbers. Similarly, division is not associative in rational numbers. Okay. So similarly, distributive property, very very important. So distributive property means a into b plus c is equal to ab plus ac. What do you mean by this? So a into b plus c is equal to, what I am doing is, just I will multiply a into b plus a into c. Okay. So this is true. That is why this is called distributive law under addition. Distributive law under addition. Next, distributive law under subtraction means just we need to change the sign. Okay. So a into b minus c is equal to a into b minus a into c. This is the distributive law. Okay. And multiplication and division, there is no distributive law. Okay. Distributive law means a into b plus c, that is under addition. Distributive law under addition means a into b plus c is equal to a into b plus a into c, and distributive law under subtraction is equal to a into b minus a into c, right? So these are the properties of rational numbers. Okay. So now we will discuss some special persons in rational numbers. Who are those? Let us see. Role of zero, very very important. Zero is very very important. Why? Because if you add anything to zero, or if you add 0 to anything, the answer will be that thing. So a plus 0 is equal to a, 0 plus a is equal to a. That is why 0 is said to be additive identity. Okay, in exam 1 mark question direct bit for you. That is, what is that? What is additive identity? What is additive identity? 0. Why 0 is additive identity? Because 0 is added to something or something added to 0, answer will be the same thing. Okay. So that is why 0 is said to be additive identity. Understand? Next, role of 1. One more special person. 1. What is that? Multiplicative identity. So previously we added 0 to anything, we got the same thing. Here also see, we are multiplying this time. If you multiply with 1 with anything, the answer will be that thing. If you multiply 1 with anything, the answer will be the same thing. So 1 is said to be multiplicative identity. Understand? So these are the special persons. Now one more property we will learn, that is additive inverse. Suppose 2 is given to you and I told you what should be added to 2 so that your answer is 0. What must be added to 2? So you must be added here with minus 2, then only you will get 0. So then what we can say, minus 2 is additive inverse of 2. Similarly, 2 is additive inverse of minus 2. So like this we can conclude. Okay, additive inverse means just we need to change the sign. Okay, suppose if I ask you what is additive inverse of minus 7 by 9, what is your answer? Just you need to change the sign and we need to keep as it is. So if you change the sign, so minus will become plus, so answer will be 7 by 9. So additive inverse is 7 by 9. Just you need to change the sign. Okay. So suppose if I ask you what is the additive inverse of 6 by 11. So here now no sign means plus here. Okay. If you change the sign, the answer will be minus 6 by 11. So additive inverse means what? Just we need to change the sign, right? So next concept is reciprocal of a rational number or multiplicative inverse of a rational number. See here, multiplicative or reciprocal means what we have to do? We have to reverse the number. See here, 2 by 3 is there. What is the reverse? If you reverse that, that means numerator if you make it into denominator and denominator if you make it into numerator, then what happens? So it will be 3 by 2. Now you multiply these two. So you will get a multiplicative identity 1. So 3 by 2 is said to be, so 3 by 2 is said to be multiplicative inverse of 2 by 3. Similarly, 2 by 3 is a multiplicative inverse of 3 by 2. Okay. If you reciprocal the fraction or a rational number, what happens? So if you multiply, then you will get answer 1. Right? So this is said to be, the first number is said to be reciprocal of second one and the second one is said to be for reciprocal of the first one. Like this we will define the multiplicative inverse of a rational number. Okay.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Indira. Now I am going to explain about force from grade 8, chapter 1 from both AP and Telangana state governments. So what is meant by force? Daily you are going to perform number of activities like wearing your bag on your shoulders or lifting your basket, pushing a door, pulling the door. So all these kinds of things are nothing but where you need to apply some force there, some power there, some strength there. So all the words meaning of force. Okay. So you need to apply some force, strength or power. So what we are going to learn here? Force and its units. Types of forces. What are the different kinds of forces and what are they? Let us learn with examples. Effects of force. What the effects of force will be, how it is going to change when it is applied on some objects. Net force. So when different kinds of forces are acting on an object, what will be the net force? And then pressure. Okay children, so let's get started with the topic. So a toy car is pushed by a small kid. So what he is doing? He is applying some effort and he is pushing that. So that effort means force. A person is drawing water from the well. So when he is drawing water from the well, he need to apply some effort there or he need to apply some power there. What is the action performed by the man? He is lifting the boxes. So when he is lifting the boxes, can you lift those boxes, heavy boxes? No, we cannot lift as we are small kids. So what will happen? You need to apply some effort there, some strength there. So all these actions or efforts, power, strength means force. So what force is going to do? Let us see. So in the olden days, what happened is there is change in the seasons. Okay, and so people thought that there is some other force which is exerting and it is making the seasons to change. But after developing the force concept, it was applied and it was limited to certain actions and efforts. Purvan రోజుల్లో changes in seasons వస్తాయి కదా, సీజన్స్ చేంజ్ అయినప్పుడు ఏమనుకునే వాళ్ళంటే ఏదో సమ్ ఫోర్స్ ఏదో ఉంది, అదేం చేస్తుందంటే మొత్తం సీజన్స్ అన్నిటినీ చేంజ్ చేస్తుంది అని వాళ్ళంతా ఒక మిత్లో ఉండేవాళ్ళు అనమాట. బట్ ఆఫ్టర్ డెవలపింగ్ ఫోర్స్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అనేది డెవలప్ చేసిన తర్వాత అది ఏంటి అనేది అందరికీ అర్థమైంది. ఓకే, సో వాట్ ఈస్ ఫోర్స్ గోయింగ్ టు డూ? సో ఫోర్స్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు చేంజ్ ద స్టేట్ ఆఫ్ ది ఆబ్జెక్ట్. What do you mean by state here? Suppose if a ball is pushed, okay, you apply some effort. If a ball is pushed, initially it is at rest position. Okay, so you are applying some force and you are making it to push. So that is going to change its state. Rest nunchi adi change cheskundi, dani state anedi motion loki vellindi. What is that? It is going to move. Okay, so after that it rolls some distance and then it stops. Yes, so again it has changed its state. So the change of state is called as force, or you can also say it as a push or pull applied on any object. Suppose you are opening a door open chesam, apply chesam some force anedi apply chesi door ni ఓపెన్ చేసామంటే దట్ యు ఆర్ పుల్లింగ్ ఇట్ టువర్డ్స్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్, మన దగ్గరికి పుల్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఓకే, ఆర్ యు ఆర్ క్లోజింగ్ ద డోర్, దట్ మీన్స్ యు ఆర్ పుషింగ్ ఇట్. సో దట్ పుషింగ్ అండ్ పుల్లింగ్ you need to apply some force there. That is nothing but where the state of the door is changing. Yes, initially it is in some position, you have changed its position by pulling it towards yourself, or you have changed its position by pushing it. So all this means the state of the object is changing. Object state anedi change avutundi. So dani manam force antam. Force is that which changes the state of the object. So number of examples we can give. Okay, pushing a carted load, or pulling drawing water from the well, or making the bullock cart to move. So all these efforts where you are going to use some power to lift the box, so all these efforts are called as force. Okay, so here let us see what is it. A person is pushing the box. So while pushing the box, he is putting some effort. So it is a kind of force. So force is that which is going to change the state of the object. Pushing a carted load or pulling a basket, all these come under as force. Yes, how to measure force? Is force measured? Yes, anything, a physical quantity can be measured. Okay, so how you'll measure? Simply the length in meters. Okay, or if you want to buy some rice, you'll measure in kgs. Like that, you can also measure force. Force is measured in newtons. Okay, and it is in SI system is newtons, and in CGS system it is dynes. Okay, force is measured by an instrument called as force gauge or force meter or spring balance. Force ni ela measure cheyochu? SI system lo newtons తో measure చేయాలి, అలాగే CGS system లో dynes తో measure చేయాలి. So I say that a 5 newtons of force is applied on an object to move the object. Okay, ఒక 5 newtons of force apply చేసి నేను ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అనేదాన్ని మూవ్ చేశాను. Okay, so this newtons is an SI system of unit of force. So here newtons is SI system and dynes is in CGS system. We are having three different fundamental units, systems of units. So those are CGS system, MKS system and SI system. So in SI system, newtons, and in CGS system it is dynes. Suppose you want to convert that SI system into CGS system. So what is that we'll use? That is 1 Newton equal to 10 to the power of 5 dynes. So this I'll write, but Newton is used to represent all the word we cannot write. So the first letter of the capital N we are going to represent the force with direction. In which direction it is moving also is very important. So what is this direction? In what way you are applying? Is it so important? Yes, it is important. So see here how to convert SI system into CGS system. Yes, see here. So 1 Newton will be equal to 10 to the power of 5 dynes. Simple. ఈ డైన్స్ అనేది ఏంటి, న్యూటన్స్ అనేది ఏంటి? మనం లెంత్ మెజర్ చేస్తాం. లెంత్ని 5 మీటర్స్ అని చెప్తాం. నాకు దాన్ని సెంటీమీటర్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలి. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాను? 1 మీటర్ ఈక్వల్ టు 100 సెంటీమీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తాను. సిమిలర్గా అదే వేలో ఫోర్స్ అనేది న్యూటన్స్తో మెజర్ చేస్తాం. న్యూటన్స్తో మెజర్ చేసినప్పుడు అది SI సిస్టంలో నాకు డైన్స్ కావాలి. ఓకే, CGS సిస్టంలో కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలంటే ఐ రిక్వైర్ the conversion unit 1 Newton equal to 10 to the power of 5 dynes. Okay children, so here force is measured with the help of an instrument called spring balance or force meter or force gauge. Okay, force meter or force gauge are one and the same, and spring balance also can be used to measure the force in newtons. So how much ever you pull that spring balance using your force, so that is going to denote the reading on the spring balance. So how to measure force? We can measure force with the help of newtons. So what is this Newton? It is in honor given to the Sir Isaac Newton, who had given us an example of gravitational force. Gravitational force అనే థియరం ఇచ్చారు కాబట్టి మనం ఆయనకి హానర్గా న్యూటన్ అనే వర్డ్ని ఫోర్స్ మెజర్ చేయడానికి ఉపయోగిస్తున్నాం. ఓకే, సో ఫోర్స్ ఈజ్ మెజర్డ్ ఇన్ న్యూటన్స్. ఫోర్స్ ఈజ్ ఏ వెక్టర్ క్వాంటిటీ. వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ వెక్టర్ క్వాంటిటీ? వాట్ ఈస్ meant by vector quantity? So there are two quantities which you should know. This is new to you. Okay, vector, scalar అనే quantities new quantities. So what are those? Let us see. A scalar quantity and any physical quantity which is measured in physics. ఏదైనా ఫిజికల్ క్వాంటిటీ ఫిజిక్స్లో మెజర్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఐదర్ స్కేలార్ క్వాంటిటీయా వెక్టర్ క్వాంటిటీ అనేది చెప్తాం. ఎప్పుడు స్కేలార్ అంటాం? వెన్ డు వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ స్కేలార్? స్కేలార్ ఈజ్ any physical quantity which has only magnitude but no direction is called as scalar quantity. Suppose length of an object is 5 meters. ఓకే, సో 5 మీటర్స్ అన్నది మ్యాగ్నిట్యూడ్ అనమాట. అది ఏ డైరెక్షన్లో వెళ్తుంది మనం చెప్పట్లేదు. అది ఏ డైరెక్షన్లో ఉంది, లెంత్ని డైరెక్షన్తో మెజర్ చేస్తామా? లేదు. సో వాట్ వీ డూ ఇస్ ద 5 meters is the magnitude there. Okay, so what is that 5 meters? It is the magnitude. Okay, so here a physical quantity which has only magnitude but no direction is called as scalar quantity. Next, vector quantity. A physical quantity which has both magnitude and direction is called as vector quantity. Both magnitude and direction. Magnitude అంటే చెప్పాను కదా, ఆ 5 meters అన్న వర్డ్ని మనం దాని magnitude అంటాం. ఓకే, in which direction it is moving. So that is nothing but a vector quantity. Suppose I say that force is used to represent with the capital F. Force equal to 5 newtons. So this is vector quantity representation. పైన ఉన్న arrow mark అనేది vector quantity ని represent చేస్తుంది అనమాట. Force అనేది 5 newtons అప్లై చేసాం. ఏ డైరెక్షన్లో అప్లై చేసాం? We have applied in this direction. So in that way you have to draw the arrow mark. So here force is a vector quantity. Why do we call it as vector quantity? Because it has both magnitude and direction. So force is a vector quantity. Got it, children? So what is meant by force? A force is that which is going to change the state of the object. Okay, and force is measured in newtons in SI system and dynes in CGS system, and force is a vector. It's a vector quantity. You got the difference between scalar and vector quantities, na? So force is a vector. Next, let us see what are the types of forces. So there are two types of forces. One is contact force, another one is non-contact force. Contact force. What is meant by contact force? When there is a physical interaction or physical contact between two interacting objects is called as contact force. Okay, when there is physical contact between two interacting objects. Either two interacting objects. Suppose I say that I am pushing this door. Okay, when I am pushing, here my hand will be touching the door. That means without touching, I cannot say that move, move. If I say move, move, adi velipotunda, jarugutunda, jaragadu. So I'll be applying some force there. Okay. So what is that? There will be contact between the hand and the door. So that shows that it is moving. There is a contact. So that is nothing but contact force. So when there is a physical contact between two interacting objects, then we call that as contact force. If there is no physical contact between two interacting objects, then it is called as non-contact force. So non-contact force can also be called as field force or force at a distance. Non-contact force ni field force anna anochu leda force at a distance అని కూడా అనొచ్చు. Okay, so got it, children? What is contact force and non-contact force? Next, let us move. What are the different types of forces? Contact forces and non-contact forces. So different types of contact forces are muscular force, frictional force, normal force and tension. So non-contact forces are magnetic force, electrostatic force, gravitational force. So these are different types of forces. That is, they can be divided into either contact or non-contact. So let us discuss in detail what is meant by muscular force. So what is muscular force? Suppose, see here, a person is lifting a load. He is moving. So using his muscles, he is going to lift the load. So when he is using his muscles, the force which is exerted by the muscles of our body is called as muscular force. The force which is exerted by the muscles of our body to lift any object or to move any of the object, it is called as muscular force. So see here, I need to lower a basket. Basket kinda pettali. Basket kinda pettalante em cheyali? First danni lift cheyali. Lift cheste mana muscles anedi use chesi manam danni lift chestam. Lift chesi appudu kinda pedtam. Okay, so where we are going to use your muscles there. So the force which is given or which is exerted by the muscles of our body is called as muscular force. ఏదన్నా ఒక ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని లిఫ్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు మనం మజిల్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తాం కదా, ఆ మజిల్స్ యూజ్ చేసి ఆ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని లిఫ్ట్ చేస్తే దాన్ని మనం మస్కులర్ ఫోర్స్ అంటాం. ఓకే, while doing physical activities at your home, you are going to run, you are going to squeeze. So all these things therefore require the effort of your muscles. So that is nothing but muscular force. So see here, a muscular force, the force which is exerted by the muscles of our body is called as muscular force. When you are doing a physical activity of chest expansion, and what you do is physical activity చేస్తుంటాం మనం. ఫిజికల్ యాక్టివిటీస్ అంటే డైలీ మార్నింగ్ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ చేస్తుంటాం. ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ చేసేటప్పుడు డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ చేసేటప్పుడు మనం హ్యాండ్స్ లెగ్స్ అనేవి మూవ్ చేస్తుంటాం. దాన్ని కూడా మనం మస్కులర్ ఫోర్స్ అంటాం అన్నమాట. We call it as muscular force. So what are the examples? Lowering a basket, lifting the luggage, pushing a carted load. So all this requires some effort. And next is frictional force. So what is frictional force? It's a very interesting topic here. Why is that interesting? Suppose a ball is rolling on the road. I made it to push. Okay. నేను పుష్ చేసాను దాన్ని, బాల్ అనేది రోల్ చేస్తుంది రోడ్ మీద, కొంతసేపు అయిన తర్వాత ఆగిపోతుంది. ఇట్ స్టాప్స్ దర్. వై డిడ్ ఇట్ స్టాప్ దర్? హూ ఈస్ మేకింగ్ ఇట్ టు స్టాప్? Am I making it to stop? I have made it to move. Is it? I have applied some force and made it to move. But it is stopping there. What is the force which is making it to stop? Is there any force existing there? అక్కడ ఏదైనా ఫోర్స్ ఉందా? ఎగ్జిస్ట్ అవుతుందా అక్కడ ఫోర్స్? Yes. There is some other force which is existing there and it is making that to move to stop. Okay. It is making that to stop. So what is that force? That force we'll call it as frictional force. So frictional force helps us to move to the movement of one body over the another body. Edaina contact force adi kuda. It is also a contact force and it allows the body to move one body over the another body, and it is after some time what will happen is what you have applied some force, that is called as applied force. నేను ఏదైతే ఫోర్స్ పెట్టి పుష్ చేశానో దాన్ని అప్లైడ్ ఫోర్స్ అంటాం. అది కొంచెం దూరం వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత బాల్ ఆగిపోతుంది, దాన్ని ఫ్రిక్షనల్ ఫోర్స్ అంటాం, విచ్ ఈస్ యాక్టింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఆపోజిట్ డైరెక్షన్. ఫ్రిక్షనల్ ఫోర్స్ విల్ బి ఆల్వేస్ యాక్టింగ్ ఇన్ ఆపోజిట్ టు ద applied force. Okay, so what is frictional force? A frictional force is that which allows the body to move over the another body, and it is making it to stop or it is making it to move. That is different consequences will come into picture there. So when you are moving on the road, there is a friction. When you are moving on the road with the help of a vehicle, there is a friction which is existing between the cars of the tires and the road. That is why that is able to move. So that shows a force is present there. So frictional force is, so friction is the resistance to the movement of a body over the surface of another body. That means when you are applying a force, that is called as applied force, it is going to act in the opposite direction and stop the applied force. So that force is called as frictional force. So it is different for different objects. So here if there is more friction also, what will happen? Will be sliding. Okay. Friction ఎక్కువైనా సరే we cannot tolerate, or friction is less also we cannot tolerate. So it depends upon the different situations there where friction can be necessary or it is not necessary. So that we'll discuss in the later chapter. So for now, what is friction? Friction allows us to move. Friction is the resistance offered by one body to move over the another body. It is always in the opposite direction to the applied force. Got it, children? So let us see some examples. So friction between tires and rods of a moving vehicle, and holding a pen. So am I holding a pen? Yes, I am holding a pen. How is that possible? Without friction this is not possible. So I cannot hold the pen without the friction. Why is that not possible? Because if there is no friction, I'll leave it. It cannot be withheld in my hand. Okay. అది ఫ్రిక్షన్ లేకపోతే ఈ పెన్ అనేది మన చేతిలో ఉండదు, మనం రాయడానికి రాదు. ఫ్రిక్షన్ ఉంటేనే వస్తుంది. ఆ ఫ్రిక్షన్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది? వేర్ ఇస్ ద ఫ్రిక్షన్? దట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ ద హ్యాండ్స్ అండ్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ ద హ్యాండ్స్ అండ్ ది పెన్, వేర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ కాంటాక్ట్ force. So now next let us discuss the next kind of force. So that is normal force. So it is also very interesting force here. See this example. Okay, a book is lying on the table. So when a book is lying on the table, is it taking rest? Yes, it is rest. Nobody is making it to move. ఎవరైనా మూవ్ చేస్తున్నారా దాన్ని? ఎవరు మూవ్ చేయట్లేదు. So it is at rest now. So when it is at rest, what I say that is there are different kinds of forces acting on it. Okay, it is not at rest. It is some kinds of forces are acting on it. So what are those forces? So that is nothing but normal force and the gravitational force. If I take the table out, what will happen? Table అనేది ఇలా తీసేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? Book, it falls down. Yes. Why is it falling down? This you might have already known in your lower classes. So somebody is pulling it. Who is that? Who is pulling it? The earth is pulling it. So what is that? It is the gravitational force. So we'll discuss about gravitational force in the next session. So see, what is happening? A force which is acting on the book is a gravitational force which is acting in the downward direction, and other force is acting in the upward direction, that is normal force. So normal force is that a force that a solid surface exerts on any object in the normal direction is known as normal force. What is this normal direction? Normal is 90 degrees to the plane of the surface. Anything you take, if it is acting in the normal, మనం మ్యాథ్స్ లో యూస్ చేస్తాం నార్మల్ అని. నార్మల్ అంటే యూస్ చేసినప్పుడు నార్మల్ లైన్ డ్రా చేయమంటే ప్లేన్ ఆఫ్ సర్ఫేస్ 90 degrees పెట్టి డ్రా చేస్తాం. సో that is called as normal direction. So if anything, if a solid is exerting a force on any object in the normal direction is called as normal force. So why is this book resting there? Because two kinds of forces are acting and those forces are also equal there. ఆ రెండు ఫోర్సులు కూడా ఈక్వల్ గా ఉంటాయి. గ్రావిటేషనల్ ఫోర్స్, నార్మల్ ఫోర్స్. Gravitational force is acting downwards whereas normal force is acting upwards, and both the forces are equal. That is why the book is resting on the table. So normal force అనేది యాక్ట్ చేస్తుంది కాబట్టి it is in upward direction, whereas gravitational force is downward direction. I'll represent that. See, so this is normal force. We can represent that with capital F and N. This will be gravitational force. So this normal force and gravitational force both are in opposite direction to each other and both the forces are equal. That's why the object is resting there. Otherwise what would happen? The object may fall down and some other case may happen there. Okay. Object అనేది అక్కడ రెస్ట్ అవుతుంది అని అంటే గ్రావిటేషనల్ ఫోర్స్ అనేది కిందకి యాక్ట్ చేస్తుంది అండ్ నార్మల్ ఫోర్స్ అనేది పైకి యాక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో that is why it is in rest. So a solid surface exerting on any object in the normal direction, the force which is exerted by the solid surface in a normal direction is called as normal force. So a book resting on the table is the example for the normal force. Yes, next is tensional force. Tension. So you feel tension. When do you feel tension? When there are exams, how the marks are going to be. So like this you feel tension. So what is meant by tensional force? Tensional force is, we'll discuss that with an example. Suppose take a block of wood. This is tied to the ceiling with the help of a string. Now what will happen? The string may feel some tightness. Yes, why it feel tightness? I have tied with the help of a string and that string, what will happen? Here it is. You have tied it. So if I leave that, what will happen? It is going to fall. So the tightness in the rope or the tightness in the string, the force exerted by the tightness of the rope or the tightness of the string is called as tensional force. See here. So when you stretch a rope like this, what will happen? It is going to fall. So when you stretch a rope or a string, the tightness of the rope or string is called as tensional force. Suppose here a person is pulling the girl. So when he is pulling the girl, he is holding that with the help of the rope. Okay. So that rope, if he leaves, what will happen? That girl will be going back. So that shows that the tightness which is present in the rope, the force which is exerted there. So that kind of force is called as tensional force. Okay. So example, hanging a block of wood to the string. So this is about the tensional force. So now next let us discuss about non-contact forces. What are non-contact forces? Non-contact forces are also called as field forces or force at a distance, or when there is no physical interaction between two objects, then that type of force is called as non-contact force. So the first example is magnetic force. Is the magnetic force non-contact force? How is that? See here, take a magnet and take some iron pins. So when there is no contact between them, that is going to attract. Okay, there will be some small distance existing between those two, isn't it? When the iron nail and the magnet. So here the force will be exerted on the iron nail which is at some distance. Okay, iron nail మీద magnet అనేది force exert చేస్తుంది. అది both are in not contact. అవి రెండు టచ్ అయి ఉండవు, కొంచెం దూరంగా ఉన్నప్పుడే అది ఎగ్జర్ట్ చేసుకుని పుల్ చేసుకుంటుంది. ఎస్, సో దాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఫోర్స్ is called as magnetic force. A force which is exerted by the magnet to pull the magnetic objects or magnetic substances towards itself is called as magnetic force. Okay, the force exerted by the magnet to attract iron nails is called as magnetic force. Not only to attract iron nails, any other magnetic substances. See here what is happening. A magnet is trying to attract the iron nail. If you closely observe there, iron nail is at some distance. So it is going to attract there. So that kind of force is called as magnetic force. Or else do one experiment. Okay, what you'll do that in that experiment is take magnetized needles. Magnetized needles are sewing needles. If you take, okay, take 2 sewing needles. Okay, sewing needles, you magnetize those sewing needles. So what they have, if you have magnetized, there will be 2 poles for the sewing needle. What are those poles? North pole and south pole. Take a small pink color ball and keep it to the sewing needles, and take some white color balls and keep it to the sewing needles on the other side where you have south poles. Now take these 2 magnetized needles with balls and place them in the bowl of water. When you place them in the bowl of water, leave them. Okay, so what will happen there? The like poles will get repelled and the unlike poles will get attracted. Yes or no? How are they getting repelled or how are they getting attracted? Because of the magnetic force which is present in them. What is that magnetic force? When you have magnetized the sewing needle, it will be having some magnetic force. So what they do? What is that? Like poles will get repelled and unlike poles will get attracted. ఒక బౌల్ ఆఫ్ వాటర్లో ఈ మ్యాగ్నెటైజ్డ్ నీడిల్స్ని వేయండి. అవి లైక్ పోల్స్ని రిపెల్ చేస్తాయి లేదా అన్లైక్ పోల్స్ని అట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తాయి. సో ఇఫ్ యూ లీవ్ దెమ్ ఫ్రీలీ, వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్ ఈస్, if 2 north poles are there, then they get repelled. If one is north pole, another one is south pole, then they get attracted. So how are they going to get attracted? Because of the force which is present in them, that is magnetic force. And also one more experiment. Take a sheet of white paper, okay, and when you take a sheet of white paper, place on that a bar magnet. Now sprinkle some iron filling surrounding it. Just gently tap that. If you gently tap that, all the iron nails are going to get attracted towards the bar magnet in a particular direction. Okay, why do they align in a particular direction? Because all of them are in the magnetic field. What is this magnetic field? The space around the magnet where its magnetic force is felt. That means up to some distance, if the magnetic force is felt, that is called as magnetic field. Surrounding the bar magnet is a bar magnet. Surrounding the bar magnet, what will happen is the force will be exerted by the bar magnet. So this is called as magnetic field. And this magnetic field is 3-dimensional. సో మ్యాగ్నెట్ తీసుకోండి, పేపర్ మీద మ్యాగ్నెట్ పెట్టండి, మ్యాగ్నెట్ పెట్టి ఐరన్ ఫిల్లింగ్స్ అనేది స్ప్రింకిల్ చేయండి. ఐరన్ ఫిల్లింగ్స్ స్ప్రింకిల్ చేసినప్పుడు అవి వాటి డైరెక్షన్లో ఉంటాయి, ఒక్కొక్కటి ఒక్కొక్క డైరెక్షన్లో కనబడుతుంది. బట్ జెంట్లీ ట్యాప్ ఇట్. ఇలా జస్ట్ ట్యాప్ చేయండి. ట్యాప్ చేసినప్పుడు అన్ని ఐరన్ ఫిల్లింగ్స్ అనేవి ఒకే డైరెక్షన్లో అలైన్ అయి ఉంటాయి. ఎందుకు అలైన్ అవుతాయి? అక్కడ మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్ అనేది క్రియేట్ అయింది. మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్, వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్? ఆ మ్యాగ్నెట్కి సరౌండింగ్ ఉండే స్పేస్ మొత్తాన్ని మనం మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్ అంటాం. ఎంతవరకు మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్ అంటాం? ఆ ఫోర్స్ అనేది ఎక్కడి వరకు ఎగ్జర్ట్ అవుతుందో అంతవరకు మనం దాన్ని మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్ అంటాం. ఓకే, ద ఫోర్స్ విచ్ ఈస్ ఎగ్జర్టెడ్ బై ద బార్ మ్యాగ్నెట్ సరౌండింగ్ ద బార్ మ్యాగ్నెట్. ఓకే, to how much distance it is exerted, that surrounding field is called as magnetic field. So the magnetic field is three-dimensional. Okay, so got it children, what is meant by magnetic force? So magnetic force is the force which is exerted by the magnet to attract the magnetic substances is called as magnetic force. Next, let us discuss about electrostatic force. So what is meant by electrostatic force? Electrostatic force, what is that? You will be doing an experiment in your classrooms. Okay, take a scale, rub it with the oil which is present on your head and try to attract pieces of papers. So it is going to attract? Yes, it is going to attract. Why is that getting attracted? Enduku attract avutundi? ఒక స్కేల్ తీసుకోండి, మీ తలకి ఇలా రబ్ చేసి చిన్న చిన్న పీసెస్ని అట్రాక్ట్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేయండి, అది అట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకు అట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంది? వై ఈజ్ ఇట్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ అట్రాక్టెడ్? బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫోర్స్ విచ్ ఈస్ present there. So what kind of force is present there? When you rub the body, what will happen is that it is going to get some charged. ఓకే, ఛార్జ్ అనేది క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది దానికి. ఏదైనా బాడీని మనం ఇంకో బాడీతో అగ్నెస్ట్గా రబ్ చేస్తే దానికి ఛార్జ్ అనేది క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, సో హియర్ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ రబ్బింగ్ స్కేల్, దట్ స్కేల్ విల్ బి గెటింగ్ సమ్ ఛార్జ్ దేర్. దట్ ఛార్జ్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ it is going to attract the small pieces of paper. Okay, so what is meant by electrostatic force? The force exerted by a charged body over another charged body is called as electrostatic force. Okay, so here if you observe, a person who is trying to attract with the help of a comb, he is trying to attract the pieces of paper. That we can do with the help of comb also. Comb also you rub against your head and try to attract pieces of papers. When you rub that, it gets charges. Okay, so when it is getting charged, it is going to attract those bodies. So why is it called as static? Electrostatic. Okay, so why is it called as static? It is going to get the charge with the help of the bodies which are not moving there. Okay, so static means rest, which does not have any movement there. So electrostatic force, the force which is given by the charges at rest. Okay, so it is called as electrostatic force. So what is meant by electrostatic force? The force exerted by a charged body over another charged body. It is called as electrostatic force. This you can do with the help of balloon also. Inflate the balloon and rub that balloon with the help of any cloth and try to attract pieces of papers. That will also attracting the pieces of papers because of the electrostatic force. So what is the example here? Comb attracting pieces of papers is the best example for the electrostatic force. So now next let us discuss about the gravitational force. This you all are familiar with this. Why? Because here we have seen a number of experiments. Why the apple falls down from the tree? Why doesn't it go up? This was given by Sir Isaac Newton. The gravitational pull, due to the gravitational pull of the earth's surface, it is going to come down. Okay, so this you have learnt in your lower classes. So now next let us see what is meant by gravitational force. The force exerted by the earth to pull the objects towards itself. The force exerted by the earth's surface. Earth is going to pull, because of the force of the gravity, earth is going to pull all the objects towards itself. It is only between the earth and the other object? No, it is between any two objects present in the universe. There is a force of gravity and it is going to pull towards itself. That means towards earth it is going to pull. So that is called as gravitational force. falling of pen or dropping a stone. Falling of pen. If I leave my pen here, what will happen? It is going to fall down. So why does it fall down? Because the earth which is present there, it is going to pull it towards down. So that shows that a gravitational force which is pulling it towards earth. Okay. Or a boy throwing a ball onto the upwards. When he is throwing a ball upwards, it will also come down because of the gravitational pull of the earth's surface. Okay, children? So got it? What is gravitational force? These are different kinds of forces or different types of forces. So what are those different types of forces? Contact forces and non-contact forces. Contact forces are when there is a physical contact between the objects, that is called as contact force. When there is no physical contact between the objects, interacting objects is very important here. It is called as non-contact force. So we'll continue our session with the next topic, net force and how the force is going to change. Thank you.
Hi kids, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Rasagya Chaitanya. Today we are in grade 8 with our first chapter, that is what is science. Ante Vijnana Shastram ante yemiti. Yes, let us watch about what are the objectives that we are going to cover in this unit. The first objective talks about what is science, why science in our life, science and change, how scientists work, which is said to be as a scientific method, investigate further, using science process skills, reading to learn, writing to communicate, and safety in science. Let us start this session with our first question, that what is science? What is science? Vijnana Shastram ante yemiti? See, it's very amazing to think that the facilities, that are present today when compared to our primitive era. Isn't it? Ante manam pura kalam, okay, some thousands or hundreds of years ago, if we just have a focus, how the technology was and how the technology or the services that are available now. Don't you feel amazing and wonderful? Yes, like, availability of computers, space shuttles, development in the technology of cultivation, food grains, medications, right? All these are nothing but, the results of the new ideas that were implemented by our intelligent human brains, isn't it? So that's why, what is science? Now we can make a clear definition that it is nothing but a continuous human effort done to understand the history of natural world, avuna, and how this natural world works. This is nothing but by observing physical evidences that were made by the scientist. Like, it is also said to be, a process of thinking, where we say it is a human effort, right? For what? To understand the history of natural world that exists with us, right? And we say here that it is also a process of thinking. Don't you think, ante think chestene kada we can have some questions in the mind that why this is existing now, why this was not existing in some years ago, why we have got this technology, why it was missing in some years ago. These all also appears when we have once the thought. So thinking is also very important. It's a process of thinking. So science is a process of thinking, or else it is also said to be as an organized study of knowledge, right, which is actually based on some experimentations. Don't you think so? For example, if your teacher gives you any small, some materials to be done for a lab activity, what first comes in your mind? Okay, these are the items given to me. What that can be done by this, right? So thinking and applying our knowledge to the work done is nothing but comes out in the form of experimentation, and until unless we have an experiment, we cannot come out with a solution. So we say it is an organized study of knowledge which is based on experimentation, right? And can we say it is nothing but tool that is searching for the truths of nature? అంటే నేచర్లో జరుగుతున్న ఈ మార్పులు ఏది ఉందో, ద న్యాచురల్ వరల్డ్లో జరుగుతున్న ఈ చేంజెస్, ఇవి తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఇది ఒక మార్గం అనుకోవచ్చా? లైక్ ఎ టూల్, ఇట్ ఈస్ యాక్టింగ్ లైక్ ఎ టూల్, రైట్? సో వి సే దాట్ యాజ్ ఏ టూల్ యాక్టింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఆర్ యూస్డ్ ఫర్ ఫైండింగ్ ద ట్రూత్స్ ఆఫ్ nature, right? And we can also say beautifully that, you know, we can explore, it's a way to explore the world. Exactly, right? So see, to understand all these, you know, science doesn't have a proper one definition. It's a vast theory, vast technology, so we can make many kinds of definitions and the answers for the question what is science, because experimentations are involved, and these how experimentations are involved and everything, you know, as we said, human efforts, and you know, these observations and experimentations only play a major role to find the change in the science compared to the primitive era and the present era. So here what we find is that, you know, primary and the fundamental step is nothing but questioning. As we said, thinking, questioning is also very important, and we can say it's a primary and the fundamental step in the scientific thinking. So we say questioning is very important in scientific thinking. So see, like questioning, we have some basic questions. Aloచింchandi, konni questions manam ba regular ga, like we get in the mind but we won't discuss, but it has to be discussed. Like, you know, some of them, why the leaves fall down or they get shredded off when they turn into yellow. And some questions, you know, how ants come to know that the sugar is kept in a tin? How can they find the sweet in the tin? Like the third one, you know, why can't we see the stars in the daytime? Like some other questions, you know, why do we get diseases and what are the preventions and causes of the diseases? So we have such kind of more and more questions, and these questions will arise only when you start thinking. Only once we start thinking, and we have to create some questions and questions. So in the coming topic, you are going to see how some kids are going to, you know, make some questions to their own experiments or own lab activities such that they can come out with their answers, right? So before that, see, there are some other examples, like, you know, ecologist. Like consider an example. Who is an ecologist? Nothing but a person, you know, who observes the behavior of living organisms in different habitats. Ecologist is the person who observes the behavior of living organisms, right? Like, you know, that resides in various habitats. And nothing but what is he doing here? He is observing. He is finding out some records to be, you know, stored as an evidence to find how the behavior of organisms are there in different habitats. Like you can take an example of, you know, astrophysicist. What is the work of an astrophysicist? He takes the photographs of stars, right, and arrangement of stars, right? So he is also taking or collecting some evidences. Don't he take a photograph is also nothing but a kind of a record. Photographs are also nothing but he is making some observations or observational evidences. He is making it for the future use. Like take an example of, you know, the climatologist. What is the work of the climatologist? Exactly, he just collects the data from the weather balloons. Yes. So what are all these people are doing here? Nothing but one and only observation. They are undergoing observations of various aspects and various studies, so that until unless we observe something, we cannot pick out the change, or you know, the, as we said, when compared to the previous era or the primitive era, what were the changes in the technology have been arrived cannot be picked out. So all these people are nothing but they're undergoing observations, and they're making some reports to find out the patterns in the natural world or in the natural phenomena, right? So we say observations are done to find out patterns where in natural world or natural phenomena, right? So these are nothing but observations or observational science. Can we say this? Observational science, because the science that is dealing, these people are dealing only with the observations and they're making some records. Do you think observational science is the only one way that will make us to find out the reasons for the change? No, there is the other part, we say it as experimental science. Experimental science, nothing but the observations that were done by a practical experimentations. For example, take a chemist. This chemist, what does he do? He finds the rate of chemical reaction at different temperatures, right? So their work is to find the rate of a chemical reaction at different temperatures. Take an example of a nuclear physicist. What does he do? Exactly, the nuclear physicist, he observes the angular momentum of particle that is in a circular path. So second one, let's mention as nuclear physicist. His work is to find the angular momentum of a particle where maybe in a circular path. Yeah, and take the biologist. What is the work of the biologist? Exactly, they may be recording some observations or finding how a particular tissue is showing its reaction to various stimulants or to various chemicals that are given to the tissue. So we can say biologists, their work is for, like, we are taking some examples now. Don't fix to these statements. We are just taking some examples of experimentational sciences. As we have seen the observational sciences, we are taking some examples here. So the nuclear physicist may also have some various other finding the angle of reflection, refraction, or maybe the chemist, maybe he is finding a rate of some other chemical compound, or finding the IUPAC name of some other chemical. Not only the one which we were discussing here, but some other things are also comes under that branch of science, right? So as we said, biologists, maybe they are finding the reactions of a particular tissue. Particular tissue to which? To various stimulants. To various stimulants. Right. So don't you think that these are all the different changes, or we can say different experiments that were being done by these all people? Hence, these are all the experimental science. Weekly manam experimental science antam, because వీళ్ళందరూ ఏం చేస్తున్నారు? They're doing some experiments to find the answers for the various questions. That's why we say here that there are more phenomena that are present in the nature where we get lot of doubts in our mind. కొన్ని చాలా questions ఉన్నాయి మన mind లో. Or there are many such phenomena that are taking place in the nature. చాలా రకాల ఒక phenomena, కొన్ని strategies జరుగుతున్నాయి science లో. దాని మీద మనకి చాలా రకాల doubts, చాలా questions వస్తున్నాయి. So these are nothing but such some of the phenomena that we are discussing. Understand, in that we have two categories. One are observational sciences and the second one is the experimental sciences. So these are nothing but finding the answers for the questions through experiment. So we say them as experimental science. Understand? So the answers for the questions that are existing in the various phenomena are known by either observation of that particular concept of the theory, or by conducting an experimentation on that theory or concept. Right? See, some other people will also have their study in how diseases are occurred. And what is the cause for the disease? అవునా, అసలు రోగాలు ఎలా వస్తున్నాయి? అలాగే కొంతమంది ఏం అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తారు, ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ చేస్తారు దేని మీద? వచ్చిన డిసీజ్ ని ఎలా ప్రివెంట్ చేయాలి? How to prevent? What is the cure for such disease? Now all these are nothing but done by the scientists or the people who deal with the science, study of science. That's why we have mentioned that it is an organized study of knowledge which is based on experimentations, understand, and also observations. So science is a word that comes from a Latin word called as scientia. It comes from a Latin word called scientia, which is actually means to be as knowledge. Which is the meaning of knowledge. And can you say that it is a study of a knowledge? And as we said previously, organized study of knowledge. Yes, and it is having some, strategies which deals with the observation and experimentations through knowledge. It is nothing but strategies that are applied to find the answers through observations and experimentations with knowledge. So can we say that this is nothing but helping us to prove the old ideas as wrong and implement the new ideas? Yes, exactly. So old ideas are being proved wrong and they are helpful in implementing the new ideas which were still in research. So we cannot say science is completely developed nowadays. Still there are more and more developments are being done to find these answers. So these are some of the basic aspect that comes under what is science. Astra Vignana Sastram ante enti ante cheppukodaniki okati rendu kaadu. There are many examples, right, that gets created in the mind. As earth scientists, what do? They read, they study the movement of the earth, the climatic changes of the earth, the arrangement of planets. Avuna vallu chesedi ade kada. And then geologist, take a geologist who studies about the distribution of fossils and also minerals that are spread in the earth's crust. So every people, all these people, what are they doing? They're nothing but they are working hard or measuring or doing observations or recordings in order to prove that science is nothing but can be explained in a broader sense. Inka దీన్ని ఇంకా క్లియర్గా విడమర్చి క్లియర్గా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడానికి ఒక దారి వెతుకుతున్నారు. దట్ ఈస్ సైన్స్. So all these people, those who were discussed here, now every branch, ecologist, the climatologist, the astrophysicist, the nuclear physicist, biologist, వీళ్ళందరూ చేసేది only one thing, finding the reason for a better, broader sense of science by observing and by experimenting. So until unless we experiment or start creating the questions, మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం ముందే, primary and the fundamental step in the scientific thinking is questioning. So start questioning, start thinking such that create more questions and find the answers for them as early as possible. The next one we're talking is about why science. Why science? Vignana Sastram enduku? Now it has two basic components. One we can say it to be as an individual perspection and the other one we can say is as the social perspection. If you talk individually, there were many separate reasons, but when you talk about the study of any particular a concept or a theory under a branch of science, then the social perspective changes. So why science? Exactly. See, why do these people are conducting experiments? What are they doing actually? Now, in most of the above cases, as we discussed just now, the ecologist, the astrophysicist, the climatologist, and the chemist, biologist, nuclear physicist, these all people are nothing but they're finding information, isn't it? So in individual perspection, what were they doing? They're finding information for what? For new ideas, or maybe to disprove the old ideas, isn't it? So we can say they're finding new ideas, or we can say to disprove the old ideas. Understand? So these are the one of the important individual perspection when you take what is their main goal in doing such experiments. And scientists are famous in discovering new things, isn't it? So that tells us about the change how we think about the nature. Yes or no? So in general, if we say scientists, they have a great joy in revealing the facts or some of the facts which were unexplained in the primitive era or in the olden days. So they enjoy their work by experimentation and observation. This is the individual perspective nature. Now if we talk about the social perspective, we can say అంటే జనరల్గా ఇండివిజువల్గా మాట్లాడుకుంటే that is what the work they are doing so. But coming for the social perspection, see the individual perspective of science and the relationship with the society it wonders us that why the society and nation are paying these individuals to do experiments in science. Exactly. And what made the people, the scientists in the social perspectively, if we talk about, they are devoting on their work with great development of knowledge and new implementations of applications and technology. What made them to devote so much? Because there are two main reasons. The first realm of the answers or the reasons lies that this is done nothing on a desire. It develops a desire to change or to bring change in the life form. So first reason we can say change in the life form. Okay, and the second reason we can say, one of the other reason that why this devotion to the work is going on, very important, nothing but the society's desire for economic development. Economical ga develop avvadaniki kuda oka karaname. To develop life of the people, to bring more new changes and implement more technology in their life. And second one is about the economic development, and we all know that it's became an economic competition nowadays in the society, taking science as one of the investment. Science ni oka investment la teeskoni economic future ni develop cheyadaniki idoka competition kinda tayarayindi. Like for example, if we talk about some of the earth scientists, what are they doing? Their work is to find, they devote on finding out how the movement of the earth take place, study of how these earthquake, landslides, volcanic eruptions, all these are coming through. Even, climatic and weather changes. Take a plant scientist, or we can say the person who deals the study of plants, right? Nothing but botany, the botanist. What do? He finds or he devotes his finding in finding out, high percentage of yield creating crops. The crops which can give a high yield and develop the economy either nutritionally or economically. అంటే ఏ మొక్కలకైతే ఎక్కువ ఈల్డ్ వస్తుంది, పర్సంటేజ్ ఈల్డ్ పర్సంటేజ్ ఎక్కువ ఉండొచ్చు కల్టివేషన్ చేస్తే, న్యూట్రిషనల్గా అలాగే ఎకనామికల్గా మనకి ప్లస్ పాయింట్ అయ్యేటట్టు. సో ఈవెన్ టేక్ అ కెమిస్ట్, వాట్ డస్ హీ డూ? He becomes very busy in finding out new chemical substances, implementing either technology or either by applications. These are all done by these people again, where the society pays them, nation pays them, because to bring out an economic competition. Because the science is the main mediator, it became an investment. Adoka investment kin tayarayindi science, where there are no development of technologies year by year, day by day, minute by minute. And these are the main reasons of the individual perspective and the social perspective of the science. That's why we have a question, why science? It became an investment for the economic future. It became a competitive world now. Right? So in this competitive world, science plays a major role in developing its economy of a particular nation, and hence this kind of competition will be going on continuously until unless this competition exists in this world. So as we discussed here, various people like earth scientists, plant scientists, and we also know that earth scientists, they also devote their work in finding out, some of the natural resources like, petroleum, ore and diesel, etc. All these are nothing but natural resources also became a competition in the nation or in the world or within the nation, right? And if you take a physicist, if he devotes his findings in finding the new substances and also for superconductivity, which spurs conductivity as an economical resource, right? So these are all nothing but the people who are finally having an aim, either the first reason to find the new life form and show a development in the life form, or the second reason nothing but to show the economic development and the desire to have an economic development or economic competitions through various aspects, like various groups of science. Either he may be an earth scientist, a geologist, a plant scientist, a botanist, an animal scientist, nothing but a zoologist, or a chemist, biologist, physicist, anyone. So this competition goes on, and this economic development, nothing but also one of the biggest reason where science is playing a role of investment. Hence, basing upon this science and investment, we have the next concept talking about how the science and change correlates to each other. Take care of yourself, go through the content once again in the textbook and also in the video. Create more and more questions and start thinking about each and every aspect that we do at home, so that as we discussed kids, questioning and thinking, scientific thinking are very important role which talks about what is science, because it is an organized study of knowledge and hence it is a systematic study of knowledge and application. So take care and see you in the next session with science and change.
Hello children, this is Ajay and welcome to Lucid Study. Today we are going to learn about a very interesting topic regarding the maps. And in the earlier classes we have learned about lots of things regarding the maps, but in this class also we are going to learn about the map, but in a very detailed manner. So welcome to the chapter Reading and Analysis of Maps. So this chapter is from class 8 and chapter 1. So let us discuss about this map in very detailed manner in today's class. Okay, so let us discuss about some of the objects regarding these maps. So see here, in this chapter we are going to learn about the difference between the image and the map. Okay, and also uses, there will be lots of uses of maps. In earlier classes only we have learned that. So in this chapter also we are going to learn about the extra uses of the maps. That means ఇంకా ఏవైనా ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఏవైనా యూజెస్ ఉంటాయో వాటి గురించి ఈరోజు తెలుసుకోబోతున్నాం. అండ్ ఆల్సో అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ మ్యాప్స్ డౌన్ ది ఏజెస్. దట్ మీన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ వెన్ ఆన్వర్డ్స్ ద మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ వాజ్ స్టార్టెడ్. సో రిగార్డింగ్ దట్ ఆల్సో వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు లెర్న్ టుడే. అండ్ ఆల్సో ద మోడల్ ఆఫ్ ద వరల్డ్ అకార్డింగ్ టు ద బైబిల్. అండ్ ఆల్సో మ్యాప్ బై ద Ptolemy, the great historian and the geographer. And also the world map by the Gerardus Mercator. He is also known as father of cartography. And also along with that we are going to learn about the projection in a map and also the uses of maps in our times. That means what are the uses of the maps in modern days and modern times, that we are going to learn in this chapter. So about all these things we are going to learn today, and also along with that some of the other important topics also there. So about all these topics we are going to learn in this chapter. So let us get into the chapter now. Okay. The first thing is difference between the image and the map. Here you can see it is a photograph taken from the sky, and this is a kind of map, a kind of physical map. So what will be the difference between these two things? So first of all, just take a look of here. Here you can see lots of real things. For example, the real roads, the real water, the real buildings, real houses. Okay, all these kind of real features directly we can see. But what about the map here? So if you can see, you are not able to see all these houses and all the factories and all the roads, but you can see here the physical features like mountains, plateaus, plains, oceans and the seas. So that means we can see the important things on the map, but we can see the real features on the image. That means what is the basic difference between the map and the image? Means the image will show the real features, the map will show the important features which are very useful in our day-to-day life. So that means clearly we are getting a point here, there will be lots of uses with maps rather than the images. That's why lot of people started making different kinds of maps for different uses. So let us discuss about some of the uses of the maps. Right? So let us discuss here. So uses of maps. Actually there will be lots of uses of the maps. Different maps will show different information, and because of the different things and different information we will be having lots of uses. So let us discuss about some of the uses from the maps. As you can see here, the distribution of rainfall. That means ఏ ఏరియాల్లో ఎంతెంత వర్షపాతం పడుతుంది అని చెప్పేసి మనం తెలుసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. దట్ మీన్స్ అది రెయిన్ఫాల్ రీజన్ కాదా, హాట్ రీజనా, వెట్ రీజనా, కూల్ రీజన్ అని చెప్పేసి మనం క్లియర్గా మ్యాప్స్ ద్వారా తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ రెయిన్ఫాల్, ఏ ఏరియాలో ఎంతెంత వర్షపాతం పడుతుంది అని చెప్పేసి. అండ్ ఆల్సో రిగార్డింగ్ ద సాయిల్ టైప్స్, వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సాయిల్స్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్ ఇన్ డిఫరెంట్ ప్లేసెస్ దట్ వీ కెన్ నో క్లియర్లీ. అది ఫర్టైల్ ల్యాండ్, నాన్ ఫర్టైల్ ల్యాండ్ కాదా, ప్లాట్యూ ఏరియానా, ప్లెయిన్ ఏరియానా, ఏ టైప్ ఆఫ్ సాయిల్స్ అనేవి అక్కడ అవైలబుల్ అవుతాయి, బ్లాక్ సాయిల్సా, అల్యూవియల్ సాయిల్సా. సో ఆల్ దీస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ వీ కెన్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది మ్యాప్స్, సాయిల్ టైప్స్, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ ది పాపులేషన్. సో వీ కెన్ క్లియర్లీ నో the population of a particular district, a particular state, a particular country, a particular continents also we can learn from the maps. Ante enante, for example, the population of India will be more than 130 crores. That we can get from the maps. The population of China will be more than 170 crores, 150 to 170 crores కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉంది. దాన్ని కూడా మనం తెలుసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. దట్ మీన్స్ నెంబర్ పాపులేషన్ అంటే ఏ కంట్రీలో ఏ స్టేట్లో ఎంతెంత పాపులేషన్ ఉన్నారని చెప్పేసి క్లియర్గా వీ కెన్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది మ్యాప్స్. అండ్ ఆల్సో అబౌట్ ద డెన్సిటీ ఆఫ్ ది పాపులేషన్ ఆల్సో వీ కెన్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది మ్యాప్స్. దట్ మీన్స్ there will be lots of uses. So along with that we can know the crops. What will be the meaning here means which area is suitable for which crops. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఏ ఏరియాల్లో ఏ రకమైన పంటను వేయచ్చు, అదే రకంగా ఏ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఏ రకమైన పంటలు పండుతాయి అని చెప్పేసి క్లియర్గా వీ కెన్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద మ్యాప్. డిఫరెంట్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ క్రాప్స్ cultivated in different areas that we can know from the maps. So along with that there will be lots of uses. Just take a look of your transport, availability of transport or different kinds of transport available in different areas we can get from the maps. అంటే కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో మెట్రో అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది, కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో ఆర్టీసీ బస్ అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది, కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో క్యాబ్స్, కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో రైల్వేస్, కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో ఫ్లైట్స్, కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో వాటర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, ఇలా డిఫరెంట్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్స్ అనేవి అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉంటాయి డిఫరెంట్ ఏరియాస్లో. సో ఆ రకమైన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అంతా కూడా మనము వీ కెన్ గెట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది మ్యాప్స్. ఓకే, టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ అవైలబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెంట్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్. అండ్ ఆల్సో అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ స్కూల్స్ అండ్ బిల్డింగ్స్. సో ఏ ప్రాంతాల్లో స్కూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏ ప్రాంతాల్లో రకరకాల బిల్డింగ్స్, ఇండస్ట్రీస్, ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయో, ఎక్కడైతే ఉన్నాయని చెప్పేసి మనము మ్యాప్స్ ద్వారా క్లియర్గా తెలుసుకోవచ్చు అన్నమాట. అంటే ఏ ఏరియాలో ఉంది, ఏ రోడ్లో ఉంది ఫ్యాక్టరీ అనేది, ఏ ఏరియాలో స్కూల్ ఉంది, ఏ ఏరియాలో మార్కెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏ ఏరియాలో బస్ స్టాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏ ఏరియాస్లో పోస్ట్ ఆఫీసెస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇలాంటి యూస్ఫుల్ థింగ్స్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో కూడా మనం మ్యాప్ ద్వారా తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ ఆల్సో అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ స్పోకెన్ బై ద పీపుల్. దట్ మీన్స్ బిఫోర్ ఐ హ్యావ్ షోన్ యూ ద ఫోటోగ్రాఫ్ టేకెన్ ఫ్రమ్ ది స్కై, వీ కెనాట్ గెట్, అంటే మనకి ఆ ఏరియా ఏం ఏరియా అనేది మనకి క్లియర్ తెలియదు. అండ్ ఆల్సో ఆ ఏరియాలో ఏ రకమైన పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళు ఏ రిలీజన్ ఫాలో అవుతున్నారు, అదే రకంగా వాళ్ళు ఏ లాంగ్వేజ్ మాట్లాడుతున్నారని చెప్పేసి మనకు తెలియదు. బట్ బై అబ్జర్వింగ్ ద మ్యాప్ వీ కెన్ గెట్ వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ దే ఆర్ యూజింగ్ in that area, what kind of religion they are following. All these kind of important information we can get from the map. That means got very good clarity that there will be lots of uses are there by the maps in our day-to-day life, right? So let us discuss about the maps down ages. Why? Because you already learned that there will be lots of uses with this maps. That's why people started making maps, but not today or yesterday or last year. It was started lots of years ago. Can you guess when it was started actually? It was started almost 4,000 years ago. 4,000 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం స్టార్ట్ అయింది అనమాట. ఓకేనా? సో ఫ్రమ్ దట్ టైమ్ ఆన్వర్డ్స్ పీపుల్ స్టార్టెడ్ మేకింగ్ ద మ్యాప్స్. సో హౌ దే మేడ్ ద మ్యాప్స్ ఇన్ దోస్ olden days? So that we are going to learn today. So let us welcome to the topic maps down the age. So let us discuss now how and when they have started the map making in the history times. Okay, so let us discuss about them. Maps down the ages. Actually I clearly told you that the map making was started almost 4,000 years ago. For example, just look at here, 4,000 years ago it was all started by the Sumerians. Sumerians means the present day Iraq. Okay, so these are the first persons who made the map almost 4,000 years ago. But at that time there will be no paper and no other material. That's why they have chosen the clay. They have chosen the clay as the object to make the map. Okay, so first of all they made the maps on the clay tablet, and that looks like this. Okay, so but why they have made the maps? Why they made the maps? What is the purpose of map making? Actually, these Sumerians having lots of temples. There will be lots of temples, and for these temples there will be lots of lands also. For example, you may observe lots of times there will be lots of donations to the temples from the business people, from the normal people, from the government side. సో ఇలాగ మనకి గుడులకి టెంపుల్స్కి ఏంటంటే చాలా చాలా భూములు ఉంటాయన్నమాట. అంటే ఏంటి, ప్రజలు వేసే కానుకల ద్వారా కానీ, గవర్నమెంట్ ఇచ్చే కానుకల ద్వారా కానీ, లేదా పెద్ద పెద్ద వ్యాపారవేత్తలు ఇచ్చే కానుకల ద్వారా కానీ, దెర్ విల్ బి లాట్స్ ఆఫ్ ల్యాండ్స్ విల్ బి దేర్ ఫర్ ది టెంపుల్స్. In Iraq area also there will be lots of lands for these temples, and there will be lots of income from these lands also. So that's why what the Sumerians thought, that means they have to maintain a record regarding the temples land areas and also income they are getting from these lands. సో ఒక రికార్డ్ మెయింటైన్ చేయడం అంటే ఏంటి, ఎంత ఏ టెంపుల్కి ఎంత భూమి ఉంది, ఆ భూముల నుంచి ఎంతవరకు మనకి ఆదాయం వస్తుంది లేదా ఇన్కమ్ వస్తుందని చెప్పేసి ఒక రికార్డ్ మెయింటైన్ చేయడం కోసం ఏం చేశారంటే దే హ్యావ్ చూసన్ ద మెథడ్ విచ్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ది మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ అండ్ ఆన్ ది క్లే ట్యాబ్లెట్. సో ఈ రకంగా ప్రతి గుడికి ఉన్న ప్రతి టెంపుల్కి ఉన్న ల్యాండ్ ఏరియాస్ని ఈ రకంగా మ్యాప్ లాగా తయారు చేసి వాళ్ళు భద్రపరిచేవారు అనమాట. సో దాని ద్వారా ఏమవుతుంది, ఎంత ల్యాండ్ ఉన్నది, ఆ ల్యాండ్కి ఎంత ఇన్కమ్ వస్తుందని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళకి చాలా క్లియర్గా తెలుస్తుంది అనమాట. సో టు మేక్ ఇట్ very easy, they have chosen the method nothing but the map making. So this is the main purpose for map making by the Sumerians almost 4000 years ago. You just guess that 4000 years ago ante there will be no technology, there will be no awareness. అంటే చుట్టుపక్కల ప్రాంతాల గురించి కానీ మనకేం తెలియదు. there will be no technology, so there will be no modern education, there will be no modern transport. సో ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీ ఫెసిలిటీస్ అన్నీ కూడా అవైలబిలిటీ లేని 4000 years బ్యాక్ పీరియడ్లో దే మేడ్ ద మ్యాప్. దట్ మీన్స్ క్లియర్లీ వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ పాయింట్, దే ఆర్ వెరీ క్లెవర్ అండ్ ఇంటెలిజెంట్. సో 4000 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం వాళ్ళు తయారు చేశారంటే క్లియర్గా మనకు అర్థమైపోతుంది దే ఆర్ వెరీ ఇంటెలిజెంట్ అని చెప్పేసి. సో ఆఫ్టర్ దాట్ సమ్ అదర్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో స్టార్టెడ్ మేకింగ్ మ్యాప్స్. సో దోస్ ఆర్ నథింగ్ బట్ ది బ్యాబిలోనియన్స్. సో బ్యాబిలోనియన్స్ అనేవాళ్ళు సుమేరియన్ల తర్వాత మ్యాప్ తయారు చేశారు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 2600 years ago. Like Sumerians, they also made the maps on the clay tablet only because of the unavailability of the paper or any other material. That's why they have chosen the map, clay tablet, to make the map. Okay, so you can see this is one of the bit of the Babylonian map which was made almost 2600 years ago. And you know that the Babylonia is also a part of present day Iraq. ఓకే, ప్రజెంట్ డే ఇరాక్ ఒక ప్రాంతం ఉన్నాడు బాబిలోనియా అనేది, అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అ వెరీ వెల్ సివిలైజ్డ్ సొసైటీ యాక్చువల్లీ. సో హియర్ యూ కెన్ సీ దిస్ ఈస్ ద బాబిలోనియన్ మ్యాప్ విచ్ వాజ్ మేడ్ 2600 years ago. దట్ మీన్స్ BC 6th century or something. Okay, so they made the map very differently. So for example, you have learned not only that Sumerians made the maps to maintain the record of temples, lands and income, but these people, the Babylonians, made the map to know about the places near to them. అంటే వాళ్ళ చుట్టుపక్కల ఏ ప్రాంతాలు ఉన్నాయి, అవి ఎలా ఉంటాయి, ఎక్కడ ఉంటాయి, ఇంకా ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయన్నమాట, అవన్నీ తెలుసుకోవడం కోసం వాళ్ళకి చాలా ఆసక్తి ఉండేదన్నమాట. సో ఆ రకంగా తెలుసుకోవడానికి వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారు, ట్రావెల్ చేసి ఈ మ్యాప్ని తయారు చేశారు అనమాట. ఓకేనా? సో బట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ థింగ్ దే మేడ్ హియర్ మీన్స్ దే రిప్రజెంటెడ్ దేర్ ఏరియా ఇన్ ద మిడిల్ ఆఫ్ ద మ్యాప్. సో హియర్ యూ కెన్ సీ ద Babylonian city will be in the center of the map, and also here you can see there will be two circles. One is the inner circle and one is the outer circle. So what they have shown in the inner circle means they have shown their city Babylonia in the middle of the map, and also in the inner circle there will be lots of mountains, cities and other important cities నియర్ టు ద బాబిలోనియా. అంటే బాబిలోనియా చుట్టూ ఉన్న మిగతా నగరాలని, అదే రకంగా చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న మౌంటైన్స్ని, అదే రకంగా సిటీస్ని, సమ్ వాట్ ఆఫ్ రివర్స్, ఆల్ దీస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ స్టఫ్ వాజ్ రిప్రజెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఇన్నర్ సర్కిల్. సో వాట్ దే హ్యావ్ థాట్ మీన్స్ ద ఎర్త్ ఈజ్ అ రౌండ్ డిస్క్. అంటే ఒక రౌండ్ డిస్క్ లాగా ఇలా ఉంటుందని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళు భావించారు అనమాట. స్పెరికల్గా కాదు, రౌండ్ డిస్క్ లాగా, ఒక సీడీ ఉంటుంది చూడండి మనకి, ఆ రకంగా ఉంటుందని భావించారు అనమాట. ఓకే, అండ్ దట్ రౌండ్ డిస్క్ వాజ్ కంప్లీట్లీ సరౌండెడ్ బై ది వాటర్ విచ్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అ బిట్టర్ రివర్. బిట్టర్ రివర్ అంటే ఏంటి? సాల్ట్ వాటర్ అనమాట. సాల్ట్ వాటర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ది ఓషన్. సో వాళ్ళు ఏమనుకున్నారంటే ఇదంతా కూడా ప్రతి ఒక్క ఏరియా కూడా సాల్ట్ వాటర్తో అంటే ఓషన్తో సరౌండింగ్ అయింది. ఇన్నర్ సర్కిల్స్లో మనకి సిటీస్, విలేజెస్, మౌంటైన్స్, ప్లాంట్స్ అవన్నీ కూడా ఉన్నాయని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళు ఈ రకంగా తయారు చేశారు. అదే రకంగా వాట్ దే హ్యావ్ డన్ వన్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ మీన్స్ ఐలాండ్స్. సో హియర్ యూ కెన్ సీ దీస్ ట్రయాంగులర్ పార్ట్స్ ఆర్ నథింగ్ బట్ ది ఐలాండ్స్. సో టోటలీ దే హ్యావ్ బిలీవ్డ్ దట్ దే విల్ బి 7 ఐలాండ్స్. అంటే ఎర్త్ అనేది ఒక రౌండ్ డిస్క్లా ఉంటుంది. ఆ రౌండ్ డిస్క్లో ఇన్నర్ సర్కిల్లో మన సిటీస్, బాబిలోన్ సిటీ, ఇంపార్టెంట్ సిటీస్, మౌంటైన్స్, ప్లాంట్స్, ప్లెయిన్స్, విలేజెస్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉంటాయి. ఆ ఇన్నర్ సర్కిల్ చుట్టుపక్కల కూడా మనకి ఒక బిట్టర్ రివర్ ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద సాల్ట్ వాటర్ రివర్ విచ్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో నోన్ యాజ్ ది ఓషన్. అండ్ ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ దెర్ విల్ బి 7 ఐలాండ్స్. ఆ 7 ఐలాండ్స్ అనేవి ట్రయాంగులర్ పార్ట్లో ఉంటాయని చెప్పేసి దే హ్యావ్ బిలీవ్డ్ దట్. బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్ ఇమాజినేషన్ దే మేడ్ దీస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ద బాబిలోనియన్ మ్యాప్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ 2000 years ago. So how they did all these things means they have roamed a lots of areas which are near to them. అంటే వాళ్ళ చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్క ఏరియాని వాళ్ళు తిరిగి తెలుసుకొని వాళ్ళకి తెలిసిన విషయాన్ని, ఓకేనా, వాళ్ళకి ఇమాజిన్ చేసిన విషయాన్ని అన్నీ కూడా మ్యాప్లో ఈ రకంగా రిప్రజెంట్ చేశారు. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద ఎర్లియస్ట్ మ్యాప్స్ విచ్ వీ హ్యావ్. సో సుమేరియన్స్ మ్యాప్స్, అదే రకంగా బాబిలోనియన్స్ మ్యాప్స్. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ ఆఫ్ మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్. Along with the Sumerians and the Babylonians, there are some other people who made the maps. So those are nothing but the Greek. Most of the maps after the Sumerians and after the Babylonians prepared by the Europeans. In that first thing is nothing but the Greeks. World after Hecadius. Hecadius ఆధారంగా గీసిన ప్రపంచ పటం అన్నమాట. So like the Babylonians, the Anaximander, Hecadius and also Herodotus. So these people are especially the Greeks who belongs to Europeans, who belong to Europe continent. So these Greeks are very very fond of map making. వాళ్ళకి చాలా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనమాట మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ తయారు చేయాలంటే, ఓకేనా, మ్యాప్లు తయారు చేయాలని చెప్పేసి, ఓకేనా. అందులో ఈ ఎనాక్సిమాండర్ అనే అతను, హెకాయిడస్ అనే అతను, అదే రకంగా హెరోడోటస్ అనే అతను who are very famous, ఓకేనా. లైక్ బాబిలోనియన్స్, దే ఆల్సో బిలీవ్డ్ ది ఎర్త్ ఈజ్ ఎ రౌండ్ ఫ్లాట్ డిస్క్. ఒక రౌండ్ డిస్క్ లాగా ఉండేదని చెప్పేది అనుకున్నారు. అండ్ వరల్డ్ ఈస్ కంప్లీట్లీ సరౌండెడ్ బై ది ఓషన్. అంటే ప్రపంచానికి నలువైపులా సముద్రం అనేది ఉంటుంది, మిడిల్లో వరల్డ్ ఉంటుంది. అండ్ ఆల్సో దే హ్యావ్ బిలీవ్డ్ దట్ దేర్ ఓన్ ప్లేస్ ఇన్ ద మిడిల్ ఆఫ్ ది మ్యాప్. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద సిమిలర్ థింగ్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మ్యాప్ మేకర్ డిడ్ ఆఫ్టర్ ది బాబిలోనియన్స్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ దే హ్యావ్ ప్లేస్డ్ దేర్ ఓన్ ప్లేస్ ఇన్ ద మిడిల్ ఆఫ్ ద మ్యాప్. అంటే ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళ ఓన్ ఏరియాని వాళ్ళు మ్యాప్ మిడిల్లో పెట్టడం జరిగిందంట. వై? బికాస్ దే నో వెరీ వెల్ అబౌట్ దేర్ ఓన్ ప్లేస్. ఒక గ్రీక్ అయితే గ్రీక్ గురించి బాగా తెలుస్తుంది, ఒక రోమన్ అయితే ఒక రోమ్ గురించి బాగా తెలుస్తుంది, ఒక బాబిలోనియన్ అయితే ఆ బాబిలోనియన్ గురించి బాగా తెలుస్తుంది వాళ్ళు. కాబట్టి దే హ్యావ్ ప్లేస్డ్ దేర్ ఓన్ ప్లేస్ ఇన్ ద సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ది మ్యాప్. అండ్ ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఈస్ట్ టు వెస్ట్, నార్త్ టు సౌత్కి వాళ్ళు మ్యాప్ని ప్రిపేర్ చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళారన్నమాట. ఎనాక్సిమాండర్ కానీ, హెరోడోటస్ కానీ, హెకాయిడస్ కానీ. ఓకే, సో హౌ దీస్ మ్యాప్స్ ఆర్ ప్రిపేర్డ్ మీన్స్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ది సైంటిస్ట్స్ in those times and also with the help of the sailors. Sailors ఏం చేసేవాళ్ళంటే ఒక ప్లేస్ నుంచి ఒక ప్లేస్కి ట్రావెల్ చేస్తూ ఉండేవాళ్ళు అనమాట. సో వెనెవర్ దే ట్రావెల్ టు డిఫరెంట్ ప్లేసెస్ దే హ్యావ్ గ్యాదర్డ్ సమ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. సో ఏం చేసేవాడు, ఆ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్స్ అన్నింటిని కూడా ఈ మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ వాళ్ళు చెప్పేవాళ్ళు అనమాట. వాళ్ళ ఇమాజినేషన్స్తో, వాళ్ళు తెలిసిన నాలెడ్జ్తో, అదే రకంగా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ గివెన్ బై ద sailors. విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ వాస్ హ్యాపెన్. సో ఈ రకంగా మ్యాప్స్ అనేవి తయారు చేస్తూ ఉండేవాళ్ళు అనమాట, ఓకేనా. సో వన్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ హ్యావ్ టు mention here means nothing but the Alexander. So almost 2300 years back, 2300 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం ఆల్మోస్ట్ అతను he want to conquer the world. గ్రీక్స్ కి మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఎందుకంటే to grab the wealth all over the world and also they want to conquer all over the world. అంటే ప్రపంచం మొత్తాన్ని జయించాలనే ఒక కోరిక అనేది చాలా ఎక్కువగా బలంగా ఉండేది అనమాట వాళ్ళకి. అలాంటి వాళ్ళు చాలా గొప్పవాడు ఎవరంటే అలెగ్జాండర్ ది గ్రేట్. ప్రపంచ రాజుల్లో మనం చెప్పుకుంటే కనుక ఫస్ట్ వచ్చే నేమ్ ఎవరిది అంటే అలెగ్జాండర్. వై? బికాస్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఈ కాంకర్డ్ ది వరల్డ్. అప్పుడుకున్న వరల్డ్లో ఆల్మోస్ట్ అతను యూరోప్ నుంచి ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇండియా వరకు వచ్చాడు. అప్పుడు కూడా సోల్జర్స్ అలసిపోవడం వల్ల కానీ అగైన్ హీ వాంట్ టు డూ వార్ ఓన్లీ. దట్ మచ్ ఆఫ్ డిటర్మినేషన్ పర్సన్. సో గ్రీకులకి అంత డిటర్మినేషన్ ఉంటుందన్నమాట. సో అదేవిధంగా వాళ్ళు వార్స్ని జయించారు, అదే రకంగా మ్యాప్స్ని కూడా వాళ్ళు మేక్ చేశారనమాట. ఓకేనా. సో అలాంటి రాజుల్లో గ్రీక్ కింగ్స్లో ఎంత గొప్పవాడైన అలెగ్జాండర్ అంత గొప్పవాడు. అదే రకం మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్లో మనకి సో నవ్ ఓన్లీ వీ హ్యావ్ లెర్న్ దట్ గ్రీక్స్ ఆర్ వెరీ వెరీ డిటర్మైన్డ్ పర్సన్స్. రాజుల్లో అలెగ్జాండర్ మనం తీసుకున్నాం మన కింగ్స్లో. ఒకవేళ మ్యాప్ మేకింగ్లో తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి Ptolemy is a famous geographer and famous scientist and famous map maker from the European side. Okay, so almost 2000 years back only, 2000 years back only, he just prepared maps. Up to that time, Sumerians gaani, Babylonians gaani, Greeks gaani, Romans gaani, each and every person who are making the maps are followed some procedure to make the maps. అంటే ఏంటి, వాళ్ళ ప్లేస్ని మిడిల్లో పెట్టడం, మిగతా ప్లేసెస్ని ఈస్ట్ టు వెస్ట్, నార్త్ టు సౌత్కి పెట్టడం కానీ, అదే రకంగా దే హ్యావ్ గ్యాదర్ ద ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద sailors, దే హ్యావ్ గ్యాదర్ ద ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ scientists in those times, and with the help of that knowledge they have prepared the maps. But Ptolemy used a different procedure. He used longitudes and latitudes. System, that means grid kind of system he used to make a map. So almost like 500-600 years varaku we don't know about the latitudes and longitudes, but almost 2000 years back only he just did that latitudes and longitudes and grid kind of system to make a map, which is a very very interesting and intelligent thing, which is a very fabulous thing, right? So nobody aware of even the shape of earth also. At that time only he just used the latitudes and longitudes to make a map. So but to draw these latitudes and longitudes, it is not a small thing, which is not a simple thing, it is a very very complex and tough thing. So ఏ రకంగా వాళ్ళు latitudes and longitudes గీసారంటే, they have followed the sun to draw the longitudes and the latitudes. వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే మధ్యాహ్నం నూన్ టైం, మనకి ఎక్కడ అవుతుంది, మనకి నూన్ టైంలో మనకి సన్ విల్ బి ఓవర్ అవర్ హెడ్. సో అలాగా నూన్ టైం అనేది ఏ ప్లేస్లో ఒకే టైంలో అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏ ప్లేస్లో ఒక టైంలో అవుతుంది, బి ప్లేస్లో, సి ప్లేస్లో, బట్ డిఈఎఫ్ అనేవి వేరే ప్లేస్ అనమాట. అంటే ఏబిసి ప్లేసెస్లో ఒకే టైంలో నూన్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు, అలా ఒకే ప్లేస్లో నూన్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ ఒకే సమయంలో అయ్యే ప్లేసెస్ అన్నిటి కూడా కలుపుకుంటూ ఒక లైన్ని డ్రా చేస్తారు అనమాట. అలా నూన్ టైంలో ఒక ప్లేస్లో జరిగినప్పుడు ఆ షాడో అనేది ఏ ప్లేస్లో ఈక్వల్గా పడుతుంది, ఒక చోట ఎక్కువ పడుతుంది, ఒక చోట తక్కువగా పడుతుంది మనకి. సో ఏ ప్లేసెస్లో మనకి ఈక్వల్గా పడుతుంది, ఇన్ విచ్ ప్లేస్ ద షాడో ఈజ్ వెరీ ఈక్వల్ అనే ప్లేసెస్ని కలుపుకుంటూ latitudes ని డ్రా చేస్తారు. నార్త్ టు సౌత్ నూన్ టైం ఇన్ సేమ్ ప్లేసెస్లో నూన్ టైం ఎక్కడ అవుతుందని చెప్పేసి డ్రా చేస్తారు. అదే రకంగా నూన్ టైం ఒక షాడో అనేది ఏ ప్లేస్లో ఈక్వల్గా పడుతుందని చెప్పేసి latitudes-ని గీసారు అనమాట. నార్త్ టు సౌత్, వెస్ట్ టు ఈస్ట్ నా డ్రా చేసిన లైన్స్ ఏ latitudes and longitudes, which is not at all a small thing. It was not happened in 1 month or 1 day or 1 year. It took almost 2000 years for drawing perfect these kind of latitudes and longitudes. See, ఈ యొక్క latitudes-ని longitudes-ని పర్ఫెక్ట్గా డ్రా చేయడం వల్లనే nowadays our modern scientists or lot of members or lot of map makers in history made the maps. So that means Ptolemy given lots of information, lots of inspiration for the map makers to make it accurate. If you follow the Ptolemy books, why? Because we didn't found the Ptolemy maps because it was made a long time ago, right? So that's why we just found only the Ptolemy మ్యాప్ బుక్స్, నాట్ మ్యాప్స్. మ్యాప్స్ మనకు దొరకలేదు కానీ టాలమీ మ్యాప్స్ బుక్స్ దొరికినాయి అనమాట మనకి. ఆ బుక్స్ని ఆధారంగా చేసుకుని చాలామంది మ్యాప్స్ని తయారు చేశారు. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద మోడర్న్ పీపుల్, ద ఏన్షియంట్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో. వాళ్ళ రకంగా తయారు చేశారు మ్యాప్ని. ఆ మ్యాప్స్ని చూస్తే కనుక ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ వెరీ యాక్యురేట్ టు ద మోడర్న్ మ్యాప్. యూరప్ ప్రాంతాలు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో, యూరప్ కాంటినెంట్ కానీ నార్త్ ఆఫ్రికా పార్ట్ కానీ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ కూడా చాలా యాక్యురేట్గా గీస్తారు. వై? బికాస్ దే నో ఓన్లీ అబౌట్ ది యూరప్ అండ్ నార్థన్ ఆఫ్రికా అండ్ సమ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఏషియా. దే నో అబౌట్ ఓన్లీ 3 కాంటినెంట్స్. యూరప్ మొత్తం తెలుసు వాళ్ళకి, ఏషియాలో హాఫ్ పార్ట్ తెలుసు, అదే రకంగా ఆఫ్రికాలో ఓన్లీ నార్త్ పార్ట్ తెలుసు. దే బిలీవ్ దాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ లిబియా. ఓకేనా? సో ఓన్లీ దే నో అబౌట్ దీస్ 3 కాంటినెంట్స్. అబౌట్ దీస్ 3 కాంటినెంట్స్ దే హ్యావ్ గివెన్ యాక్యురేట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ Ptolemy books. Okay, so not only that, ancient people, modern scientists also remade the maps according to the Ptolemy books. Whenever they did that kind of thing, it is very very accurate to the modern world map. That means we are getting a very good clarity here, not only to the ancient people, not only to the ancient map makers, the Ptolemy given inspiration to modern scientists also to make the map accurately. So let us discuss about one by one who made the map and who are influenced by the Ptolemy books. Okay, the first thing is nothing but Al-Idrisi, who is an Arab map maker. So let us learn now how this Al-Idrisi made map with the help of the Ptolemy's inspiration.
అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్యే లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
Today we are going to discuss about an interesting topic, that is first chapter, real numbers. Okay, now what we have to represent 2.235. So this number will be lying in between 2 and 3. So if you magnify that in between 2 and 3, you will have that 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 like this up to 3. So again our number is lying in between 2.23 and 2.24, 2.235. So we will round that 2.235. So like this we will visualize by successive magnification method. Now angle B is given by 75 degrees. Okay, so 75 degrees from B I will draw a line. Okay, now I am trying to cut this arc. Okay, by placing here only, cut this arc also. Now if you draw, so see, this circle will pass through all the 3 given points.
We are going to learn about one of the 5 sense organs of this unit, and in today's session we are going to cover about the largest sense organ, that is skin. This is how the skin looks like internally. As we discussed kids, this is the hair, small hairs present on the epidermis of the skin. They are of 2 types, right? One is said to be as rough endoplasmic reticulum, the other is called as smooth endoplasmic reticulum. This contains a chain we called as polypeptide chain.
Now I'm going to explain a lesson, laws of motion. So what does Newton's first law of motion tells us? A body which is continuing to be at rest unless, until and net force is acting on it. Okay, and second law of motion states that the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the net force applied there. And third law of motion states that for every action there is equal and opposite reaction.
I am going to explain you about what is inside an atom. When Rutherford he conducted the experiment, so what happened, whatever those alpha particles they are being produced by the source, they traveled in the straight line and he made them to hit the gold foil. Alpha particles వచ్చేసి ఈ గోల్డ్ ఫాయిల్ నుంచి ఫ్రీగా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ అయిపోయినాయి అన్నమాట. అంటే రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవ్వలేదు. దే హ్యావ్ హిటెడ్ ద దిస్ fluorescent screen, also called as the detector.
Welcome to the chapter, the human rights and the fundamental rights. మానవ హక్కులు మరియు ప్రాథమిక హక్కులు. So actually the rights means the rights are the most common claims of the people which every civilized society recognizes as their essential claims for the development. ఈ యొక్క టైటిల్స్ కొంతమంది పర్సన్స్కి ఇవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమైందంటే దానివల్ల చాలా ఎక్కువ వివక్షత అనేది ఉండేదన్నమాట. కాబట్టి నో వన్ ఈజ్ అబవ్, నో వన్ ఈజ్ బిలో, ఎవ్రీబడి ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ అని చెప్పేసి మీనింగ్తో తయారు చేసిందే అబాలిషన్ ఆఫ్ టైటిల్స్.
So this service sector in the recent years has gained a lot of importance because there people had the chance of self-employment, and also the output that we will get from this agriculture sector was also very huge.
లూసిడ్ స్టడీకి స్వాగతం. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, నేను ఒక చిన్న విషయం చెప్తాను. కపోతాను చూడంగానే మనకేం తెలుస్తుంది? కపోతం అంటే పావురము. పిజియన్ చూస్తే మనకి ఏమనిపిస్తుంది? అది దేనికి చిహ్నంగా కనిపిస్తుంది? కపోతం అనేది, పావురం అనేది దేనికి చిహ్నము అంటే శాంతికి చిహ్నము. దేనికి? కపోతం అనేది శాంతికి చిహ్నంగా చెప్పుకుంటాము. కపోతం చూడగానే మనకి శాంతి వాతావరణం కనిపిస్తుంది. చూడండి, ఆగస్టు 15కి మరియు ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు జనవరి 26కి ఏవైతే మనం జరుపుకునేటువంటి జాతీయ పండుగలు ఉంటాయో ఆ జాతీయ పండుగల రోజు జెండా వందనం జరిగిన తర్వాత ముఖ్యులు ఏం చేస్తారు? కపోతాలను వదిలేస్తారు. శాంతికి చిహ్నంగా కపోతాలను గాలిలో వదిలేస్తారు, ఆకాశం వైపు వదిలేస్తారు ఆ కపోతాలని. అలా శాంతికి చిహ్నంగా మనం తీసుకునేటువంటి పక్షి ఏమిటంటే కపోతము, పిజియన్, పావురము. మరి చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు ఏదైనా చూడగానే మనకి ఇష్టం వచ్చినటువంటి స్వీట్ ఉంటుంది, చాక్లెట్ ఉంటుంది, అది చూడగానే ఏమనిపిస్తుంది? అది కావాలనేటువంటి కోరిక కలుగుతుంది కదా, తీసుకొని తినాలనిపిస్తుంది కదా. దాన్నే కాంక్ష అని అంటారు. ఏమంటారు? కాంక్ష అని అంటారు. కాంక్ష అంటే కోరుకోవడం, శాంతిని కోరుకునేటువంటిదే శాంతికాంక్ష. శాంతిని కోరుకునేటువంటిది శాంతికాంక్ష. శాంతి అంటే గొడవలు లేకుండా ప్రశాంతంగా ఉండడం. ఏ విషయాన్నైనా కూడా మాటల ద్వారా, సంప్రదింపుల ద్వారానే సాల్వ్ చేసుకోవడం, వాటిని మనం పరిష్కార మార్గాలు వెతుక్కోవడం. ఇలా శాంతియుతంగా చేయాలనేటువంటి ఒక కాంక్ష, కోరిక అన్నమాట. ఇదే మన పాఠము, శాంతికాంక్ష. ఇందులో కొంతమంది వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నారు, వారిని ఒక్కసారి పరిచయం చేసుకుందాం, చూద్దాం రండి. ఇదే మన మొట్టమొదటి పాఠము, శాంతి కాంక్ష. అంటే శాంతిని నెలకొల్పాలనేటువంటి కాంక్ష, కోరిక, ఇష్టం అన్నమాట. ఈ పాఠాన్ని రచించినటువంటి కవి తిక్కన సోమయాజి. తిక్కన సోమయాజి గారు మనకు ఈ పాఠాన్ని అందించారు. ఇది పద్య రూపంలో ఉంటుంది, మొత్తం పద్యాలే ఉంటాయి. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇద్దరు వ్యక్తులు కనిపిస్తున్నారు మీకు. ఆ ఇద్దరు వ్యక్తులు ఎవరో గుర్తించగలుగుతున్నారా? ఇతను కృష్ణుడు, రథసారథిగా ఉన్నటువంటి కృష్ణుడు. ఇతను ధర్మరాజు, పాండవులలో అగ్రగణ్యుడు, మొట్టమొదటి వాడైనటువంటి వాడు ధర్మరాజు. ఈ ధర్మరాజు కృష్ణుని వేడుకుంటున్నాడు, నాకు శాంతిని సైరింపుము అని, నాకు శాంతిని నెలకొల్పుము, నా యొక్క కాంక్షని తీర్చు అని ధర్మరాజు కృష్ణుని అడుగుతున్నాడు. నాకు ఒక సహాయం చేయని వేడుకుంటున్నాడు కృష్ణుణ్ణి. ఆ సహాయం ఏంటి, అసలు ఆ కోరిక ఏంటి, ఆ కాంక్ష ఏంటి అనేది కూడా మనకు మొత్తం పాఠంలో అర్థమైపోతుంది. ఇది పద్యరూపకంగా ఉంది. పాఠంలోకి వెళ్ళిపోదాం పదండి. అసలు శాంతి అనేది ఏంటి, అది ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఆ సంధి ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది మనకు ఉదాహరణగా పాఠంలోనే ఇచ్చారు. చదవండి, ఆలోచించండి, చెప్పండి. ఇది 1945వ సంవత్సరము రెండో ప్రపంచ యుద్ధంలో అమెరికా జపాన్లోని హిరోషిమా అనే నగరం మీద అణుబాంబుతో దాడి చేసింది. 1945వ సంవత్సరం 1945లో ఏమైందట అంటే రెండో ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం జరిగినటువంటి సమయం ఇది. ఆ రెండో ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం జరిగిన తర్వాత ఏం చేసింది, అమెరికా జపాన్ దేశం పైన, అమెరికా అంటే యుఎస్ఏ, ఏం చేసింది, జపాన్ దేశంలోని హిరోషిమా అనేటువంటి నగరం, అదొక సిటీ, హిరోషిమా సిటీలో ఏం చేసింది అంటే అణుబాంబుతో దాడి చేసింది, బాంబ్ బ్లాస్ట్ చేసింది. అణువాయుధాలని, బాంబులని, అణుబాంబులని ఉపయోగించి బ్లాస్ట్ చేసింది హిరోషిమా ప్రాంతాన్ని. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, అనేక ప్రజల ప్రాణాలు పోతాయి. దాని ఫలితంగా కొద్ది క్షణాల్లోనే, ఆ అణుబాంబు పడినటువంటి కొద్ది క్షణాల్లోనే బాంబు బ్లాస్ట్ అయింది, బాంబు అంతా పేలింది, అణుబాంబు ప్రేలుడికి సంభవించింది. అప్పుడు ఏం జరిగింది అంటే 66,000 మంది ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయారు. మొత్తము 66,000 మంది తన ప్రాణాలను కోల్పోయినటువంటి సంఘటన జరిగింది. ఆ అణుబాంబు వేసిన క్షణాన 70,000 మంది క్షతగాత్రులయ్యారు. నిన్న మొన్నటి వరకు కూడా అక్కడి ప్రజలకు అది పీడకలగా నిలిచిపోయింది. మొత్తం ఎంతమంది, 70,000 మంది క్షతగాత్రులయ్యారు. అంటే వారికి ఏదో ఒక నష్టం జరిగింది. అయితే కాలు విరిగిపోవడం, చెయ్యి విరిగిపోవడం, తలకు దెబ్బ తగలడం, బొక్కలు విరిగిపోవడం ఇలాంటి నష్టాలు జరిగాయి. 70,000 పీపుల్ చాలా హామ్ అయ్యారు. వాళ్ళకి క్షతగాత్రులుగా మిగిలిపోయారు. వారికి ప్రాణ నష్టం కలగకుండా ఏదో ఒక నష్టం కలిగింది. 70,000 పీపుల్ ఏమైందట, వాళ్ళకి నష్టం జరిగిందట. ఇలా ఈ యుద్ధం జరగకుండా ఒక చిన్న సంధి జరిగి ఉంటే గనక అక్కడ శాంతి వాతావరణం ఏర్పడేది. కానీ యుద్ధ రూపకంగా USA జపాన్ పైన ఒక అణుబాంబును ప్రయోగించింది, హిరోషిమా నగరం పైన. అలా యుద్ధం చేయకుండా, అణుబాంబును ప్రయోగించకుండా ఒక చిన్న ఒప్పందం కానీ రాయబారం కానీ జరిగి ఉంటే అక్కడ యుద్ధం జరిగేది కాదు కదా, అణుబాంబులు పేలేవి కాదు కదా, ఇంతమందికి నష్టం జరిగేది కాదు కదా. అలాంటి ఒక శాంతియుతమైనటువంటి ఒప్పందాన్ని కోరుకుంటున్నారు ధర్మరాజు. ఆ ధర్మరాజు కృష్ణుడి మధ్య జరిగినటువంటి సంభాషణ, ఆ ధర్మరాజు కృష్ణుడి మధ్య జరిగినటువంటి సంభాషణనే మన పాఠ్య భాగము. ఇలా యుద్ధం చేయొద్దు, ప్రాణ నష్టం జరగొద్దు అని మన ధర్మరాజు కోరుకుంటున్నాడు. ఈ పాఠంలో మొత్తం అదే ఉంటుంది. ఒకసారి చూద్దాం. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మహాభారతంలో కౌరవులు పాండవులు ఉంటారు. మహాభారతం మనం చూస్తాం కదా, ఆ కథలో ఎవరెవరు ఉంటారట అంటే కౌరవులు పాండవులు వస్తారు. ఆ కౌరవులు 101 మెంబర్స్ ఉంటారు, 101 మంది ఉంటారు. 100 మెంబర్స్ కూడా అబ్బాయిలు, అంటే దుర్యోధనుడు, దుశ్శాసనుడు, అలా దు అనే అక్షరంతో మొదలయ్యేటువంటి పేర్లు మాత్రమే ఉంటాయి ఆ 100 మందికి. ఆ 1వ వ్యక్తి ఎవరు అంటే దుశ్శల. ఆమె పేరు దుశ్శల. ఒకటే ఒక అమ్మాయి పుడుతుంది, మిగిలిన వారందరూ అబ్బాయిలు ఉంటారు, ఆ కౌరవులంతా కూడా. ఇక పాండవుల వైపుకు వస్తే 5గురు మనము ఈజీగా గుర్తుపెట్టేసుకోవచ్చు. పంచ పాండవులు, పాండవులు 5గురు. అందులో మొట్టమొదటి వాడు ధర్మరాజు, 2వ వాడు భీముడు, 3వ వాడు అర్జునుడు, 4వ వాడు నకులుడు, 5వ వాడు సహదేవుడు. ఇలా 5గురు పాండవులుగా పిలువబడతారు. వీరు 5గురు కూడా పాండవులు, పంచ పాండవులు అని అంటారు. అయితే ఏం జరుగుతుంది, కౌరవులు పాండవులు కలిసి జూదం ఆడతారు. జూదం అంటే చూడండి, ఉదాహరణగా నేను ఒక చిత్రాన్ని పెట్టాను ఇక్కడ. ఇలా ఉంటుంది జూదం. వీటిని పాచికలు అంటారు. ఇది జూదమాట. ఈ జూదమాటలో తన రాజ్యాన్ని, సర్వస్వాన్ని కోల్పోతారు పాండవులు. అయినా ఈ సమయమున సంధి కోసం చూస్తాడు ధర్మరాజు. శాంతి ఒప్పందం చేసుకోవాలనుకుంటాడు ధర్మరాజు. పాఠ్యభాగ నేపథ్యం చూద్దాం ఒక్కసారి. మహాభారతము అన్నదమ్ములైనటువంటి కౌరవ పాండవుల కథ. అది కౌరవులు మరియు పాండవుల యొక్క కథ. వారిరువురు కూడా ఒకే తండ్రికి పుట్టినటువంటి పిల్లలు. వారిరువురు అన్నదమ్ములు, కౌరవులు మరియు పాండవులు. వీరు చేసే యుద్ధం రాజ్యం కోసం, రాజ్యం కోసమే యుద్ధం చేస్తారు. అలా కౌరవులు కుటిల బుద్ధితో మాయాజూదంలో పాండవులను ఓడించి అడవుల పాలు చేస్తారు. ఏం చేస్తారు, జూదం ఆడిపిస్తారు వాళ్ళతో. మేము కూడా మీతో మాయాజూదం, మాయా పాచికలను ఉపయోగించి ఆడారు. ఆడినటువంటి జూదమే మాయాజూదము. ఆ మాయాజూదంలో ఏం చేస్తారు, పాండవులను ఓడించేస్తారు. వాళ్ళు ఓడిపోతారు. పాండవులు ఓడిపోయి ఏం జరుగుతుంది, వాళ్ళని అడవుల పాలు చేస్తారు. మీరు ఎవరైతే ఈ జూదంలో ఓడిపోతారో వాళ్ళు అడవికి వెళ్ళిపోవాలి రాజ్యాన్ని అనేటువంటి ఒప్పందంతో జూదం ఆడతారు. ఆ జూదంలో మాయా పాచికలను ఉపయోగిస్తారు. ఆ మాయా పాచికల వలన పాండవులు ఓడిపోతారు. అందుకే వాళ్ళు అడవులకు వెళ్ళిపోతారు. పందెం ప్రకారం 12 ఏళ్ళు అరణ్యవాసం, 1 సంవత్సరం అజ్ఞాతవాసం పూర్తి చేస్తారు పాండవులు. ఆ పందెంలో ఏమని పెట్టుకుంటారట అంటే 12 సంవత్సరాలు అరణ్యవాసం వెళ్ళాలి అనేటువంటి పందెం పెట్టుకున్నారట. మరి 1 సంవత్సరం అజ్ఞాతవాసం వెళ్ళాలి అనేటువంటి ఇలాంటి కండిషన్ పెట్టుకొని గేమ్ ఆడారు ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళు. ఆ జూదం ఆడేటప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళు ఒక కండిషన్ పెట్టుకున్నారు. ఆ కండిషన్ ఏంటంటే 12 years అడవికి వెళ్ళాలి, 1 year అజ్ఞాతవాసం చేయాలి. అంటే పూర్తిగా 13 సంవత్సరాలు మీరు ఇక్కడ రాజ్యంలో కనబడకుండా ఉండేటువంటి అలాంటి ఉద్దేశాన్ని కౌరవులు ప్లాన్ చేశారనమాట. 13 years ఎవరైతే రాజ్యపాలన చేయరో వారు రాజ్యాన్ని కోల్పోయేటటువంటి సూత్రం ఉండేది. ఆ సూత్రం ప్రకారం ఎవరైతే 13 సంవత్సరాలు రాజ్యంలో ఉండరో వారు ఇక పూర్తిగా రాజ్యాన్ని వదిలేసేయాలి అనేటువంటి నిబంధనలు ఉండేవట. ఆ నిబంధనల ప్రకారమే కౌరవులంతా కూడా ప్లాన్ చేసి పెట్టుకున్నారు, పాండవుల్ని ఎలాగైనా బయటికి తరిమేసేయాలి అని చెప్పేసి. ఆ ఉపాయంలో మార్గంగానే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారు, మాయాజూదం ఆడారు పాండవులు కౌరవులు. కానీ పాండవులకు ఈ విషయం తెలియలేదు. కౌరవులు మాత్రమే ప్లాన్ చేశారు ఈ 13 సంవత్సరాలు వీళ్ళని ఇక్కడి నుంచి తరిమేయాలి అని చెప్పేసి. ఆ 13 సంవత్సరాలు వీళ్ళని తరమడానికి మాయాజూదాన్ని ప్లాన్ చేశారు. దాని ప్రకారమే 12 సంవత్సరాలు అరణ్యవాసం, 1 సంవత్సరం అజ్ఞాతవాసం అనే పేరుతో పాండవులను ఓడించేశారు. అప్పుడు వాళ్ళని పంపించేయచ్చు అని ఆలోచన చేశారు. ఆ సందర్భంలో ధర్మరాజు శ్రీకృష్ణుణ్ణి రాయబారిగా పంపిస్తూ శాంతియుతంగా తమ రాజ్యం తమకిమ్మని కోరుతాడు. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఆల్రెడీ వీళ్ళు ఓడిపోయారు పాండవులు, కౌరవులు గెలిచారు. కానీ ధర్మరాజుకు బాధ అవుతుంది, అయ్యో మనం 13 సంవత్సరాలు మన రాజ్యాన్ని కోల్పోతే మనకు పూర్తిగా రాజ్యమే ఉండదు, రాజ్య బహిష్కరణ జరుగుతుంది, మనకు రాజ్యాలు ఉండవు, ఎలా బతుకుతాము, మనతో ఉన్నటువంటి మన బంధువులు, మన వాళ్ళు, మన కుటుంబం వారు ఎలా బతుకుతారనేటువంటి ఆలోచనతో శ్రీకృష్ణుడితో రాయబారం చేస్తాడు. శ్రీకృష్ణుడిని వెళ్ళి కౌరవులతో మాట్లాడమని శ్రీకృష్ణుని వేడుకుంటాడు. అదే మన పాఠ్యభాగము, ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యభాగము తిక్కన రచించిన మహాభారతంలోని ఉద్యోగ పర్వము 3వ శ్వాసంలోనిది. మనకి సందర్భ వాక్యాలలో వీటిని ఉపయోగించాల్సి ఉంటుంది, కొద్దిగా శ్రద్ధ పెట్టండి. ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యభాగము తిక్కన రచించిన మహాభారతంలోనిది. అది ఏం పర్వము అంటే ఉద్యోగ పర్వము. ఉద్యోగ పర్వంలోని 3వ శ్వాసము అంటే తృతీయ అంటే 3వ భాగం. ఉద్యోగ పర్వంలోని 3వ భాగం నుండి మన ప్రస్తుత పాఠ్యభాగం శాంతికాంక్ష అనేటువంటి పేరును తీసుకొని మన తిక్కన దీన్ని రాశారు. శ్రీకృష్ణునితో ధర్మరాజు ఇలా చెప్తున్నాడు. ఏమని చెప్తున్నాడో ఒకసారి చూడండి. తేటగితి పద్యము. సమయమిది మిత్ర కార్యంబు చక్కజేయ నీ కతంబుననే మవినీతుడైన యా సుయోధను తోడి పోరాట దక్కి అనుభవింతుము మా యంశమగు ధరిత్రి. ఏం చెప్తున్నాడో చూడండి. కృష్ణ, మిత్రులమైన మా పని చక్కబెట్టడానికి నీకు ఇది తగిన సమయము. సమయమిది అంటే తగిన సమయము. మిత్రకార్యంబు చక్కజేయు, నీవు మాకు మిత్రుడితో సమానము. కృష్ణుడు మరియు పాండవులు స్నేహ సంబంధం కలిగిన వారు, ఇరువురు మిత్రు సమానులు. అందుకే ధర్మరాజు శ్రీకృష్ణుని అడుగుతున్నాడు, ఏమని? ఇది నీవు నాకు మిత్రుడవు కదా కృష్ణ, మిత్రులమైన మా పని చక్కబెట్టడానికి, మా పని నువ్వు చక్కబెట్టు, సరిచేసి ఉంచు అని చెప్తున్నాడు. నీకు ఇది తగిన సమయము, నీవు చేయడానికి ఇది తగిన సమయము, కరెక్ట్ టైం ఇది. కృష్ణ ప్లీజ్ నాకు కొంచెం హెల్ప్ చెయ్యి, మమ్మల్ని కాపాడు అని చెప్పి ధర్మరాజు అడుగుతున్నాడు. చక్కజేయు నీ కతంబుననే మవినీతుడైన అంటే నీవు రాయబారానికి వెళ్తే అయోగ్యుడైనటువంటి ఆ దుర్యోధనునితో మేము అంటే నీ కతంబున నీ మవినీతుడైన ఈ సమయమును నీవు రాయబారం చేస్తే, నీవు రాయబారానికి వెళితే నీ కతంబున అంటే నీవు రాయబారానికి కౌరవుల వద్దకు వెళ్తే నీ అవినీతుడైన అంటే ఆ అవినీతి పరుడైనటువంటి అయోగ్యుడైనటువంటి దుర్యోధనునితో, మొట్టమొదటివాడు దుర్యోధనుడు, కౌరవులలో మొట్టమొదటివాడు దుర్యోధనుడు. అలా ఆ అయోగ్యుడైనటువంటి ఆ దుర్యోధనునితో యా సుయోధనును తోడి, ఆ సుయోధనుడితో ఎవరు? ఆ అవినీతిపరుడైనటువంటి దుర్యోధనుడితో తోడి పోరాట దక్కి, పోరాటం అంటే యుద్ధం చేయడము. ఎలా యుద్ధం చేస్తారు? కత్తులు, ఖడ్గాలు అన్నింటినీ ఉపయోగించి యుద్ధం చేస్తారు. ఎంతమంది అయినా చనిపోవచ్చు, ఎంతమంది అయినా క్షతగాత్రులు అవ్వచ్చు, అంటే వారికి ఏ విధమైన నష్టమైనా జరగవచ్చు. కాబట్టి ఆ దుర్యోధనునితో మేము యుద్ధము చేయవలసిన అవసరం లేదు. తోడి పోరాట దక్కి ఆ పోరాటము దక్కుతుంది, చెయ్యవలసిన అవసరం ఉండదు. నీవు వెళ్ళి రాయబారం చేస్తే మాకు యుద్ధం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు, మేము యుద్ధం చేయదలుచుకోలేదు అని కృష్ణుడితో చెప్తున్నాడు ధర్మరాజు. దక్కి అనుభవింతు మా యంశమగు ధరిత్రి. అలా మేము యుద్ధం చేయకుండానే నువ్వు రాయబారం చేస్తే మాకు మా ఆస్తి దక్కుతుంది అని చెప్తాడు. మాకు రావలసిన రాజ్యం మాకు దక్కుతుంది, మాకు రావాల్సినటువంటి రాజ్యం ఏదైతే ఉందో అది మాకు వచ్చేస్తుంది. కానీ నువ్వు ఒక్క సహాయం చేయాలి. అదేంటి? వెళ్ళి యోగ్యుడైనటువంటి దుర్యోధనుడితో నువ్వు వెళ్ళి రాయబారం చెయ్యాలి. అప్పుడే మేము యుద్ధం చేసే అవసరం ఉండదు, మాకు రావాల్సిన రాజ్యం కూడా మాకు దక్కుతుంది, కొంచెం ప్లీజ్ వెళ్ళు అని చెప్పి రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడు ఇక్కడ ధర్మరాజు శ్రీకృష్ణుణ్ణి. తర్వాత పద్యం కంద పద్యం. ఇచ్చటి బంధులు నీవును నా చెరువడి వినుచునుండ నైదూళ్ళును మాకిచ్చినను జాలునంటిని బొచ్చెముగా దింతవట్టు పూర్ణము సుమ్మి. ఏమంటున్నాడంటే, కృష్ణ నా చుట్టూ ఉన్న బంధువులు నీవు ఆశ్చర్యపడ్డా కూడా సక్రమంగా మాకు అర్ధరాజ్యం పంచి ఇవ్వడానికి మా తండ్రి మనసొప్పకపోతే మేము తలదాచుకోవడానికి 5 ఇచ్చినా చాలు. ఇచ్చటి బంధువులు నీవును అంటే ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి బంధువులందరూ కూడా, నా చుట్టూ ఉన్నటువంటి బంధువులు కూడా, ఇంకా ఎవరు? నీవు కూడా అని చెప్తున్నాడు. ఇచ్చటి బంధువులు నీవును, ఇక్కడ నా చుట్టూ ఉన్నటువంటి నా బంధు పరివారము, నా బంధువులంతా, ఇంకా నీవు కూడా. నచ్చెరుపడి అంటే ఆశ్చర్యపడ్డా కూడా, నువ్వు ఆశ్చర్యచకితుడైనా సరే వినుచునుండా సక్రమంగా ఒకసారి వినుము. ఏమిటది అంటే, అందరూ వింటున్నా కూడా, నీవు మరియు నా బంధు పరివారం అంతా కూడా వింటున్నా కూడా, నైదూళ్ళను మాకిచ్చినను జాలునంటిని, మాకు ఆ సక్రమంగా మాకు అర్ధరాజ్యము పంచి ఇవ్వమని, ఆ రాజ్యంలో మేము కుమారులమే కాబట్టి సగభాగము, అర్ధరాజ్యము అంటే సగభాగము, హాఫ్ పార్ట్ అన్నమాట. అలా సగభాగము మాకు ఇవ్వమని మా తండ్రిని మేము అడిగినా కూడా, ధృతరాష్ట్రుడిని మేము అడిగినా కూడా మనసు ఒప్పకపోతే, అతనికి మనస్సు ఒప్పలేదనుకోండి, మేము ఓడిపోయాం కదా, మాకెందుకు రాజ్యం ఇవ్వాలి అనేటువంటి ఉద్దేశం తనకుండి తన మనస్సు ఒప్పకుంటే, మేము తలదాచుకోవడానికి మాకిచ్చినను జాలునంటిని బొచ్చెముగా దింతవట్టు పూర్ణము సుమ్మి, మాకు తలదాచుకోవడానికి 5 ఇచ్చినా చాలు, 5 ఊర్లు మాకు ఇచ్చినా కూడా చాలు. ఒక్కొక్క రాజులము ఒక్కొక్క ఊరిని తీసుకొని మా రాజ్యపాలన చేసుకొని మా కుటుంబాన్ని మమ్మల్ని మేము రక్షించుకుంటాము అని వేడుకుంటున్నాడు. అని నేను ఇంతవరకు చెప్పిన మాటలలో దాపరికం లేదు, దింతవట్టు పూర్ణము సుమి. ఇది సంపూర్ణమైనటువంటి పదము, ఇందులో ఏ విధమైన దాపరికం లేదు, ఏది కూడా నేను మిగలకుండా నీకే చెప్పేస్తున్నాను. నాకు ఇంకా ఏమి వద్దు, కేవలం 5 ఊర్లు ఇచ్చినా సరే అని వేడుకుంటున్నాడు శ్రీకృష్ణ భగవానుణ్ణి. ఆ 5 ఊర్లు ఏంటి తెలుసుకుందామా? పాండవులు కోరినటువంటి 5 ఊర్లు. మొదటిది ఇంద్రప్రస్థము, రెండవది కుశస్థము, మూడవది వృకస్థలము, నాలుగవది వాసంతి, 5వది వరణావతం. ఇలా ఈ 5 ఊర్లని పాండవులు కోరారు. ఎవరిని? కౌరవులని. మేము ఓడిపోయినా సరే, కానీ మేము బతకాలి కదా, ఓడిపోయినంత మాత్రాన ప్రాణాలు తీసుకొని చనిపోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, మేము రాజ్యాలు వదిలి అరణ్యవాసం వెళ్ళాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. దయచేసి ఓ కౌరవులారా, మీరు మాకు 5 ఊర్లను ఇచ్చినా చాలు, అర్ధభాగము మేము అడగట్లేదు, కేవలం 5 ఊర్లు అడిగి ఇప్పించమని శ్రీకృష్ణుని వేడుకుంటున్నారు పాండవులలో అగ్రుడైనటువంటి ధర్మరాజు.
नमस्कार बच्चों, मेरा नाम सतीश कुमार है। मैं आपको हिंदी पढ़ा रहा हूँ। 9वीं कक्षा के प्रथम पाठ जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, इस कविता पाठ जो है मैं पढ़ाने जा रहा हूँ। ये हैं शैलेंद्र कुमार हैं। इनके बारे में संक्षिप्त परिचय देखिए। इस कवि का नाम क्या है? शैलेंद्र कुमार। इनके जीवन काल जो है 1923 में पैदा हुए थे और 1966 में इनकी मृत्यु हुई। विशेषताएं क्या हैं? खासकर जो है इन्होंने बहुत सारी फिल्म गीतों की रचना की है और 3 बार जो है फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड भी जीत चुके हैं। शैलेंद्र कुमार जो है हिंदी के प्रसिद्ध कवि हैं और खासकर जो है हिंदी फिल्मों के गीतों के रचनाकार भी थे। इनके द्वारा रचित जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, इस कविता के बारे में हम आगे चर्चा करेंगे। चलिए कविता में प्रवेश करेंगे। कविता देखिए, बहुत प्यारी कविता है, बहुत अर्थवान कविता है, मीनिंगफुल कविता है। देखिए, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है जहाँ दिल में सफाई रहती है। हम उस देश के वासी है जिस देश में गंगा बहती है। होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है। होठों माने लिप्स, सच्चाई माने ट्रूथफुलनेस, माने जिनके होठें हमेशा सच बोला करता है, जहां दिल में सफाई रहती है। माने एक वाक्य में कहना है तो जिस दिल साफ साफ रहता है, कहते हैं ना इंग्लिश में ओपन माइंडेड, दिल में कुछ नहीं रखता है, बहुत अच्छा लड़का है, बहुत अच्छा आदमी है, ऐसा कहते हैं ना। तो जहां दिल में सफाई रहती है, जिस दिल जो है साफ सुथरा रहता है, उसके होठों पे हमेशा जो है सच्चाई रहती है, हमेशा जो है सच ही बोलता है। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है। गंगा रिवर है। गंगा नदी किस देश में है? भारत में है। इसलिए जो है हम उस देश के वासी हैं। किस देश के वासी हैं? भारत देश के वासी हैं। उसको जो है पोइटिक एक्सप्रेशन जो है बता रहे हैं। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है। जिस देश में गंगा बहती है ना, हम उस देश के वासी हैं। वासी माने क्या है? वासी माने जहां रहते हो वहां। वासी माने वास करने वाला व्यक्ति। माने हम सब भारतीय हैं। हम किस देश में रहते हैं? भारत में रहते हैं। इसलिए हमको क्या कहा जाता है? भारतवासी, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है। ये पहली कविता है और आगे देखेंगे। आगे की पंक्तियां देखिए। मेहमान जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है। ज्यादा का नहीं लालच हमको तोड़े में गुजार होता है। मेहमान माने क्या है? मेहमान माने अतिथि। तेलुगु में भी कहते हैं ना अतिथि, इंग्लिश में कह सकते हैं गेस्ट। मेहमान जो हमारा होता है, मेहमान हमारे होते हैं, वो जान से प्यारा होता है। जान माने लाइफ, है ना। जे अपनी संस्कृति भी वही बता रही है ना, अतिथि देवो भव, वी ट्रीट गेस्ट एज गॉड। वही बात जो है इसी अर्थ में बता रहे हैं। मेहमान जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है। मेहमान जो हमारा होता है वो जान से भी प्यारा होता है। ज्यादा का नहीं लालच हमको तोड़े में गुजारा होता है। लालच माने क्या है? यहाँ ग्रीडीनेस। लालच माने क्या है? ग्रीडीनेस। ग्रीडीनेस माने जानते हैं ना, दुरासा, अत्याशा। ज्यादा का नहीं लालच हमको, हमें बहुत लालच नहीं है। वी आर नॉट इन द ग्रीडीनेस। तोड़े में गुजारा होता है। गुजारना माने जिंदगी चलाना। कम कच्चे में, कम पैसों में जो है हम लोग जो है जिंदगी चलाते हैं। मतलब ये हम बता रहे हैं कि मेहमान जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है। हम जो है लालच वाले नहीं हैं, हम लालच में नहीं पड़ते हैं। हम लोग जो है जो भी बचा है उससे ही जिंदगी गुजारा देते हैं। और आगे की पंक्तियां देखिए। मिलजुल के रहो और प्यार करो, एक चीज यही तो रहती है। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती हैं। ये दोनों लाइंस जो हैं रिपीट होते हैं। देखिए, मिलजुल के रहो और प्यार करो, माने हम भारत देश में जो है ऐसे रहते हैं कि मिलजुल कर रहते हैं। भिन्न संस्कृतियां वाले हैं, भिन्न भाषाएं वाले हैं, भिन्न प्रांत वाले हैं, भिन्न धर्म के हैं। इतने धर्म होने पर भी, इतनी भाषाएं होने पर भी, इतने प्रांत होने पर भी हम सब लोग कैसे रह रहे हैं? मिलजुल कर रह रहे हैं। कलिसी मिलिसी, वी आर यूनाइटेड, मिलजुल कर रह रहे हैं। और प्यार करो, माने आपस में जो है किसी प्रकार की दुश्मनी भाव नहीं है। आपस में क्या करते हैं? प्यार करते हैं, एक दूसरे को हेट नहीं करते हैं। हम सब लोग जो है मिलजुल कर रहते हैं, एक दूसरे से प्यार करते हैं। एक चीज यही तो रहती है, भारतीयों में खासियत क्या है? यही है, हम सब लोग जो है मिलजुल कर रहते हैं, भिन्न संस्कृतियों वाले मिलजुल कर रहते हैं, और हम सब जो है आपस में जो है अपने आप आपस में जो है प्यार करते हैं। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, माने पोइटिक एक्सप्रेशन है। गंगा नदी किस देश में है? भारत में है। हम भारतवासी हैं, ये सीधा एक्सप्रेशन है। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, माने हम भारतवासी हैं। वही जो है पोइटिक एक्सप्रेशन में बताए हैं। देखिए, लास्ट पंक्तियों को देखे, गौर से देखिए। होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है जहां दिल में सफाई रहती है, माने पहली कविता जो है अंत में भी वही रखे है। फिर से मैं बता रहा हूं, जहां दिल में सफाई रहती है, जिसका दिल स्वच्छ रहता है, जिसका दिल साफ रहता है, उसके होठों पे हमेशा क्या रहता है? सच्चाई रहता है। माने एक बात में कहना है तो हमें हमेशा सच बोलना चाहिए। सच बोलने के लिए क्या साफ रखना चाहिए? हृदय को जो है साफ रखना चाहिए। यही बात जो है बता रहे हैं। और अंत में एक कॉमन लाइंस जो है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है।
Good morning everyone, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Usha and we are going to learn 9th standard English. Let us have a look at this picture. What do you see in this picture? A boy. He is laughing. What is the boy doing? He is laughing. When do we laugh normally? When we hear a joke? Yes. When we hear a joke we laugh, or if we see something funny we laugh, or if we see something which normally doesn't happen and you find it funny, we laugh. Right? And do you like to be around a person who makes you laugh all the time? Yes. What do you call a person who can crack jokes immediately according to the situation? He has a good sense of humor. We say that person has a good sense of humor, right? And even we go to movies. If it is a comedy movie, we laugh all the time. And how do you feel after coming back? After watching the movie, we feel so relaxed and we will be very happy after watching that movie. Humor is the ability of being comic. So, what is the difference between humor and comedy? A humor is instant. It happens in any situation, and comedy is a planned one. Okay, so we call it a comedy movie because they planned that comedy, that humor in that. And humor is something which happens instantly in any situation and it makes us laugh. So, do you think humor is very important in our life? Should our life have humor together with all other emotions? Yes. What does humor make? It makes us very relaxed and we feel very stress-free after hearing a joke or watching some comedy movie, right? Let us have a look at the meme. Watch it carefully and read it. We have seen so many memes in the social media, right? Whenever we see them, we laugh. So, it is humorous. It makes us so relaxed to see all those. Whatever be the situation we are in, we feel so relaxed after watching some comedy or watching some memes like this, or if somebody makes us laugh. And laughter is like a medicine. If we laugh, mostly it acts like a medicine which relieves us from the stress. And even when a teacher is teaching in the class, if she adds some humor to whatever be the topic, and the retention capacity of the student increases, because he can imagine that situation what the teacher has told, and he can remember whatever she taught in that way, and it becomes so active, the class becomes so lively, and they want to hear again and again. Even we all like to be around some person who always makes us laugh, who has a good sense of humor. It reduces all the humor, reduces all the negative emotions and makes the environment positive. So we all like to be around the person who are humorous, and we also can be humorous some ways. Once a while we crack a joke, the environment feels so positive. Okay, now let us have a look at our theme, which is humor, which is based on humor, and we have 3 subtopics in this. The reading A is the snake and the mirror, reading B the duck and the kangaroo, it's a poem, and reading C is little Bobby. Okay, look at the picture carefully. What is this monkey doing? It is looking itself into the mirror. Have you seen something like this any time? Do you remember any stories where an animal looks into the mirror or one kind of reflection? Yes, you guessed right. You might have heard the story of lion and the hare, where the hare says there is one more lion in the well. It sees its reflection there and feels it is a real lion, and it's jumped into it. There, the rabbit was wise. Here, what do you think have prompted the monkey to look into that? Might be its reflection? Yes. It saw somebody else in the mirror, so it got attracted towards it. It was thinking who it might be. Okay. And what do you think really the monkey might be thinking at this time? It is looking at its face, and might be like us. Whenever we go to mall or a shop, a shopping place, or anywhere, if we see a mirror, all of us get attracted towards it, and we want to set our hair, or we want to set our dress, and we also want to see whether we are looking beautiful or not, and we want to adjust our face, clothes, everything, right? Everyone gets attracted to the mirror, whatever it is. It might not be a real mirror, something where we can see our reflection. Even this animal got attracted towards it. Okay, so the name of the lesson is The Snake and the Mirror. Here the snake is looking into the mirror, and let us see in this lesson why is it so important. What the snake did with the mirror, or by looking into the mirror, what might have happened. Let us see this. Here the author of this lesson is Waiko Muhammad Bashir. He is a fictional writer who is from Kerala. Who is a fictional writer? A fictional writer is one who writes imaginary stories. Stories of fiction means they are not real. Even before the movies, it is a fictional story they will write. It is not based on any of the real experiences. Fiction is something which is not real. He is a fictional writer, and he is a humanist, freedom fighter, novelist, and short story writer. His style of writing is down-to-earth style of writing, which made him popular. A down-to-earth style of writing means he mostly writes about the common man stories, okay, which brought him this name and popularity, okay, because everyone will imagine themselves. If somebody writes about a common man, that means he is writing about us. Everyone can imagine the situations accordingly, whatever they have experienced. So he is a popular writer, and he is successful and outstanding writers from India. Translation of his works. This Snake and the Mirror is a translation of his work. Some more of his notable works include Balyakala Sakshi, Shabdangal, Maithulukal, and Anarga Nimisham. He was awarded the Padma Shri in 1982. He is fondly remembered as Bepur Sultan. Bepur is the place from where he is. It's in Kerala. So he is a fictional writer, and he wrote stories about a common man, and he was awarded Padma Shri also. Now let us get into the lesson. A reading. Has a snake ever coiled itself round any part of your body? A full-blooded cobra. All of us fell silent. The question came from a homeopath. The topic came up when we were discussing snakes. We listened attentively as the doctor continued with the tale. Has a snake ever coiled itself? Coiled means surround like this. This is coiled. Has the snake ever coiled itself round any part of your body? A full-blooded cobra. Here cobra is a noun and full-blooded It is telling about the noun. So it is called an adjective. Full-blooded means a strong cobra. Cobra is a kind of snake. All of us fell silent. Who asked this question? A homeopath. Homeopath is a doctor who practices homeopathy. Right? They were all surprised and they fell silent. Why is he asking this question? This question came from the homeopath. The topic came up when we were discussing the snakes. The author and the doctor. The author went to the doctor for some reason, and they both were discussing about the snakes. And who asked this question? The homeopath, the doctor, the homeopathy doctor asked, has a snake ever coiled around your body? It is a full-blooded, a strong cobra. A full-blooded also means it is from the same kind of parents. You might have heard Harry Potter and the Half-Blooded Prince. He is from different parents. One is a wizard and one is a normal one. So he was called Half-Blooded Prince in that. And it is a full-blooded cobra means they are from the same kind of parents, same family. Right? A full-blooded cobra means here it is strong cobra. All of us fell silent. The question came up from the homeopath. The topic came up when we were discussing snakes. They were discussing about the snakes. We listened attentively as the doctor continued with the tale. Tale means story. Let us see what happens next. It was a hot summer night about 10 o'clock. Had my meal at the restaurant and returned to my room. He had his meal, dinner at the restaurant, and what was the time? It is a summer night about 10 o'clock. I heard a noise from above as I opened the door. The sound was a familiar one. Familiar means known sound. Restaurant is a place where you go and eat. One could say that rats and I shared the room. I took out my box of matches and lighted the kerosene lamp on the table. What did the homeopathy doctor do? He is telling about himself, right? What happened? He was explaining and describing one situation, what had happened in his life to the author. It was a summer night and he had his meal at the restaurant. He went back to his home and he opened the door and he heard some noise from above, and he felt quite familiar because everyone knows his room is full of rats. So he thought they are rats because all the time the rats are there in that house. He took out the box of matches. He took out matchbox and lighted a kerosene lamp. Why he might have lighted a kerosene lamp? When do we light a kerosene lamp? There is no power, right? When there is no electricity, we light. The house was not electrified. The house does not have electricity. It was a small rented room. I had just set up medical practice and my earnings were meager. Set up means here start. He just started his medical practice and my earnings were meager. Meager means very less. I had about 60 rupees in my suitcase. Along with some shirts and dhotis, I also possessed one solitary black coat which I was then wearing. Solitary means which doesn't have anything else, means single. It is alone without anyone. Solitary black coat. What does he have? He started his practice July, so his earnings were not much, and he is also a homeopathy doctor. He might have been earning very less. I had about 60 rupees in my suitcase. What are all the things he had? He had 60 rupees in the suitcase along with some shirts and dhotis. He has some shirts, some dhotis and one black coat which he was wearing all the time. Only one black coat he has which he wears, which I was then wearing. I took off my black coat. Took off means to remove. My black coat, white shirt and not so white vest. Vest is something which you wear inside the shirts, right? And hung them up. What was he wearing before? Black coat. What did he remove? The black coat, a white shirt and not so white vest and hung them up. He hung them in the room. I opened the two windows in the room. There were two windows and he opened because there was no electricity. He might be wanting some air and it was summertime also. It was an outer room with one wall facing the open yard. It had a tiled roof with long supporting cables that rested on the beam over the wall. Where was he staying? In that room. How is the room? He is describing the room. It was an outer room with one wall facing the open yard. One side of the wall is facing the yard. Yard means it's a place. It had a tiled roof. He's describing his whole house. It has a tiled roof. Tile means tiles, you might have known, right? Tiled roof with long supporting gables that rested on the beam over the wall. Gables means you might have seen houses like this, right? This part of the sloping roof, this is called gable. This part is called gable that rested on the beam over the wall. There was no ceiling. There was no ceiling to this, only that sloping roof, and this beam is supporting. This is supported by a beam. A regular traffic of rats to and from the beam. I made my bed and pulled it close to the wall. There was a regular traffic. Regular traffic means there are so many rats. They are coming normally every day. He can see them here and there. They might be moving above the tiles or on the ceiling. There is no ceiling. Maybe on the roof. Traffic of rats from the beam. I made my bed. He want to sleep. It's already night time. And pulled it close to the wall. I lay down, but I could not sleep. Here, lay down. Lay down means trying to take some rest. He lay down, but I could not sleep. I got up and went out to the veranda for a little air. Veranda is a place outside the house. Every house has a small veranda like a balcony, right? That is a veranda. He couldn't sleep. He pulled up his bed close to the wall. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't feel so sleepy. So, why do you think he might not be sleepy? Because there is no air. It is a hot summer. He wants some air. So, he wanted to go to the veranda. I got up and went out to the veranda for a little air. Yes, he went out for air. But the wind god seemed to have taken time off. Time off means taking a break. He thought he's telling that wind god might have taken some break. That's why I am not receiving any air even though I went out to the veranda. Here lay down means lying down, taking rest. Gables, it's a triangular part which supports the roof. This is called gable. I went back into the room and sat down on the chair. I opened the box beneath the table and took out a book, the Materia Medica. Here, what did he do? He went back into the room. Obviously, why? Because he is not receiving any air. He went to the veranda, but he did not get any air. So he came back and he opened his box beneath the table. He has one suitcase, right? It is under the table. He, beneath means under the table, and took out the book, the Materia Medica. What is the name of the book? The Materia Medica. It has some remedial measures which has to do with homeo medicine, right? I opened it at the table on which stood the lamp and a large mirror. He went to the table where he has one lamp and a big mirror. A small comb lay beside the mirror. What else he has? One comb. There's a table and a mirror. One feels tempted to look into the mirror when it is near. I took a look. In those days, I was a great admirer of beauty and I believed in making myself look handsome. Obviously, if you see a mirror, everyone gets tempted, attracted towards it to have a look into it, right? I took a look. He went. The doctor also felt like that. In those days, I was a great admirer of beauty. Means he has a great respect for beauty and he wanted to be beautiful and look handsome like everyone does. And I believed in making myself look handsome. He wanted to do whatever he feels like it makes him look handsome. So he went, he had a look into the mirror, and then what he did, let us see. I was unmarried and I was a doctor. I felt I had to make my presence felt. He looked into the mirror. He thought, yes, I am unmarried and I am also a doctor. So I should look handsome. That's what he felt, that beauty makes his presence felt. I picked up the comb and ran it through my hair and adjusted the parting so that it looked straight and neat. Again I heard that sound from above. What did he do? He picked his comb. After looking into the mirror, he wanted to look handsome. So what did he do? He has a comb beside his mirror, right? He took it and combed his hair. He adjusted the parting, means it will be somewhat scribbly or messy, right? The hair will be, so he adjusted that. Again, I heard that sound from above. I took a close look at my face in the mirror. I made an important decision. I would shave daily and grow a thin mustache to look more handsome. I was, after all, a bachelor, a doctor. He heard the sound again when he was looking into the mirror and combing, adjusting his hair. He heard the sound again. He just neglected it because he thought they were rats. He had so many rats in his house, right? Then again he started looking into the mirror. He took a close look at his face and he made one important decision. I would shave daily. Might be his beard is something not looking good. He might not be. I would shave daily and grow a thin mustache to look more handsome. He wanted to shave and grow a thin mustache on his face. I was, after all, a bachelor. He thought, I'm bachelor, I need to get married and also a doctor, and I look handsome if I do all this. So he made that important decision. I looked into the mirror and smiled. It was an attractive smile. I made another earth-shaking decision. I would always keep that attractive smile on my face to look more handsome. I was, after all, a bachelor and doctor too on top of it. So here I looked into means observe keenly. Looking into the mirror means he is not having a glance at the mirror. He is looking into the mirror means he is observing himself keenly into the mirror and smiled. It was an attractive smile. He felt that his smile was attractive. His face looks so good when he smiles. So he made another earth-shaking decision means very important decision. I would always keep that attractive smile on my face at the time because he felt handsome when he smiled. He thought, okay, from now on, I'll keep smiling because I'm looking good by smiling. He'll look more handsome if he smiles. I was, after all, a bachelor and doctor too on top of it. He felt that I'm a bachelor, I should look handsome, and also a doctor in a good profession, so I should look handsome.
Good morning children, welcome to Lucid Study. So today we are going to discuss about an interesting topic, that is first chapter, real numbers. Okay, so up to now you have discussed so many different types of numbers, right? So natural numbers, whole numbers, integers and rational numbers also you have discussed in 8th class, right? So here we will learn the complete information about real numbers. Okay, so let us enter into the topic. See, before going to start our topic, let me discuss you what we are going to learn in this chapter. Okay, so first thing is representing irrational numbers on number line, revisiting old number system, and representing irrational numbers on number line, irrational numbers, decimal expansion of rational and irrationals, and operations on irrational numbers. So these are the topics for today we are going to discuss, right? So let us enter into the topic. First one, we will discuss about revisiting the old number system. So we will start from this. Okay, right. See, representing integers on number line already you have seen. Suppose, see, I am taking one example. I want to represent 8 on number line. Okay, so I want to represent 8 on number line. So I want to represent plus 8 on number line. So we know that to represent integers on number line, on right side we will represent positive numbers and we will represent negative numbers on left side. Okay, in between positive and negative numbers 0 will be there. Now suppose I want to represent 8 on this number line. So where I have to go? So right side I have to move from 0 to 8. So my required number is here. So I will round it off. So like this I have to represent integers on number line. Okay. Suppose you want to represent fractions on number line. So suppose I want to represent 5/6 on number line. First we need to see this fraction is lying between which two numbers, which two integers. Okay. So which two integers 5/6 will be lying? So this is a proper fraction. proper fraction value will be always greater than 0 and it is less than 1. So this fraction is greater than 0 and it is less than 1. Okay, so that means our required 5 by 6 is lying in between 0 and 1. So what I will do now, so I will divide this gap with 6 equal parts, because we have to, here you see, we have to represent 5 by 6 on number line. So denominator value how much? 6. So I have to divide the region into 6 equal parts. Now what is this fraction value? 1 by 6, 2 by 6, 3 by 6, 4 by 6, 5 by 6, and the last value will be 6 by 6. What we have to represent? 5 by 6 we have to represent. So 5 by 6 I have to represent. So like this, fractions we will represent on number line. Then what are rational numbers? What is the difference between fractions and rational numbers? See, fraction will not be a negative. Okay, fraction value will not be a negative, but rational numbers can have negative fractions also. Okay, so rational numbers means what? Positive fractions, negative fractions and 0. So all these combinations we can say as rational numbers. Generally, what is the definition of rational numbers? We will see next. How do I will define a rational number? Generally, so a rational number is a number which can be expressed in the form of P by Q. Okay, so which can be expressed in the form of P by Q, where P and Q are integers. So P and Q are integers. Now Q is not equal to 0. Denominator should not be 0. If denominator is equal to 0, what happens? That fraction will be undefined. We cannot find the value of that fraction. Okay, division with 0 is not possible, right? Now we will go for irrational numbers. So what do you mean by irrational numbers? So here rational numbers I gave you definition, and now I am going to give definition about irrational numbers. Irrational numbers means the numbers which cannot be expressed in the form of P by Q are said to be irrational numbers. Opposite to this, we cannot express irrational numbers in the form of P by Q, right? What are the examples? What examples I can give? See, I can give examples like root 2. Can we find exactly what is the value of root 2? So if you try to find a square root method, it will give you very large value. It will not terminate. So it will keep on extending like 4, 1, 4, 2, 3 and so on. So if you are keeping on doing, it will go continuously. So root 2 is an irrational number. Similarly, pi is also irrational number. Here very important concept. Pi is irrational number. So why pi is irrational number? What is the definition of pi value? Pi means generally we will think that pi value is equal to 22 by 7, but this is wrong. Okay, so pi value is very close to the value of 22 by 7, so that we will consider pi value as 22 by 7. Okay, so it is not exactly 22 by 7. Okay, now I will write pi value. What is the definition of pi? Pi is the definition. It is nothing but circumference of a circle by its diameter. This is the definition of pi. So circumference of a circle, and we cannot find exactly. There may be a error. Okay, we cannot exactly measure the ring length. Okay, so that is why this pi value is not fixed, but pi value we can consider as 22 by 7. Okay, because it is very close to this value. Understand? So pi is irrational number actually, but generally for calculation purpose we will write 22 by 7 as a value. Okay, very close to that, right? Right. Now we will see decimal expansion of rational numbers. Okay, decimal expansion of rational numbers. So decimal expansion of rational numbers will be like this, like following. So it may be a terminating decimal. So what do you mean by terminating decimal? Suppose if I ask you what is the value of 2 by 10? 2 by 10, if you convert this into decimal form, what is the answer? So it will be 0.2. That means after 0.2 there will be an end. Okay, it will end by 0.2. right? These type of decimals are said to be terminating decimals. It will end after some calculation. Okay, so it may have, rational number may have a terminating decimal, for example 2 by 10. So one more I will give you, one more point is that it may have non-terminating decimal also. What do you mean by non-terminating decimal? So it will not end, it will keep on going and it will go up to infinity. Okay, for example if I take 2 by 3 value, so can you convert this into decimal and tell me what is the answer? Converting in decimal is nothing but we have to divide the numerator with the help of denominator, right? Now I will divide, see 3 I will divide, okay, 2 I will divide with the 3. Now see point I will keep and I will keep 0, 3 6 are 18, so remainder is 2. Again because of this decimal point we can keep 0, 3 6 are 18. So will it end if you are continuing like this? It will not end. See here 2 by 3, it is in the form of p by q, right? So that is why it may have terminating decimal also, but there is a condition here. It may have terminating decimal and terminating and a recurring decimal. What do you mean by recurring again? Recurring is nothing but repeating again and again. Okay na? So see here 0.6, this 6 is repeating, it will continue repeating. Okay, not only see this fraction, I will take many real numbers I will take, so you can understand from that. So suppose if I take 2 by 7, right? Now what is the value of this? Divide and tell. So it will be like divide 0.2 and see I will divide with, I will divide 2 by 7, so point I will keep 0. Okay, so divide now, 7 2s are 14, so 6 will be the remainder. Now because of that point I can keep one more 0. Now 7 8s are 56, now 4 will be remainder. Now again, so 0 I can keep. Now 7 5s are 35, again 5, remainder 0. Now 7 7s are 49, now you have remainder 1. Now 0 I will keep, 7 1s are 7, so now remainder will be 3, 0 I will keep. Now see 7 4s are 28 and the remainder came again 2 here. 2 means again what happens? Again because of that point I will keep 0. So again this same process will repeat. That means it will recurring means we will represent by keeping a bar on the numbers which are repeating. Okay, so 0. The previous example if you take, here 6 is repeating 0.6666. So how I can write? Simply 0.6 bar I can write. These points maybe you already known. Again I am explaining this. So here see 2 8 5 7 1 4. So how many numbers are repeating here? How much block of digits are repeating? So 6 digits are repeating. That means non-terminating but recurring decimals. Okay, non-terminating but recurring decimals it should have. Okay, now I will ask you a question. What is the decimal expansion of rational number? Tell me what is the decimal expansion of rational numbers. You have to answer like this. So a decimal expansion of rational numbers may be terminating or it may not, it may have non-terminating and recurring decimal. So you have to answer like this. Understand? Right. Now we will see irrational numbers and their decimal expansion. Okay, irrational numbers decimal expansion may not terminating and it is not recurring. Okay, so decimal expansion of irrational numbers, non-terminating, very important, non-terminating and non-recurring also, like pi value is 3.1432, so it will not repeat any block of digits, it is non-recurring, so that is why we will consider pi value as irrational number. Okay, so but 3.14 is very close to 22/7, so that pi value we will consider 22/7 for calculation. Right, understood? So similarly, if you find what is the value of root 2, it also will give you 1.4142. It will not repeat any pattern over there in this decimal expansion. Okay, it will not give you any recurring decimal expansion over there. Understand? So these are the key points before we are starting exercise, right? Now see, real numbers are formed like this. First, what are the known numbers? Natural numbers, those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counting numbers. So whole numbers means we will add 0. 0 and natural numbers all together we can say whole numbers. Whole numbers after integers. So integers means negative numbers as well as whole numbers together are said to be integers. Okay, so now rational numbers means along with integers, in between their gaps also we can fill with the fractions in between 0 and 1, 1 and 2. So those are all said to be rational numbers. Okay, so irrational numbers is a different set. So it is having non-terminating and non-recurring decimals, and root 2, root 3, pi, root 11, all these are examples of irrational numbers. Now see, all these numbers together, all these numbers are together kept in one big set, that is said to be real number system. That is said to be real number system. Okay, so this is what the chapter about. So don't forget, in 10th class also this chapter will repeat. So remember all the concept whatever we are going to discuss here. Okay, right. Yeah, representing real numbers on number line. In that, first rational numbers. How to represent rational numbers on number line. So already you know that how to represent fractions on number line. So here also rational numbers also same manner. Okay, so real numbers are nothing but positive fractions, 0 and negative fractions all together we can say as rational numbers. Okay, so these we can represent on number line. Suppose I want to represent -2/3 on number line. I am taking one rational number and I want to represent that on number line. For that purpose I will draw a line. So on that I am going to represent -2/3. Now I want to find where this -2/3 exists on number line, in between which two integers. Okay, for that purpose what I will see, whether it is greater than 0 or less than 0, negative number will be always less than 0. So it is less than 0, it is a proper fraction. So it will be greater than -1. So the number whatever is there, that will be lying between 0 and -1. So I will represent on this number line like this, positive numbers, and this side negative numbers, -1, -2, -3. Now see, our required number exists in between 0 and -1. Here our number is existed. Now how you will represent fraction on number line as it is here. So how you will represent, we will divide this portion into denominator, what is that? 3. So we will divide this portion into 3 equal parts. So first one, second one, and the third one already marked. Okay, so see, now I will write, how you will write the first position, how we can write? So we can write this one as -1/3 and this will be -2/3. So which number we have to represent? -2/3 we have to represent. So our number will be existed over here. We will mark here -2/3. So like this we have to represent. Understand? Right. Like this we will represent rational numbers on number line. Now we will enter into first exercise, is based on whatever the concepts we have discussed. See here, write any 3 rational numbers. So it may be in PYQ form or it may be in decimal form. You can write any 3 rational numbers. So I will write 3 rational numbers here. So one is in PYQ form, one I will write decimal form, the other one also I will write another form. See, so for example I will write 5 is a rational number. Every integer is a rational number, we have discussed now, right? So 5 is a rational number. One more rational number I will write -2/3. One more rational number I will write 1.25. One more rational number I can give like 1.37 bar. What is this bar indicates? That 3, 7 is repeating. Now, according to definition, all type of examples are covered. See, this is a integer which is also a rational number. See here minus 2 by 3 which is in p by q form. Here you can see 1.25 decimal expansion is terminating. Next, one more example I gave you, 1.37 bar, that is non-terminating decimal, but the decimal part will be recurring. So all type of definitions were covered. Now see next, explain rational numbers in your own words. Yes, you can write in your own words. You can tell what do you mean by rational number. So general definition is what? If a number is in p by q form, then we can say it is a rational number. Okay. So, and one more definition also we can give. If the decimal expansion of a number is terminating, then also it is an rational number. If the decimal expansion is non-terminating and recurring, then also we can say it is a rational number. Understand? So boys, so we can give many definitions for this. In these three, you can choose any one. Okay? Right. See here, find three rational numbers between 3 by 5 and 2 by 3. So we need to find any three rational numbers in between these two. Right? So for that purpose, many ways we can do. So we will choose the easiest way. Okay? First, what we will do? So 3 by 5. What are the given rational numbers? 3 by 5 and 2 by 3. Now see the denominators. Here 3, 5 is there, here 3 is there. Denominators are not equal. So first what we will do? We will make them into like fractions. So how to do like fractions? We know that we can multiply or divide the numerator and denominator with the same number, right? So for that purpose what I am doing is 3 by 5 into 3 I will do easiest way. So here denominator is 3, no? So with this I will multiply this whole fraction, numerator and denominator. So into 3 I will do. Here also 3 into 5 I will do, and here also into 5 I will do. So what is the answer here? 9 by 15, and here also 10 by 15. Now what I will do? So 9 and 10 in between numbers choosing is little difficult. So for that purpose what I will do? I will multiply again this numerator and denominator with 10. So if you multiply with 10, this will become 90 and this will become 150. And if you multiply with 10, this will become 100 and by 150. Now in between these two, we can choose any 5. So what are those? It may be 91 by 100, 92 by 100, okay, and 93 by 100, 94 by 100 and 95 by 100. So like this we can give examples. Okay, suppose if your requirement is more than this, so we can multiply with not 10, we can multiply with even 100 also, so that you will get more rational numbers in between. Understand? Right. Now next question, see easiest one. So we need to represent 8 by 5 and minus 8 by 5 on number line. Okay, to represent 8 by 5 and minus 8 by 5 on number line, what we have to do? First we need to draw a number line. So I will draw a number line. Here 0 will be there. Now see 8 by 5 and minus 8 by 5 we need to represent. First we have to see whether it is a proper fraction or improper fraction. It is an improper fraction, right? 8 by 5, numerator is greater. So you convert this into proper, mixed fraction. So it will be 8 by 5 is equal to, how we can convert? 1 3 by 5. Right? 1 3 by 5 we can convert. Now what is the value of that fraction? So it will be more than 1 and it is less than 2. So 1 3 by 5 means it will be more than 1 and it is less than 2. So 1 8 by 5, where it is lying? So it is lying in between 1 and 2. So in between 1 and 2 again what we have to do? 5 parts we need to divide. So I will do like this, 1, 2, 3 and so on. So left side negative numbers minus 1, minus 2. Similarly, minus 8 by 5. Minus 8 by 5. If you convert this into mixed fraction, it will be also minus 1, 3 by 5. So the value of minus 8 by 5 is also lying in between minus 1 and 2. Now what we have to do? We will divide in between 1 and 2 5 equal parts. 1, 2, 3, 4 and fifth part. Here also denominator is 5, so we will divide into 5 equal parts. So 5 equal parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 equal parts I made. Now I will write here 2 by 5, 3 by 5, 4 by 5. And see what is the answer? 1 3 by 5 is the answer. So 1 3 by 5, our 3 by 5 is here. So 1 3 by 5 or 8 by 5 will be in this location. Similarly here also see this will be 1 by 5, 2 by 5, 3 by 5. So minus 1 3 by 5, our required answer will be here. That is minus 1 3 by 5, that is nothing but minus 8 by 5. So like this way we can represent rational numbers on number line. Okay. Next question. Express the following rational numbers as decimal numbers. We need to express the following numbers into decimal numbers. So one set of numbers is given here, another set of numbers given here. So we will solve one by one. Okay. So I will convert first one. See 242 upon 1000. So you have already learned in denominator 1000 is there, how to convert this? So 0.242. So 3 zeros, after 3 zeros we need to keep decimal point. Okay. So 0.242. Similarly, next one is 354 by 500. Second question is, now how to convert? No option here. So we have to divide 354 directly with the 500, or we can do one more, like we will multiply numerator and denominator with 2. So if you multiply, what happens? This one numerator will become 708 by 1000. Now tell me what is the answer? 0.708. So like this we can convert. Next one 2 by 5. So how to convert this one into decimal form? Easy. So 2 by 5, what I will do? I will multiply numerator and denominator with 2. Now tell me what is the answer? 4 by 10 it will be. So your answer will be 0.4. Okay. Similarly, the last question, fourth one, 115 by 4. Now there is no option, we need to divide it directly. Okay. So divide 115 with 4. So if you divide 115 with 4, it will be 4 2s are 8, 3 will be the remainder, 5 we will put down. So 4 8s are 32. So remainder will be 3 0. So next 4 7s are 28 and remainder 2 0 we will keep. So 4 5s are 20. So what is our answer? 28.75. So this is the decimal expansion of the given first set of numbers. Okay. So like this we have to do converting into rational numbers into decimals. Okay. Right. Now see second set of numbers, how we will do into decimal form. See first number is 2 by 3. So what we have to do? We have to divide numerator by the denominator. So how we will divide? So 2 will be divided with 3. So 2 is divided with 3. So point we will keep 0. 3 6 are 18. Remainder will be 2. Because of that point I can put down one more 0. 3 6 are 18. So will it end? It will not end, it will continue. So what we can write? Therefore 2 by 3 is equal to 0.6 bar. That means 6 is repeating, recurring. Here 6 is recurring. Okay, like this we need to solve. Third one, your favorite. I told you why your favorite. You will think that this is pi value. So it is not pi value. So it is just a 22 by 7. It is a rational number. So how to convert this into decimal? So we have to divide numerator with the denominator. So 22 we have to divide with 7. 7 3s are 21 1, point will keep 0, 7 1 is 7, 3 will come, again keep 0, now 7 4s are 28, again remainder is 0, 2, now we have to keep 0, now 7 2s are 14, answer will be 6, again one more 0, again 7 8s are 56, now your remainder will be 4, because of the point we will keep one more 0, now 7 5s are 35, see it is going on, keep on going on, so 5 0, next 7 7s are 49, so your answer will be 1, again 0, okay. Now 7 1s are 7, now 0 3 is your answer. So now see, from here again the block of digit will repeat. That means what is the value of 22 by 7 in terms of decimals is equal to 3.14285 bar. How many digits are repeating? 142857, so 6 digits are repeating. If the denominator is 7, then 6 digits, 6 blocks of digits will repeat again and again. Understand? So like this we have to solve the fraction into decimal or rational number into decimal. See, 11 by 9, so 9 1s are 9, so 2 will be remainder, point will keep 0, 9 2s are 18, 2 0, again 9 2s are 18, so that means only 2 is repeating, so 11 by 9 we can conclude that 1.2 bar. Okay, like this we have to do the fractions into decimals. Understand?
Hello kids, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Asexual Chaitanya and today we are in grade 9 with the first chapter, that is cell, its structure and its function. Ante kanamu oka nirmanam mariyu dani oka function gurinchi telusukundam. The objectives of this session includes, let's see that, typical cell, cell membrane or plasma membrane, activity, cell wall, nucleus, a small lab activity, prokaryotic cell, cytoplasm, protoplasm, cell organelles ante kanamoka angalu, and endoplasmic reticulum, and we also have some many other cell organelles also. Let us keep them in suspense and quickly start up with the next objective. We have some activities 3, 4, 5 about other organelles. Vacuole, are cells flat? Where do cells come from? Asli kanalu ekkadi nunchi vastayi. So these are the objectives. Let us get into the session with our first objective. See kids, in the previous classes we have already learned that how this cell looks like and what are the various experiments done by the scientists. And chala rakala శాస్త్రవేత్తలు దీని కోసం ఈ సెల్ అనేది కణం అనేది ఎలా ఉంటుంది, అసలు ఏ లివింగ్ ఆర్గానిజమ్స్ లో ఉంటుంది అని కనుక్కోవడానికి చాలా శ్రమపడ్డారు, అవునా? And we have seen many scientists like Robert Hooke discovered the cell, Robert Brown discovered the nucleus, right? The same way many other scientists also had lot of observations and they came out and they have said very clearly that the internal parts of the cell were generally observed by using compound microscope. Avuna, compound microscope use chesi, we have discussed there are many types of microscopes like compound microscope, electron microscope, light microscope, but basic structure of the cell were observed only by using compound microscope. If we need to observe the integral structures, the internal structures of the cell, we have to use some other type of microscope like we discussed, electron microscope or light microscope. But to make our work done easier, scientists, they have observed the cell of different plants and animals. అంటే ఆ టైంలో మనకి అంటే సైంటిస్ట్ ఒక శ్రమ, శాస్త్రవేత్తల ఒక శ్రమ ఎలా అయింది అంటే ప్రజలకి ఈ కణం ఇలా ఉంటుంది అని చెప్పడానికి వాళ్ళు చేసే కష్టంలో కొన్ని ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్ ఎలా అంటే దే టుక్ సమ్ ఫోటోగ్రాఫ్స్ ఆఫ్ సమ్ మోడల్స్ and they have even drawn some pictures. They have written some conclusions, some observations, and they said that there should be a basic model to observe the cell. You know, there are many models, we can say the permanent slides available at our science lab in our educational institutions, right? So try to observe those slides and we call them to be as a model of the cell. So these models of the cells were prepared basing on which we were taking the typical cell as one of the model. ఒక కణాన్ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేయాలి అంటే ఒక స్టాండర్డ్ మోడల్స్ అంటూ ఉండాలి, రైట్? లైక్ వాట్ ఫీచర్స్ షుడ్ సెల్ హ్యావ్ and what functions that each part of the cell should undergo. So to talk about that, typical cell is one of the standard model. What is this typical cell? See, all organelles present in a typical cell are not same in all cells, right? For example, if you take a plant cell and animal cell, do you think they have the same structures? But the answer is no. You remember 8th grade lo manam already chadukunnam that cell has different shapes and different sizes and their number is different and their structures are also different. అవునా? దాని ఒక నిర్మాణంలో కానీ ఏదైనా దానికి ఒక డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది, ఒక మార్పు ఉంటుంది ఒక్క కణానికి ఇంకో కణానికి. సో టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ అ స్టాండర్డ్ సెల్ వి కాల్డ్ యాజ్ టిపికల్ సెల్. లెట్స్ నో దిస్ అబౌట్ టిపికల్ సెల్ ఇన్ అ క్విక్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. See, we know very well that green plants prepare food. Avana? That food preparation we call it as photosynthesis. మొక్కలు వాటి ఆహారం అవే ప్రిపేర్ చేసుకుంటాయి అన్నాం. దా పద్ధతిని మనం photosynthesis అంటాం, right? Now what is the main structure responsible for photosynthesis in plants? Yes, exactly, the chloroplast. The chloroplast plays a major role along with the green pigment chlorophyll to prepare the food, that is to undergo the process of photosynthesis. Now, do you say that all plants will have this chloroplast? No, the answer is no, because have you ever observed that all the plants on the earth are all green in color? No, there are various other colored leaves of the plants present, right? You know, we can see even the brown color, maroon color, yellowish color, you know, light orange or reddish color leaves. So chloroplast is not present in those plants, right? Because this chloroplast is responsible for giving only green color, and we say only green plants do the photosynthesis, right? So this character of presence of chloroplast is present only in green plants. So such kind of green plant cells we call them as typical cell. అంటే ఒక ప్రత్యేకత ఒకవేళ ఉంటే అలాంటి సెల్స్ని మనం టిపికల్ సెల్స్ అంటాం, ఆ కణాన్ని టిపికల్ కణాలు అంటారు, ఓకేనా? సో దిస్ స్పెషల్ క్వాలిటీస్ ఆర్ నాట్ ప్రెసెంట్ ఇన్ ఆల్ ప్లాంట్స్, రైట్? సి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ we have learnt about the shape and sizes of different cells in our 8th grade, right? For example, onion peel cells are rectangular in shape. Yes or no? So onion cells are rectangular, right? Where we have seen that the cheek cells, right? The cheek cells doesn't have any shape. They are irregular. Yes or no? They are irregular. So same way, basing upon the shape, basing upon a special quality or a special component like chloroplast, all these characters are not same in all cells. Such special characterized cells we call them as typical cell. See, as you can see a picture here, right? There's a labeling given. Can you just, guess what are the structures? Yeah, basically you can easily say that, the yellowish part which is present here, we call them to be as this one, number 1 to be as a liquid part or a fluid content called as cytoplasm, right? This we have learned earlier. ఈ నీటి పదార్థం ఏదైతే ఉందో ఈ ఎల్లో పసుపు రంగులో దీన్ని మనం సైటోప్లాజం అంటాం, రైట్? The same way we have nucleus and some other organelles which are empty but not labeled, because this is a task which we have to fill at the end of the session, right? So let's quickly see about some of the other cell organelles in the plant cells and animal cells. The first organelle which we are talking here is actually cell membrane. Kanatvacham leda plasma pora ani antaru dinni. Okay, so what is this cell membrane? See, the name itself, it says that it is a membrane. Membrane ante enti? Yes, oka sannapati porani manam membrane antam. Like, you know, a mother filters a coffee or a tea or any other, you know, lemon juice, or we use filter to filter the substances, solid and liquid separately, or the things which are left undissolved. Now, what is that filter contains? Yes, it is nothing but a sieve. We say it as sieve. Dani sieve antam. Manam Telugulo jalleda antam kada, like sieve. Okay, that sieve is present to the filter like this, which has very small tiny holes, or we can say pores. Hole is the one which we can see, and pores which cannot see with our naked eyes. Okay, so we can say that there are small tiny pores. These pores nothing but helps them to filter the substances, filtration ki. So we call this complete as sieve. Now here this membrane also does the same function what sieve does. Ikkada manam sieve ఏ ఫంక్షన్ చేస్తుంది అనుకుంటున్నామో సేమ్ అదే ఫంక్షన్ ఇక్కడ సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్ చేస్తుందంట. So this is one of the function. Okay, now how it looks? Look at the picture, so beautiful. Can you see this blue colored area, right? This blue colored surface, we say it to be as cell membrane. దీన్ని cell membrane anta. For example, if you consider this internal part to be, this is completely a cell, right? Now where is the cell membrane present? Yes, it is present as an outermost layer. Yeah, it is present as an outermost layer. Clear? Now this outermost layer is, you know, actually separate in two different cells. What are those two different cells? Yeah, plant cell and animal cell. If we talk about the animal cell, this cell membrane acts as a outermost layer, right? And can you see here something? Plant cell is equal to cell membrane plus cell wall. This is how the outermost layer of plant cell will be. అంటే animal cell వచ్చేసరికి దీని outermost layer ఏదవుతుంది? Cell membrane. But when we talk about the plant cell, if you talk about the plant cell, it contains cell membrane, along with it another structure called as cell wall. Why? దానికి ఎందుకు two membranes ఎందుకు ఉన్నాయి? We'll see that. So we say it as cell membrane plus cell wall. Right, kids? So this is how the first organelle or the first outermost layer of cell, it may be a plant cell or animal cell, exists. Right? Let us quickly go into a small beautiful activity with a Rio leaf. Yes, here is activity 1, which is talking about observing the cell membrane. Now you remember very well, right? ఇప్పుడు మేము చెప్పుకున్నాం మనం ఏమని, plant cells లో we'll write a copy here. Okay, so plant cells, what is their outermost layer? Yes, cell wall, then cell membrane. Okay, in short. And about the animal cell, animal cells will have only one layer, that is cell membrane, right? See, we are also example of an animal, right? So even we also have only cell membrane. Only plants have this two layers. Now, did you get a question here? ఇక్కడ మీకు question mind లో రావాలి. ఏమని? We said that there are two layers here, right? Now, which is the outermost layer here? Whether cell wall is present as the outer or cell membrane as outer? Yes, if you are thinking in this way, then you are in the right path. In general, cell wall acts as the outermost layer to the plant cell. Understand? Ante ee cell wall anedi ప్లాంట్ సెల్ అవుటర్ మోస్ట్ గా ఉంటుంది. ఆఫ్టర్ దాట్ దేర్ ఎగ్జిస్ట్ ద సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్. But in animal cell there is only one, and that is cell membrane. Okay, so here is an activity talking about like watching the leaf and its cell. See, very simple activity. Take a quick leaf, a Rio leaf, and we know very well to observe any membrane and its cell under a microscope, we have to tear a leaf so carefully, so that you can have a thin sheet of the layer. The outermost layer of the leaf will be very thin and translucent. Now cut that part. We can say that take a Rio leaf, right, and then cut the part and then put it in a glycerin, leave it for 30 to 40 minutes, then remove the Rio leaf, place it on a slide, right, and then give 2 to 3 drops of water, 2 to 3 drops of water, and then put a cover slip on it. Place the complete setup under a microscope on a slide holder. If you observe the cell of a Rio leaf, this how it appears. Can you see here there are some pinkish border or the margins labeled in the diagram? Yeah, these are nothing but the cell membrane, right? And can you see this outermost part? This is the cell wall. Now tell me, which is the outermost here? Yes, exactly. The outermost layer will be the cell wall. So this is the cell membrane and this outermost layer is nothing but the cell wall, because this is a plant cell, right? If you take the cheek cell, okay, and observe under a microscope, what could be the outermost layer? Exactly. Remember, the cheek cell looks like this, and it has nucleus at the center, and it has only one layer like this, because it is an animal cell and only one layer is present as outermost layer. Now fine, we were discussing about the plasma membrane or cell membrane. Ante plasma pora anna lepathe cell membrane anna okate. Why the two names exist here? Yes, this is a very easy way to understand. Now just recall the structure of the cell. For example, just we draw a rough diagram of a cell here, right? And what is the central part? Yes, it's nucleus. Yes or no? Now we said that there is some liquid like substances present at the center of this cell. Now this liquid, we learned that it is called cytoplasm. We have learned this in the earlier classes. Okay, fluid content untundi cell majna. For as in our body we have blood, where all the organs are freely suspended in the blood and they have their own function. Same way, consider ourselves with the cell, our blood as a cytoplasm and the cell organelles as our organs like kidney, liver and all. Okay. Now concentrate on the two terms cell membrane and plasma membrane. అసలు ఎందుకు ప్లాస్మా పొర అని అంటారు మరియు సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్ అని కూడా ఎందుకు అంటారు అనేది మనం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం. సో ఇఫ్ యు సీ హియర్, దిస్ ఈజ్ ద సెల్ membrane. Okay, if we are talking about an animal cell, consider this as an animal cell. To this animal cell, now cell membrane is present. What is the word plasma membrane? Plasma pora. Plasma means what? Yes, it's a liquid. And membrane, we know it's a thin structure which encloses the cell, right? This liquid is nothing but the fluid contained cytoplasm. Yes or no? This liquid is nothing but cytoplasm. So here cyto is nothing but cell. Yes. Now just join it. Now when plasma means liquid and this liquid is called as cytoplasm, where cytoplasm means liquid of the cell. So cyto is nothing but cell. So the name given as cell membrane. Understand? So the liquid whichever present inside the cell is being enclosed by a membrane, that is nothing but related to cell, right? So the name was later modified as cell membrane. Clear? So it's a very easy way. This liquid is being covered or protected by a membrane which is actually related to the cytoplasm. Cyto is nothing but cell. So we say that cell membrane. Understand? So this is how the name was later coined by as ప్లాస్మా మెంబ్రేన్. అందుకే దీన్ని ప్లాస్మా పొర అని అంటారు. బికాస్ ప్లాస్మా అంటే ఏంటి? నీటి పదార్థం. ఆ నీటి పదార్థం పేరేమన్నాం ఇక్కడ? సైటోప్లాజం. సైటో అనే పేరులోనే ఉంది. సైటో అంటే సెల్ అని. మరి సెల్కి సంబంధించిన లిక్విడ్ని ఇది బయటికి ఎక్కడికి వెళ్లకుండా కాపాడుతుంది కాబట్టి దాన్ని మనం సెల్ది ఒక పొర అన్నాం. కణానికి ఒక పొర అన్నాం. దాన్ని సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్. సో దిస్ సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్ అండ్ ప్లాస్మా మెంబ్రేన్ ఆర్ బోత్ ఆర్ సేమ్. దర్ ఇస్ నో డిఫరెన్స్. బట్ nowadays we use the word only cell membrane. Plasma membrane word we won't use now. Right kids? So now let's quickly observe how these cell membrane or plasma membrane and the new structure called cell wall in the plant cell look like in a 3D picture. Now can you people guess which cell we are observing now? Yes, this is a plant cell, right? So beautiful. Now can you quickly say that what were the two layers we were discussing? Yeah, this is the outermost layer which we said as cell wall, and this is the innermost layer we said as cell membrane, right? You remember, this cell wall gives shape to the plant cell or any cell. That is, it is present only in plants, so we say it as plant cell. So this is very flexible and very rigid also, because you know the function of the cell wall is very special. We'll learn about it. And you can see the cell membrane next to it. This cell membrane is also very flexible and jelly like. Okay, and you can see that all the organs are freely suspended in the cell like this. And you can see the yellow color structure in between, which we said it as cytoplasm. This yellow structures we said as liquid content or fluid content of the cell, and you can see various organelles are suspended in it. So we'll learn about each and every organelle in the next session, but we are talking about the basic outermost structures and their functions here. So this is about the plant cell. Now let's see quickly how animal cell looks like. This is how the animal cell looks, right? Now can you observe how many layers are present? Yes, only one layer, and this layer we say it as a cell membrane. Everywhere to the whole animal cell it contains only one layer. This is the cell membrane, and cell wall is absent in the animal cell. So it is the only structure present in the plant cell. Understand? So this single layer talks about the function of the animal cell. Now this white colored structure is called as animal cell, okay, or the cell membrane of the animal cell. And you can see here it also contains many cell organelles. So organelles are same, but presence of cell wall and cell membrane vary, right? Now let us make a quick list of its function and its structures in depth. As you can see here, the cell wall is a special structure present only in the plant cell, right? What is its main function? Its main function is for growth and development of the cell. It helps in the growth and development. You know, basically what is our outermost layer? Skin. చర్మం మనకి ఎలాగైతే outermost layer గా ఉందో అలాగే plant cell కి outermost layer అనేది cell wall. And you know, it is very flexible, and it is also having a composition of proteins and lipids. ఇవి ప్రోటీన్లు మరియు లిపిడ్లతో చేయబడి ఉంటాయంట. Lipids plus proteins, right? And you know, there is a nickname given to the cell wall. What is that? It is called as selectively permeable membrane. It is called as selectively permeable membrane. Why this name is given to the cell wall? See, పేర్లోనే ఉంది selectively అంటే ఏంటి? It selects. The function of the cell membrane or cell wall is one thing, that is, it helps in exchange of materials from outer environment to the internal environment, or from the external atmosphere to the internal atmosphere of the cell. అంటే ఏ కెమికల్స్ అయినా ఏ మెటీరియల్స్ అయినా సెల్ లోపటికి రావాలన్నా లేకపోతే సెల్ నుంచి బయటికి వెళ్ళాలన్నా మొత్తం కంట్రోల్ ఉండేది సెల్ మెంబ్రేన్ అండ్ సెల్ వాల్కి. If it is a plant cell, it is cell wall, and if it is animal cell, it's a cell membrane. Now we are saying that control of exit and entry of materials are their function. Now do you think that they will allow all the materials to enter the cell? No. They select some materials only to enter, and that entering permission is, we said it as permeable, means absorption. They give a permission to select only certain materials to enter into the సెల్. అంటే కణంలోకి సర్టెన్ కొన్ని కెమికల్స్ మాత్రమే ఎంటర్ అవ్వడానికి పర్మిషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. బికాస్ we have also some cell organelles which won't allow and kill them inside the cell if any poisonous materials enter. We'll learn what are the cell organelles which destroy them, but they won't allow any foreign particles into the cell. That's the reason first function, like a bodyguard, this cell wall and cell membrane selects the materials and then it gives permission to enter into the membrane. Then it enters into the cell for further functioning. So that's why we say cell wall is called as selectively permeable membrane. Permeable in the sense only absorbed by the selected chemicals. Clear? So this is about the cell wall, and as we said, the cell wall is very flexible and it is made up of lipids and proteins. The same way cell membrane also helps in separating the cytoplasm of the cell and the external environment. So these are the basic structure and the functions of the cell wall and the cell membrane. Next session will start with the cell organelles and the other structures of the cell. Go through the session once again and have a quick recap in the content book also. Focus more on the structures of cell membrane and cell wall both in plant cell and animal cell, because we are going to learn about them in depth in the NEET foundation. So hope kids you have enjoyed the session. See you in the next class. Take care.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Indira. Now I am going to teach motion from grade 9 chapter 1 from AP Government. So now let us discuss about what will be the objectives of this lesson. So what is meant by relative? What is relative? So the word relatives plays an important role while discussing rest and motion. So rest and motion with examples and definition. Distance and displacement. Scalar and vector quantities. What do you mean by scalar and vector quantities? In detail with examples we'll discuss. Drawing a displacement vector. Average speed and average velocity. Speed and velocity. Uniform motion and non-uniform motion. Acceleration, and next equations of uniform accelerated motion, very important in this topic. Next, let us get started with our topic. Suppose children, when you are watching cricket match on the TV, so there will be the score. If Dhoni hits a sixer, what will be the score there? So something he hits a sixer with 80 kilometers per hour of the ball speed. So how did they calculate this ball speed within a fraction of seconds? That is 80 kilometers per hour. Did the ball travel that much of distance? No. They'll be giving us in a fraction of seconds the speed of the ball is 80 kilometers per hour. So this shows that you need to know some important terms like speed, rest, motion. So all this we'll discuss in this unit. So before going to start with that, so let me explain which objects are in rest, which objects are in motion. What is meant by relative? Okay, some objects you see in your surroundings like buildings, electric poles or display boards, trees, all of them will be in rest. They do not move with respect to the surroundings. Yes children. So some of the objectives like vehicles, trains on the tracks, birds flying in the sky, all of them are in motion. So that shows that with respect to the surroundings, they are in motion, they are moving. Okay, so here we have to discuss what is relative. Relative means if you make any statement that should make some sense. Okay, simple, I can say that the water is triangular. Can I say the water is triangular? Is it making any sense there? Does it give any explanation? No, the word doesn't make any sense. So here, before going to start with rest and motion, and you are also saying that the earth is in motion. Yes, but why don't you perceive the motion of the earth? Any time did you feel when you are sitting in the train, you feel it is moving? Yes, you feel sometimes it is moving. Okay, you are moving at some speed. So that shows different point of observations or the point of reference is very important here with respect to the observer. So who is observing is very important here. So let us see with some discussions. So right or left. What is meant by right and what is meant by left? Suppose two persons are coming in this way. Okay, a person A, a person B. There is a house on one side of the road. For the person A, how it appears as the left. For the person B, how it appears as the right. Who is correct there? Both are correct. For the person A, it is appearing as it is on the left. For the person B, appearing as it is on the right. Both are right there. But with respect to the point of reference, who is observing is very important. So rest and motion are relative. So I can say that both the statements are true. In the same way, up and down. When you are discussing up and down, so what will happen if you are standing on the circle? Okay, just like this. If you are standing on the circle, here is the position A, here is the position B, here is the position C, here is the position D. Okay, for the person who is standing here, he is on the person A is up. For the person who is standing here, it might be the person B is on the up. Yes children, if I rotate like this. So here what I can say is with respect to the observer, it is different. And day or night, we'll discuss day or night. So with respect to which place you are asking, if you are asking in Hyderabad, it is daytime now. If you are going to ask the same question in New York, it is night time there. So with respect to the place which we are asking, that is important. Okay, and also we'll discuss with some examples. So a simple definition of rest. If an object does not change its position continuously with respect to an observer and time is called as rest. So what is meant by motion? If an object changes its position continuously with respect to an observer and time is called as motion. Got it children? The simple definition. But rest and motion are relative. So it might be right, it might be left with respect to an observer. Okay, and you can also discuss with the help of long and short. Okay, so see here. So a person A, with respect to the person B, he is short. Okay, in the same way, a person C, with respect to the B, he is longer. But with respect to the person B, this person C is longer. So with respect to the person A, he is longer. So I can say that here with respect to each other, who is observing there. So that is very important. So here if you can see the picture, a person who is standing is at rest. A person who is moving, he is in motion. Because with respect to the time, that is after 2 seconds also this person is moving. So here he is in motion. Let us discuss with some more examples how rest and motion are relative. See here, two persons are standing and a car is moving with respect to the driver and passenger, and there is a tree here. So what is the state of the tree with respect to these persons? It is at rest. What is the state of the car with respect to these persons? It is in motion. Why? Because it is changing its direction. Yes. Okay. It is moving. So it is in motion. With respect to each other, how these persons are? They are at rest. Okay. With respect to the driver in the car, what is the state of the tree? It is in motion. Why that is in motion? Because it appears as to be it is moving backwards. With respect to the car, it is in motion. Okay. What is the state of these persons with respect to the car? They are also moving backward. That means they are also in motion. What is the state of the driver with respect to the passenger? He is at rest. Really he is at rest? No, he is moving. But here rest and motion are relative to each other. So here with respect to the passenger, the driver is at rest. Okay. So with respect to the driver, how is the passenger? He is also at rest. Yes, children. So here we are going to discuss rest and motion are relative to each other. So an object is going to change its position continuously with respect to an observer and time. That is called as motion. So got this? Rest and motion are relative to each other. Clear? So next let us start with another topic. Yes, distance and displacement. A very interesting topic. So why is that interesting? Let us see. So here distance is the total length or the actual length travelled by the object. What is displacement? It is the shortest path between initial and final position. Etla easy ga anpiste atla travel cheyadame. Danni displacement antam. Actual ga travel chese danni distance antam. Okay. If I take a person is moving from A to B and then from B to C. Okay. So what is the distance here? A to C will be the distance. Okay. A person is moving from A to B and then from B to C. What is the displacement here? I can say that the displacement is shortest distance. What do you mean by shortest distance? Whichever the path is shorter. So that we are going to follow. ఏది దగ్గర పాత్ అనుకుంటామో మనం ఎప్పుడైనా ట్రావెల్ చేస్తుంటే ఇటు నుంచి వెళ్తే దగ్గరగా ఉంటుంది. సో విల్ గో ఇన్ టు ద లేన్స్ అండ్ విల్ బి మూవింగ్. దగ్గరున్న సందులు అవన్నీ వెళ్ళేసి ట్రావెల్ చేస్తుంటాం కదా. సో దాట్ షోస్ దాట్ విచ్ ఈస్ ద ఈజియెస్ట్ path. Directly from A to C is the easiest path. So I can see that is a displacement there. So that shortest distance is the displacement. Etla anna travel cheyochu. Yes, children. So which is the easiest path? That is the displacement. Okay. So what are the units of distance? And SI unit of displacement is meters. Wherever if you want to measure the longer distances, it is kilometers. If you want to measure the displacement also in longer distances, it is kilometers. And if you want to measure very smaller distances, it is centimeters. Yes, millimeters also will be there. So if it is longer distances, we'll measure in kilometers. And 1 kilometer is equal to 1000 meters. So when you are discussing about the displacement, I have to say the direction is very important. In which direction it is moving. Okay. If you are traveling in the same direction, I can take the displacement as 0. So how is that? We'll see with some numerical problems. Calculation of distance and displacement. Yes, see here children. So there is a numerical problem. Let us solve it. A person is moving from A to B 5 meters. Okay. So what is the distance here? 5 meters. What is the displacement? That is also 5 meters. Okay. Here is which is the shortest path here from A to B. That is the shortest path. With one more problem. A person is moving from A to B and then returning from B to A. This is the direction which he has moved, and in the same direction has come back. So what is the distance and displacement? So distance equal to 5 meters from A to B, and then he had returned back the same 5 meters. So 5 plus 5, AB plus BA. So AB is 5 meters and BA is 5 meters. So totally 10 meters. Okay, so distance is 10 meters. What is displacement? So here he has reached to the same point. From A to B he has travelled, and again in the same direction he has come back. So from A to B 5 meters. So the direction is very important. So plus same direction has come back. So that is minus 5 meters. So the displacement is 0 meters. అర్థమైందా? A నుంచి Bకి ట్రావెల్ చేశారు 5 meters. ఓకే, అండ్ అగైన్ B నుంచి Aకి ట్రావెల్ చేశారు 5 meters. సో ఆ టోటల్ డిస్టెన్స్ ఎంత? 10 meters. ఓకే, అలాగే డిస్ప్లేస్మెంట్ ఏ పాయింట్ నుంచి అయితే స్టార్ట్ అయిందో సేమ్ అదే పాయింట్కి వచ్చింది. సో దెన్ ద కండిషన్ విల్ బీ ఇఫ్ ఇట్ రీచెస్ ద సేమ్ పాయింట్, ఏదైతే పాయింట్లో స్టార్ట్ అయిందో అదే పాయింట్లో ఎండ్ అయింది. వాట్ ఈస్ ద షార్టెస్ట్ డిస్టెన్స్ హియర్? అక్కడ షార్టెస్ట్ డిస్టెన్స్ ఏముంటుంది? ఏదైతే పాయింట్ ఉందో ఇదే ఏ పాయింట్ ఈస్ ద ఇనిషియల్ పాయింట్. ఓకే, షార్టెస్ట్ డిస్టెన్స్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలనుకుంటే మనం ఏ పాయింట్ ఈస్ ద ఇనిషియల్ పాయింట్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫైనల్ పాయింట్ దేర్? Again A point is the final. So what is the displacement here? It is 0. Okay children? So here this is how you have to calculate distance and displacement. So next let us see with one more example. Here is a circle. A particle has moved from A to B. So for circle what do you have? Radius. Suppose the radius is 7 meters. Okay. So what will happen is, if it is moving from A to B, it is half circle. We'll consider the total circle here. That is, a particle has travelled from A to A. What is the distance and displacement? A particle has completed its motion around the circle. So what is the circumference of the circle? 2 pi r. The value of pi is 22 by 7. So what is the radius? 7. What is the distance? Totally 44 meters. Okay children? So what is the displacement here? If a particle is travelling from A to A, displacement is 0. Why it is 0? What is the initial distance, initial point here? A. What is the final point again? A. So the displacement is 0 meters. Circle మీద ఒక ఆబ్జెక్ట్ మూవ్ అవుతుంది. మూవ్ అయినప్పుడు కంప్లీట్గా అలాంగ్ ది సర్కంఫరెన్స్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ ట్రావెల్డ్. మొత్తం కంప్లీట్గా ట్రావెల్ అయింది. ఏ అనేది ఇనిషియల్ పాయింట్, మళ్ళీ దానికి ఫైనల్ పాయింట్ ఏంటి? ఏనే. ఓకే, సో వెన్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ ట్రావెల్డ్ ద టోటల్ డిస్టెన్స్, ద సర్కంఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్ విల్ బి ద డిస్టెన్స్ దేర్. ఓకే, సో సర్కంఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్ is 2 pi r. So 2 into pi value is 22 by 7 and then 7. 7 is the radius. So here I got distance as the 44 meters. But what about displacement? The initial position is A and the final position is also A. So the displacement is 0. So children, let us discuss if a particle has moved from A to B. What will be the distance and displacement? So for easy calculation, I took radius as 7 meters. Distance equal to, here a particle is moving, if it is moving complete circle, that is along the circumference, we have taken it as 2 pi r. So here it is only half circle, that is it has travelled from A to B. A నుంచి B వరకే travel చేసింది. Half of 2 pi r. Okay children, half to pi value is 22 by 7 and then radius value is 7. 2 also gets cancelled. So here it is, distance is 22 meters. So what is the displacement here? It is the shortest distance. Yes. So from A to B. Can I travel along A to B? Or I can travel along the diameter. So diameter will be the shortest distance here. So what will be the displacement? So displacement is equal to, so till here, center of the circle, it is 7 meters. And diameter is equal to 2 times the radius. So 2 into 7. So that is 14 meters. If you observe here clearly, A నుంచి B కి ట్రావెల్ చేసింది ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అనేది. A నుంచి B కి ట్రావెల్ చేసినప్పుడు డిస్టెన్స్ అనేది whatever the total length which it has traveled. Okay. So along the circumference it has traveled. So here it is half of 2 pi r. So we'll calculate that as half into 22 into 7. 22 by 7 into 7. So that is 22 meters. Displacement అనేది shortest distance అని చెప్పుకున్నాం. Along the circumference travel చేస్తే అది long distance అయిపోతుంది. I can go with the diameter. So this will be the path A to B. ఈ path లో travel చేస్తే మనకి displacement అనేది shortest distance అవుతుంది. Okay. So here what is the radius of the circle? 7 meters. So this 7 plus this 7. So totally it is 14 meters. What are children, how to calculate distance and displacement? Very easy. Yes. Yes. So next let us continue with our topic. So here we need to know some important terms. What is meant by scalar quantity and what is meant by vector quantity? So distance is a scalar quantity. Displacement is a vector quantity. How can I define them as scalar quantity and vector quantity? A scalar quantity is a physical quantity which has only magnitude but no direction. That is called as scalar quantity. Distance, length, all this come under as examples of scalar quantities. So what is meant by vector quantity? A physical quantity which has both magnitude and direction is called as vector quantity. Both magnitude and direction. Magnitude ante enti, direction ante enti, kottaga undi teacher. Yes? No. Magnitude is if you are going to measure any of the length of an object, 5 meters అని చెప్తాం. ఏదైనా length of the object measure చేసేటప్పుడు 5 meters అని చెప్పినది. ఆ 5 ఉంది కదా, ఆ 5 ని magnitude అంటాం. Okay, meters is the units as usual. 5 meters is the magnitude there. Okay, in which direction it is moving, either east, west, south, north అనేది direction indicate చేస్తాం. So that is direction. 5 meters is the magnitude. Okay, 5 meters due east is the direction. అక్కడ 5 meters ఒకటే ఉంటుంది స్కేలార్ క్వాంటిటీలో. ఓకే, అది డైరెక్షన్తో ఇండికేట్ చేయం. వెక్టర్ క్వాంటిటీ వచ్చేటప్పటికి 5 meters డ్యూ ఈస్ట్ అని చెప్తున్నాం. 5 meters డ్యూ ఈస్ట్ అంటే magnitude ఉంది, direction ఉంది. So both which we call it as vector quantity. So a physical quantity which has only magnitude is called as scalar quantity. A physical quantity which has both magnitude and direction is called as vector quantity. A good example of vector quantity is displacement. Displacement చెప్తున్నాం మనం ఇప్పుడు. ఏంటి 5 meters a person అనేది he has moved from one place to another place. A నుంచి B కి మూవ్ అయ్యాడు ఒక డైరెక్షన్ లో, మళ్ళీ B నుంచి A కి వచ్చాడు అదే డైరెక్షన్ లో వచ్చాడు. ఇక్కడ మనం ఎందుకు క్యాన్సిల్ చేసాము? డిస్ప్లేస్మెంట్ ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లో 0 తీసుకున్నాం. అవునా? ఎందుకు 0 తీసుకున్నాం? ఏ డిస్టెన్స్ లో అయితే ట్రావెల్ అయిందో ఏ డైరెక్షన్ లో అదే డైరెక్షన్ లో రిటర్న్ అయింది. సో వి సే దాట్ ద డిస్ప్లేస్మెంట్ ఈస్ 0. అంటే డైరెక్షన్ అనేది కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం అక్కడ. So distance is a scalar quantity and displacement is a vector quantity. So got it children? Drawing a vector. How to draw the vector? So if an object is traveling from one place to another place, suppose here is the path of the object. A path of the object is moving from A to B. I have to draw the displacement vector for this path. So how to draw this displacement vector? The displacement vector can be as a line segment. Point A is called tail and point B is called head. This is the magnitude of the vector quantity. So in which direction it is moving, we have to draw the particular vector in that direction. Suppose if I need to draw the vector here, so in this direction it is moving from A to B. Okay, here if I draw the vector here, this is the vector quantity. This is the vector. So at different paths, we need to draw the displacement vectors. How to draw the displacement vector is indicating with the help of a directed line segment. Displacement vector ela draw chestamante line segment. So point A is called as tail. Point A ni tail antamu, point B ni head antam. అది ఏ డైరెక్షన్ లో అయితే ఆబ్జెక్ట్ వెళ్తుందో ఆ డైరెక్షన్ లో డ్రా చేస్తాం. సో దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ దిస్ డైరెక్షన్. Okay children, got it? How to draw the displacement vectors? So like this you can draw the displacement vectors for the path which an object is traveling. Next, continue our session with average speed and average velocity. Thank you.
Hello students, how are you all? Welcome to Lucid Study. This is Pratyusha and today we are going to learn about a lesson called Our Earth, which is chapter 1 from your class 9 social studies. Our Earth ante Bhumi Manam. So various things and various interesting facts which are related to our home, our planet Earth, we are going to learn in this lesson. So about Earth we know certain points, like it is the third planet from the sun that we know, and it is the fifth largest planet in our solar system, and 29% of the Earth's surface it is covered with land, and 71% is covered with water. So these are some of the basic points which we know about Earth, and this word Earth it has derived from a Greek word called earth. So this word Earth it is derived from a Greek word called earth, which means dry land, ground and soil. And in Sanskrit we use various terms to denote this word Earth, like Dharani, Pudami, Avani. So these are the various Sanskrit terms which we use. So this is all about the basic information about the planet Earth. Now let's have a quick look at all the aspects that we are going to cover in this lesson. We are going to learn about universe, sun and the earth. And we are also going to learn about planetary body. What is planetary body and what are the various aspects related to it, that we are going to learn. About the evolution of Earth. So how did this Earth has evolved? What are the various reasons or the theories behind it, that we are going to learn. About internal structure of Earth. So internally the structure of Earth is divided into how many layers and what are those layers. About each of the layer we are going to learn in detail. And about movements of Earth's crust. So what are the various movements that will happen on the Earth's crust, that we are going to learn. About Earth's grid system. So what is this Earth's grid system? What are the various factors that are related to this Earth's grid system? How does it function? So all this we are going to learn. About latitudes, various aspects related to latitudes. What are these latitudes? All this we are going to see. And similarly about longitudes. So what are longitudes? What are the various aspects? What are the various aspects that are related to longitudes, that we are going to learn. About longitudes and question of time. So how does this time, it depends upon the longitudes. So what is this entire concept of question of time and how it is related to longitudes, that we are going to learn. Now let's move into the first aspect. So here we have been living on this planet of Earth since many billion years ago, right? So we are living on this planet Earth along with the other animals and plants. Actually, life on the Earth began 10 lakh years ago. So just 10 lakh years ago, the life has started on the Earth. But when compared to the other animals and the other living organisms, we the human beings are trying constantly to make this Earth a better suitable place for us to live in. So where animals and plants, where other living organisms to compare cheste, మనకి సూట్ అయ్యేటట్టు ఈ ఎర్త్ ని మన లైఫ్ స్టైల్ కి సూట్ అయ్యేటట్టు మనం మార్చుకోవడానికి ట్రై చేస్తూ వస్తున్నాం. సో హియర్ వి ఆర్ కాన్స్టెంట్లీ లుకింగ్ దిస్ ఎర్త్ యాజ్ స్టోర్ హౌస్ ఆఫ్ రిసోర్సెస్. So we are constantly looking at our earth as storehouses of resources. So for our various uses, for our requirements, we are using various types of resources from the earth. So because of this continuous use and exploitation of the natural resources, it is leading to a concept called ecological crisis. So because of continuous exploitation, because of continuous usage of all the natural resources, it is leading to a concept called ecological crisis, like global warming and continuous pollution of land, water, soil and air. So why all this pollution and global warming is rising? Because of the ecological crisis, because of continuous exploitation or continuous usage of the natural resources. So ultimately, if we do all these things, who is getting affected? We, the human beings. So ఇలా కంటిన్యూస్ గా వాడుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోయి ఉండేవన్నీ అయిపోయేంత వరకు వాడితే లాస్ట్కి ఎవరు నష్టపోతున్నారు? మనమే నష్టపోతున్నాం. సో ఈ కంటిన్యూస్గా ఎక్స్ప్లాయిటేషన్ జరిగి ఎకలాజికల్ క్రైసిస్ వచ్చి ఎకలాజికల్ క్రైసిస్ వల్ల గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్ పొల్యూషన్ పెరిగిపోతే అల్టిమేట్లీ మనము పీల్చుకునే గాలి, ద లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ఆక్సిజన్ విల్ ఆల్సో గెట్ డిక్రీజ్డ్ and there will be lot of damage that will be caused to the human beings. So as humans, it is our responsibility and we have reached at a point where we have to sit together and we have to make some decisions on what to do, how to protect our earth, what are the various measures or the steps that we have to take for the proper utilization of all the natural resources and for the proper protection of our planet Earth. So if we look at this picture here, we have a yellow color circle, right? So a scientist called Carl Sagan, he was a scientist. So he stated that all the human activity, it had happened inside this yellow circle. You are able to see a dot, right? So all the human activity, it has happened here. It is nothing but it is called as pale blue dot. So here it is nothing but called as pale blue dot. So mana entire human beings activity anta kuda inside this yellow circle you are able to see a fine dot, right? So all our human activity, it has happened there. So you can see how small it is, the dot, but in that place only all our human activities have taken place. So it is nothing but called as pale blue dot. So this picture, it was taken from the space, and here in this way this person, he has described how in what place all our human activities have taken place. So this picture, it was taken from the space, and this scientist, he have described where exactly all the human activities on the earth have been taking place. So in our previous lessons, we have learnt about different forms of land and how they used various types of resources like forest, land, water, minerals, etc. Now here in this lesson, we will learn how they interact with each other and how they change each other continuously and constantly. ఒక రిసోర్స్ ఇంకొక రిసోర్స్ కి మధ్య ఇంటరాక్షన్ ఎలా జరుగుతుంది, అలాగే చేంజెస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు హౌ దే ఎఫెక్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్, హౌ దీస్ చేంజెస్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్ అనేది కూడా మనము ఈ లెసన్లో చూడబోతున్నాం. నౌ లెట్స్ సీ ద నెక్స్ట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్. నౌ నెక్స్ట్ వీ హ్యావ్ అవర్ యూనివర్స్, ద సన్ అండ్ ద ఎర్త్. అంటే మన విశ్వం, సూర్యుడు, భూమి. సో billions of years ago, people who used to live at that ages, at that time period, they used to look at the sky and they used to think, what are those shining tiny objects? And they were not able to understand initially what they were. ఆకాశంలో చూసి అరే చిన్నగా మెరుస్తూ ఉన్నాయి కదా, అవి ఏంటి అని ఆశ్చర్యపోయేవారు. వాటి పేరు ఏంటో వాళ్ళకి తెలిసేది కాదు. లేటర్ దే కేమ్ టు నో దట్ దే ఆర్ నథింగ్ బట్ కాల్డ్ stars. Later, after many studies, after many assumptions, they came to know that these are nothing but they are called stars. So a person called Ptolemy, so this scientist, he have proposed geocentric theory. So according to this theory, the earth, it is in the middle of the solar system, and all the objects, earth anedi, it is in the middle of the solar system according to this theory, and all the objects, they are being constantly moving around the earth, and all the objects, they are being constantly moving around the earth, and the sun, stars, moon and all others were constant, and they will remain for several years also in the same way. These were the thoughts that were given by this scientist called Ptolemy in the geocentric theory. అంటే ఎర్త్ ఫర్మ్గా స్టేషనరీగా ఒక కాన్స్టెంట్ ప్లేస్లో ఉంటే వేరే ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ అన్నీ, అంటే ఎర్త్ ఫర్మ్గా కాన్స్టెంట్గా ఒక ప్లేస్లో ఉంటే వేరే ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ అన్నీ ఎర్త్ చుట్టూ తిరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. అలాగే సన్, మూన్, ఎర్త్ అండ్ అన్ని స్టార్స్ కూడా కాన్స్టెంట్గా ఎప్పటికీ ఇలాగే ఉంటాయి అని Ptolemy అనే పర్సన్ జియోసెంట్రిక్ థియరీలో చెప్పాడు. నెక్స్ట్ లేటర్ అనదర్ పర్సన్ కాల్డ్ Copernicus, he has proposed sun-centered or heliocentric theory. So according to this theory, he stated that earth is not in the center of the solar system. It is moving around the sun, and sun also is constantly moving. So this person, what he stated that earth is not at all in the center. earth అనేది మధ్యలో లేదు, అలాగే స్థిరంగా కూడా లేదు. అది సూర్యుడి చుట్టూ తిరుగుతూ ఉంది, సూర్యుడు కూడా తిరుగుతూనే ఉంటాడు అనేది కోపర్నికస్ హీలియోసెంట్రిక్ థియరీలో చెప్పాడు. సో later people came to know that these stars, they are group of larger stars and they are known as galaxy. So ఈ స్టార్స్ అనేవి దే ఆర్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్, దే బిలాంగ్ టు అ ఫ్యామిలీ ఆఫ్ స్టిల్ లార్జర్ స్టార్స్, అండ్ దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ galaxy. We have thousands and millions of galaxies in our universe, and our universe, it has started around 13.7 billion years ago. అసలు యూనివర్స్ అనేది ఎప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ అయింది? 13 billion years ago it was started, and with the help of Big Bang theory, the astronomers, they said how this universe expanded, how it grew and how it became very large from a single point. అంటే మన విశ్వం అనేది ఒక సింగిల్ పాయింట్గా, చిన్న పాయింట్గా స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి తర్వాత ఎలా ఎక్స్పాండ్ అయింది, ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎంత పెద్దదిగా ఎలా మారింది అనేది ఈ బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ థియరీ ద్వారా చెప్పారు. సో with the help of this Big Bang theory, the astronomers, they said how our universe, it began as a small point and how it expanded, it grew and how large it became today, and they are expecting that this universe, it will still go on increasing more and more in the further years. And things, for any things to change in our life, it is very easy, and the time that will take for the change of these things is very less, and it will happen very fastly. అంటే ఏమన్నా మన లైఫ్లో ఏమన్నా థింగ్స్ చేంజ్ అవ్వాలంటే చాలా త్వరగా చేంజ్ అయిపోతాయి, చాలా ఈజీగా కూడా చేంజ్ అయిపోతాయి. బట్ ద ఆస్ట్రోనామికల్ చేంజెస్, ఫర్ ఆస్ట్రోనామికల్ చేంజెస్ ఇట్ టేక్స్ థౌజండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్స్. ఆస్ట్రోనామికల్ చేంజెస్ జరగాలి అంటే కొన్ని కొన్ని వేల సంవత్సరాల టైం పడుతుంది. And various typical things, various typical concepts which are related to this universe are being studied by our people, by our astronomers, by our scientists. అంటే ఈ యూనివర్స్ కి సంబంధించిన వేరియస్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్, టిపికల్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్ అనేవి వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. దట్స్ ద రీజన్ వై మెనీ స్పేస్ షిప్స్ వర్ సెంట్ టు ద స్పేస్ and people have even landed on the moon also to know various facts, to know various things related to the universe. And sun and earth, they are larger and larger part of our universe which will be constantly moving and changing. Sun and earth అనేవి యూనివర్స్ లో ఒక బిగ్ పార్ట్ and they will be continuously moving and changing always. The life on the earth which we are having right now is also the product of these changes. మనకి భూమి మీద ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏదైతే జీవనాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తున్నామో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ చేంజెస్ వల్లనే. The life on the earth which we are leading right now are the products of these changes. So this is all about our universe, the sun and the earth. Now let's see the next one. Now next we have earth as a planetary body. Ante bhumi oka graham. So like any other planet, the earth revolves around its own axis and also around the sun in a defined orbit. So orbit is nothing but the path in which earth moves around the sun. So వేరే ప్లానెట్స్ లాగానే ఎర్త్ తన చుట్టూ తాను తిరుగుతుంది, అలాగే సూర్యుడి చుట్టూ కూడా ఒక డిఫైన్డ్ ఆర్బిట్ లో తిరుగుతుంది. ఆర్బిట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద పాత్ ఇన్ విచ్ ఎర్త్ మూవ్స్ అరౌండ్ ద సన్. So here you can observe 3 different types of earth's orbit. So here the first one, it is the circular path, and the second one, it is elongated oval path, and the third orbit is scaled oval path. Now children, can you guess which is the most suitable earth's orbit? ఏది అనేది guess చేయగలరా? Yes, you are right. It is scaled oval path. Why? Because the difference between earth's farthest point from the sun and the closest point is very small. Farthest point from the sun as well as the closest point, ఈ రెండిటికి మధ్య distance, the distance between earth's farthest point from the sun as well as the closest point, here if you observe, it is very small. So it is the most suitable type of earth's orbit. And earth, it moves with a speed of 1,07,200 kilometers per hour. With the same speed, it takes 365 1/4 days to complete one revolution. So ఈ same speed తో 365 1/4 day it takes to complete one revolution, which we call it as 1 year. అప్పుడు మనకి 1 year complete అవుతుంది. So then this process, this entire concept, it gives rise to seasons like summer and winter. So దీని వల్లనే మనకి different types of seasons like summer and winter are also caused. So this is all about earth as a planetary body. Now let's see the next one. Now next we have the evolution of the earth, ante bhuparinamam. So there still now also there are many number of debates that are being going on regarding this evolution of earth. Ante bhumi anedi exact ga eppudu ఆవిర్భవించింది అన్న దాని మీద ఇంకా చాలా చర్చలు కొనసాగుతూనే ఉన్నాయి. So according to many scientists, this earth, it has evolved 4.5 billion years ago and it has gone through several phases. So earth anedi manaki it has formed, it has developed 4.5 billion years ago and it went through several phases. So it was initially in the molten state. So initial ga earth anedi ela undedi, a ball of swirling ante moving, rotating, moving round. So it was like a ball of dust and clouds, and it passed through the molten stage, and it was continuously collided with the rocks and the other materials. Ante dust and clouds తో నిండి ఉన్న ఒక బాల్ లాగా ఉండేది ఎర్త్ అనేది ఇనిషియల్ గా. అది molten stage కి it used to pass through the molten stage, and this ball, it was continuously collided with various types of rocks as well as other materials. For example, let us take a soup. Ante soup ni when we heat or boil continuously, the heavier particles which are there, they come and settle down at the bottom. The lighter particles, they move to the top of the surface and they start cooling continuously. In the same way, the heavier particles here, they form the molten stage, and the lighter particles, they move to the top surface and they start cooling on the surface. So here, when the interior of the earth, when it gets cooled, ante interior part of the earth eppudaithe challaga avvadam modalu pedutundo, then it gets contracted, and this gave rise to mountains and oceans. So mountains and oceans అనేవి ఎలా ఫామ్ అవుతున్నాయి? Because of this concept. When the interior core of the earth, when it gets cooled, it gets contracted, and outer crust, it gets wrinkled. మన earth's outer crust ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో అది wrinkle అయిపోతుంది, ముడుచుకుపోతుంది. It gets wrinkled, and in this way it forms, it gives rise to mountains and oceans. And we have different types of gases in the earth's atmosphere. So including in these gases, water vapor is also included. So in different types of gases lo water vapor kuda oka gase. And we did not have any gas called oxygen with which we are able to survive today. Initial ga asalu oxygen ana gas lene ledu. But imagine if the same oxygen gas is not present now also, if it is not present nowadays also, how can human beings survive? How is the survival of the living organisms like human beings and various other animals is possible? So initially it was not there, this oxygen gas, but later it has developed. And rains, they have filled the great basins of Earth's crust with water. So these rains, they have filled the great basins of Earth's crust with water. Rainfall valla Earth's crust, great basins, so all the great basins of Earth, they are completely filled with water. And initially the life was not at all there on this planet Earth. Ante konni vandala vela samvatsarala kritamu asalu లైఫ్ అనేది మనకి ఈ ఎర్త్ ప్లానెట్ మీద లేదు. ఇట్ వాస్ లైఫ్లెస్ కంప్లీట్లీ. లేటర్ స్లోలీ లైఫ్ బిగాన్ ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ విత్ ద ఫార్మేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఓషన్స్, తర్వాత ప్లాంట్స్, నెక్స్ట్ animals, and later human beings have evolved. So in this way the life, it has began just 1 lakh years ago. Initial ga asalu this planet, on this planet of Earth, there was no life at all. Slowly different forms of life came into existence. So this is all about the evolution of the Earth. Now let's see the next one. Now next we have internal structure of Earth, ante bhumi antargata nirmanam. So our Earth, it is majorly made up of 3 types of main layers. So what are those 3 different types of layers? Crust, mantle and core. So this core, it is again further divided into 2 types. What are those 2 types? Outer core and the inner core. So here we will study about crust, mantle and core in detail. So ఈ 3 లేయర్స్ గురించి ఇక్కడ మనం డీటెయిల్గా తెలుసుకుందాం. క్రస్ట్, మ్యాంటిల్ అండ్ కోర్ అంటే భూపటలం, భూప్రవారం, కేంద్ర మండలం. సో హియర్ ఫస్ట్ లెట్ us స్టడీ అబౌట్ క్రస్ట్. So crust, it is the outermost layer of the earth in which we live, and it has a depth of, it extends up to a depth of 100 kilometers, and this layer, it consists of various kinds of rocks. So in this layer we can observe different types of rocks. That is about crust. Next we have mantle. So this is mantle. It has a depth of, or it extends up to a depth of 100 to 2900 kilometers, and the upper part of this mantle, it has a layer called liable layer. Here P is silent, we call it as liable layer, and on this layer crust, this crust is there, no? This crust, it floats. That layer is nothing but called as liable layer, and in this layer we have different types of chemical substances like silicates. So majorly what are the different types of chemical substances that we can observe in mantle? Silicates. Next we have core. So core, it extends up to a depth of 2900 to 6376 kilometers. So in this layer of earth we will be having heavy substances like iron and nickel. So ఎక్కువగా మనకి iron and nickel లాంటి heavy substances core లో ఉంటాయి. This core, it is further again divided into two layers, outer core and inner core. This outer core, it extends up to a depth of 2900 to 5100 kilometers, and this layer, it is composed of liquid metallic materials like iron and nickel. And next, coming to inner core, it extends up to a depth of 5100 to 6376 kilometers, and this layer, it is composed of iron compounds and heavy substances like gold. అంటే ఎక్కువగా iron compounds ఉంటాయి మనకి ఈ layer లో, అలాగే and heavy substances like gold. So this also we can find in this inner core. So this is all about various layers of earth, and in many layers of the, in many regions on the earth, a part of this crust, it enters the mantle and then again it becomes molten. So there will be continuous formation and destruction happening on the crust. So because of this concept, there will be continuous formation and destruction happening on the crust. This continuous formation and destruction, it tells us that our earth is still very active. So ఈ continuous గా ఈ formation and destruction అనేది crust పైన జరగడం వల్ల what it is indicating us? It tells us that our earth is still very active, and also the crust in which we live is also continuously destructed by volcanoes, earthquakes, etc. So మనము ఉండే crust పైన కూడా continuous గా destructions అనేవి వస్తూ ఉంటాయి in the form of volcanoes and earthquakes. So this is all about various layers of the earth. Now let's see the next one. Movements of the earth's crust అంటే భూపటలం యొక్క కదలికలు. So if you want to know exactly how old is the earth or the age of the earth, then we have many number of continents which have coiled and which have moved, and we also have large number of mountains which have risen and which have raised to the ground, and we also have many number of oceans that are formed and dried up. So all these, they have been happening since a long time. So here in the early 20th century, there was a person, there was a German meteorologist and geophysicist called Alfred Wegener. He has introduced the theory of continental drift. So this person, he has given us, he has introduced the theory of continental drift to tell us about the arrangement of oceans and continents. So this continental drift theory, it majorly speaks or it majorly tells us about the arrangement of different types of oceans and continents. So this person, he has introduced a supermassive continent called Pangaea, which is a single continent and covered by a water body called Panthalassa. So this is a single continent and it is covered by a water body called Panthalassa. So this Pangaea, it is further again divided into two types. But here we have to notice a point, children. These two, they have originated from the drift of Mesozoic era. So where they have originated? From the drift of Mesozoic era. And this Pangaea, it is again further divided into two types. So the Pangaea land, it is further divided. It is further divided into two types. The first one is Laurasia or Angara land. So this land, it is majorly present in countries like North America, Greenland and all of Eurasia north of Indian subcontinent. So in all these places, this land is present. And the second one which we have is Gondwana land, which is present in South America, Africa, India, Arabia, East Indies, Malaysia and etc. So in all these places, we have this type of land. So this type of land is present majorly in all these different types of countries. And these two types of lands, they are separated by long shallow inland sea. What is the name of that sea? Tethys Sea. So the two lands with what they are separated? By a long shallow inland sea, and which is nothing but the Tethys Sea. Here it has taken some millions of years for the various continents to reach to the present shape which they are having. అంటే ఇప్పుడు continents కి different shapes ఉన్నాయి. If we observe on the map, each continent will be having different type of shapes. But to reach to this present shape which they are having, it has taken some millions of years. So first నుండి ఆ continents ఆ shape లోనే లేవు. ఇప్పుడు అవి ఏ షేప్ లో అయితే ఉన్నాయో ఆ షేప్ కి రావడానికి కొన్ని వేల మిలియన్ల సంవత్సరాల టైం పట్టింది. But still now also some continents, they are slowly moving, pushing each other. Some continents ఇప్పటికీ కూడా అవి స్లోగా అటు ఇటు జరుగుతూ they are pushing each other and they are slowly moving and they are trying to change their shape. So here if we observe, some millions of years ago Pangaea was like this, in this shape, and 135 million years ago there was a slight change in the shape. So Pangaea, again as we have discussed, it got divided into two lands. So these were the shapes of the two lands. This was 135 million years ago. Next 65 million years ago, it was still modified in this form. So there was still many changes that were brought in the shapes, and today currently present it is like this. So children, so if you observe, if you compare the shape with that of some million years ago, initial ga ila undedi. When it got divided into two landforms, రెండు ల్యాండ్స్ గా డివైడ్ అయినప్పుడు the shape was like this. Again some 65 million years ago there were some modifications or changes that were brought, and currently today it is looking like this. So in this way various modifications or changes were brought in the shapes of various types of continents. So this is all about movements of the Earth's crust. Now let's see the next one.
అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్య లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
Let us see here. If you see figure here, there is a school of fish, right? That group we are telling with a name, that is a school of fish. Next, a pile of books. Okay. Next, a bunch of keys, a bunch of flowers, To represent a certain group of objects, we require something. Now I will draw the table sin, cos, tan, cot, cosec and sec. And that side I will take specific angles. Those are 0, 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 60 degrees as well as 90 degrees. Sin 0 is 0, sin 30 is 1 by 2, sin 45 1 by root 2, sin 60 is root 3 by 2, sin 90 value, that is sin 90 is 1. So like this I can fill the table.
So you can see here the structure of nephron, right? And we have started our journey for formation of urine from the first type of step, that is glomerular filtration. These are the ureters. So you can see a white long structures, and we said the length is almost 30 centimeters, right?
Reflection of light on concave mirror, and my object is beyond C. Object is AB. So the ray coming from B passing through the focus, and another ray is coming from the center of curvature. A, B and C. A dash, B dash and C are similar triangles.
Identify how many carbon atoms are there in this molecule. This molecule consists of 8 carbon atoms. So word root will become oct. This will become the correct IUPAC name for this molecule. Structure of ethane molecule. So here whatever these carbon atoms are there, okay, see red color ones are these carbon atoms, and you can see the green color ones are the triple bond in between these two carbon atoms, and you can see the blue color ones are the hydrogens.
Refining, improving, identifying your traits, refining them at regular intervals, improving on them, and then again changing them. When you see this lady, her name is Helen Adams Keller. At certain age, a lady called Miss Anne, she came into her life and she changed her world.
Welcome to the chapter India Relief Features. This is the Indian part and this is the Eurasian plate. It was collided. The land area is completely folded. This folded area is nothing but the mountains, Himalayan mountains.
Globalization is nothing but development of any business or organization on international scale or operating it in an international way. The word itself indicates across the globe. ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఇంటరాక్షన్ అండ్ ఇంటిగ్రేషన్ అనేది గ్లోబలైజేషన్ వల్ల ఇంక్రీజ్ అయింది.
లూసిడ్ స్టడీకి స్వాగతం. ఇవాళ మనం చెప్పుకునే అంశం ఒక్క చిన్న విషయం. అబ్బా అమ్మా, ఇలా మనము ఎప్పుడు చూడండి దెబ్బ తగలగానే ఏదైనా మనకి హాని కలగగానే ఏం చేస్తున్నాము? అమ్మా అని బాధపడుతున్నాము. ఇవాళ మన పాఠం కూడా అమ్మకి సంబంధించింది. అమ్మనే మాతృమూర్తిగా కొలుస్తాము. ఆ మాతృమూర్తి మన అమ్మ ఎలా భావిస్తుంది, ఎలా అనుకుంటుంది, తన యొక్క ఉద్దేశాలు ఎలా ఉంటాయి అని చెప్పేటువంటిదే ఇవాల్టి మన పాఠమే మాతృభావన. చెప్పాను కదా, మనకి ఏదైనా హాని జరిగినా, అపాయం జరిగినా, మంచైనా చెడైనా మనం చెప్పుకునేది ఎవరితో? అమ్మతోనే. మన అమ్మ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఎలా అనుకుంటుంది, ఆ అమ్మ రూపంలో ఉన్నటువంటి స్త్రీమూర్తి యొక్క ఉద్దేశాలు ఏంటి అని చెప్పేటువంటిదే మన పాఠ్యభాగము మాతృభావన. చూడండి, 10వ తరగతి మొట్టమొదటి పాఠము మాతృభావన. అమ్మ యొక్క భావన ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఆ బిడ్డల్ని ఎలా చూసుకుంటుంది, ఇలా ఈ తల్లి పిల్లల యొక్క అనుబంధం ఎలా ఉంటుందో ఆ రుచి చూసినటువంటి వ్యక్తియే మన పాఠ్యభాగంలో ఉన్నటువంటి వ్యక్తి. ఆయన గురించి చూద్దాము. ఆయన ఒక వీరుడు శివాజీ. ఆ శివాజీ తన మాతృమూర్తిని చూసి తను పొందినటువంటి మాతృభావన ఎలా ఉంది, అదే వేరే స్త్రీలపైన కూడా తన మాతృభావన ఎలా ప్రకటించాడు అని తెలిపేదే మన పాఠ్యభాగము. ఇలా మాతృమూర్తిని మనము ఎన్ని రూపాలుగా ఇన్ని విధాలుగా కొలిసినా కూడా తక్కువనే. ఎందుకంటే తల్లి మనకు ఎంతో చేస్తుంది, మనకి జన్మనిస్తుంది, 9 మాసాలు మోసి మనకి జన్మనిస్తుంది. అలా మోసి కన్న బిడ్డని ఎంతో ప్రేమగా ఆప్యాయతగా మనం ఈ చిత్రంలో చూస్తున్నాము. మన ఇంటి దగ్గర ఉన్న తల్లుల్ని చూస్తున్నాము. వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఉంటారు? చాలా ప్రేమగా ఉంటారు. ఆ బిడ్డ కోసం ఏదైనా చేయడానికి తయారవుతారు మన తల్లి. ఆ తల్లి యొక్క భావన, ఆ మాతృ యొక్క భావన ఎలా ఉంటుందని చెప్పాడు మన పాఠంలో శివాజీ. ఆ శివాజీ మాతృభావనను తెలియచేసినటువంటి కవి డాక్టర్ గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఈయన శివాజీ తన మాతృభావనని ఎలా తెలియచేశాడో మనకి పాఠంలో అందించారు. అతని యొక్క గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి యొక్క కాలము 1894 నుంచి 1980వ సంవత్సరం వరకు ఇతని జీవన కాలము. ఈ గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గురించి తెలుసుకుందాము. కవి పరిచయం చూద్దాం. మన కవి గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి మాతృభావన పాఠ్యభాగాన్ని రచించారు. దాని గురించి ఆ కవి గురించి తెలుసుకుందాం. ఆధునికాంధ్ర కవుల్లో ప్రముఖులు శతావధాని అయినటువంటి గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి. శతావధాని అంటే శతము అంటే 100 పద్యాలను రచించి వాటిని అనర్గళంగా విరామం లేకుండా అవధానం చేసినటువంటి వ్యక్తి మన గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఈయన ఆంధ్ర కవులలో ప్రముఖులు, చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి వ్యక్తి మన గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి. ఎవరైనా తల్లిదండ్రులు అంటే నరసమాంబ మరియు రామయ్య. రామయ్య అనేటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఈయనకు తండ్రిగా ఉన్నాడు. నరసమాంబ అనేటువంటి వ్యక్తి తల్లిగా ఉంది. ఈ ఇద్దరి తల్లిదండ్రుల యొక్క ముద్దుల బిడ్డనే ఎవరు? మనకి గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఈయననే మన పాఠ్యభాగం యొక్క రచయిత. ఇతను ఎక్కడ జన్మించాడు? కడప జిల్లా జమ్మలమడుగు తాలూకా నెమలదిన్నె గ్రామంలో జన్మించారు. కడప జిల్లాకు సంబంధించినటువంటి జమ్మలమడుగు తాలూకా, ఆ జిల్లాకు సంబంధించిన జమ్మలమడుగు తాలూకాలో నెమల్లదిన్నె అన్నటువంటి గ్రామంలో పుట్టాడు గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఈయన దుర్భాగ రాజశేఖర శతావధాని గారితో కలిసి కొన్ని కావ్య నాటకాలు రచించారు. ఈయన దుర్భాగ రాజశేఖర శతావధాని, ఆయన కూడా ఒక ప్రముఖ కవి. ఆయనతో కలిసి కొన్ని కావ్యాలు రచించారట. ఇతను కూడా ఒక శతావధాని. అంటే శతము అంటే 100 కావ్యాలు అవధానం చేసినటువంటి వ్యక్తులను శతావధానులు అంటారు. అలా ఈ రాజశేఖర శతావధానితో కలిసి కొన్ని కావ్యాలు రచించారు మన గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. గడియారం పేరు చెప్పగానే శ్రీ శివ భారతం కావ్యం గుర్తుకు వస్తుంది. గడియారం గారు రచించినటువంటి శ్రీ శివ భారతం నుండే మన పాఠ్యభాగం ఉంది. ఈయన పేరు చెప్పగానే ఈ కావ్య రచన యొక్క ప్రత్యేకత గుర్తుకొస్తుందట. గడియారం పేరు చెప్పగానే శ్రీ శివ భారతం అనేటువంటి కావ్యం గుర్తుకొస్తుంది అని చెప్తున్నారు. పారతంత్రాన్ని నిరసించి స్వాతంత్ర కాంక్షను అణువణువున రగిల్గొల్పిన మహాకావ్యం ఇది. ఈ కావ్యంలో ఏమని ఉందట? పారతంత్రాన్ని అంటే, పారతంత్రము అంటే వేరే రాజుల యొక్క పరిపాలన, వారి పరిపాలన విధానాన్ని నిరసించాడు. వారి తంత్ర పరిపాలనని వ్యతిరేకించుకున్నటువంటి వ్యక్తి నిరసించి స్వాతంత్ర కాంక్షను తెలిపాడు. వేరే వారి అధికారాలను, వేరే వారి యొక్క పరిపాలనను ఆయన ఒప్పుకునేవాడు కాదు. ఆ వ్యతిరేకత భావమే స్వతంత్ర కాంక్షను రేపుతుంది. అలాంటి స్వతంత్ర కాంక్షను అణువణువున రగిల్చినటువంటి కావ్యమట ఈ మహాకావ్యము శ్రీ శివ భారతంలో ఉందట. ఈ శ్రీ శివ భారతం దేని గురించి చెబుతుంది అంటే స్వతంత్ర కాంక్షను తెలుపుతుంది, పరతంత్రాన్ని వ్యతిరేకిస్తుంది అని చెప్తున్నాడు మన గడియారం వెంకట శాస్త్రి గారు. గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారి రచనలు చూద్దాము. మురారి, పుష్పబాణ విలాసము, రఘునాథయ్యము, మల్లికా మారుతము మొదలైన కావ్యాలను రచించాడట మన వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఇతను ఇంకొకటి చేశారు, అముద్రిత వచన రచన చేశారు. దాని పేరే వాస్తు జంత్రి అనేటువంటి వచనాలతో రచన చేశాడు మన శాస్త్రి గారు. శ్రీనాథ కవిత సామ్రాజ్యము అనేటువంటి ఒక విమర్శనను చేశాడు. ఇది ఒక లేఖ రూపంలో వెలువడ్డాయి. ఈయన చేసినటువంటి విమర్శ ఒక లేఖిని రూపంలో, ఒక ఉత్తరాల రూపంలో వెలువడిందట. అది దేని గురించి? శ్రీనాథ కవితా సామ్రాజ్యము పైన చేసినటువంటి విమర్శ ఒక లేఖిని రూపంలో వెలువడ్డాయి. ఇక ఈయనకి ఉన్నటువంటి బిరుదులు ఉన్నాయి. ఏమని అంటే కవితావతంస అనేటువంటి బిరుదు ఉంది, మరియు కవి సింహ అనేటువంటి బిరుదు ఉంది, మరియు అవధాన పంచానన అనేటువంటి బిరుదులు కలిగినటువంటి వ్యక్తి మన వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఈ ఒక్క బిరుదులను కూడా తెలియచేసి ఈ బిరుదులు కలిగినటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఎవరని కూడా మనకు ప్రశ్నలు రావచ్చు. కవి పరిచయానికి సంబంధించిన ప్రశ్నల్లో ఈ అంశాలు కూడా చేర్చి అడిగే అవకాశం ఉంది, కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండండి. కవితావతంస, కవి సింహ, అవధాన పంచానన అనేటువంటి బిరుదులు అందుకున్నటువంటి వ్యక్తి వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు. ఇక పాఠ్యభాగ ప్రవేశిక చూద్దాం ఎలా ఉందో. జాతి జీవన విధానాన్ని ప్రతిబింబించే సంస్కృతి మన జీవన విధానాన్ని గురించి తెలుపుతుందట. ఈ సంస్కృతి ఎలా ఉందనే విషయాన్ని గురించి తెలుపుతుందట ఈ పాఠ్యభాగము. భారతీయ సంస్కృతి స్త్రీలకు గొప్ప స్థానాన్ని ఇచ్చింది. మన భారతీయ సంస్కృతిలో స్త్రీలకు, స్త్రీమూర్తికి ప్రథమ స్థానం ఉంటుంది, చాలా గొప్ప విలువనిచ్చింది. మన భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని గురించి కూడా ఇక్కడ తెలియచేశాడు. దానిలో స్త్రీమూర్తి అంటే అతి విలువైనది, చాలా గొప్పనైనది అని వివరించాడు. పరస్త్రీలను తల్లులుగా, పరధనాన్ని గడ్డి పరకతో సమానంగా భావించమని చెప్పింది ఈ కావ్యం. ఈ కావ్యం ఎలా ఉంది అంటే పరస్త్రీలను తల్లులుగా భావించాలి, మన ఇంటి స్త్రీలను కాక వేరే వారు ఎవరైనా ఎదురుపడినా వారిని ఎలా భావించాలి? మనము పరస్త్రీగా భావించాలి. పరుల యొక్క ధనాన్ని గడ్డి పరకలాగా, ఒక గడ్డి పోచలాగా భావించాలి, దాన్ని తాకరాదు అని మన కవి కావ్యంలో వివరించారు. అటువంటి ఉదాత్తమైన భావనలను జీవనాశైలిగా మలుచుకొని పరిపాలన సాగించిన ధీరోదాత్త చక్రవర్తి ఛత్రపతి శివాజీ గురించి ఇక్కడ తెలియచేస్తున్నాడు. ఇలాంటి జీవన విధానాన్ని అలవాటు చేసుకున్నటువంటి ధీరోదత్త చక్రవర్తి ఎవరంటే ఛత్రపతి శివాజీ. మహారాష్ట్ర ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఆ రాజ్యాన్ని ఏలినటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఛత్రపతి శివాజీ. ఆ ఛత్రపతి శివాజీ యొక్క గుణగణాలను తెలియచేశాడు. తను తన మాతృమూర్తిని ఎలా భావించాడో ఇందులో సవివరంగా వివరించాడు. అలా ఆ స్త్రీమూర్తులను మనం ఎలా భావించాలి, వారికి ఎంత గౌరవాన్ని ఇవ్వాలి, వారిని ఎంత మర్యాదగా చూసుకోవాలని తెలియచేశాడు ఈ కావ్యంలో. శివాజీ జీవితంలోని ఒక సంఘటన మాతృభావనకు అద్దం పడుతుంది. శివాజీ తన జీవితంలో జరిగినటువంటి ఒక సంఘటన ఏం చేసిందట అంటే తన మాతృభావనకి అద్దం పట్టే విధంగా ఉందట. ఆ మాతృభావనను తెలియచేసినటువంటి పాఠమే ఇవాటి మన పాఠము. అది తన జీవితంలో జరిగినటువంటి ఒక సంఘటన అంట. ఆ సంఘటనని ఆధారంగా తీసుకొని మన వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి గారు మాతృభావన అనే పాఠ్యభాగాన్ని రాశారు. దాన్ని చూడండి, అదే చెప్తున్నాడు ఇక్కడ. దాని గడియారం వెంకటశేష శాస్త్రి తీర్చిదిద్దిన తీరు ప్రశంసనీయము. ఆ సన్నివేశాన్ని తీసుకొని మాతృభావన అనే ఒక పేరుతో మనకి అందించినటువంటి ఈ పాఠ్యభాగం చాలా ప్రశంసలు పొందింది, చాలా గొప్పదని చెప్తున్నాడు. సహృదయతకు, మత సామరస్యానికి ప్రతీకగా నిలిచిన ఆ సన్నివేశాన్ని ఈ పాఠంలో చదువుకుందాము.
ఎలా ఉంటుంది ఆ పాఠము అంటే సహృదయతకు మత సామరస్యానికి ప్రతీకగా ఉంటుంది. మతాన్ని ఆధారంగా ఏ విధంగా కూడా ఉండదు, మత సామరస్యం ఉంటుంది, అన్ని మతాలను కలగలిపినట్టుగా ఉంటుంది మరియు సహృదయతను చాటుతుంది, మంచి హృదయాన్ని చూపిస్తుంది, గొప్పనైనటువంటి గుణాన్ని తెలుపుతుంది ఈ పాఠ్యభాగం అని చెప్తున్నాడు.
नमस्कार बच्चों, मेरा नाम सतीश कुमार है. मैं आपको हिंदी पढ़ा रहा हूँ. 10वीं कक्षा की हिंदी की पहला पाठ बरसते बादल मैं आपको समझाने जा रहा हूँ. बरसते बादल कविता पढ़ाने के पहले इस कविता के कवि का नाम जानेंगे और उस कवि के बारे में संक्षिप्त जानकारी प्राप्त करने के बाद कविता में प्रवेश करेंगे. बरसते बादल इस शीर्षक का मतलब क्या है? बरसते बादल माने वर्षिंचे मेघालु, तेलुगु में वर्षिंचे मेघालु. तो बरसते बादल नामक इस कविता के कवि का नाम जो है श्री सुमित्रानंद पंत. पंत जी जो हैं प्रकृति के सुकुमार कवि के रूप में माना जाता है, क्योंकि इन्होंने अपनी भाषा में, अपनी रचनाओं में कोमल कांत पदावली का इस्तेमाल की है, इसलिए इन्हें प्रकृति के सुकुमार कवि कहा जाता है. इन्होंने अनेक प्रकार की रचनाएं की हैं, उनमें जो है प्रसिद्ध है वीणा, घ्रांदी, पल्लव, कला और बूढ़ा चांद, चिदंबरा इत्यादि हैं. चिदंबरा के लिए जो है, चिदंबरा नामक काव्य के लिए इन्हें ज्ञानपीठ पुरस्कार भी मिला है. और ज़्यादातर जो है ये इनकी कविताएं जो हैं बहुत प्रकृति से संबंधित हैं. ज़्यादातर कविताएं इनकी प्रकृति से संबंधित हैं. उस प्रकृति से संबंधित ये भी कविता जो है बरसते बादल है. आज हम 10वीं कक्षा का पहला पाठ बरसते बादल उसके बारे में चर्चा करने जा रहे हैं. इस कविता में जाने के पहले एक बार विषय में प्रवेश करेंगे. हम सबको पता है बारिश के टाइम में बहुत अच्छा रहता है. प्रकृति की सुंदरता बारिश के समय में बहुत अच्छी दिखाई देती है. वर्षा ऋतु सबकी प्रिय ऋतु होती है. बच्चों का, बड़ों का, सब लोगों को जो है वर्षा ऋतु जो है बहुत प्रिय होती है, देखने लायक होती है. वर्षा के समय प्रकृति की सुंदरता और बढ़ जाती है. पेड़ पौधे, पशु पक्षी, मनुष्य सब लोग जो हैं झूम उठते हैं. सिर्फ मनुष्य लोग ही आनंद उठाते नहीं है, पशु पक्षी भी, सृष्टि के, प्रकृति के सभी जीव जंतु खुश होते हैं. उसी खुशी को जो है कविता के रूप में सुमित्रानंदन पंत जी प्रकट किए हैं. चलिए बच्चों, कविता में प्रवेश करेंगे. बरसते बादल. झम 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 मेघ बरसते हैं सावन के, छम 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 गिरती बूंदे तरवों से छनके. झम 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 मेघ बरसते हैं सावन के, छम 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 गिरती बूंदे तरवों से छनके. पहले इसके अर्थ देखेंगे. सावन माने श्रावण, श्रावण माह. और जो है मेघ माने जो है बादल. मेघ माने क्या है? बादल. कवि यहां बता रहे हैं कि सावन माह में मेघ जो है बरसते हैं. कैसे बरसते हैं? एक आवाज में बता रहे, झम 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 झम. उसी आवाज में जो है मेघ बरसते हैं. माने कवि ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सावन माह में बादल झमझम करके बरसते हैं. छम 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 गिरती बूंदे तरवों से छनके. माने बारिश की बूंदे जो हैं, ज्यादातर बूंदे धरती पर पड़ते हैं. कुछ बूंदे, बारिश की बूंदे भवनों पर और कुछ पेड़ों पर और पत्तों पर पड़ते हैं और बाद में धरती पर गिरते हैं. इसी विषय को जो है इस प्रकार प्रकट कर रहे हैं. छम 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 गिरती बूंदे तरुओं से छनके। तरु माने क्या है? पेड़। तरु माने क्या है? पेड़। माने बारिश की बूंदे कुछ पेड़ पर पड़ रहे हैं और पेड़ से पत्तों पर पड़ रहे हैं और पत्तों से जो है धरती पर पड़ रहे हैं। कैसे पड़ रहे हैं? छम 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 करके। चम चम बिजली चमक रही रे उर में घन के। माने उर माने यहां हृदय। उर माने क्या है? हृदय। और घन माने जो है बादल। घन माने बादल। बिजली माने तेलुगु में कहे तो विद्युत, पिड़गु हम लोग कह सकते हैं। तो बारिश होते वक्त जो है आसमान में बादल छाई हुई रहती हैं और बादलों के हृदय से बिजली उत्पन्न हो रही है। माने जो है यहां ये बता रहे हैं कि चमचम बिजली चमक रही है उर मेघन के। माने बादल के हृदय में बिजली चमक रही है। कवि ये बात बता रहे हैं कि बादल के हृदय में बिजली चमक रही है। थम थम दिन के तम में सपने जगते मन के। इसका अर्थ देखिए, मन माने हृदय, मनस्सु। तम माने क्या है? अंधकार। तम माने क्या है? अंधकार। अंधकार माने डार्कनेस, है ना? आप भी गौर किए होंगे, बारिश हो रही है तो आसमान में जो है बादल छाई हुई है। ये बादल छा जाने की वजह से जो है पूरा अंधकार फैला हुआ है। इसी बात को जो है बता रहे हैं। थम थम दिन के तम में सपने जगते मन के। दिन माने मॉर्निंग टाइम। मॉर्निंग टाइम में रोशनी होती है, लेकिन आसमान में बादल छा जाने की वजह से पूरा अंधेरा फैला हुआ है। सपने जगते मन के। उस अंधेरे में जो है सपने जगते मन के। मन में जो है सपने जग रहे हैं, माने बारिश का वर्णन कर रहे हैं। देखिए पहले से झम 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 मेघ बरसते हैं सावन के। माने झमझम करते हुए मेघ, सावन के मेघ बरस रहे हैं। छम छम गिरती बूंदे तरुओं से छनके। कुछ बारिश की बूंदे जो हैं तरुओं से जो हैं छन छन के जो है गिर रहे हैं। चमचम बिजली चमक रही रे उर में घन के। माने आसमान में छाई हुई बादल के हृदय में से जो है बिजली चमक रही है। और आसमान में बादल छा जाने की वजह से जो है अंधकार फैला हुआ है। और इसी अंधकार में जो है हृदय में अनेक सपने जग रहे हैं। सपने माने ड्रीम्स। फर्स्ट पोएम है। और बाद में जो है जीव जंतु की प्रतिक्रिया कैसी है। बारिश होते वक्त सिर्फ मनुष्य ही आनंद नहीं उठाते, जीव जंतु भी उठाते हैं। उसी आनंद को जो है इन पंक्तियों में प्रकट कर रहे हैं। देखिए, दादुर टर टर करते जिल्ली बजती झंझन। दादुर माने क्या है? फ्रॉग्स। तेलुगु में कहते हैं ना कपल। सो दादुर माने फ्रॉग। टर टर करते, बारिश हो रही है तो बारिश होते तो दादुर जो है, फ्रॉग जो है अपना आनंद प्रकट कर रहे हैं। कैसे कर रहे हैं? टर टर करते। फ्रॉग्स जो है टर टर कर रहे हैं। और जिल्ली बजती झंझन। जिल्ली जो है, जिल्ली माने क्या है? तेलुगु में कहते हैं ना मिडतलू। जिल्ली जो है झंझन करके आवाज कर रहा है। और बाद में म्याऊ म्याऊ रे मोर। मोर माने क्या है? पीकॉक। जब आसमान में बादल छा जाती है ना, तो बारिश होते वक्त जो है मोर अपना आनंद प्रकट करता है म्याऊ म्याऊ करके। तो वही जो है कवि प्रकट कर रहे हैं, म्याऊ म्याऊ रे मोर। पीकॉक, मोर जो है इस प्रकार म्याऊ म्याऊ ऐसा आवाज कर रहा है। पीऊ पीऊ चातक के गन। चातक माने चकोरी पक्षी, कोको बर्ड कहते हैं इंग्लिश में। तो चातक पक्षी भी अपना आनंद इस प्रकार प्रकट कर रहा है। कैसे प्रकट कर रहा है? पीऊ पीऊ करके। माने चातक पक्षी की विशिष्टता यह है कि बारिश की बूंदों को धरती पर पड़ने के पहले कुछ बूंदें पकड़कर पीती हैं। धरती पर पड़ा हुआ पानी को नहीं पीती हैं, उसकी विशिष्टता ये है। और चातक पक्षी जो है अपना आनंद जो है पीव पीव करता हुआ प्रकट कर रहा है। और बाद में देखिए, उड़ते सोन बालक आद्य सुख से कर क्रंदन, ये जो है सोन बालक माने एक प्रकार की जल पक्षी है। वो जल पक्षी जो है क्रंदन आवाज कर रहा है। और गुमड़ गुमड़ गिर मेघ गगन में भरते गर्जन, बारिश होते वक्त एक या दो बादल नहीं होते, आकाश में अनेक बादल होते हैं। तो उसी विषय को जो है प्रकट कर रहे हैं। गुमड़ गुमड़ गिर मेघ गगन में भरते गर्जन, आसमान में अनेक प्रकार के बादल हैं। वो बादल क्या कर रहा है? गर्जन। गर्जन माने क्या है? साउंड, साउंड कर रहा है। मेघ माने क्या है? बादल। गगन माने क्या है? आकाश। आकाश में बादल जो हैं गर्जना कर रहे हैं। मतलब एकदम जो है लाइवली एक्सप्लेनेशन है। बारिश होते वक्त जो है मनुष्य किस प्रकार आनंद उठाते हैं, मनुष्य के मन में सपने कैसे जगते हैं उसके बारे में वर्णन है। और प्रकृति से संबंध जीव जंतु वस्तु राशि सब जो है अपना आनंद कैसे प्रकट कर रहा है इस कविता में जो है बता रहे हैं। सुमित्रानंद पंत जी कह रहे हैं कि रिम झिम क्या कुछ कहते बूंदों के स्वर, रोम सिहर उठते छूते वे भीतर अंतर। इन पंक्तियों का अर्थ देखेंगे। माने बूंदों माने क्या है? ड्रॉप्स, वाटर ड्रॉप्स। उसके लिए भी स्वर है। माने आसमान से बारिश की बूंदे धरती पर पड़ रहे हैं तो कैसे पड़ रहे हैं? रिमझिम करता हुआ आसमान से जो है बारिश की बूंदे पड़ रहे हैं। रोम से हर उठते छूते वे भीतर अंतर। मान लीजिए हम बारिश में चल रहे हैं, पूर्णतः जो है भीग गए हैं। बारिश की बूंदे हम पर पड़ने से जो है हम रोमांचित हो जाते हैं। इसी बात को इस वाक्य में बता रहे हैं। बारिश की बूंदे हम पर पड़ने से हम रोमांचित हो रहे हैं। रोम सिहर उठते चूते वे भीतर अंतर। पंत जी कह रहे हैं कि कुछ बारिश की बूंदे जो हैं हम पर पड़ने से अंदर हृदय को छू रही हैं। वही बात बता रहे। भीतर माने अंदर और अंतर माने हृदय। हृदय, भीतर माने अंदर। माने एक वाक्य में कहना चाहे तो बारिश की बूंदे हम पर पड़ने से हम रोमांचित हो रहे हैं। और कुछ बूंदे जो हैं, कुछ बारिश की बूंदे जो हैं हमें हृदय को स्पर्श कर रहे हैं। धाराओं पर धाराएं झरती धरती पर। धरती माने क्या है? अर्थ, भूमि, पृथ्वी। धाराओं पर धाराएं झरती, धरती पर जो है ये बारिश की पानी जो है धाराओं के रूप में जो है झर रही है। रज के कण कण में तृण तृण को पुलकावली बर। माने कण कण माने पार्टिकल्स, रज माने अर्थ, तृण माने ब्लेड ऑफ ग्लास, गड्डी परका। कुछ तृण जो है, धरती से निकले तृण जो है इस बारिश से जो है रोमांचित हो रहा है। तृण तृण को पुलकावली बर, पुलकावली बर माने रोमांचित हो रहे हैं। माने बारिश की बूंदों से भीगे गए तृण झूलते हुए अपना आनंद प्रकट कर रहा है। माइक्रो लेवल है, माने सूक्ष्म वर्णन है। और बाद में देखिए, पकड़वार की धार झूलता है मेरा मन। माने वारी, ये नया वर्ड है। वारी माने क्या है? वर्षा, बारिश, रेन, है ना। वारी की धार झूलता है मेरा मन। मेरा माने कौन है? यहाँ कवि है। ये बारिश देखे तो जो है मेरा मन जो है धरती पर बहने वाली ये धाराओं को देखे तो मेरा मन जो है झूल रहा है। और जो है आओ रे सब मुझे घेर कर गाओ सावन। कवि जो है आनंद जो है सिर्फ वही लेना नहीं चाहता, बाकी लोगों से जो है शेयर करना चाहता है ना। कभी भी आनंद को जो है बांटने से और बढ़ता है। तो कभी भी सब लोगों को जो है पुकार कर बुलाकर कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं? आओ रे, सब लोग आ जाइए, इस सावन माह के बारिश को जो है हम एंजॉय करेंगे। आओ रे सब मुझे घेर कर गाओ सावन, सब लोग आ जाइए, मुझे घेर लीजिए और जो है सब लोग जो है सावन के गीत गाएंगे। इंद्रधनुष के झूले में झूले मिल सब जन। इंद्रधनुष माने जानते हैं हम लोग, इंद्रधनुष माने यहाँ पिक्चर भी दिया है रेनबो। इंद्रधनुष के झूले, झूले माने झूला, उయ్యాला, झूले में झूले मिल सब जन, सब लोग जो है मिलजुल कर जो है रहेंगे और इस सब लोग मिलजुल कर जो है इंद्रधनुष के झूले में झूलेंगे। और अंत में जो है कवि बता रहे हैं कि फिर आए जीवन में सावन मन भावन। ये सावन माह में ये बारिश जो है बार बार आया करे, यही मेरी मनोकामना है। देखिए, मन भावना माने मनोकामना माने मेरी चाहत, माय विश, ना कोरिका। फिर आए जीवन में सावन, इस सावन माह जो है जिंदगी में बार बार आए और जो है यही मेरी मनोकामना है। ऐसा सुमित्रानंद पंत जी जो है बरसते बादल नामक इस कविता में बारिश का वर्णन जो है, बहुत रोमांचक वर्णन जो है यहाँ किया है।
Hello students, I am Satish from Lucid Study. Today I would like to teach you the very first lesson from our English textbook. Are you all waiting? Yes, this is the very first unit, personality development. Personality development is the theme of our first lesson. Students, have you heard any time the phrase personality development before? Yes or no? Okay. What is personality development? What do you know about it? Personality development is a concept which has gained currency in the last few decades. The concept has the roots in the need of making better, mature human beings. It helps people understand themselves and their strengths and weaknesses, and to from right towards the life, society, career, and so on. The individual who has right attitude towards problems will always accept them courageously and tries to find solutions from the constructive side. Class 10th students are adolescents. Yes, you are all teenagers. It is hoped that you draw inspiration from the cases of people who struggled with adversities and finally succeeded. More than anything, the success and the failures are just as matter of fact. The present society witnesses absence of courage, presence of greed among certain people. It is emphasized that this particular unit, personality development, will give the exposure to science of living. On this face sheet, you have 3 categories of readings. First one is reading A. Attitude is altitude, the main lesson. The second one is reading B. Every success story is also a story of great failure. Third, reading C is I will do it. Students, here is the face sheet of our lesson, personality development. On this page, we have look at the pictures and answer the questions. Observe the pictures very carefully. Have you seen these personalities before? Do you name them? Yes. The first picture is Sudha Chandran. Who is she? Have you seen any time? Have you heard any time about her? Yes. Sudha Chandran is an Indian film and television actress and an accomplished Bharatanatyam dancer. In 1981, she hurt her leg in a road accident near Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu while coming from Madras with her parents. You know what happened? Her leg became gangrenous and her parents opted to have it amputated. However, she subsequently became an established Bharatanatyam dancer. She was awarded National Film Special Jury Award for her movie Mayuri. On the second picture, we see Stephen William Hawking. Do you know about him? Stephen William Hawking was an English theoretical physicist, cosmologist and author. Hawking had a very rare early onset slow processing from a motor neuron disease, a fatal neurodegenerative disease that results in the death of motor neurons in the brain and spinal cord, which gradually paralyzed him over decades. The problems worsened and his speech became slightly slurred. Hawking's physical abilities declined. That was his condition. How this man could work on the origins and structure of the universe from the Big Bang to black holes. Hawking received numerous awards, including the Nobel Prize and honors. The third picture is Helen Adams Keller. Helen Keller was an American author, political activist and lecturer. She was the first deaf-blind person to earn a degree in Bachelor of Arts. The story of Helen Keller and her teacher was made famous by Helen Keller's autobiography, The Story of My Life. At 19 months old, Helen Keller contracted an unknown illness described by doctors as an acute congestion of the stomach and the brain, which might have been scarlet fever. The illness left her both deaf and blind. The illness had left her both deaf and blind. Dear children, you have known about the three great personalities. I would like to ask you a question. They are born with disabilities and achieved a lot. How many people could achieve what they have achieved with the limitations they have? I would like to ask you a question. How many of you could achieve what they have done with the limitations? Let us ask once ourselves. Now, on this page, we have a question. What qualities have made these persons great? Can you say? And the second question is, what qualities do you think a person require to become great or successful? At least two characters, right? We say hard work, perseverance, punctuality, never give up, obstination, so on. Do we possess these qualities? Dear students, now we are into the first reading segment, that is attitude is altitude. The title tells us our attitude is the altitude. What sort of attitude we must possess and how come it will take us to the altitude in our lives. The very first paragraph asks us some questions. Imagine having no arms to stretch in the morning to help you scratch that itch, to allow you to wrap your arms around your loved ones. Imagine having no legs to kick pebbles down the street, to walk or run, to bicycle or skateboard, or get you from point A to point B. Then imagine both at once. The first statement, imagine having no arms to stretch in the morning and to help you to scratch that itch or allow you to wrap your arms around your loved ones. That question we need to imagine. And the second point, imagine having no legs to kick pebbles down or walk or run or bicycle or skateboard or move from point A to point B. Imagine these two at a time. Imagine both at once, which is what Nick Vujicic has faced his whole life. Have you heard something like this before? Now, we are going to read the biographical sketch, which is the life story of Nick Vujicic. In this passage, we are going to study about Nick Vujicic. Nick Vujicic was born with no arms or legs, but he doesn't let the details stop him. The brave 26 years old, who is mainly torso, plays football and golf, swims and surfs despite having no limbs. Nick has a small foot on his left hip which helps him balance and enables him to kick. Here we need to concentrate on some points. He was born with no arms or legs. He doesn't let the details stop him. This tells how he could achieve something in his life. This point tells his positive approach towards life. What he could do. He does everything what you could do with your hands and legs. The most important part is here. Nick has a small foot on his left hip. That part helps him balance and facilitates him to kick something. This is very, very important. Nick uses his one foot to type, write with a pen and pick up things between his toes. I call it my chicken drumstick. Joke Nick, who was born in Melbourne, Australia but now lives in Los Angeles. I would be lost without it. Nick tells, if that part, small foot on his left hip, if that part is not there, he said, I would be lost without it. This is very, very important point. In this passage, we are studying about Nick's hobbies. What are Nick's hobbies? Water sports aren't Nick's only thing. He also plays golf with a club tucked under his chin. He is a huge fan of English Premier League, EPL, which is for football. Like we have IPL. And he does something with a club. Club means a stick that is used to play golf. Here we learn about Nick's school education. His parents decided not to send him to a special school. A decision he said was very hard for him, but which may have been the best decision they could have made for him. Nick tells us that his parents did not allow him to go to special school where physically disabled students are put and encouraged to study. Nick's parents encouraged him to go to regular school. What is disability? What happened to Nick? Let us learn. His disability came without any medical explanation, a rare occurrence called phocomelia. And Nick and his parents spent many years asking why this cruel trick would happen to them. My mother was a nurse and she did everything right during her pregnancy and she still blamed herself, he said. What is the term phocomelia means? Phocomelia is a very rare condition that causes short limbs. Nick gets depressed. Here we are going to study about that case. I was deeply depressed when I was 8 years old, he said. I went to my mom crying and told her I wanted to kill myself. Students, that was the problem Nick faced. That is, he wanted to commit suicide, which is very, very bad, which nobody should do. And he says, I felt cold and bitter. I hated God for doing this to me and was terrified of what would happen when my parents were not there to look after me. Nick says, life was cold and bitter. What is the phrase cold and bitter means? Important. What is the term feeling cold and bitter means? It means feel very uncomfortable. Nick tries to be very independent. I could brush my own teeth with a wall-mounted brush and wash my own hair with pump action soap, but there was so much that was impossible for me. Nick tries to overcome his disability slowly, but there are so many things he could not do. Nick tries to give up his life. At age 10, Nick tries to drown himself in the bath, but luckily the attempt was unsuccessful. Another time of committing suicide. I felt there was no purpose when you lack purpose and strength, it is hard to hold on, he said. But with the help of his religion, friends and family, Nick managed to pull through to become an international symbol of triumph over adversity. Here we have one expression that we need to learn. What is the term pull through means? It means continue. And we have another word which is the adversity. Adversity means obstacles, problems. Nick gets inspiration. When I was 13, I read a newspaper article about a disabled man who had managed to achieve great things and help others, said Nick. I realized why God had made us like this, to give hope to others. It was so inspirational to me that I decided to use my life to encourage other people and give them the courage that the article had given me. Dear students, Nick gets inspiration from an article and Nick decided to give motivation to others who are physically disabled. Nick accepts his condition. I looked at myself in the mirror and said, you know what, the world is right that I have no arms or legs, but they will never take away the beauty of my eyes. I wanted to concentrate on something good that I had. Always be positive and go ahead, move on in the life. That's what Nick decided to be. Gratitude. I decided to be thankful for what I do have, not get angry about what I don't. Why to get angry unnecessarily for what we don't? Be happy with what you have. You are unique, you are special. Nobody is like you. Move on. Nick's mindset. Nick has framed his mindset to be very, very strong. The challenges in our lives are there to strengthen our convictions. What is the meaning of convictions? Beliefs. They are there not to run us over. What is the phrase run over means? Control. Problems and other things, challenges are not there to control our life. We are not under the control of the problem. Surfing is fun. Nick began to travel the world and in 2008, he went to Hawaii and met surfing master Bethany Hamilton, who had her arm bitten off by a shark when she was 12 years. She was amazing, said Nick. Who was amazing? Bethany Hamilton. She taught me how to surf and I was terrified at first. But once I got up there, it felt absolutely fantastic and I caught up some waves pretty well. Now, being a torso, doing his own personal things is very, very difficult. But Nick makes everything possible for a human being. Some of us may do not know how to swim, but Nick does surfing. This is the lesson we are going to learn. Here, Nick is not under control of the problems. Nick gets solution for everything. Nick is not controlling his limitations. Nick is not feeling so sorry for his life. Nick enjoys each and every minute of his life. For example, Nick tells one funny incident. And once I was in a car and a girl at traffic lights was giving me the eye. She could only see my head, so I decided to do a 360 degrees in the car seat to freak her out. Her face was like, oh, what is going on? She sped off really quickly. What is the meaning of the term giving me the eye means? Look at him carefully. What is the term giving me the eye means? It means looking at Nick carefully and interestingly. What is the meaning of the term freak out? Freak out means very surprised. Awards. Nick in 1990 won the Australian Young Citizen of the Year award for his bravery and perseverance. Children, you know the meaning of bravery, being very courageous. Then what is the meaning of perseverance? Perseverance means dedication, commitment. Coming to Nick's achievements, Nick quickly learned how to do the 360-degree spin on his board, a feat that got him on Surfer magazine with 48 hours. No one has ever done that in the history of surfing, Nick says. What is the meaning of the word feat? Feat means achievement. Nick's tour throughout the world. He has visited different countries all over the world. The football fan is now a motivational speaker and has traveled to over 24 countries speaking to groups of up to 110,000 people. Now, his profession is motivational speaker. Nick's marriage. Nick and Kane got married on February 12, 2012. They were blessed with the birth of a healthy baby boy with full body. Message from Nick's life. If I fail, I try again and again and again. If you fail, are you going to try again? The human spirit can handle much worse than we realize. It matters how you are going to finish. Are you going to finish strong? Said Nick. I tell people to keep on getting up when they fall and to always love themselves. He said, if I can encourage just one person, then my job in this life is done. Nick tells all of us. He failed in life, but he tried again and again and again. Are you doing that? And Nick tells one more thing. How you are going to finish? Are you going to finish things very strong? Nick's life is not just a story. Nick's life is a successful story. It gives us motivation. It gives us encouragement. Dear students, it tells us his attitude has made him to stand on the altitude. Nick's life proved that attitude is altitude. Dear students, from this lesson, we have learned the biographical sketch of Nick. What was his childhood? How he could manage working on things better? What was his parents' role in his life? And how he became to be very independent? When he was under depression, he committed suicide, which is very, very wrong. But luckily, he could save his life. But luckily, nothing happened to him. Later, he realized the purpose of life. Dying is not the solution. Bouncing is the solution. Dear students, Nick, being a torso, having born without hands and legs, he did so many things. Today, he has become a motivation, inspiration to thousands of people. And now, let us all salute to Nick's dedication, perseverance, hard work. Let us all learn all the positive traits from Nick's life and continue our life and be very successful people.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. In this session, we are starting with real numbers first chapter. Okay. So before going to this chapter, you should know about real numbers in your previous class. Okay. So just recall those real numbers, then we will enter into this chapter. Okay. So now what we are going to discuss in this chapter, let us see. Chapter name is number system. So we will see some algorithms. So first one is to understand division algorithm. Okay. Division algorithm we have learned when we are very small. So that we are going to revise now. Next, what are terminating decimals, non-terminating decimals, and irrational numbers in 9th class we have studied. Again we are going to study again those. Next, laws of exponents and their applications. Okay. And last, very important, that is logarithm and its applications we are going to discuss in this chapter. Okay. Now let us discuss the number system what you have studied till now. Okay. See, first we have the counting numbers started from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this, right? So those are said to be natural numbers. Later they have concluded that 0 was also required for the numbers, so that they invented 0. Who invented 0? Aryabhatta invented 0. So this 0 was mingled with the numbers and they gave a new name as whole numbers. Whole numbers. Okay. Whole numbers means the 0 is added to that natural numbers. After that, again some negative numbers requirement was also there. Negative numbers, positive numbers and 0 all are included into one number system. That number system is called integers. After that again we have found some new numbers. Those are fractional numbers. Okay. Fractional numbers 2 by 3, 4 by 3, these are all fractional numbers. Those we invented and we mixed into the integers and we gave a name to that. Those are rational numbers. Okay. So rational numbers means what? The numbers which can be written in the form of P by Q are said to be rational numbers. After that again we found some other numbers. Those are irrational numbers which cannot be expressed in the form of P by Q. Later again we mixed these two numbers into one group. We will call them as real numbers. Okay. So real numbers is the biggest set, biggest group that will contain all the numbers. Okay. What are those? Rational numbers, irrational numbers, integers, whole numbers, natural numbers. All these are mingled into one group. That group we are telling as real numbers. Okay. That is what we are going to discuss in this chapter, right? Now let us enter into the chapter again. See here, in our daily life numbers are very much useful, right? Whenever you wake up, immediately you will see the watch. So what was the time now? Immediately you will fix, so 9 o'clock I have to get ready and I have to go to school, like, right? So numbers play very, very important role in our real life. Suppose you went outside to purchase something, so you need to count the money to give to them, right? So here also usage of numbers you can see, right? Again, see, let us look one puzzle. Not only for real life, to solve some puzzles also we required some numbers. So let us see one puzzle. See, in a garden, a swarm of bees are settling in each number of same flowers. When they settle on 2 flowers, one bee is left out. See the puzzle. So there are a group of bees. So they are settling on flowers. So if 2 bees on each flower is sitting, then one bee is left out. Suppose the group, in that group, 3 bees are sitting in each flower. So 2 bees will be left out. See. Next, when they settle on 4 flowers, then 3 bees left. When they settle 5 on each flower, then no bees were left. So at most there are 50 bees in that group. So how many flowers are there in that garden? How many bees are there? So to understand this type of puzzles, we need numbers. Okay, so that much importance the numbers have in our real life. Not only for purchasing time and all, for solving this type of puzzles also, we require number system. Okay, right. Now first we will discuss about division algorithm. What do you mean by division algorithm? See here, if you read this, you will not understand anything. Just read out and see how to understand. I will show you. Given positive integers a and b, there exists unique pair of integers q and r satisfying a is equal to bq plus r, where 0 less than or equal to r less than b. Means what? If I give you 2 numbers, okay, so suppose I gave you 2 numbers 25 and 10. I have given you 2 numbers 25 and 10. So division algorithm says us that this big number whatever is there, that is 25, can be written as a 10 into some number, that is q, plus some number, that is some r. Okay, and this r value whatever is there, that is less than or equal to b. So what do you mean by this exactly? Exactly meaning that if you divide the big number with the small number, so then you will have some remainder. The remainder will be less than the second number. That is the meaning. Okay, let us do this. So 25 if I divide with 10. So 10 2s are 20. Remainder how much we have? 5. So now I will write 25 as 25 is equal to, see, 10 into some number, that is 2, plus again some number, that is r. See, 25 I will write as 10 into some number plus some number. Okay, this is known as quotient. That is why we will represent with that q. And this is remainder. That is why I represented with r. And the remainder value will be always lesser than this divisor. Am I right? So remainder value must be always less than this divisor, and it can be 0. Remainder can be 0, no? So that is why 0 less than or equal to r less than b. Understood now? This is called division algorithm. So if I give you 2 numbers, you can write the bigger number as a small number into some number plus some number. That means if you divide those 2 numbers, you will have some quotient and you will have some remainder, where the remainder value will be is equal to 0 or it must be less than the second number. That is the meaning of your division algorithm. Okay, so but this event was first recorded, means this was first given by whom? The famous scientist Euclid. Last year you have Euclid geometry. So he wrote one very famous book, that is what? Elements. Okay, he wrote that elements into many books. So this concept whatever is there, he mentioned in his book 7. Okay, so he was the first man to introduce this division algorithm. Okay, so that is why we have to learn about Euclid more, right? Now one more I will give you, you will understand more better, right? So I will take 2 numbers now. See, suppose if I take 35 and 25, I have taken 2 numbers. Now in this, which one is bigger? 35 is greater than 25. So therefore 35 can be expressed as 25 into some number plus some number. So what are these two? So those are quotient and remainder. Now let us divide this 35 with the 25, right? Yeah, divide 35 with 25, we will have 25 ones are 25, so remainder is 10. Now how I can write this 35 into some number plus some number? See, 25 ones are 25 plus 10. 25 plus 10, that is 35. What is Q here? Q is 1 and R is 10. So Q and R are Q is equal to 1 and R is equal to 10. See, the remainder will be always lesser than the first number. Okay, so like this, the division algorithm was given by Euclid first, right? That is why Euclid is a very famous scientist. Okay, and I told you that division algorithm was invented by Euclid, right? So the division algorithm was given to his name, that is Euclid's division algorithm. Okay, now see what is its application, why we need to learn this. Okay, already we know this, then why to learn again? Because he gave an algorithm, so that technique used for finding the HCF of two numbers. Okay, to find the HCF of two numbers, this Euclid's division algorithm will be used. Okay, so highest common factor, HCF of two given integers, we can find, right? So to find the HCF of two numbers, we should follow some steps. Okay, there are certain steps to be followed to find the HCF of two given numbers, right? So see what are the steps to be followed. See here, what is division algorithm? So to obtain HCF of two positive integers, so two positive integers I am taking, so those are C and D, where C is greater than D. Now we will follow the steps to find the HCF of two numbers. Okay, see the first step, apply Euclid's division lemma. Okay, so that division algorithm only, whatever we have discussed there, he told one name as Euclid's division lemma. Okay, so Euclid's division lemma for C and D, so that we can write C is equal to DQ plus R, where this remainder is 0 less than or equal to R less than D. Okay, this is what Euclid's division lemma. So first we will apply for C and D. So now step 2C, if remainder is equal to 0, then D is the HCF of C and D. If remainder is not equal to 0, then again apply division lemma for D and R. Okay, we will take one example, don't worry. So we will solve that. See next step 3, continue this process until you will get the remainder 0. Wherever you get remainder 0, the divisor will be the HCF of the given two numbers. Right? Let us take one example and we will find out how to find Euclid's division algorithm. So let us take two numbers to find HCF by using Euclid's division algorithm. You can create your own two numbers. Okay, I am creating my two numbers. Those are, see, as example I took. So I will take one example as 25 and 35. So I have taken 25 and 35, two numbers I have taken. Now I have to find HCF. See, 35 is greater than 25. Now what we will do is, which one is C? This is C is greater than D. Okay, C and D, these two are the numbers. Now I will go for step 1. What is step 1? We need to apply Euclid division lemma on the given numbers. What are given numbers here? C and D. We need to apply Euclid division lemma. What is that? That is 35 is equal to 25 into some number plus some number. So how do we get these two numbers? By dividing 35 by 25. So, okay, so divide 35 by 25, you will have 25 ones are 25, remainder will be 10. Okay, now quotient is 1 and the remainder is 10. So I will write here quotient is equal to 1 and the remainder is equal to 10. So Q is equal to 1, R is equal to 10. Now go for step 2. Step 2, see if remainder is equal to 0. Did we get remainder 0 here? No, we got 10 here. Right? If R is equal to 0, then okay. Now if R is not equal to 0, apply Euclid division lemma to D and R. Okay, Now step 2, what I have to do? I have to apply Euclid division lemma for D and R. What is D here? 25 and R is 10. Okay. So I will apply Euclid division lemma to this D and R. That is 25 is equal to 10 into some number plus some number. What are these two numbers? So divide 25 by 10, then you will get those two numbers. Divide 25 with 10. So 10 2s are 20, remainder is 5. So quotient how much we got? 2, remainder we got as 5. Okay. So quotient we got 2 and remainder we got 5. So I will write here Q is equal to 2, R is equal to 5. Now still we didn't get remainder 0. Now again whatever the number came here 10 and 5, these two numbers we need to apply Euclid division lemma again. Okay, so let us apply that. Step 3, Euclid division lemma we need to apply between 10 and 5. Okay, so 10 and 5, see 10 is equal to 5 into some number plus some number. How we will get? Again divide 10 by 5. So you will have, see 10 divided by 5, 5 2s are 10, remainder is 0. So quotient is 2, remainder is 0. Remainder whenever we got the 0, then what is the condition here? Continue this process until the remainder is 0. Remainder we got 0 now. Then the divisor at this stage will be the required HCF. What is the divisor here? See, what is the divisor? 5. So HCF is equal to 5. So we got HCF is equal to 5. Okay. So these many steps are there to be followed. Still, suppose if you don't get remainder here also 0, next we need to continue. Okay. Whatever remainder we have, this remainder as well as the divisor, for these two we need to apply for Euclid division lemma again, right? Okay. So instead of doing this, is there any other alternate method or not? There is an alternate method. Let us see that what is it. Okay. So a given example is find HCF of 35 and 25. So this is the question. So instead of doing those many steps, is there any easy way to do it? So there is an easy way. See here, divide 35. The bigger number is 35. So first step is common. 35 is greater than 25. So I will divide 35 with 25. Divide now. 25 ones are 25. Now remainder how much? 10. Good. Now what you will do? You do this remainder as the divisor and this divisor you make into dividend. Now again divide. So 10 2s are 20. So remainder how much now? 5. Now again remainder is you make it as a divisor and the previous divisor whatever is there that you make into dividend. So 5 2s are 10. So remainder how much here? Whenever 0 comes you stop doing. So then this 5 is said to be HCF. So HCF is equal to 5. Okay, how this related to our Euclid algorithm? Let us see. So in step 1 what we did? We did like 35 is equal to 25 into 1 plus 10, right? The same thing we did there. See 25 into 1 plus 10. Now in second stage, second step what we did? 25 is equal to 10 into 2 plus 5. See 10 into 2 plus 5, right? Now in step 3 what we did there? So 10 is equal to 5 into 2 plus 0. That's all. We wrote HCF is equal to 5. Right? So this is the another way to do it. Maybe you know this method, I think. So follow this method in exams. Okay. So this you do in rough and you do this in fair. Right? Okay. Based on Euclid division lemma, let us solve some examples. See first example. Show that every positive integer is of the form 2q and every odd integer is in the form of 2q plus 1. So first you should know what do you mean by even numbers and odd numbers. So tell me what do you mean by even numbers? Even number are the numbers which are divisible by 2, and odd numbers are the numbers which leaves remainder 1 when you divide it with the 2, right? Right. So let us do that. So consider a comma 2 be two numbers. Okay, a comma 2 be two numbers. I am taking two numbers, those are a comma 2. Right? Now why I have to take only a comma 2? Because he is asking us to show 2q plus 1. So what is the divisor here? Okay, what is the divisor? 2. That is why I have to take a comma 2. Okay, so let one more, a is greater than 2. If a is greater than 2, by Euclid's division lemma, what I can write? By Euclid's division lemma, what I can write? A is equal to 2 into some number plus some number, those are q and r. Now what about the remainder? This remainder must be 0 less than or equal to r less than 2. That means what are the possible r values here? Therefore possible r values. What are our possible r values here? So r is equal to 0 or 1. Only the two possible values are there. Now I will substitute r values here. So therefore a is equal to 2q plus 0 or 2q plus 1. So 2q plus 0 how much? That is 2q or 2q plus 1. So see here, a comma 2 be two positive integers here, positive numbers. Okay, so two positive numbers you took. So a we can write in the form of 2q or 2q plus 1. Now what about 2q here? 2q is nothing but 2 multiple. Multiple of 2 will be always an even number. Any number you take and multiply with 2, you will get an even number. Am I right? So 2q is an even number. So what I can write here? Therefore even number is of the form 2q. Am I right from this? Next, odd number is of the form, odd number is of the form 2q plus 1. So any number you take, multiply with 2 and then add 1. So it will be a odd number, right? So I will take 2 suppose, multiply with 2, 2 2s are 4, add 1, 5. So what is the number? That is an odd number, right? Even number will be of the form 2q and odd number will be of the form 2q plus 1. Like this we have to prove. Understood? Right. Next question, see, find the HCF of the following by using Euclid algorithm. So let us do the first one. What is that? 50 and 70. Given, first one, given 50 and 70, no, 70 is greater than 50. So we can apply Euclid division algorithm for 70 and 50. So step 1, what is that? Apply Euclid's lemma for 70 and 50. So that is 70 is equal to, how I can write? 50 into some number plus some number. That means we need to divide 70 by 50. Let us divide now. So divide here 70, divide with 50. 50 ones are 50. So remainder will be 20. So what I can fill in these gaps? 50 ones are 50 plus 20. That means I can write here 50 ones are 50 plus 20. Okay, remainder is not 0 now. Again we will divide, we will apply Euclid lemma for 20 and 50. Okay, step 2, apply Euclid's lemma for 50 and 20. Now again we can write 50 is equal to 20 into some number plus some number. So we will divide 50 by 20. So 50 I will divide by 20. See, 50 I will divide by 20. 20 twos are 40. Remainder is 10. That means what I can write here? 20 twos are plus 10. 20 twos are plus 10. So now again remainder is not 0. Again we have to apply Euclid division lemma for these two, remainder and divisor. Okay, these two we need to apply Euclid division lemma. Now step 3, see, apply Euclid's lemma for 20 and 10. Okay, now we can write 20 is equal to 10 into some number plus some number. Okay, 20 divided by 10. So 10 twos are 20. Remainder we got 0 now. Right? 10 twos are 20 plus remainder is 0. Therefore, whenever remainder we got 0, HCF is equal to the divisor at this stage. What is the divisor at this stage? That is 10. So HCF of 50 and 70 is a 10. Okay, like this we need to do, and we need to write steps in exams like this, right? Okay, now let us do the second problem, that is 96 and 72. So obviously we will do like this. 96 is greater than 72. 96 is greater than 72. Now step 1, apply Euclid's lemma for 96 and 72. So 96 is equal to 72 into some number plus some number. So just divide 96 by 72. So 96 and 72 divide. 72 ones are 72. Subtract now. You will have 24 as the remainder. Okay. So 72 ones are 72 plus 24. Now again step 2. Remainder we didn't get 0. Now we will go for step 2. Here again apply division lemma for divisor and remainder. Okay, always we need to do this. So apply Euclid's lemma for 72 and 24. Therefore 72 is equal to 24 into some number plus some number. That means we need to divide 72 by 24. Okay, let us divide this. 72 is divided by 24. So 24 3s are 72, remainder is 0. Okay, that means what we can write? 24 into 3 plus 0, right? 24 into 3 plus 0. Here we got remainder 0. Therefore at this stage divisor will be the HCF of the given numbers. So what is HCF here? 24. Okay. So here I will write HCF is equal to 24. Done. Now let us discuss the third one. See, the given numbers are 300 and 550. Now tell me which one is greater in these two? Obviously 550 is greater than 300. Now step 1. What is that? So apply Euclid's lemma. Okay, on 550 and 300. So we can write 550 is equal to 300 into some number plus some number. Means we need to divide 550 by 300. Let us divide that. So 550 is divided by 300. 300 ones are 300. So remainder is 250. Okay, so I will write 300 into 1 plus 250. 300 into 1 plus 250. Remainder is not 0 here. Now we will apply again a Euclid division lemma for remainder and divisor, these two. Okay, step 2. apply Euclid's lemma. Which two numbers? 300 and 250. Now how I can write 300 is equal to 250 into some number plus some number. Now again I will divide 300 by 250. 300 must be divided by 250. 250 ones are 250. So remainder will be 50. Okay. So now I will write 300 as 250 into 1 plus 50. 250 into 1 plus 50 will be the remainder. Okay. Now remainder still not 0. Okay. So again we will apply Euclid division lemma for remainder and divisor, these two now. Okay. Let us do Euclid division lemma for 50 and 250. Okay. Now what is that? Apply Euclid's lemma for 250 and 50. That means we need to write 250 is equal to 50 into some number plus some number. So I will divide 250 with 50. So I will divide here. See, 250 is divided by 50. 50 5s are 250, we know that. So remainder will be 0. Okay, 50 5s are 250 plus 0. Whenever remainder comes 0, then at that stage the divisor will be the HCF of the given two numbers. So HCF how much here? Therefore HCF is equal to how much? 50. Got it? So like this we will do it, right? Next see the fourth sub question, that is 1860 and 2015. See which one is big? 2015 is greater than 1860. So now step 1. So apply Euclid's lemma on 2015 and 1860. Therefore we can write 2015 is equal to 1860 into some number plus some number. That means we need to divide these two. 2015 is divided by 1860. 1860 ones are 1860. Subtract now. 5 minus 0 is 5. And here 1 we will borrow. 1 11. 11 minus 6 is 5. And here 9. 9 minus 1 is 155 is the remainder. So how I can write this one? 1860 into 1 plus 155 I can write. Okay. 18560 into 1 plus 155. Now remainder not 0. Now we will apply again in step 2 division Euclid lemma for 1860 and 155. Okay. So step 2, apply Euclid's lemma on which two numbers? Those are 1860 and 155. So that means we can write 1860 as 155 into some number plus some number. So here also we will divide. Okay. Let us divide 1860 by 155. So 1860 I will divide with the 155. So 155 ones are 155. So subtract this. 6 minus 1 is 1. 6 minus 5 is 1. 8 minus 5 is 3. 0 we will carry down. So 155 twos are how much? 310. So remainder is 0. Okay. So 1860 I will write as 155 into 12. Okay. So 155 into 12 plus 0. Now tell me what is the HCF? In that whenever remainder is 0, then in that stage whatever the divisor, that will be the HCF of the given number. So HCF how much? Therefore HCF is equal to how much? 155. So like this we will solve. Okay. Next example, see here, show that every positive odd integer is of the form 4q plus 1 and 4q plus 3. Okay, see here, what is the divisor here? 4. So which two numbers we need to consider now? We will take two numbers a comma 4. Okay, so let a comma 4 be two positive integers such that a is greater than 4. So if a is greater than 4, these two are positive integers, then by Euclid's lemma, I can write a is equal to 4 into some number plus some number. Okay, 4 into some number, that I will write as q, and the whatever the next number, I will write it as r. So a is equal to 4q plus r. Now tell me, what about this r? R will be 0 less than or equal to r less than 4. Right? So now tell me, what are the possible values of r? Possible values of r. Tell me, what are those? Those are 0, 1, 2, 3. Now substitute these values instead of r here, so that a is equal to 4q plus 0 when r is equal to 0, or it may be 4q plus 1, or it may be 4q plus 2, or it may be 4q plus 3. Okay, so a is equal to 4q plus 0, that is 4q, or it may be 4q plus 1, or it may be 4q plus 2, or it may be 4q plus 3. See here, any number if you multiply with 4, that will be an even number, right? Okay, any number, see here, 4 into any number will be even number. So 4q will be an even number. Now see, 4q plus 1 is odd number or even number? It is odd number, because 4q is even, 1 is odd. Even plus odd will be again odd. That is why 4q plus 1 is odd number. In this problem, we require only odd integers. That is why I will underline this. Next, see, 4q plus 2 is an even number, because sum of two even numbers will be again a even number. Right? 2 plus 4, how much? 6, no? So that is even number. So sum of two even numbers will be even number. So I will omit this. Next, 4q plus 3 is again odd number. See, 4q is even, 3 is odd. Right? That will be odd number again. Okay. So now finally, what we can conclude from this? I can conclude that any positive odd integer may be in the form of 4q plus 1, or it may be in the form of 4q plus 3. That is what I am going to write here. Understand?
Hello kids, so in this session we are going to start our first chapter of grade 10, that is about nutrition. అంటే ఆహార సరఫరా వ్యవస్థ గురించి తెలుసుకుంటాం. Let us see quickly what are the objectives we are going to cover in this unit. The first objective talks about the autotrophic nutrition, photosynthesis, activity basing on that, factors essential for the process of photosynthesis, ఏ factors require అవుతాయి. Activity 2, lab activity the 2 to 3 which are talking more about in depth of this photosynthesis, and we see where does photosynthesis take place, likewise mechanism of photosynthesis, like how this process actually occur, and heterotrophic nutrition, like previously as I said autotrophic, here comes the next type of nutrition, heterotrophic. In that, where we are going to learn how do organisms obtain their nutrition, parasitic nutrition in Cuscuta, nutrition in human beings, అంటే మనుషుల్లో ఈ న్యూట్రిషన్ ప్రాసెస్ అనేది ఎలా జరుగుతుంది, and as well the passage of food through alimentary canal or guts. Now we know very well mouth to anus is said to be as alimentary canal, where how do the passage of this food takes place in this gut. We will also talk about activity 4, 5 here, and flowchart of human digestive system. ఎలా ఉంటుంది? What organs are involved in this digestion process? Well, health aspects of alimentary canal along with the diseases that are occurred due to malnutrition, and finally the vitamin deficiency diseases. So now let us enter into this concept with the first objective. We all know that food is the basic need for every living organism for growth and repair. See, in lower sessions we have already learned about plant tissues, animal tissues, cells and everything. And there also we mentioned that there are some structures which are helping for growth and repair. Along with those structures, food is also a very important thing. Well, and we also know that several organisms, they even contain food, or they even take food to maintain the body temperature. So first, as we discussed, we say for growth and repair, and then also for maintaining the body temperature. So second one we say body temperature. A large variety of substances are taken in by different organisms in the form of food. That is like from single celled organism like amoeba, protozoas, okay, to the multicellular organisms like we, the animals. Every living being needs food to be taken. Yes, and within the human body, a cell require a large variety of substances which is taken in the form of food. And we know that most of the animals, or most of the living organisms, they take food from the plants. So we say here the plants are the producers for the food. So we say the next as plants act as producers for the food. So here there is a question. Now how do these plants get their food? Now here we to talk about the mode of acquiring nutrition. Now when you are talking that every living being like ourselves, in humans our cell needs variety of food substances, but the mode of acquiring the food also varies from cell to cell and from organism to organism. తెలుసా? సో కణానికి ఒక మధ్యన ఉండే ఫుడ్ ఒక సరఫరా ఏదైతే ఉందో అది వేరుగా ఉంటుంది. అలాగే ఒక ఆర్గనిజంకి మధ్యన ఉండే ఫుడ్ సరఫరా, ఆహారం అనే ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ అయ్యే మెకానిజం కానీ ఆ ప్రాసెస్ కానీ డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో దట్స్ వై వి సే హియర్ in this chapter let us study about the different modes of nutrition of acquiring food, and also why plants are said to be as autotrophs. అసలు మొక్కల్ని ఆటోట్రోఫ్స్ అని ఎందుకు అంటారు? అసలు ఆటోట్రోఫ్స్ అంటే ఏంటి? ఎస్, autotrophs are nothing but these are plants or any organism that utilizes or that is capable of using the light energy to convert some of the chemical compounds like carbohydrates and the proteins and also some of the lipids, vitamins from simple substances. అంటే simple substances నుంచి, or we can say simple molecules, they help in conversion of these kind of chemical compounds, or we can also say complex compounds. Okay, so complex compounds. Enta complex compounds, carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, fats, vitamins and etc. Okay, so this is the main reason why we say that autotrophs are said to be as helping in making out some of the food materials in the form of a chemical compound or complex compound. So basing on that, we should also say that there are various steps and various mechanisms where the plant undergoes this process. Basing upon that, we say that these compounds which are produced for by the plants as food, these are utilized by these cells of different organisms to give in the form of energy, or we can say they are utilized to provide some energy to various living organisms like even ourselves as animals, as human beings. They are utilized by us in the form of energy. Most of the food or the things that we eat are obtained from plants. అవునా? మనం తినే ఎక్కువ శాతం ఆహారం అనేది మనకి ఎక్కడి నుంచి లభిస్తుంది? మొక్కల నుంచి, right? And if we depend even on animals also, where does the animal is depending on again? Exactly on the plants. So మనం ఒకవేళ animals ని ఒక ఫుడ్ గా మనం తీసుకున్నా కానీ where they are getting food from? Yes, they are also getting the food from the plants. So that's why we say that, scientists, they have been working since some centuries and centuries to find out a question and the answer for this, that how do plants carry such kind of life processes? మనం ఆల్రెడీ ప్రీవియస్ సెషన్స్లో డిస్కస్ చేసుకున్నాం, రైట్? లైఫ్ ప్రాసెసెస్ అంటే ఎవ్రీథింగ్ కమ్స్ అండర్ న్యూట్రిషన్, డైజెషన్, రెస్పిరేషన్, ఎక్స్క్రీషన్, సర్క్యులేషన్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్. నౌ హియర్ అవర్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ న్యూట్రిషన్. సో ఆహారాన్ని తయారు చేసుకునే పద్ధతి అసలు మొక్కల్లో ఎలా జరుగుతుంది? హౌ డూ దే ఒబ్టైన్? ఎస్, plants have a special mechanism and a process to have this kind of food production factory, we can say. So this food production takes place through a simple process called as photosynthesis. That's why plants are said to be as a universal food provider. Anduke plants name antunaru universal food provider. So this plants, these are helpful, or these plants are helpful in giving us food by a special process called as photosynthesis. We all know about this very well, but as in the earlier classes we have learned that this photosynthesis, von Helmont is a scientist, and along with other scientists he had done some various experiments to find out that how plants get their food material. And yes, he said that plants obtain the food material from the soil and from other sources. And now what is this photosynthesis? Yes, so we say that photosynthesis, so we have to put the arrow mark in the upward direction, because from simple or inorganic molecules we are getting complex organic molecules. But one very important thing, in the presence of sunlight, we know every reaction has a catalyst, right? Catalyst is nothing but a substance which helps in completion of the reaction but doesn't involve in the reaction. So sunlight helps in completing this conversion of simple inorganic molecules to complex organic molecules. So under presence of sunlight this chemical process takes place, hence this is called photosynthesis. Now very important thing, that in this process or in this mechanism there are several steps and various numerous intermediary compounds are formed, intermediary substances are formed, whereas these substances are also playing very important role by releasing some gases into the air. Yes, so we know very well that for this scientists have been working over past 200 years to give a simple equation how this photosynthesis occur. అసలు ఈ ఫోటోసింథసిస్ ప్రాసెస్ అసలు ఎలా జరుగుతుంది అనే దానికి, లేకపోతే ఒక సింపుల్ ఈక్వేషన్, ఒక కెమికల్ ఈక్వేషన్ ఇవ్వడానికి కనీసం 200 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి కష్టపడుతున్నారంట. And they were trying to make it past over 200 years. But later on the readily made equation by a scientist named as C.B. Van Neel. So scientist name C.B. Van Neel, in the year of 1931, he has proposed a simple equation saying that there is a food produced or that is readily made by the plant in the form of carbohydrates, or we can also say it as starch, or also said to be as sugar, and specifically glucose. So he said that carbohydrates are produced during which there is involvement of one molecule of water and one molecule of oxygen in this process. So he said one molecule of water, so I make it as H2O, and then one molecule of oxygen, due to which the complete process of formation of carbohydrate is taking place. This is nothing but glucose, which is in a starch form or a sugar content. So he gave an equation talking about the photosynthesis reaction. So he gave an equation talking about the photosynthesis reaction in as this. So C.B. Van Neel, he has proposed an equation like CO2 plus 2 molecules of water helps in giving out a sugar component, that is a carbohydrate, with release of water and oxygen. This was the equation given by C.B. Van Neel, where the catalyst acting here are the sunlight, and we know the green pigment in the leaf, chlorophyll. Yes, so under the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll, he has coined this equation. But you know, after that, he also worked on a special, kind of a compound like purple sulfur bacteria. He used purple sulfur bacteria such that he found that instead of release of oxygen molecule, which happened in the previous case, there was release of sulfur, because instead of water, or you can say water here, he used hydrogen sulfide. Because the sulfur bacteria, he used hydrogen sulfide, in which in place of oxygen, the sulfur is released into the atmosphere, and hence he found that one other scientist found that this equation to be rewritten or reframed, and he said that oxygen comes out or oxygen is released due to presence of water. But in the Van Neel experiment chesin tarata, replacing the water molecule with hydrogen sulfide, when he found that sulfur is releasing out in place of oxygen, the other scientist, namely Robert Hill, he proposed that the oxygen molecule is released because there is a presence of water molecule. Due to the presence of water molecule, oxygen from the water H2O is released out in the form of gas to the atmosphere. So, Robert Hill reframed the reaction like this. CO2 H2O gives rise to C6H12O6 plus H2O plus O2. So we know very well that in chemical equation, it should be always a balanced equation. This is the equation. So CO2 plus H2O gives rise to C6H12O6 with H2O and O2, that is oxygen, which is released in the form of upside arrow mark. We have to show it. Now, we know very well that every chemical equation, it should be a balanced one. So if we write the balancing, then we write 6CO2 plus 12H2O gives rise to C6H12O6 and 6H2O plus 6 oxygen molecules. Now just count the molecules here. Carbon should be 6, and yes, we have 6 molecules of carbon here. Then oxygen, 6 to 12, and then here 12 ones, 12. So 12 and 12 oxygen are 24. So again we see here 6 and 6, 12. 6 to 12, 12 and 12, 24 oxygen, well balanced. Okay, so we have balanced the carbon, we have balanced oxygen. Now let's talk about hydrogen. Now hydrogen are 12 into 2, 24. So we have hydrogen here 12 and 6 to 12, 12 plus 12, 24. So we have the hydrogen also balanced with 24. So the total molecules of the reactants are equal to the products. That is a chemical equation. So this equation was given by whom? Evarichari equation ever proposed chesaru? Yes, Robert Hill. Robert Hill has proposed this by saying that oxygen molecule is released due to the involvement of water. So if there is an replacement of hydrogen sulfide, the sulfur is released, but it should not be done because plants contain chlorophyll and they take in carbon dioxide to release oxygen. So this was said that oxygen is due to the presence of water. Then later on, how this is splitted off, we know very well that hydrogen molecule and oxygen molecule in the water gets hydrolyzed. We know hydrolysis process, nothing but lysis. Dini manam hydrolysis ane concept lo chadundam. Hydrolysis nothing but lysis means breakdown. Hydro means water. So breakdown of water to form H plus and OH minus ions. Yes, H plus and OH minus ions. OH minus ions and H plus ions are released during electrolysis. Hence, this is applicable if we make the Robert Hill's equation in photosynthesis. So, this is how plants help in growth and make us a universal provider of the food, and we say these are the producers of our ecosystem. బికాజ్ ఇందాక మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టు ఏ లివింగ్ ఆర్గానిజం తీసుకున్నా అది డైరెక్ట్గానా ఇండైరెక్ట్గానా అవి దేని మీద డిపెండ్ అవుతున్నాయి, మొక్కల మీద. సో ప్లాంట్స్ ఆర్ సెట్ టు బి యాజ్ ద ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్. ఎస్, as you can see when we are talking about the autotrophic nutrition, so autotrophs ante manam cheppukunnam like any organism that is capable of taking sunlight, preparing the food from and in the form of a chemical compound like carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, fats. But this concept or this process of preparation of food, we say that is carried out by the autotrophs, is said to be as autotrophic nutrition. So type of nutrition which is possessed by the autotrophs are called as autotrophic nutrition. Now as you can see here how the process of photosynthesis is taking place, where the plant is utilizing the sunlight in which it received by the chlorophyll pigment present in the chloroplast. Yes, in this next session we will learn how this chloroplast is absorbing the chlorophyll and the sunlight from the sun. Oxygen released out, yes, as in the respiration and as also in the photosynthesis. Carbon dioxide is involved in the photosynthesis with the help of water molecules. So this is how the photosynthesis take place. So indaka manam cheppukunnattu carbon dioxide and one molecule of water helps in giving out a compound called as C6H12O6. So this is the equation or this is the formula of the carbohydrate produced during photosynthesis. Now what is it carbohydrate Anna? Exactly, this is glucose. So glucose is said to be as C6H12O6, the food that is produced. Remember kids, ఇందాక మనం చెప్పినప్పుడు ఏమనుకున్నాం, గ్లూకోజ్ కార్బోహైడ్రేట్ అన్నప్పుడు కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో నథింగ్ బట్ అ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ స్టార్చ్. ఎస్, సో క్యాన్ వి సే దెమ్ యాజ్ స్టార్చ్, ఒక పిండి పదార్థం, అవునా? సో దిస్ స్టార్చ్ క్యాన్ బి టెస్టెడ్ వెదర్ దే ఆర్ ప్రొడ్యూస్డ్ ఇన్ ద ప్లాంట్ డ్యూరింగ్ photosynthesis or not. So let us see quickly a beautiful activity talking about how to check the presence of starch. Exactly, we are going to conduct that beautiful iodine test.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study. This is Indira. Now we are going to discuss a topic, heat, from class 10 chapter 1 from AP. So what will be the learning outcomes of this lesson? Let us see. So the objectives of this lesson are temperature. We are going to define what is meant by temperature, and then next heat. So what is meant by heat and specific heat, and on what factors does the specific heat depend upon, we are going to discuss. And principle of method of mixtures, evaporation, humidity, dew and fog, next boiling, and then next melting and freezing. So these will be the learning outcomes of this lesson. So let's get started with the lesson. So here, if you observe in your lower classes, we have defined what is meant by heat and what is meant by temperature. Now we are going to redefine that with the help of some activity. So what is that activity? We'll see that. So take a piece of wood and a piece of metal and keep them in the fridge for 15 minutes and then observe what will happen. So if you observe anything which is kept in the fridge, you observe that the heat energy will be lost by those objects which are kept in the fridge. Whenever an object is kept in the fridge, it is going to lose its heat energy. So when you take out the objects from the fridge, so what will happen? What are the questions framed here? Let us see. Which is colder and why? You observe that a piece of metal and a piece of wood is kept. So if you take out both of them after 15 minutes, if you touch them, what will happen? There will be, the piece of metal will be colder than the piece of wood. Why this metal will be colder? Because the heat energy which is present in you is going to be transferred to the metal. The more amount of heat energy is going to be transferred to the metal. That's why it is appearing as colder than the wood. Next, what could be the reason for this difference in coldness? You observe that the wood piece is less cold and metal piece is more cold. So here, why this is more cold and why this is less cold? The more amount of heat energy is transferred there from your body to the metal piece, whereas less amount of heat energy is transferred from your body to the wood piece. Next question. So does it have any relation to the transfer of heat energy from our body to object? When does this transfer takes place? Why does the heat is going to transfer from one body to another body? So let us discuss with some more examples. So when heat energy flows out of your body, you get the feeling of coldness. When something is lost, that is heat energy is lost from your body, you get the feeling of coldness. And when heat energy is entering into your body, what you feel? That you feel it is more hot. This you can also do with the help of a candle kept a flame. What if you touch that, what you feel? The heat energy is entering into your body, so you feel very hot. So by touching different objects like ice cream or like a candle, so what we do, we feel it is hot and it is cold. So what is happening there? When you are touching, the heat energy is entering into your body. When you touch the hot body, that's why it appears as hot. When you lose it, that means when heat energy is coming out of your body, you feel the coldness there. Okay. So here, what is meant by temperature? So the degree of coldness of a metal piece is greater than the wooden piece. Whatever the heat energy which is lost from our body, it is greater than the wooden piece. That means heat energy which is given to the hot body is greater when compared to the wooden body. So we say that metal piece is at a lower temperature compared to the wooden piece. Lower temperature indicates here it is a temperature is a degree of hotness or coldness. So here metal piece is colder. That indicates it is at lower temperature. So next, what is temperature? So we are going to discuss about temperature is a degree of measure of hotness or coldness in the body. Okay. Whereas heat, it is a transfer of heat is a flow of energy and it transfers from higher body to the lower body. And how much time does it flow like this? When can it stop? Let us discuss. Why does transfer of heat energy takes place between objects? Why it takes place? When there are two objects which are at difference in the temperatures. That means if one body is having the higher temperature and if another body is having the lower temperature, then only there will be transfer of heat energy. Next, does the transfer of heat takes place in all situations? No, we cannot say that in all the situations. If you observe when they are equal, that means the temperature of two objects are equal, then there will be no flow of the heat energy. So when there is a temperature difference between the two objects, then we can say there is a flow of heat energy. So what are the conditions for the transfer of heat energy? So always heat is going to transfer from higher temperature body to the lower temperature body. So difference between heat and temperature. Heat is a energy which is flowing from higher body to the lower body, which are at different temperatures. And temperature is a measurement of heat energy, or we can also assume it as it is a degree of measure of hotness or coldness. Next, to observe this better, we'll do one experiment. So now let us discuss with one more example. So take two glass tumblers, fill with hot water, and then take another glass tumbler and fill with the cold water. And if you observe the thermometer, the level of the thermometer when you keep in the hot water, initially if you observe what will happen, the level of the thermometer will be at 0 degrees. If you place that in the hot water, what will happen? It slowly raises. Okay. So observe that level of the thermometer which is increasing. Now take the same thermometer and place it in the cold water. What will happen? The level of the thermometer is going to decrease. So observe these questions and answer them. So initially the level of the thermometer will be at 0 degrees. Then what changes do you notice in the reading of the thermometer when it is placed in the hot water? So what will happen? Thermometer level will increase. Did the thermometer level increase or decrease? It is going to increase. Now take the same thermometer and place in the cold water. What will happen? Did the mercury level increase or decrease? It is going to decrease. Okay. So here what we say that when two bodies are in thermal contact to each other, okay, then the bodies are said to be in equilibrium state. What is this equilibrium state? That means both are in the same temperatures. Suppose you may not feel either hot or cold from your surroundings. What is this? That means you are with the same temperature with the surroundings. If you touch in the surroundings any object like chair, if you do not feel that it is either hot or cold, then you are said to be in thermal equilibrium with that object. That means the temperature of that object, it will be equal to temperature of you. So when two objects are said to be in thermal equilibrium, both the temperatures are equal. So here we are saying that heat is flowing. Okay, it's energy and it is flowing from higher temperature to the lower temperature. Till what time it flows? Till both the objects appear to be, their temperatures appear to be same. Till then they are going to flow. The heat energy is going to flow from the higher temperature to the lower temperature. So what is thermal equilibrium? Let us see. So when two bodies are placed in thermal contact, heat energy will be transferred from the hotter body to the colder body. Hotter body will be having more temperature and colder body will be having less temperature. So it flows from hotter body to the colder body. So this transfer of heat energy continues till both bodies attain the same degree of hotness or coldness. It might be with hot body or it might be with the cold body. Next, at this stage we say the body have achieved thermal equilibrium state. So next, let us discuss what happens to the objects which are having three objects, how the heat energy is going to flow. So here take three objects A, B and C. Now A and C are in thermal equilibrium and B and C are in thermal equilibrium. That means the temperatures of A and C are equal and the temperatures of B and C are equal. Yes, then I can say that A, B and C are in thermal equilibrium. If you can identify with the temperature, suppose the A is having 40 degrees Celsius and C is also having 40 degrees Celsius. These are in thermal equilibrium. Now if you observe, B and C are also in thermal equilibrium. That is, C is having 40 degrees and B is having 40 degrees Celsius. Now if you check the temperature of all the three bodies, they will be in the thermal equilibrium. That is, I can also say that A and B are also in thermal equilibrium to each other. Yes children, got this point? Next, so what are the units of heat? We have to discuss the unit of heat because any physical quantity is important with the units. So the SI unit of heat is joule and the CGS unit of heat is calorie. So SI unit and CGS unit, both you are having here. What is the conversion? 1 calorie is equal to 4.186 joules. 1 calorie is equal to 4.186 joules. Okay, so how can you define this calorie? The amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius is called as calorie. This is very important. Whatever the heat energy is required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius. Here we are taking 1 gram unit. Okay, so this is called as calorie. Next, 1 calorie is equal to 4.186 joules. And what is the unit of temperature? SI unit of temperature is Kelvin. It can also be expressed as degrees Celsius. So you might have been observing in the news that today's temperature is 45 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius, like this. So when you are observing that, it is expressed in degrees Celsius. Here is the symbol for the degree Celsius. How to convert that degree Celsius into Kelvin and Kelvin into degrees Celsius, we'll see. Now let us discuss how to convert Celsius into Kelvin and Kelvin into Celsius. So if you observe, 0 degrees Celsius is equal to 273 Kelvin. 0 degrees Celsius is equal to 273 Kelvin. And temperature in Celsius and temperature in Kelvin is equal to 273 plus temperature in Celsius. So these are very important to find out whether to convert Celsius into Kelvin and Kelvin into Celsius. So let us take one example and solve this. So first example, I need to convert 50 degrees Celsius into Kelvin. Okay, so here I have to write the formula. Temperature in Kelvin is equal to 273 plus temperature in Celsius. So here if you observe, 273 plus temperature in Celsius is given as 50. Okay, now it is 273 plus 50 will be equal to 323 Kelvin. So this is the temperature in Kelvin and you have to write it as K and no degrees here. You need not write a degrees there. Okay, so this is how we can convert temperature in Celsius scale to temperature in Kelvin scale. So let us convert temperature in Celsius to temperature in Kelvin. So let us take one more example of 330 Kelvin to convert into Celsius. Okay, so temperature in Kelvin. So you have to write the formula first. Temperature in Kelvin is equal to 273 plus temperature in Celsius. So what is Kelvin temperature given here? 330. So that is equal to 273 plus temperature in Celsius. So here if you observe, 330 minus 273 gives you temperature in Celsius. So 330 minus 273. So it is 330 minus 273, which will be giving you 57 degrees Celsius will be temperature on Celsius scale. Okay, so got this, children? So this is about how to convert Kelvin into Celsius and Celsius into Kelvin. Let us continue our discussion with temperature and kinetic energy. So for this temperature and kinetic energy, what we need to do is take 2 tumblers. Take 2 tumblers, one filled with hot water. So one you fill with hot water, one you fill with hot water, another you fill with cold water. So this hot water and this is cold water. Now take few grains of color or KMNO4. Okay, KMnO4 is potassium permanganate. So now drop this color, food color, into the hot water and into the cold water. What will happen? The hot water or the cold water, the grains will be moving there. They will be occupying the whole space, or they will be dissolving with the water. Okay, so here whenever you say that the atoms are moving, they are possessing some energy. When they are in motion, they are possessing that energy. So the energy which are possessed by this atoms or the food color particles in motion is kinetic energy. And here if you observe, the particles which are present, that is the food colored particles which are present here in hot water, they will be moving more randomly. Randomly means more fastly. Okay, and if you observe in the cold water, they will be moving with less fast, that is the jiggling will be less there and the jiggling will be more here. So here what we can say is the kinetic energy and the temperature, how they are interdependent to each other. So the temperature of a body is equal to average kinetic energy of a particular molecule. So here if you observe, the temperature of these molecules which are present, water molecules, is more when compared to the temperature of water molecules present here. So we say that here the kinetic energy of a hotter body is more compared to the kinetic energy of the colder body. Here in the hot body, the motion of the particles is more or higher. Here in the cold body, the motion of the particles will be less. So the kinetic energy will be depending upon the motion of the particles. So here what will happen is the average kinetic energy of a body is directly proportional to the absolute temperature of a body. So what is absolute temperature? Temperature on Kelvin scale is called as absolute temperature. So based on the previous activity, answer these questions. How do they move? That means when the particles are in the hot water and particles are in the cold water, how they are moving? The particles in the hot water will be moving more fast than the particles in the cold water. Why do they move randomly? Because they possess more amount of kinetic energy and the motion of the particles will be higher. Okay, why do the grains in hot water move more rapidly? The grains in the hot water, they possess more kinetic energy and the grains in the cold water possess less kinetic energy. The motion of particles here, it is more. Okay, so that's why it is greater. So the average kinetic energy of molecules or particles of a hotter body is greater than that of a colder body. Okay, the temperature of a body is an indicator of average kinetic energy of molecules of that body. How the temperature is indicating? It depends upon the average kinetic energy.
Hello everyone, this is Vivek. Welcome to Lucid Study. The first chapter when we talk about that we are going to discuss in the 10th class is India and its relief features. Bharatadesham alane dani bhaugolika swarupalu. What do you mean by these relief features? Have you ever visited a hill station? Have you ever heard of Himalayas? Have you ever heard of plains? Have you ever heard of Deccan Plateau? What are all these? Mountains, plateaus, plains, deltas, basins, rivers, coastal plains, valleys, and different landforms that we have. What are all these? Well, these are nothing but the relief features. So these are the things that we are going to discuss in particular in this particular chapter. What is the chapter? India and its relief features. Before going into the details of the chapter, we need to know where is the location of India. Bharatadesham yakkadundi. Depending on that, we can get to know what are the different relief features that we have. As we all know, the climate of a particular place or the different landforms that we have, they all are dependent on the location of the particular place. Like when you talk about India's location, it is in the northern hemisphere. It is above the equator. It is in the northern hemisphere. And when you talk about where in northern hemisphere, it lies in the southern part of the northern hemisphere. And at the same time, when you talk about what are the different latitudes, what are the different longitudes that pass through India, and what are the important latitudes and longitudes that we have that we need to remember, that we can't forget, because they play a very, very important role that we need to understand. And we will talk about all those things in detail in this particular chapter. So without any further delay, we will dive deep into these relief features, and let's find out what are the different relief features that we have in India, and relief features, whether it might be the mountains, whether it might be the plateaus or plains, or whether it might be islands or peninsula or some other landforms or relief features that we have. Here is a world map where you can see it clearly, right? It's a globe which gives an indication like what are the different countries, what are the different continents, what are the different oceans that we have in this world. But why are we saying this? What is the importance of looking at this globe or the map that we have in front of us? The reason is we need to know the location of India, as we have already got to know that India lies in northern hemisphere. But how did you get to know that India lies in the northern hemisphere, the northern part of the earth? We got to know that by this dotted line that we have over here, the 0 degree line. What do you mean by the 0 degree line? The 0 degree latitude. Remember, latitudes are the horizontal lines and longitudes are the vertical lines, and both latitudes and longitudes are the imaginary lines. Avi real ga ekkada levu, they are something which we have imagined that they are there. Equator, it is a latitude at 0 degrees which divides earth equally into two parts. And what are those two parts? One is northern hemisphere and one is southern hemisphere. So which divides northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? It is the equator, which is 0 degrees, and here it is shown by the black dotted lines. And then what is this vertical dotted line that we have over here? This one. What is this called? As we remember, the horizontal lines are the latitudes, the vertical lines, niluga onnavi, they are called the longitudes. So this is the 0 degree longitude, or else you can say the prime meridian or the Greenwich meridian that we have on earth. That is nothing but this longitude. Now what is the importance of having this longitude? We know that equator, which is the 0 degree latitude, it has divided earth into two equal parts or two different parts. One is the northern hemisphere and one is the southern hemisphere. In the same way, remember, in the same way, there is this prime meridian or Greenwich meridian which has divided our earth into eastern hemisphere and the western hemisphere. So when you look at the location or where the India is located on the world map, it is in the northern hemisphere. You can see that the yellow color part that you can see on this particular map is nothing but our country India, which is completely lying in the northern hemisphere, which is completely above the equator. And if you talk about where in northern hemisphere, you can say it is in the southern part of the northern hemisphere, and at the same time it is in the eastern hemisphere, as we got to know this prime meridian which divides the world or globe into eastern hemisphere and the western hemisphere. India lies in the eastern hemisphere. So it is in the northern hemisphere, it is in the eastern hemisphere as well. So now what do you call it? India lies in the northeastern part or northeastern quarter part of the globe or the world. And at the same time, there are a few other important things that we need to remember, that we need to understand when you talk about the globe, or else when you talk about the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. What are those important things? Well, just looking at the map, we can say majority of the land portion is in the northern part. Like ఎక్కువ శాతం భూమి ఎక్కడుంది అని అంటే, I know we call this whole thing as earth, but among that when we talk about the land part, it is completely in the northern hemisphere, and water is more in the southern hemisphere. And especially you can understand why is that. It is in the tropical region. Now what do you mean by this tropical region? Well, if you remember, every hemisphere has been divided from 0 degrees to 90 degrees. So when you keep moving from 0 degrees to 90 degrees, in between you get some very distinctive regions. Like you get the tropical region, you get the temperate region, you get the polar region as well. But how can you distinguish all the three? So when you talk about tropical region, it is from 0 degrees to 23.5 degrees. భూమధ్య రేఖ ఈక్వేటర్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అక్కడి నుంచి 23.5 డిగ్రీలు ఉత్తర భాగం వైపు అలానే దక్షిణ భాగం వైపు కూడా this particular region is called the tropical region. And from 23.5 degrees both north and south to 66.5 degrees north and south is called the temperate region. And from 66.5 degrees both north and south directions to 90 degrees to the poles is called the polar regions. Why the name tropical region, temperate region, polar region? Because the climatic conditions of these distinctive regions is completely different. Like if you see over here in the map, India almost lies completely in the tropical region. Of course, some part of India, or else you can say half of the India is in the temperate region and the rest of the India is in the tropical region. But remember, tropical region is the place where you get the most rainfall, where you get the highest temperatures, right? ఎక్కడైతే ఉష్ణోగ్రతలు ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయో, ఎక్కడైతే ఎండ ఎక్కువగా వస్తుందో, ఎక్కడైతే వర్షం ఎక్కువగా పడుతుందో, those are the places where agriculture is done extensively and those are the favorable climatic conditions for people to settle over there. And that's why majority of the population lives in tropical regions. And why are we talking about tropical regions in relief features? Because even climate also plays a very important role in relief features as well. And now if you look at this map, we can get to know the details of what is the exact location of India. Till now we have only discussed that India is in the northern hemisphere when you talk about the latitudinal aspect, and India is in the eastern hemisphere when you talk about the longitudinal aspect. But what exactly is the latitudinal and the longitudinal extent of India? What are the latitudes that touch the southernmost part of India, the northernmost part of India? What are the longitudes that touch the easternmost part of India on the westernmost part of India? And why are we getting to know this? Because if you remember in the previous classes that we have discussed, what is a grid? Grid is nothing but the network of latitudes and longitudes. And why do you use grid? Grid helps you to find out the exact location of a particular region, right? In the same way, if you know what are the exact latitudes and longitudes and what are the extent of it, you can get to know the exact location of where India is located on the world map or the globe. And when you talk about that, when you start with the latitudinal extent, in the south we have 8 degrees 4 minutes south latitude, and when you go to the north, the latitude that we have is 37 degrees 6 minutes north latitude. Remember, 8 degrees 4 minutes south latitude, 37 degrees 6 minutes north latitude. And when you talk about one very important latitude that passes through India at 23.5 degrees north, what is that? It is Tropic of Cancer. That is a very important latitude, as we already have discussed. Why? Because 0 degrees to 23.5 degrees is considered as a tropical region, and from 23.5 degrees to 66.5 degrees is considered as temperate region. Hence it becomes very important that you need to remember that there is this latitude 23.5 degrees north in particular, which is the Tropic of Cancer, which passes through India and almost makes 2 equal parts of India. And when you talk about the longitudinal aspect, when you talk about the easternmost extent of the longitude that we have, it is 97 degrees 25 minutes east longitude. And when you talk about the westernmost longitude of India, we have 68 degrees 7 minutes west. And on the eastern part of India, we have 97 degrees 25 minutes east longitude. Now you might have a doubt. Why is both are the things called east when we consider longitudes, and why both the latitudes are called north? Remember, India is on the northern side of the equator, so you are coming to the top from equator, and that's why both 8 degrees 4 minutes and 37 degrees 6 minutes are considered as north. And when you talk about the longitudes, if you remember that India lies in the eastern hemisphere. When you talk about the prime meridian, it is on the right side, it is on the eastern side. Hence we say that 97 degrees 25 minutes east and 68 degrees 7 minutes west. Now you might get the question, okay, now I got the exact latitudinal and the longitudinal extent of India. But what is the exact distance from the northernmost point to the southernmost point of India? What is the distance between the easternmost point to the westernmost part of India? What is the distance? When you talk about that, it is 2933 kilometers. How much? 2933 kilometers. That is the distance, or that is the extent between the easternmost part of India and the westernmost part of the India. What is the distance? 2933 kilometers. In the same way, when you talk about the northernmost part of the India and the southernmost part of the India, the distance that we have is 3214 kilometers. 3214 kilometers దూరం అన్నమాట. దేనికి? From the northernmost part of the India to the southernmost part of India. 2933 west to east, 3214 north to south. That is the distance. But if you remember, there is one more dotted line that is passing through India. As we know, this horizontal line which is passing is nothing but the 23.5 degree latitude, which is nothing but the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, no issues. Then what is this vertical dotted line that we have? What is it indicating? Well, this has a very interesting story. Keep watching, you'll get to know much more details about it. And what it is? If you remember the longitudinal extent, the easternmost longitude that India has is 97 degrees 25 minutes east. And when you talk about the westernmost longitude, or else when you talk about the western part of India, it is 68 degrees 7 minutes east longitude. Now, why are they very important? When you talk about time, samayam gurinchi manam maatladukunnappudu, it is indicated with the help of longitudes. మీకు ఒక భూమి మీద ఎక్కడైనా ఒక ప్రదేశంలో సమయం ఎంత అవుతుంది, వాట్ ఈస్ ద టైమ్, ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు నో, యూ నీడ్ టు హ్యావ్ ద లాంగిట్యూడ్స్ అండ్ దట్స్ హౌ యూ టెల్ ద టైమ్. But if you look at the longitudinal extent of India, one is 97 degrees 25 minutes east and one is 68 degrees 7 minutes east. There is almost a difference of 30 degrees, which gives a difference of 2 hours. What is this difference of 2 hours? Well, have you ever wondered, like when you make a call to a relative who is in some other country, like for example, if you take Ammi Ammamma garu ఎవరైనా ఒకవేళ అమెరికాలో ఉన్నారు అనుకోండి, for example, when you call in the morning, it is night for them. And when you call in the night, it's daytime for them. Why? Because if you remember, Earth rotates, right? And Earth doesn't stay at all places at all times. So he moves, the Earth keeps rotating, and that's why the time also changes. In the same way, when you talk about the longitudinal aspect of India, the sun rises in the east, that you remember, right? In the same way, the sun comes first on the eastern side. The sun comes first on 97 degrees 25 minutes east. And it almost takes 2 to 2.5 hours, or else you can say almost 2 to 4 hours range for sun to come from the easternmost part of India to the westernmost part of India. అంటే అతి తూర్పు వైపున ఉన్న ప్రదేశాలు, like you can say Imphal, which is in Manipur, or else if you talk about Itanagar in Arunachal Pradesh, they are having sunrise at much earlier time than the people in Gujarat are having the sunrise. వీళ్ళు నిద్ర లేచే సమయానికి వాళ్ళు నిద్ర లేచి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 2-3 గంటలు కూడా అయిపోతుంది అనమాట. And that is creating a lot of problems. Why? Because these people are 2 hours ahead of these people. Which means if it is 9 o'clock in the morning over here, it is 7 o'clock in the morning over here. Now that is causing some disturbances in the lives of the people. That's why there is this vertical line which has been made, and it plays a very important role. And what is that? It is nothing but the 82.5 degrees east longitude. What is that? 82.5 east degree longitude. Now what is this 82.5 degree east longitude? It is almost exactly in between 68 degrees 7 minutes east longitude and 97 degrees 25 minutes east longitude. Why? What is the importance of having this? It almost gives the equal time. మనం ఇందాక మాట్లాడుకున్నట్టుగా తూర్పు వైపు ఉన్నది 2 గంటలు ముందుగా ఉందన్నమాట. Now they are making sure, the government of India made sure that all over India the time is the same. Like for example, if I say the time is almost 2 o'clock right now, for example, which means whether it might be in Arunachal Pradesh, whether it might be in Tamil Nadu, whether it might be in Gujarat or Jammu Kashmir, wherever in India you are, the time is 2 o'clock. But previously, if I say for example, this particular place, the time is 2 o'clock, here it would be 3 o'clock, here it would be 1 o'clock. And as we are talking about the relief features, we need to talk about something which is very important for India. And what is that? The coastline of India that we have. India has a great potential. India has a great coastline of almost 7,500 kilometers. 7,500 kilometers తీర ప్రాంతం ఉంది భారతదేశానికి. That is very, very important for the business and the commercial activities, which helps a lot in the imports and the exports of the country, which helps a lot in the GDP of the country. And that's why it becomes very, very important, and it is very strategic as well for India when we talk about the neighboring countries and the defense aspect as well. India has 7,500 kilometers coastline. At the same time, whenever you have talked about India, you could have heard two things: Indian subcontinent and Indian peninsula. Now what do you mean by this Indian subcontinent and Indian peninsula? Well, nothing to worry. I will tell you what are those. What is a continent? A continent is a huge landmass which has different climatic conditions, which has different landforms, which has different relief features, right? Like for example, one place might be having an ocean, one place might be having a river, one place might be having a valley, one place might be having a mountain, one place might be having a forest, different, right? In the same way as how continent has different features, in the same way even India has the same sort of features. India is somewhat similar like a continent. That's why we call Indian subcontinent. Manam Bharatadeshanni oka upakhandanga pariganistamu. And why do we do that? If you look at India carefully, India has mountains. What mountains do we have in India? In the northern part of India, we have the Himalayas, and in the southern part, you have oceans. And when you have coastal plains as well, you have islands like Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep. You have plateaus like Deccan Plateau. You have plains like the Northern Plains. And that's how you have different land features. In fact, you also have a desert, Thar Desert. You have deserts, you have mountains, you have plateaus, you have plains, you have coastal plains, you have islands. Each and everything is there, which normally is a feature of a continent. ఒక ఖండంలో ఉండాల్సిన అన్ని లక్షణాలు మన భారతదేశంలోనే ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి that's why we call India as a subcontinent. And what do you mean by Indian peninsula? Peninsula ante emi ledu. Simple. Remember, when you talk about island, what is an island? Island is a place which is surrounded by water from all the sides or else by all the four sides. నాలుగు వైపుల నుండి కూడా నీళ్ళ ద్వారా కప్పబడితే that we call it as an island. మనం ద్వీపం అంటాం. ఒకవేళ మూడు వైపుల నుంచే నీటి ద్వారా కప్పబడి ఒకవైపు భూమి ఉంటే that we call it as peninsula. If any particular land is covered by water from three sides and on the fourth side it is land, that particular land we call it as peninsula. So when you talk about the India, like on the western side you have Arabia Sea, on the southern side you have Indian Ocean, on the eastern side you have Bay of Bengal, and that's why you have three water bodies: Bay of Bengal on the east, Arabian Sea on the west, and Indian Ocean on the south. And when you talk about what you have on the north, of course you have the mainland of India, and when you go to the top of India you again have continental landmass, right? And that's why it is called Indian Peninsula. And when you talk about India in particular, one thing you need to remember that there is a point in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. You can say the southernmost point of India. Normally when we talk about the southern tip of India, we say Kanyakumari is the southern tip of India. But remember, when you talk about southernmost point of India, even when you consider both Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as well, there is a place called Indira Point. And where is this Indira Point? It is in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which is the southernmost point. But unfortunately, this place, Indira Point, got submerged during the 2006 tsunami.
అందరికీ అందుబాటు ధరలో అత్యుత్తమ విద్యే లక్ష్యంగా 6 నుండి 10వ తరగతి వరకు మరియు ఐఐటి నీట్ సివిల్స్ పరీక్షలకు ఫౌండేషన్ కోర్స్ అందిస్తున్న ఏకైక ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ యాప్ లూసిడ్ స్టడీ.
Here comes the egg. See, where did I get this egg from? Of course, we got it right. I got it from the hen. Well, we know that hen lays eggs. Let me have some bite of this. I'll come in a while. Hello everyone, this is Sai Vivek. Well, if you remember, just a while ago, I got an egg from a hen. Wow, that was really tasty. That was really superb actually. The first chapter of the NEET Foundation series is Food and its Sources. You may ask, sir, is food really that important? Well, absolutely, because when we talk about food, there are a lot of different things that we need to know. Especially like when you talk about, for example, let's take egg. When you talk about egg, it's not only that you just eat an egg. You get a lot of nutrients, you get a lot of vitamins, you get a lot of much more things like minerals, proteins, etc. Right? Everyone knows that. In fact, there is a saying which was actually said by National Egg Coordination Committee, which says, "Jo ande roz khate hai, wo hatte katte hote hai." Whoever eats egg daily, they will always be healthy. Well, which means there is something inside the egg. In the same way, there is something in each and every food that we eat. Whether it might be the bread that you eat in the morning with the sauce or the jam, whether it might be the chapati that you eat in the lunch, whether it might be the biryani which you eat in for lunch and dinners in the family parties and the functions. Every food that you eat gives something in return. And why is it that important that we need to know about those some things that we are getting from the food, whether it might be the carbohydrates, whether it might be the fats, whether it might be the vitamins and the minerals, whether it might be the proteins or something else. Why are they very, very important? And where do we get these things from? What are the sources? What are the kinds of food that we have? And as we are eating, can we categorize the different kinds of food that we have? At which particular place, what is the important kind of food, or what you can say, what is the staple food that is there in that particular place or that particular region. We'll talk about all those things in this particular chapter. And remember, food is very, very important. Of course, everyone enjoys eating food. But now let's learn something new about food. Well, okay, we are going to discuss about the food. But yeah, again the same question comes every now and then. Why is it very, very important that we need to know about food? In fact, if you remember, or else anyone on this planet, if you ever ask a question to them, what are the basic things which are at most required to survive on this planet? Of course, there will be only 3 things that they will say. 1, absolutely, oxygen. 2, water. And 3, what is that? Food. Without oxygen, water and food, we can't survive. Well, oxygen is in the air, we keep breathing it continuously. Every now and then we feel thirsty, we drink some water. But when we talk about food, there are different kinds of food. And when we talk about food further, there are different categories, or else you can say different types of food with respect to the place, or with respect to the climatic condition, or with respect to the person's lifestyle as well. Like for example, well, I don't like spicy food much, but yeah, I love sweets a lot. Well, you may like spicy food most than having something like sweet dishes, right? Well, it depends from person to person. It's up to their interest. In the same way, it is very, very important that we need to know the importance of food. Why is it very important that we need to know about those things? Let us look into the details of it. When we talk about the importance of food, it provides us energy, the strength to do each and every activity in our daily life. Whether you want to read, whether you want to listen to the video, whether you want to play, whether you want to cook, whether you want to have some fun, whether you want to watch a movie, whatever you want to do. In fact, even if you want to stand still, even if you want to just sit, even if you want to sleep as well, you need energy for sure. And for that, where do you get that energy from? Of course, absolutely, got it right. Where do you get that energy from? You get the energy from the food that we eat to perform various activities. And what does food also do? Apart from providing us energy, it also helps us to grow. Grow in what sense? Grow in physical size. Like we grow in size. Like people say, look at my biceps, it's growing day by day. And what do? You eat a lot of protein, and that's how you grow your body. In the same way you keep eating, people become fat and fatter. What are they doing? They are eating more carbohydrates. Well, we'll look into the details, what happens. But we get to know that why is it very important? Because it helps us to grow and replace worn out cells. Now, this is very, very important that we need to understand. It helps us to replace the worn out cells. Like everyone knows, our body is made up of billions and billions. In fact, you can say trillions of cells, right? When we talk about that, well, if I just clap like this, there might be a lot of cells which have died. No one knows. When you get injured, there will be a cut on your skin. There might be a lot of cells that have been died. And someone has to replace it because again there needs to be a formation of the skin, right? So what does food do? It helps in the replacement. It helps in the replenishment of the cells. If at all there is a damage, it will try to repair it. And if there is a worn out cell, if anything happens to the cell, it will try to replace it. It protects us from various diseases. Now this thing you might understand, like right from the childhood, we suffer from a lot of diseases. Well, I don't know about you, but yeah, I had suffered from chicken pox, I had suffered from typhoid, I got even malaria. Well, don't judge me, okay? It was during the childhood that I had to suffer from these diseases. But later on, I was pretty much able to get out of all those things. But how? Because doctor has suggested me to eat food, of course. But what sort of food? Healthy food and nutritious food. So eating that healthy food and nutritious food, I was able to prevent diseases, or else I was able to protect myself from those diseases. And that is a very important role played by food in our life. It keeps us fit and healthy. When you eat food, it keeps you fit. It gives you energy to do each and every activity. And especially when you want to be fit, you do a lot of exercise. You swim, you play, you jog, you walk, you run, right? And what does it do? It keeps you fit. And when you are fit, you are healthy. And when you are healthy, you try to eat more and more food, more and more healthy food, more and more nutritious food. And that's the important role that food plays in our life. Well, I want to eat biryani. Now, what do you need for making biryani? Well, of course, the primary thing that you need to is having rice grains, right? And then you need a lot of masalas. You need cinnamon, you need turmeric, you need mirchi powder, you need salt, you need pepper sometimes, and you need many different leaves, a lot and a lot and a lot, because biryani is such a delicious dish. You need to add a lot of things in that. Well, okay, what are these things called then? Well, in fact, if you don't know, let me tell you. Those things are called as ingredients. Whatever things that you use to make a particular dish is called the ingredients of that dish. In the same way, when we talk about ingredients of food items, now this is a very tricky thing that you need to understand. We are talking about the ingredients of food items. We are not talking about the ingredients of a dish. The materials that we use to prepare a food item are called the ingredients of the food item, as I already told you. Plants are the sources of food ingredients. What are those ingredients? Like grains, cereals, vegetables and fruits. Now you might be getting an idea like what I'm talking about, right? When I say ingredients of food items, like you are trying to make a food. But what are the ingredients? Like I said, in the case of biryani, I said we need rice. And what is rice? Rice is a grain. And what else do? You add some vegetables, you add some spices, right? And what are they? They might be flowers, they might be fruits of those particular plants. Hence, when you talk about that, it is actually the plant which is the source of those ingredients that we get for the food that we make. Animals provide us with milk and meat products and different products as well, which we can make from these milk and meat. Like for example, if you say we get butter, we get ghee, we get paneer. Like we use paneer a lot. We eat a lot of paneer, right? Paneer, butter masala, a lot of dishes that we eat. Where do you get this paneer from? You get paneer from milk. And where do you get milk from? You get it from cow, buffalo and different animals like goat as well. In that sense, plants and some animals are the sources for the ingredients of the food that we are having. Remember that. We have already discussed in the previous slides that when we talk about food, the taste that we have for food, or the different types of food, or else you can say simply the staple food, like whatever the basic food that they eat regularly most of the times, which is called the staple food of a particular place. When we look at different parts of India, we get to know a lot of different dishes that we have heard. Like if you see, here is a list: paratha, dal, like people normally say dal paratha, dal bhati, idli sambar, dhokla, vada pav, fish rice, puttu and kadala curry, mirchi bhaji, litti choka, sarson ka saag, mishti doi, rasgulla, gulab jamun, a lot and a lot and a lot. But do we know that are there any specific dishes that are pretty much popular in a particular region? Like for example, if we talk about dal paratha, it is mostly famous in one part of India. Well, it's not like that no one eats in other part of India, but still there is one particular state you can say, which is basically Punjab. Punjab is meant for people having dal paratha as their staple food. After dal paratha, when we talk about dal bhati, now of course dal is common, but paratha and bhati are different things. But when we talk about dal bhati, which state is famous for having this dish? Well, it's Rajasthan. Now comes one of the most prominent, one of the most popular dishes, you can say all over India. But whenever someone says southern India or south part of India, this dish has to be there on top. And what is that? Idli sambar. And well, of course, specifically we can't say a particular place, but when we talk about sambar, idli or idli sambar, whatever, we need to mention few states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And when we talk about the western part, how can we miss that? Well, if you talk about business, there is one state which comes into our mind, which is Gujarat. And when we talk about Gujarat, what is the famous dish or what is the famous food that we have? Dhokla. And now, if we come a bit southwards from Gujarat, we have a big state. In fact, the name says it is the greatest state, Maharashtra. And where this vada pav comes from? Well, you already have got the name. Vada pav is the famous food of Maharashtra. And now comes a special thing that we need to understand. Fish and along with rice. Now, when we talk about fish, of course, where does fish live? It lives in water. And where is water? Of course, either fish lives in rivers or seas or oceans. So you can say pretty much that fish and rice is mostly the staple food of states which have coastal line or where there are some rivers or seas. Well, in this case, when we talk about people having fish and rice as their staple food, we can say states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, Manipur, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka and Goa. So you can say anything. But well, in this case, I will say West Bengal. Well, not only these. If I say much more, puttu and kadala curry, as I already said. Where does this food belongs to? Which state does it belongs to? Well, it is the southernmost state of India, Kerala. And when we talk about litti chokka, it belongs to Bihar. And when we talk about mirchi bhaji, where does it belong? Andhra Pradesh. And if you remember when we talked about dal paratha, which is famous in Punjab, there is one more dish which is very, very prominent in Punjab, which is called sarson ka saag. And now you might have got a question. Okay, sir, like you got to know that these are the famous foods, these are the staple foods of those particular states, right? But why is there so much variety? Like, isn't it that like the whole of India can't eat one particular dish, whether it's like rice or like chapati or paratha? Why isn't the case? Like Tamil Nadu and Karnataka has this idli sambar, Bihar has this litti chokka, Gujarat has dokla, Maharashtra has vada pav, Kerala has puttu and kadal curry. Why is it so? Well, because as we already have discussed, the food that you eat sometimes is also dependent on the climatic conditions. But isn't this the case always? No. But still, why there are different types of dishes? As I already mentioned a point earlier that I like sweets a lot. You might like spicy foods. Well, it also depends on the person to person, right? Hence, concluding all the things, all the factors, we have a large variety. Well, is that the only case that lifestyle matters, climate matters with respect to the different types of food people eat? No, not at all. In fact, when we say the variety, every food doesn't give all the required elements. When I say required elements, what are they? Like for example, let's take rice. Rice is a cereal, it's a grain. It is very good in carbohydrates, but it is not that good in fats, proteins, vitamins and other minerals. And now, for example, if you need more proteins, what do? Of course, there is no protein in rice. You have to go to some other dish. You have to go to some other thing to get those proteins, right? Then you start drinking milk. Then you eat egg. Then you eat pulses, right? And that is why there is a variety of food every place or everywhere. In fact, even a person like me and you have different dishes day in and day out. And why is it very important we need to maintain a variety? Because when we maintain a variety, then comes a very fundamental principle that we can't miss when we talk about food, which is the balanced diet. Now again comes a question. Why balanced diet is necessary? Okay, we got to know that because we have a lot of variety and one particular thing doesn't fulfill the requirements of everything, hence we need to have different things. But still again, we are not talking about a complete diet. We are talking about a balanced diet. And what is that and why is it very, very necessary and very, very important for human beings or for anything? Well, if you look into the details, why is it very, very important? A balanced diet is one which contains all the nutrients in an appropriate amount. For what? Of course, there might be a reason that we are saying an appropriate amount, whatever the amount that is absolutely required for some specific purposes. What are those specific purposes? For growth, of course, like for example, if you talk about children, like who are growing, they need more proteins. They need more proteins, right? And when you talk about people who are working, they need more energy, they need more carbohydrates and fats. And when you talk about old people, even though they don't work, but still they need to have some energy in them. So we give multivitamin tablets as they might be lacking in having some specific vitamins in their body. Like for that, we need to have balanced diet. Of course, one is growth, energy production, the kind of food that you eat. Every food doesn't give the same amount of energy. It doesn't release the same amount of energy. Like carbohydrates might give huge amount of energy, whereas vitamins and minerals are absolutely essential, but they won't give the same energy to the requirement of the body. Hence, we need to have different foods with respect to the energy that we require. Hence, it plays an important role in the growth aspect, it plays an important role in the energy production, it plays an important in physiological regulation as well. When you talk about physiological regulation, there is growth, there is some body changes that are happening inside and outside your body that your body needs to cope up with. Like for example, if the temperature outside is very hot, you can't eat things like which are hot to your body as well, which produces heat. You need to eat something like that which makes sure that it controls the body temperature. You need to eat something like that. Like if you remember, when it's the time of summer, people normally eat a lot of ice creams. And why is it so? Because it's already hot outside and you need to maintain your body temperature. That's why you eat an ice cream. And hence, balanced diet also helps in the physiological regulation. It also helps in the metabolic requirements as well. Like when you talk about metabolic requirements, they are the activities that are taking place. They are the chemical reactions that are happening inside your body, which takes care of each and everything to make sure that the organism lives properly and sustains properly. Replacement and regeneration of the living body. This is something which we have already discussed. Like when you talk about food, what does food do? One of the very important things that we need to understand, that it replenishes, it repairs, it regenerates the worn out cells or cells which have died. In order to replace them, you need to produce new cells. In that sense, it tries to make sure that the body is capable of living further. Like for example, say my body is there and if I have an injury over here and if I don't eat properly and if there are no new cells generating or producing, then the injury that happens over here may not be completely repaired. There won't be new cells generating, hence there won't be new skin formation. Then the injury will sustain for a longer time. It might have an impact over a course of time as well, which might be causing more harm to me. In those kind of scenarios, it becomes very, very important. Hence, food also impacts that as well, that we need to remember. So that's why it is very, very important. What is very important? The balanced diet. You need to make sure when you eat something, it has each and everything. And of course, nothing is perfect in this universe. Hence, in order to fulfill your requirement, you need to have those kind of things in your diet that provides carbohydrates, that provides fats, that provides proteins, that provides vitamins, that provides minerals, that provides micronutrients and everything else as well. And as you already know, why is it so? Because you need to maintain the growth, energy production, physiological regulation, metabolic activities, replacement, regeneration of the body that is torn out, right? And that's why balanced diet is very, very important.
Hello children, welcome to Lucid Study and Mathematics class. Today in IIT wing we are going to discuss the first chapter, that is trigonometry and its introduction. Okay, before going to this chapter we should know the meaning of this chapter, very, very important. So the meaning of this chapter is, see the first three letters, tri means three. Next one, gono means it came from a Latin word gonia. Gonia means it's a measurement of three angles. Okay. So next one, metri means it came from another word metron. Metron means measurement. Okay. What we are going to do in this chapter? Three angles measurement. That is what we are going to do in this chapter. Okay. So let us enter into the chapter with the basic terminology. So the first concept is, see, sides of a right angled triangle with respect to the angle. Okay. So this is a right angled triangle, right? So here the angle is 90 degrees and these two are sides. This side is called as hypotenuse. Okay. This is base and this is altitude. Okay. This is 90 degrees angles. These two are remaining angles. Suppose if I assume that this angle as theta, what about this angle? So this is 90, this is theta. What about the third angle? Yes, obviously. So this angle will be 90 minus theta. How it came? It came by using the angle sum property of a triangle. Okay, so in this chapter we are going to discuss more about this right angled triangle. So whenever you see a right angled triangle, immediately you need to recognize one scientist. Who is he? Yes, he is Pythagoras. What he told? he told that square of hypotenuse in a right angle triangle is equal to sum of squares of other two sides. What are those? That is AB square plus BC square. This part is very important. So we will discuss about this later. Okay. So suppose, see, if I consider this angle, see, suppose I will consider this angle as alpha, this angle as beta. Now tell me, with respect to this angle, so how this side is, this AB side is, how it is looking like with respect to this angle? So that is nothing but, see, opposite to this angle. Right now, this is opposite side to this angle. Similarly, you tell me BC, how it is looking like to this angle? That is adjacent. So that is adjacent to this. అంటే మనకి అది పక్కన ఉంది అంతే కదా, ఇదేమో ఎదురుగా ఉంది అందుకే ఆపోజిట్ సైడ్, ఇది పక్కన ఉంది, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ అడ్జసెంట్ సైడ్ టు దిస్ యాంగిల్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్ యాంగిల్. ఓకే, సపోజ్ ఇఫ్ ఐ టేక్ దిస్ యాంగిల్ బీటా, నౌ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఆపోజిట్ సైడ్ టు దిస్ బీటా? దట్ ఈస్ BC, and adjacent side to this angle beta, that is AB. So this is what you need to identify in the beginning of this chapter. So any angle if I consider in a right angle triangle except this right angle, so any two angles in these two, any one if I consider, you need to identify which one is the opposite side, which one is the adjacent side. That is what you have to identify first. Okay, so this is the first concept of this chapter. Now I have taken one triangle, see, PEN, pen triangle I have taken. So in this triangle the measurements of three sides were given. With respect to this angle, I will ask you to find one ratio. Okay, what is the opposite side to hypotenuse ratio in this triangle with respect to this angle theta? So that is we have to calculate. See, what is opposite side to this theta? See, opposite side to this theta is PE, right? Next, hypotenuse is what? That is 10 centimeters, that is PN. So what is the ratio I am going to find here? Opposite side to theta by hypotenuse ratio I am going to find here. Now what is opposite side? That is PE, and hypotenuse is what? That is PN. So PE is how much? 8 by PN is how much? That is 10. Now we can cancel these two, right? 2 table, 2 4s are 2 5s are. So answer is 4 by 5 or 4:5. That is the ratio of opposite to hypotenuse in this triangle with respect to this angle. Okay. Now another angle I will take in this triangle. Suppose here I have taken one more angle, that is delta. Now I am going to calculate the adjacent by hypotenuse with respect to this angle delta. Okay. See, now adjacent to delta by opposite side to delta. So adjacent side to delta, what is that? See, adjacent side means this one. Now opposite side means this side EN. So the ratio is, see, adjacent side is PE by opposite side is EN, right? So PE, how much? PE is 8 by EN is how much? 6. Now again we can cancel with 2 table, 2 4s are 2 3s are. So the ratio is 4 by 3 or 4:3. Understood, children? With respect to an angle, how we can find opposite and adjacent right now? So we are going to discuss more about this in the next concept. Okay. Now actually we are entering into the trigonometry topic. Okay. See, in this topic we are going to discuss about trigonometric ratios in a right angled triangle. Very important. Okay. So if you understood this concept, then everything will be easy. This will be the link to any topic. Okay, children. So very important. Listen carefully. See, here I have taken one right angle triangle. So in that one angle theta I have taken. So now this is the angle I have considered. So in this angle, with respect to this angle, I am going to write the possible sides ratio. Okay, how many ratios we can form with the help of three sides. Three sides are there, AB, BC and AC. With the help of these three sides, how many ratios we are going to form? Let us see. See,